Welcome to Sophia Science, the YouTube channel that answers all your questions about the world of science, including science mysteries, aliens. The content of today's video is
Left-handed women at higher risk of breast cancer. The shocking scientific discovery. The main content in this video includes new Dutch study, left-handed women face higher breast cancer risk. Risk can be up to 50% higher before menopause. Cause may start in the womb. Hormonal exposure shapes hand dominance and health. Study based on 12,000 women born 1932 to 1941. Key message: awareness and early detection save lives. Now, let's get started. Left-handedness and the hidden link to breast cancer. Imagine this. You're sitting in a cafe, holding your cup of tea with your left hand. Someone looks at you and says, "Wow, left-handed people are always special." It's true, you are special. But science has just revealed a shocking truth. Women who are left-handed may face a much higher risk of developing breast cancer compared to those who are right-handed. Hard to believe? That's exactly what a groundbreaking study from the Netherlands discovered. Researchers examined data from over 12,000 middle-aged women born between 1932 and 1941 and uncovered a strange connection between hand preference and cancer risk. Here's what they found. If you combine both pre- and postmenopausal cases, left-handed women had a 40% higher risk of breast cancer. But for women before menopause, the risk was even greater, up to 50% higher compared to right-handed women of the same age. In simple terms, a left-handed woman under 50 could be twice as likely to develop breast cancer as her right-handed peers. So, what explains this mysterious link? Scientists believe the answer may lie before birth, in the womb. During fetal development, exposure to certain hormones in the mother's uterus might not only determine whether a baby grows up left or right-handed, but also influence the risk of diseases like breast cancer later in life. Now, you might be wondering, does this mean every left-handed woman will get breast cancer? The answer is no. Breast cancer is a complex disease influenced by many factors. Genetics, family history plays a big role. Lifestyle, smoking, alcohol, lack of exercise can all raise the risk. And of course, environment and social stress also shape our biology in hidden ways. Professor Kuno Uvertal, a member of the research team, put it clearly. Left-handedness in women is directly linked to a higher risk of breast cancer, especially before menopause. This doesn't mean all left-handed women are destined to get sick, but it does open a new window into medical research, helping scientists understand hidden risk factors and, hopefully, develop better prevention strategies in the future. And remember, every year, over 1 million women worldwide are diagnosed with breast cancer. Behind every number is a life, a story, a family. That's why this discovery shouldn't spark fear. It should spark awareness. If you're a woman, especially left-handed, take care of your health, listen to your body, and never skip regular checkups. Because the truth is simple. Breast cancer, when caught early, can often be successfully treated. Sometimes a small step of awareness today could save a lifetime tomorrow. So let me ask you. Do you think left-handedness is truly a hidden health warning or just a strange coincidence of nature? Share your thoughts in the comments below because your perspective might be the missing piece of the puzzle.
Welcome to Sophia Science, the YouTube channel that answers all your questions about the world of science, including science mysteries, aliens.
1,400-year-old fabric unearthed, a window into ancient Ecuadorian civilization. Imagine uncovering a piece of fabric that has survived for more than 1,400 years, a silent witness to a world long gone, carefully woven by human hands in an era when civilizations were shaping their identities through art, technology, and culture. That is exactly what archaeologists in Ecuador have recently discovered. In the northeastern region of Quito, a burial site dating back to around the year 600 AD revealed not just the resting place of a person of high social status, but also an astonishingly well-preserved fragment of ancient woven fabric. This discovery is far more than just an old piece of cloth. It is a window into the craftsmanship and technology of a society that thrived over a millennium ago. According to Gina Rosero, a textile conservator at the National Institute of Cultural Heritage, the fabric demonstrates that people at that time had already mastered the ability to spin natural fibers, weave them into textiles, and combine their skills with metalworking to create objects of both utility and beauty. The cloth, woven entirely by hand, was crafted from natural fibers, likely a mix of cotton and other local materials. This reveals not only the advanced techniques of the time, but also the cultural importance of textiles. In many ancient civilizations, fabric was more than just clothing. It was a symbol of identity, status, and even spiritual belief. But the story doesn't end with the fabric alone. Excavations at the same burial site also uncovered fragments of gold and other metals. These treasures suggest that the individual buried there held significant power or influence within their community. The combination of fabric and precious metals paints a vivid picture of a society that valued artistry, symbolism, and craftsmanship in every aspect of life. Today, this rare textile is being carefully preserved and will soon be displayed in a local museum, where it will continue to tell its story to future generations. For archaeologists and historians, it represents an extraordinary piece of the puzzle, proof of how human creativity, resilience, and innovation have always been woven into the fabric of civilization itself. So, the next time you hold a piece of cloth in your hands, remember, textiles are not just everyday objects. They are threads that connect us to the past, threads that tell stories of human ingenuity, tradition, and the eternal desire to create something lasting.
140-million-year-old Godzilla crocodile fossil unearthed in South America. Deep in the wind-swept lands of Patagonia, South America, scientists have unearthed the fossilized remains of a terrifying predator that once ruled the ancient seas. This was no ordinary crocodile. Dating back 140 million years, this creature had features so bizarre and menacing that paleontologists nicknamed it Godzilla. A monster from the depths. Unlike the crocodiles we know today, which spend part of their lives on land and in rivers, this ancient beast lived completely underwater. Instead of legs, it had flippers, built for powerful swimming, and it grew up to 4 meters long. But the most striking feature was its skull, a massive dinosaur-like snout packed with jagged, saw-like teeth. The jaws alone stretched 35 centimeters, designed not for catching small fish, but for tearing into much larger prey. Breaking the mold of marine crocodiles. Until now, most marine crocodiles known to science had long, narrow snouts and sharp, needle-like teeth, perfect tools for snapping up small fish and soft-bodied animals. But this fossil told a different story. Its short, robust snout and serrated teeth were weapons of destruction, resembling the killing tools of giant land predators like the Tyrannosaurus rex. As paleontologist Diego Pol from Ohio State University explained, its shape was so unusual that at first glance, no one would believe it was a crocodile. It looked more like a marine dinosaur. A predator built for power. The jaw size, tooth structure, and overall build of this Godzilla crocodile indicate that it wasn't chasing after little fish. Instead, it was a fearsome hunter of large marine animals, dominating its ecosystem with brute strength. Its adaptations reveal an evolutionary experiment in the crocodile family tree, a predator that blurred the line between crocodile and dinosaur, reshaping what we thought we knew about prehistoric seas. Why this discovery matters. Finding fossils like this in Patagonia doesn't just add a new chapter to Earth's history. It also shows how adaptable crocodiles were in the age of dinosaurs. They weren't just lurking in rivers. Some evolved into ocean monsters, capable of competing with marine reptiles and even small dinosaurs. At 140 million years old, the Godzilla crocodile stands as a chilling reminder that evolution has produced predators beyond our imagination, creatures that reigned long before humans ever walked the earth. In the ancient seas of South America, while giant dinosaurs thundered on land, a marine Godzilla with a crocodile's body and a dinosaur's bite prowled the waters, and anything in its path likely met a violent end.
A 630-kilogram cosmic treasure unearthed in Kansas, the billion-dollar meteorite. Imagine walking across an ordinary stretch of farmland, and just a few meters beneath your feet lies a fragment of the universe itself, a relic older than Earth, forged in the heart of exploding stars. This is not science fiction. Just recently, in the state of Kansas, United States, one of the largest and most spectacular meteorites ever discovered was unearthed, weighing an astonishing 630 kilograms. This incredible find was made by Steve Arnold, a passionate meteorite hunter and collector from Kingston, Arkansas. After years of searching and studying, Arnold's persistence paid off in the town of Brenham, Kiowa County, where he located the massive space rock buried 2 meters below the ground. But what makes this discovery so extraordinary is not just its size. It is its composition and beauty. The meteorite has a distinct cone-like shape, embedded with shimmering crystals, set like jewels inside an alloy of iron and nickel. This unique pattern is a signature of certain rare meteorites known as pallasites, which are among the most prized treasures in the world of cosmic collectors. Arnold himself described the find as breathtaking. He said, "From an aesthetic point of view, this meteorite is spectacular. It's the kind of specimen that makes even the most experienced collectors stop in awe." And it's not just beauty, it's value. Experts estimate that this meteorite could be worth over $1 billion. That's right, a rock from outer space, hidden in the Kansas soil for perhaps thousands of years, could become one of the most valuable meteorites ever found on Earth. Arnold hopes that this celestial treasure will eventually find its way to a museum where scientists, students, and the public can marvel at it, or perhaps to a private collector who understands the rarity and significance of such a find. Meteorites like this are far more than collector's items. They are time capsules from the early solar system, carrying within them clues about how planets formed, what materials made up the young universe, and even how life's essential ingredients may have arrived on Earth. Each fragment tells a story, written in cosmic fire and preserved across billions of years. This discovery in Kansas reminds us that our planet is constantly interacting with the cosmos. Pieces of distant worlds, remnants of ancient collisions, and fragments of stars can sometimes be hidden beneath our very feet, waiting for the right moment and the right person to bring them back into the light. So, next time you look up at the night sky, remember,
The universe is not only above us, it is also beneath us, buried in the ground, carrying secrets from beyond the stars. A breakthrough hope that could protect millions of women. For decades, the fight against HIV and AIDS has been one of humanity's greatest medical battles. Despite progress, millions of new infections are reported every year, and among those most vulnerable are women, who face a higher biological risk of infection and in many parts of the world have less power to control the conditions of sexual activity. But now a new line of defense is being developed, something simple, practical, and potentially life-changing, an anti-HIV gel designed specifically to protect women. The alliance behind the discovery, two major pharmaceutical companies, Merck and Bristol-Myers Squibb, are joining forces with the International Partnership for Microcides, a global AIDS prevention organization. Together, they are sharing powerful new compounds that can block HIV at its very first step, before the virus even enters human tissue. In a groundbreaking move, these companies have agreed to provide these compounds free of charge for development. That means researchers worldwide can begin testing and formulating them into creams or gels designed to be applied inside the female body before intercourse. Why this matters so much for women? Unlike men, women are biologically more susceptible to HIV infection. The tissues of the female reproductive tract make it easier for the virus to take hold. On top of that, many women, particularly in vulnerable communities, may not have the power to insist on condom use or to control other aspects of sexual health. This gel could change that. It gives women a discreet, independent way to protect themselves even in situations where condoms are not used. Imagine the impact in regions where HIV spreads rapidly. Imagine the empowerment this brings to millions of women who, for too long, have been left without a choice. How it works. The compounds being tested target the very structures HIV uses to invade human cells. By blocking these pathways, the gel forms an invisible barrier, stopping the virus in its tracks. Researchers are still in the early stages, but because these compounds are relatively easy to produce, the hope is that they can be manufactured cheaply and distributed widely. In fact, the International Partnership for Microcides has set an ambitious goal to make each dose cost as little as 1 US cent per use. 1 cent for a layer of protection that could save a life. The bigger picture is that, of course, the ultimate weapon against HIV would be a vaccine, but after decades of research, creating an effective vaccine remains a daunting scientific challenge. Until that day comes, prevention methods like this gel may be the most powerful tools we have. Experts believe that if such a microcide becomes widely available, it could prevent millions of infections in just the next decade. And unlike many high-tech medical treatments, this solution is simple enough to reach even the poorest communities. A new weapon in the fight against AIDS. Think about what this means. A world where women can quietly and safely protect themselves. A world where the spread of HIV can finally be slowed, not just with education and condoms, but with science that adapts to reality. This isn't just a medical breakthrough. It's a step towards gender equality, empowerment, and survival. For the first time, the fight against HIV is giving women a weapon they can control, a chance to stand on equal ground and protecting their own health. Closing for YouTube. A single dose may cost just 1 cent, but its true value? Measured in lives saved, futures protected, and a world one step closer to ending AIDS. A groundbreaking method to create stem cells without destroying embryos. Imagine this, a medical discovery so powerful, it could one day heal damaged hearts, repair broken bones, or even replace neurons lost in diseases like Parkinson's. This is the promise of stem cell research, a frontier of science that holds the potential to revolutionize medicine as we know it. But there's been one enormous problem. For decades, creating stem cells has often meant destroying human embryos. And that ethical dilemma sparked one of the fiercest debates in modern science and politics. On one side, researchers and doctors saw hope for curing devastating illnesses. On the other, critics feared the destruction of potential life. Now, everything may be about to change. Human embryo stem cells develop into numerous tissue types and may offer cures for diseases and injuries. The breakthrough. Recently, scientists announced 2 groundbreaking methods to create embryonic stem cells without harming the embryos themselves. These methods were first tested successfully in mice, and researchers are optimistic that they could one day be applied to humans. Method 1. Silencing a gene. In the first approach, scientists at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology targeted a gene known as CDX2 in mouse embryos. Why this gene? Because CDX2 controls the development of a layer of cells called the trophectoderm. This layer normally allows the embryo to attach to the uterus and develop into a full organism. By silencing the CDX2 gene, the embryo could no longer implant or grow into a living mouse. But here's the key. Even though it could not survive as a full organism, it still contained healthy, living cells that could be transformed into stem cells. In other words, scientists created embryos that could never become living animals, but could still produce the precious stem cells needed for research in medicine. Method 2. A single-cell extraction. The second method took a different path, using a reproductive technique called pre-implantation genetic diagnosis, or PGD. Here's how it works. From a very early embryo, researchers carefully remove just one single cell. The rest of the embryo remains intact and can continue developing normally if implanted. That single cell, astonishingly, is enough to generate a line of embryonic stem cells. Think about that for a moment. Scientists may now be able to create stem cells capable of becoming neurons, bone, or even beating heart cells without ever destroying an embryo. What makes these cells special? Dr. Young Chung, one of the project leaders, explained it best. The stem cells produced in this way have the ability to become any cell in the human body: nerve cells, bone cells, even heart cells that beat on their own. This means that in the future, doctors could one day repair tissues lost to injury, regenerate organs damaged by disease, or even replace entire systems of failing cells. Science meets ethics. For years, the field of stem cell research has been caught in a storm of ethical and political conflict. In the United States, the Bush administration, strongly aligned with anti-abortion supporters, restricted federal funding for embryonic stem cell research. The core argument? That creating these cells required destroying embryos, an act they equated with taking potential life. But these new techniques may rewrite that debate. If scientists can create embryonic stem cells without harming or destroying embryos, the moral objections that once divided the public could finally be overcome. A hopeful future. The implications are staggering. Imagine treatments where damaged spinal cords are repaired, blindness is reversed, or degenerative diseases like Alzheimer's are slowed or even cured. Stem cells are not just a medical tool. They represent a bridge to the future, a future where healing is no longer about treating symptoms, but about regenerating life itself. And now, thanks to these innovative methods, we may have found a way to pursue that future without the ethical cost that has held us back for so long. Final thoughts. This is more than just a scientific milestone. It's a potential turning point in how humanity views life, healing, and morality in medicine. For the first time, it seems possible to harness the incredible power of stem cells while protecting the embryos that once stood at the center of this debate. The question now is, will we step into this future with courage and wisdom?
Air pollution and the mystery of fewer baby boys. When we think of air pollution, we usually imagine smog-filled skies, coughing lungs, and the threat of disease. But what if I told you that dirty air could actually change the way life itself begins? That in the most polluted places on Earth, fewer baby boys are being born, and more pregnancies are ending in tragedy. A team of scientists from the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil uncovered this shocking connection between polluted air and the balance of life. They studied birth records across different regions between January 2001 and December 2003. In clean, unpolluted areas, the numbers seemed normal. About 51.7% of newborns were boys. But in regions smothered by heavy air pollution, the percentage of boys dropped to just 50.7%. It may not sound like much, but on a population scale, that difference is enormous. It suggests that thousands of boys were simply never born. To dig deeper, researchers turned to the laboratory. They exposed male mice to clean air and polluted air for 4 months, then allowed them to mate with females that had never been exposed. The results were startling. The males that breathed clean air produced offspring at a healthy ratio, 134 males for every 100 females. But the males exposed to polluted air told a very different story. Only 86 males for every 100 females. Why does this happen? The scientists noticed that polluted air seemed to interfere with the ability of sperm to function properly. In some cases, the toxic particles even caused genetic defects. When fertilization did occur, the developing embryo often couldn't survive. Some pregnancies ended before they ever had a chance to reach birth. Jorge Hollock, the lead researcher, proposed 2 possible explanations. The first, polluted air triggers genetic damage in sperm or embryos, making male fetuses especially vulnerable. The second, toxins in polluted air might interfere with the placenta, the vital organ that nourishes the growing baby. If the placenta cannot deliver enough nutrients, the fetus may starve before it can develop. Either way, the results point to a disturbing truth. Air pollution is not just choking our lungs. It may also be reshaping our future generations. Think about it. Every puff of smoke, every cloud of toxic gas doesn't just vanish into any air. It enters our bodies, alters our biology, and may even decide whether a child lives or dies. In polluted cities, the unseen cost is not only measured in hospital visits or early deaths, but in the silent absence of children who were never born. This research reminds us that the fight against pollution is not only about protecting our environment, it's about protecting life itself from the very first moment it begins. So, next time you see a hazy skyline or breathe in exhaust fumes, remember what's at stake is much bigger than a bad cough or a sore throat. It could be the very balance of life, tipping silently in the wind.
Alcohol and your heart, the hidden dangers and surprising benefits. Alcohol. For thousands of years, it has been a companion to celebrations, traditions, and human culture. But behind the laughter of toasts and the warmth of a glass of wine lies a more complex truth. Alcohol does not simply bring joy. It also has profound effects on the human heart and blood vessels, sometimes protective and often dangerously destructive. So, is alcohol a friend or a silent enemy? Let's explore what science has uncovered about alcohol and cardiovascular health. The dark side of alcohol and the heart. Medical studies across the globe show a clear connection. Excessive drinking greatly increases the risk of heart disease and stroke. Both acute intoxication and long-term alcoholism affect blood pressure, and chronic abuse can damage the very muscle of the heart itself. This can lead to high blood pressure, dangerous arrhythmias like atrial fibrillation, and ultimately, heart failure. For heavy drinkers, the heart doesn't beat stronger, it begins to break down. Alcohol and high blood pressure. One of the most striking discoveries comes from a large international study of over 9,000 men and women between the ages of 20 and 59 across 32 countries. Men who drank between 300 to 499 milliliters of alcohol per week, just about 60 milliliters a day, already showed higher blood pressure compared to non-drinkers. Their systolic pressure was up by 2.7 milligrams and diastolic by 1.6 milligrams. For men drinking more than 500 milliliters per week, the numbers rose even higher, 4.6 over 3 milligrams. Women weren't spared either. Those consuming over 300 milliliters weekly had blood pressure increases of 3.9 over 3.1 milligrams compared to women who abstained. The message is clear. The more you drink, the more your blood pressure rises, and with it, the risk of stroke and heart attack. Alcohol and coronary heart disease. But here is where the story gets complicated. Surprisingly, moderate alcohol consumption has been linked to a lower risk of ischemic heart disease and heart attacks. Why? Scientists believe that small amounts of alcohol can reduce fibrinogen levels in the blood, lower platelet activation, and decrease the risk of dangerous blood clots forming in the arteries. This effect is especially notable in red wine, which contains antioxidants like resveratrol. French red wines in particular have been studied for their heart protective properties, leading to what researchers once called the French paradox: low rates of heart disease despite diets rich in fats, possibly thanks to wine. But here's the catch. Moderation is everything. A little alcohol may protect the heart. Too much, and the risk skyrockets. Alcohol and heart rhythm disorders. Heavy drinking can wreak havoc on the rhythm of the heart. Doctors even have a name for it: holiday heart syndrome. This condition refers to sudden episodes of irregular heartbeat, often atrial fibrillation, after periods of heavy drinking, like festivals, parties, or holidays. In fact, among people under 65, alcohol is the leading cause of atrial fibrillation, accounting for nearly 63% of cases. The heart, instead of beating steadily, stumbles into chaos. Alcohol and heart failure. Long-term heavy drinking can directly damage the heart muscle, particularly the left ventricle, leading to alcoholic cardiomyopathy, a condition where the heart weakens and can no longer pump blood effectively. To make matters worse, many alcoholics suffer from nutritional deficiencies, especially a lack of vitamin B1. This deficiency accelerates heart failure, compounding the damage caused by alcohol itself. Alcohol and peripheral blood vessels. Interestingly, not all findings about alcohol are negative. Studies have shown that people who drink moderately may actually have a slightly lower risk of peripheral artery disease, conditions affecting blood vessels in the legs and arms. Compared to non-drinkers, moderate drinkers were found to have only 92% of the risk for such diseases. However, researchers emphasize that the dangers of alcohol, especially when compared to risk factors like smoking, remain far more significant. The double-edged sword. So where does this leave us? On one hand, moderate alcohol use, particularly red wine, can reduce the risk of coronary artery disease by 40 to 70%. It may even protect against Parkinson's disease and age-related cognitive decline. On the other hand, alcohol abuse leads to devastating consequences: high blood pressure, arrhythmias, heart attacks, heart failure, and countless broken lives. Health experts suggest a limit: no more than 21 drinks per week for men and no more than 14 drinks per week for women. But in reality, most people cross these lines without realizing it. The final question. Alcohol is both medicine and poison. A toast can bring joy, comfort, and even protection to the heart, but the same drink, taken in excess, can destroy it. So the real challenge isn't in whether alcohol is good or bad, it's in finding the balance. How do we enjoy life's pleasures while protecting our most vital organ? That perhaps is the ultimate human dilemma, the struggle to live fully, yet wisely.
Ancient wisdom of eating, timeless principles for health and balance. For thousands of years, human beings have understood that food is not just fuel, it is medicine, energy, and balance for both body and mind. In traditional Eastern philosophy, especially in Chinese medicine,
Eating is not only about filling the stomach, it is about harmony. Harmony with time, with nature, and with the inner forces of yin and yang. Today, let's explore some timeless principles of eating that can help us live longer, healthier, and more balanced lives. Number 1, the right time to eat. Ancient wisdom teaches us that our bodies follow the rhythms of nature. During the daytime, when the energy of yang is strong, our bodies are active and digestion works at its best. This is when we should eat more, giving our bodies the fuel to perform. But as the evening arrives and yang declines, it is best to eat less, allowing the body to rest instead of working hard to digest. Just as important as what we eat is when we eat. Having meals at consistent times each day allows our stomach and digestive system to operate smoothly, absorbing nutrients efficiently and keeping us strong. Number 2, balance of the 5 flavors. In Eastern medicine, flavors are not just tastes, they are forces that affect the organs of the body. Sour foods, like plums and pomegranates, help the body retain fluids, reducing excessive sweating or urination. Spicy foods, such as ginger, garlic, onions, and chili, stimulate circulation, warm the body, and move energy. Sweet foods, like honey, rice, and wheat, nourish, strengthen, and bring comfort. Bitter foods, like bitter melon and dried tangerine peel, detoxify, cool the body, and calm the blood. Salty foods, such as seaweed and salt, soften hardness, moisten dryness, and help digestion. When these flavors are combined in harmony, food becomes both delicious and medicinal. But if one flavor dominates too much, imbalance occurs, and the organs may suffer. Number 3, the art of food pairing. Not all foods go well together. The ancients believed that meals should be carefully designed so that ingredients either complement one another or reduce each other's harmful effects. Some foods act as helpers, enhancing the benefits of the main ingredient. Some combinations neutralize toxins or reduce negative side effects. Others should never be paired, as they clash and harm digestion. This principle reminds us that cooking is not just about flavor. It is about creating balance on the plate. Number 4, balancing hot and cold energies. Every food carries an energy. Some are warming, others cooling. Eating the right mix helps regulate the body's yin and yang. For example, when eating spicy, heating foods, you might add cooling vegetables like cabbage, bamboo shoots, or radish. Meanwhile, when eating cold foods like duck or certain seafoods, adding warming spices like ginger, cinnamon, or pepper restores balance. Even body type matters. Those who feel weak, tired, or yin deficient should eat nourishing foods such as honey, sesame, dairy, fish, and green vegetables. Those with yang deficiency, often feeling cold and sluggish, may benefit from warming meats like lamb or venison. Number 5, eating with the seasons. Nature provides what our bodies need at the right time of year, if only we listen. In spring, yang energy rises. It's a time of renewal. Eat fresh herbs, light porridges, and gentle foods to support the liver. Avoid overly sour foods and prefer sweet, mild flavors. In summer, heat and humidity can weaken digestion. To stay cool and nourished, eat fruits like watermelon, mung beans, and plums. Avoid greasy, heavy foods, and do not overload on ice-cold drinks, which can harm the stomach and cause cramps or diarrhea. In autumn, the air becomes dry. This is the season for moistening foods like pears, honey, and sesame to protect the lungs and throat. In winter, cold dominates. The body needs warmth and strength. Protein-rich foods and warming spices like garlic, ginger, and chili become essential. But moderation is key. Too much heavy food can trap the body's energy and cause illness. a timeless message. From timing and flavors to balance and seasonal choices, all these ancient principles of eating all point to one truth. Health begins with harmony. Food is more than calories. It is energy, medicine, and balance between the forces of nature and the human body.
Are alien encounters just powerful illusions? For decades, thousands of people around the world have sworn that they've come face to face with extraterrestrials. Stories of abductions, strange experiments, and eerie night visits have captured the imagination of millions. But what if these experiences never actually happened? What if aliens are not visitors from another galaxy, but creations of the human mind itself? This is the controversial idea presented by Professor Chris French, a psychologist from Goldsmiths, University of London. Alien Tales of Alien Abduction. French studied 19 people who claimed to have been abducted by aliens. Their stories are chillingly detailed. Some say they were dragged out of their beds or even their cars by strange beings. These beings were often described as about 4 feet tall, with long, thin limbs and oversized heads with black, soulless eyes. Others reported even more disturbing experiences. They described being subjected to painful medical examinations aboard alien ships, where bodily samples, even sperm, were allegedly taken against their will. Such accounts have fueled countless books, movies, and conspiracy theories, but French suggests a very different explanation. The science behind the encounters. According to French, many of these so-called encounters can be explained by sleep paralysis. This is a strange state where the brain wakes up before the body does. A person becomes aware of their surroundings, but they cannot move, speak, or even scream. In this terrifying condition, the brain often fills in the blanks with vivid hallucinations. Some people report feeling a heavy presence in the room. Others see shadowy figures, glowing lights, or strange beings standing over them. For those caught in this moment, it feels absolutely real. French explains that around 40% of people will experience sleep paralysis at least once in their lives. For some, it's a brief, eerie episode. For others, it becomes the foundation for lifelong beliefs in alien encounters. But sleep paralysis is only part of the story. Imagination plays a huge role as well. French notes that many individuals who claim alien abduction also report other supernatural experiences, such as seeing ghosts, believing in psychic powers, or possessing healing abilities. In their minds, the boundary between fantasy and reality becomes blurred. As French puts it, some people have imaginations so vivid that what's happening in their minds feels just as real as what's happening in the outside world. This blending of memory, imagination, and fear can turn an ordinary night into an extraordinary tale, one that feels as real as life itself. Psychological mystery. Does this mean that all alien encounters are illusions? Not necessarily. The possibility of life beyond Earth still fascinates scientists and the public alike. But what French's research shows is that our own brains are powerful enough to create experiences that feel indistinguishably real. So, the next time you hear a story of an alien abduction, you might ask yourself, was it really an extraterrestrial encounter? Or was it the mind playing its most powerful trick? Aliens may or may not be out there, but one thing is certain. The greatest mystery of all still lies inside the human mind. Argentina's green energy revolution, turning soybeans into fuel. Imagine a world where farmers don't just grow food, they grow fuel. In Argentina, this vision is becoming reality thanks to one innovative engineer who's using soybeans to fight the rising cost of oil and lead the country toward a cleaner, more sustainable future. Seed, the man behind the innovation. Meet Edmundo de Ferrari, a pioneering engineer based in Buenos Aires. While the world struggles with the skyrocketing price of fossil fuels, de Ferrari has been quietly building an alternative: biodiesel made from soybeans. His process is revolutionary. From just 12 tons of soybeans, he can produce 1,400 liters of biodiesel every single day. That's enough to fill the tanks of 5 large trucks. And here's the brilliant part. The leftover soybean pulp doesn't go to waste, it becomes animal feed, creating a full circle system where nothing is wasted. FMU Capital Philly, a small factory with big potential. In Buenos Aires, de Ferrari now runs a $150,000 facility dedicated to producing this clean energy. But soybeans aren't his only secret weapon. His technology also works with sunflower seeds, castor beans, and palm seeds, as well as producing ethanol from wheat and sugarcane. It's a diversified approach to biofuel, showing that Argentina's farmlands could one day become one of the world's most powerful sources of renewable energy. IBEA Identity Thermecas 2 mission. Now, you might think this is all about profit. After all, producing fuel from crops is big business. But de Ferrari insists his mission goes far beyond money. His goal? To empower farmers. He wants to sell factories like his to small and medium-sized farmers, giving them the ability to produce their own fuel right on their land. Think about what that means. Farmers wouldn't be at the mercy of soaring oil prices. They could cut transportation costs by producing fuel where it's needed. And they would directly reduce pollution by using a cleaner, greener alternative. As de Ferrari explains, we have a big advantage if we do it this way. We consume fuel at the place of production, cutting costs and reducing environmental damage at the same time. The FMU Capital, the numbers that matter. The economics are staggering. Producing 1 liter of soybean biodiesel costs only half as much as traditional diesel. And even better, biodiesel can be blended with regular diesel, so farmers and truck drivers don't have to overhaul their machines. They can simply start mixing, saving money and reducing emissions right away. IFMU Capital, a worldwide impact. Analysts believe that with de Ferrari's efforts and others like him, Argentina could soon adopt biodiesel on a wide scale. This wouldn't just help farmers. It could cool down the oil price crisis that has gripped the nation, giving Argentina both economic relief and environmental progress at the same time. It's a story of innovation, resilience, and forward thinking, how one man's vision could transform not just agriculture, but the entire energy sector of a country. IFMU Capital looking ahead. Argentina has long been known for its fertile soil and massive agricultural output. But if innovators like de Ferrari succeed, the country could become known for something even greater, a leader in the clean energy revolution. By turning crops into fuel, Argentina is showing the world that sustainable solutions don't just belong in science labs. They can be grown in fields, harvested by farmers, and used to power the trucks that keep society moving. IFMU Capital final thoughts. This isn't just about soybeans. It's about a vision for the future, a future where countries aren't chained to oil prices, where farmers are not just food producers, but energy pioneers, and where innovation fuels both progress and sustainability. Argentina's green energy revolution is just beginning, and if it succeeds, the ripple effect could inspire the entire world.
Bill Gates donates $15 million to preserve the history of computers. Imagine a world without computers. No smartphones in your pocket, no internet at your fingertips, no laptops in classrooms or offices. Hard to believe, right? Yet all of these things exist today because of decades of innovation. Tiny sparks of genius from countless inventors, engineers, and visionaries who shaped the digital age. And now, one of the most influential figures of modern technology, Bill Gates, has decided that this legacy must be preserved for generations to come. ILIC, the $15 million gift. Recently, Bill Gates, co-founder of Microsoft and one of the most powerful names in technology, announced a monumental donation, $15 million from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to the Computer History Museum. This isn't just a generous act. It is the largest single donation in the museum's history. The Computer History Museum, founded in 1996, is already the world's largest institution dedicated to chronicling the rise of computing. From massive room-sized mainframes of the 1950s to the smartphones we carry today, it tells the story of how machines transformed from experimental curiosities into the beating heart of our modern world. Why it matters. Technology doesn't just shape gadgets, it shapes lives. The way we work, the way we learn, the way we communicate, even the way we play has been redefined by the computer revolution. Bill Gates himself explained it best. Quote, "The impact of the technology revolution on modern society is immeasurable. It has changed lifestyles, work, education, communication, and even entertainment. Our duty today is to preserve the history of computing, from its invention to its future, so that tomorrow's generations can understand this incredible journey." Close quote. The museum's mission. With Gates's donation, the Computer History Museum plans to expand its exhibitions and launch specialized educational programs. The overall project is estimated to cost $124 million, meaning every contribution counts. But this $15 million pledge is a massive step forward. It ensures that stories of legendary breakthroughs, like the creation of the first microprocessor, the dawn of personal computing, the rise of the internet, and yes, even the founding of Microsoft, will not be forgotten. Preserving the digital revolution. Think about it. Just like ancient civilizations left behind temples, manuscripts, and monuments, our era will leave behind lines of code, circuit boards, and iconic machines like the Apple II, IBM PCs, and the first Windows operating systems. Without a place to collect, preserve, and explain these milestones, future generations might never fully grasp how profoundly computers transformed the human story. The museum's mission is not just about nostalgia, it is about context, helping us understand how far we've come and inspiring the innovators of tomorrow. A legacy beyond technology. Bill Gates has always been a symbol of the digital revolution, from creating software that put a computer on every desk to now funding global health and education initiatives. His work has consistently shaped the modern era. By supporting the preservation of computer history, Bill Gates is reminding us of something profound. Technology isn't just about the next big invention, it's also about honoring the path that brought us here. Because without memory, there is no future. Final thought. The donation of $15 million to the Computer History Museum is more than charity. It's an investment in humanity's collective memory. One day, children will walk through the museum, see the machines that built the digital age, and learn about the dreamers who dared to imagine a connected world. And perhaps, in that moment, a spark of inspiration will ignite, leading to the next great leap in technology. Bill Gates has given us many innovations, but now he has given us something equally precious, the chance to remember.
Can we stop a hurricane? The bold experiment with water-absorbing gel. Imagine a storm so powerful it can flatten cities, uproot forests, and cause billions of dollars in destruction. For centuries, humanity has stood powerless against hurricanes and tropical storms, forces of nature that seem far beyond our control. But what if there was a way to weaken a hurricane? Not with rockets, not with nuclear bombs, but with something as simple as a powder. This was the daring idea of a Florida-based company called Dynomat. In the early 2000s, they announced the creation of a revolutionary material called Dynogel. At first glance, it looked ordinary powder,
But hidden within was an extraordinary power. It could absorb 1,500 times its own weight in water. The concept was bold, almost unbelievable. By releasing this material into the heart of a storm, the powder would instantly soak up massive amounts of moisture, the very fuel that powers a hurricane. By draining the storm of its water, the gel could reduce wind speeds, slow the system, and potentially prevent catastrophic flooding. And the cost, according to its creators, just $8 million could treat an entire storm. An almost laughable price compared to the billions of dollars in damage that hurricanes typically cause. Peter Cordani, the company's director, envisioned a fleet of airplanes called Dino Storm planes, flying directly into storm systems, releasing tons of dino gel, and effectively pulling the life out of the hurricane. And then, in July 2001, something astonishing happened. Just 15 kilometers off the coast of Palm Beach, one of Cordani's aircraft dropped $40,000 worth of dino gel into the forming clouds of a storm. What happened next left even skeptics in awe. Eyewitnesses from an air traffic control tower reported seeing a massive cloud formation rising like a wall. And then, within minutes, it collapsed and disappeared. A weather radar from Miami confirmed it had lost its moisture. In that moment, Cordani believed they had just witnessed the first human attempt at weakening a hurricane and succeeding. The story drew comparisons to Project Storm Fury, a U.S. government experiment that ran from the 1960s to the 1980s. Back then, scientists tried seeding hurricanes with silver iodide crystals in hopes of disrupting their structure. But decades of effort ended with uncertainty, as no one could conclusively prove it worked. Cordani believed times had changed. He declared, "We now have technology that scientists 40 years ago could only dream of." In fact, he claimed dino gel was 1,500 times more effective than older methods like silver iodide or even cement powder, which had been briefly tested for their water-absorbing properties. But not everyone was convinced. Many scientists pushed back hard, warning that the scale of hurricanes is so vast, so immense, that any attempt to control them might be like throwing a cup of sand into a raging ocean. They argued that humanity still underestimates the raw power of tropical storms, and that trying to tame them might be an impossible dream. And so, despite the promising test and the bold claims, dino gel never became a standard weapon against hurricanes. To this day, storms continue to batter coastlines with devastating force, while the dream of stopping them remains just out of reach. Yet the story of dino gel is a reminder of human imagination and persistence, the desire to fight back against nature's most destructive forces. Perhaps one day, science will find a way to weaken hurricanes before they strike. Until then, the question lingers. If we had the chance to stop a storm, should we take it?
Coffee, the blessings and the burdens of the world's favorite drink. For millions of people around the world, the day doesn't truly begin until that first sip of coffee touches their lips. The rich aroma, the warm steam rising from the cup, and the unmistakable bitter taste. Coffee is more than just a drink. It's a ritual, a comfort, and for some, a necessity. But behind this beloved beverage lies a double-edged story. Coffee brings undeniable benefits, yet it also carries hidden risks. Let's explore the blessings and the burdens of the world's favorite drink. The birth of coffee in your cup. Coffee begins its journey as the seed of the Coffea arabica plant, a member of the Rubiaceae family. Once harvested, the beans are roasted, releasing water, nearly 18% of their weight, and transforming natural sugars through caramelization. This process darkens the beans to a deep brown or black and creates the unmistakable aroma that coffee lovers crave. Ground and brewed, it becomes the drink that has captured human imagination for centuries. Today, we even have instant varieties, dissolving completely in hot water, making coffee more accessible than ever. The blessings of coffee. So, why do we love it so much? The answer is simple: caffeine.
Although coffee contains less caffeine by weight than tea, a typical serving of coffee delivers a much stronger stimulant effect because we consume more of it at once. A single small cup can contain 10 to 15 grams of coffee grounds, providing a powerful boost. Caffeine acts directly on the central nervous system. It sharpens mental alertness, reduces fatigue, and enhances concentration. That's why so many people turn to it before starting work or during late-night hours when sleep is the enemy of productivity. A strong black coffee can feel like a lifesaver in those moments. But caffeine does more than keep us awake. It increases muscle activity, enhances endurance, and even amplifies the effects of certain painkillers like paracetamol and aspirin. That's why some over-the-counter medications include caffeine to strengthen their power and counteract drowsiness. Coffee also has surprising nutritional value. Even a simple black cup contains around 12% fat, 12% protein, and 4% minerals. Among those minerals are potassium and magnesium, both essential for maintaining healthy bodily functions. In short, coffee is not only a stimulant, it's also a nutritional beverage, adding to its reputation as one of the most fascinating drinks in human history. But every rose has its thorns, and coffee, for all its pleasures, can also bring harm. Because caffeine stimulates both the nervous system and the heart, it can be dangerous for people with cardiovascular problems or caffeine intolerance. For them, coffee can trigger rapid heartbeat, anxiety, headaches, trembling hands, and even a sense of unease. Fortunately, decaffeinated coffee now exists, allowing people to enjoy the flavor without the risks of caffeine. Another concern is sleep. Caffeine is a natural diuretic and a powerful wakefulness agent, so drinking it late in the evening can rob you of precious rest. Many people find themselves tossing and turning at night after enjoying a cup too close to bedtime. Coffee can also irritate the stomach. Because it stimulates acid production in the stomach lining, drinking it on an empty stomach can harm sensitive digestive systems. For people with gastric problems, skipping breakfast and drinking only coffee in the morning is especially damaging, yet it's a habit many still practice. And finally, caffeine doesn't always play well with medicine. It can interfere with sedatives and reduce their effectiveness, making them less capable of calming the body. For this reason, health experts often recommend avoiding coffee when taking certain medications. A double-edged drink. Coffee is both friend and foe. It sharpens our minds, fuels our bodies, and comforts our souls, but when misused, it can unsettle our hearts, disturb our sleep, and harm our health. So, the next time you hold a steaming cup in your hands, remember this. Coffee is not just a drink, it is a powerful substance. Used wisely, it can be your ally, but taken carelessly, it can be your enemy. In the end, perhaps the secret is balance. Savor its aroma, enjoy its flavor, but always respect its power. That's the true art of living with coffee.
Deadly fish. How to identify poisonous species before it's too late. When we think of poisonous fish, most of us immediately picture the pufferfish. But what if I told you that many common fish, the very ones people eat every day, can also contain deadly toxins? Yes, lurking beneath the shimmering surface of our oceans and rivers are species that can kill with a single bite, a hidden spine, or even the tiny eggs inside their bodies. Today, we'll uncover the shocking truth about poisonous fish, how to recognize them, and most importantly, how to protect yourself and your loved ones. FSISH with poisonous spines. Some fish don't just swim peacefully in the water. They are armed with sharp spines that inject venom. These spines can be found on the dorsal fin, pectoral fins, pelvic fins, and even near the gills. Take the mohfish, also known as the Chinese flower carp. On its back are 12 spines, with the 4th, 5th, and 6th being the longest and deadliest. If one of these pierces your skin, the wound can quickly swell, become infected, and cause unbearable pain.
Fever soon follows, and if the venom spreads deep enough, the consequences can be severe. Other species like sharks, rays, catfish, and boxfish also carry venom in their spines. A sting from a stingray's tail can cause paralysis, drop blood pressure, and in some cases, even death. What's worse, the broken tail spine grows back, making these creatures repeat offenders in nature's arsenal. FISH with deadly eggs. Here's where it gets even more terrifying. Sometimes it's not the spines or flesh that are dangerous, but the eggs. Many cases of fatal fish poisoning come from consuming fish roe. Fish such as pufferfish, houndfish, and certain species of herring and eels carry toxic eggs. These toxins are incredibly resistant. They survive high heat, boiling, and even harsh chemicals. In fact, in Vietnam, entire families have tragically died after eating toxic fish roe. The poison can circulate through the fish's blood as well, making its serum equally dangerous. Let's break down a few notorious examples. Pufferfish, recognizable by its round head, large teeth, and leopard-like skin patterns. Delicious looking, but its eggs and organs are lethal. Herring, though its flesh is considered tasty, its roe and liver are poisonous, especially during spawning season. Eels, both freshwater and saltwater, carry toxins in their blood. Even a small amount of raw eel blood can be fatal. FAISH, poisoned by microorganisms. Sometimes the danger doesn't come from the fish itself, but from invisible invaders. Species like sturgeon and salmon can host Clostridium botulinum, one of the most lethal bacteria known to man. Fish infected with this bacteria are visually indistinguishable from healthy ones. Yet, if consumed, they can cause botulism poisoning, which often leads to death. This problem is especially common in tropical waters, where bacteria thrive in the mucus that coats fish skin. The danger multiplies after the fish dies when bacteria grow rapidly and release even more toxins. This is why proper hygiene and cooking are critical when preparing seafood. FISH with unknown toxins. Science still hasn't solved every mystery of the sea. Some tropical fish are known to be poisonous, but scientists haven't fully identified their toxins. A prime suspect? The tuna. These giants, growing up to 5 meters long and weighing hundreds of kilograms, can sometimes cause poisoning. The culprit is histamine, a compound formed when bacteria break down amino acids in the fish's flesh. For some, eating tuna only causes mild allergies, but for others, it can trigger severe reactions. Even freshwater fish can be dangerous if they consume toxic plants. For example, fish that eat strychnine seeds, a plant containing powerful poison, can pass that toxin on to humans who later eat them. FAISH-SATUI. How to stay safe. So, how can you protect yourself? Always identify the fish species before preparing it. Be especially cautious with unknown or unusual fish. Remove internal organs completely. Never eat roe from species known to carry toxins. Cook fish thoroughly and handle seafood with proper hygiene. And here's an old fisherman's trick. If you're unsure, feed a small piece to a cat or dog first. If they refuse it or show signs of illness, don't eat it. But most importantly, if poisoning occurs, act fast. Induce vomiting if possible, and rush the victim to the nearest medical facility. Every minute matters. Closing. The sea may provide us with delicious meals, but it also hides some of the most deadly traps in nature. Recognizing these poisonous fish could be the difference between life and death. So, the next time you enjoy a seafood dish, remember, what looks tasty on your plate might just be nature's deadliest weapon.
Deadly sea snail venom could hold the key to the ultimate painkiller. Beneath the calm surface of tropical oceans lurks one of the most dangerous creatures on Earth, a predator so small you might never notice it, yet so deadly that even a single drop of its venom can kill.
This is the cone snail, a seemingly harmless marine snail with a beautifully patterned shell. But don't be fooled by its appearance. Hidden inside its shell is a harpoon-like tooth loaded with a cocktail of venom powerful enough to paralyze or even kill a human in minutes. Experts estimate that cone snails are responsible for nearly 30% of known human fatalities from marine envenomation. But here's the astonishing twist. What nature designed as a weapon of death might one day save lives. Recently, scientists have isolated a group of compounds from cone snail venom that could revolutionize modern medicine. These compounds, known as ACV1, are now at the center of groundbreaking research into creating a new type of painkiller. And unlike traditional pain medications, such as morphine or opioids, this new drug could relieve pain without addiction and without many of the dangerous side effects. Researchers at the University of Melbourne, working hand-in-hand with pharmaceutical developers, are testing ACV1 as a treatment for neuropathic pain, the kind of excruciating nerve pain that often accompanies conditions like diabetes, shingles, or even spinal cord injuries. For patients who suffer from chronic nerve pain, this discovery could mean the difference between lifelong suffering and finally finding relief. But the potential doesn't stop there. Professor Bruce Livet, one of the leading scientists in this field, explains that cone snail venom might also unlock treatments for epilepsy and Alzheimer's disease. Imagine a deadly sea creature, once feared for its fatal sting, becoming the source of a breakthrough therapy for some of humanity's most devastating illnesses. And here's why this is so extraordinary. Most painkillers we use today come with a cost. Morphine and opioids are highly addictive, leading to dependency and devastating social consequences. Other drugs can cause harmful side effects, from stomach ulcers to organ damage. But ACV1, derived from nature's own design, works differently. It targets the nervous system in a precise way, calming nerve signals without causing euphoria or addiction. Think about the irony here. A snail no bigger than your thumb, moving slowly along the ocean floor, hides within its body one of the most sophisticated chemical arsenals in the natural world. What it uses to paralyze its prey may soon become one of medicine's most powerful tools for healing. This story is a reminder of the hidden wisdom in nature. The ocean, vast and mysterious, continues to reveal secrets that could transform our future. From coral reefs that inspire cancer treatments to deep-sea creatures that glow with bioluminescent light for medical imaging, every discovery challenges us to look deeper. The cone snail is a deadly assassin, but thanks to science, it may also be humanity's unlikely ally in the battle against pain and disease. The next time you see the delicate spiral of a seashell, remember, inside it may lie the blueprint for a medical revolution.
Did earthquakes destroy ancient civilizations? Throughout history, entire civilizations have risen, flourished, and then mysteriously vanished. Ancient cities like Troy, Mycenae, and Knossos, once powerful centers of culture and trade, are now reduced to ruins and legends. For centuries, scholars have debated what force was strong enough to bring down such mighty civilizations. Until recently, the leading theory pointed to human invaders, the mysterious sea peoples who supposedly swept through the Mediterranean around 1200 BC, destroying city after city. But now, scientists are considering an even more powerful suspect, the Earth itself. Earthquakes, the silent destroyers. At a meeting of the American Geophysical Union, Professor Amos Knorr of Stanford University presented a bold idea. Massive seismic events may have been responsible for the collapse of many great civilizations. According to Noor, massive seismic events could explain why so many cities in the eastern Mediterranean, including Troy, Mycenae, and Knossos, suddenly disappeared between 1225 and 1175 BC. Entire societies may have been shaken to the ground, their infrastructure destroyed, and their people scattered, leaving behind nothing but myths and ruins. Beyond the Mediterranean. This theory doesn't stop with Troy and the Greek world. Other scientists argue that earthquakes may have wiped out civilizations across the globe. Take the Harappan civilization of the Indus Valley. After thriving for over 2,000 years, this sophisticated society mysteriously collapsed around 1900 BC. Explanations range from shifting trade routes to Aryan invasions. But Noor and his colleague Prasad suggest another cause. Earthquakes near the India-Pakistan border may have shifted the Earth's crust, diverting a major river. Without the river's water, agriculture failed, floods ravaged the land, and cities were swallowed by mud. And what about the Maya of Central America? Two great cultural centers, Quirigua in modern Guatemala and Benque Viejo in Belize, suddenly fell silent in the late 9th century. According to geophysicist Robert Kovach, earthquakes could once again be the hidden culprit, leveling temples, toppling cities, and plunging a mighty civilization into decline. But here's the difficulty: proving it. Thousands of years have passed since these disasters. The Earth has healed its scars. Fault lines shift, landscapes change, and physical evidence vanishes beneath soil and stone. But modern science may finally give us answers. With advanced seismographic technology and careful analysis of ancient records, researchers believe they can uncover whether earthquakes truly played a central role in shaping human history. A fragile world. If true, this theory is a chilling reminder. Civilizations are not only threatened by war, famine, or politics. Sometimes, the very ground beneath us decides our fate. One massive tremor can erase centuries of progress in a single, terrifying moment. So the question remains, were the lost civilizations of Troy, Harappa, and the Maya victims of human conquest or victims of the Earth itself? What do you think? Were earthquakes the true force behind these ancient collapses, or is there more to the story? Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more mysteries of history and science.
Eat smart, think smarter. The secret foods that boost your brain and IQ. Have you ever wondered why some people always seem so sharp, full of energy and quick-witted, while others struggle with focus and memory? Of course, part of it comes from genetics. But here's the real secret. What you eat every single day has a powerful influence on your brain, your memory, and even your IQ. Yes, your daily meals don't just fuel your body. They shape your intelligence, your creativity, and your ability to think clearly. Today, let's explore the fascinating science of food for the brain. Brain hack number 1. A healthy brain starts with a healthy heart. Neuroscientists have discovered a simple truth. Whatever is good for your heart is also good for your brain. Think about this. Your brain only makes up about 2% of your body weight, yet it consumes over 20% of your oxygen supply. That's massive. And where does this oxygen come from? From your heart, pumping blood straight to your command center. So, if your heart isn't healthy, your brain will suffer too. One of the biggest culprits here is cholesterol. High cholesterol blocks blood flow, starves the brain of oxygen, and slows down your thinking. But the solution is simple. Eat your greens. Leafy vegetables help reduce cholesterol, keep your blood vessels clear, and allow oxygen to flow freely. Not only will this keep your brain sharp, but it also keeps your body slim and your digestion strong. Brain hack number 2, quick thinking and mental agility. Now let's talk about speed. Every movement you make, every thought that flashes through your mind depends on signals racing between brain cells. These signals are like lightning bolts. The faster they travel, the quicker and more agile you become in both thought and action. But here's the catch. For these signals to move smoothly, the membranes of your brain cells need proper nourishment. And what do they crave most? Fat. Not just any fat, but the right kind. You see, while our diets are often full of omega-6 fatty acids from cooking oils, fried foods, and stir-fries, we are severely lacking in omega-3 fatty acids. And omega-3 is the real brain booster. Where do you find it? In cold water fish, salmon, mackerel, sardines. They're like superfuel for your neurons. Eat these regularly, and your thoughts will become sharper, your body quicker, and your reactions faster. But what about intelligence itself? The ability to learn, to remember, to make smart decisions. At the core of this ability are 2 processes: learning and memory. Every day, your brain builds connections and strengthens them. And to keep this machinery working at its best, it needs the vitamin Bs. These vitamins are like spark plugs, helping neurons communicate, reinforcing memory, and giving you clarity of thought. Without them, memory can fade, and learning slows. So where do you find these vital brain vitamins? Look no further than everyday foods. Quail eggs, chicken, duck, liver, and soybeans. These humble ingredients can actually supercharge your mind. Final thoughts. So the formula is clear. Keep your heart healthy with leafy greens, sharpen your reflexes with omega-3 rich fish, strengthen your memory with vitamin B-packed foods. If you treat your brain like royalty, it will reward you with intelligence, creativity, and focus beyond your imagination. Remember this, the smartest version of yourself isn't hidden in books or locked inside your DNA. It's waiting at your dinner table. So the next time you pick up your fork, ask yourself, am I eating for energy or am I eating for genius? If you enjoyed this journey into the science of brain foods, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more fascinating explorations into the secrets of human potential.
Einstein's email habit, before email existed. Imagine opening your inbox. Some messages you reply to instantly, others you leave for later, and some, well, they'll probably never get a response. Now, here's the surprising part. This is exactly how Albert Einstein, the genius of relativity, managed his letters more than a century ago. Yes, before email, before instant messaging, before social media, there was the art of letter writing. And for great minds like Einstein and Charles Darwin, their letters were more than just casual notes. They were the lifeblood of scientific exchange, debate, and discovery. A mountain of mail. Einstein's mailbox was overwhelming. Throughout his life, he received over 16,000 letters and sent out more than 14,500 responses. But here's the catch. He only replied to about 1/4 of what he received. Charles Darwin faced a similar flood. He wrote more than 7,500 letters, but replied to only about 32% of the nearly 6,500 letters sent his way. To put it simply, even the greatest scientific minds in history
had more correspondence than they could possibly handle. Patterns of reply. But here's where it gets fascinating. A modern analysis of their letters shows a pattern almost identical to how we reply to emails today. More than half of their replies, 53% for Einstein, 63% for Darwin, came within just 10 days. Quick, efficient, timely. But sometimes weeks, months, or even years would go by before they wrote back. In fact, Einstein once began a letter by apologizing, explaining that he had just discovered the note more than a year after it had arrived. Picture him buried under a mountain of letters, finally unearthing one long forgotten. Sound familiar? That's basically the 20th century version of finding an old email buried under promotions, spam, and endless notifications. The math of communication. What's astonishing is that the mathematics of communication, the rhythm of fast and slow replies, remains the same across centuries. Whether it's handwritten letters or digital emails, there is no single average response time. Instead, replies cluster into bursts of quick answers followed by long silences. João Gama Oliveira from the University of Aveiro in Portugal, who studied these patterns, put it perfectly. In both email today and letters of the past, most replies happen quickly, but some take a very long time. In other words, the human behavior behind communication hasn't changed, only the medium has. But intelligent exchange. But make no mistake, Einstein and Darwin weren't careless about their correspondence. Quite the opposite. They understood that letters were more than personal communication. They were tools of collaboration, vehicles for exchanging groundbreaking ideas, and threads that tied together the scientific community of their time. Their prompt replies to many letters suggest they prioritized conversations they believed were intellectually important, and in doing so, they built networks of thought that helped shape modern science. A lesson for us today. So, the next time you feel guilty about your messy inbox or about the email you've left unanswered for months, remember this: Einstein did it too. Darwin too. They lived with towering piles of unread messages, postponed replies, and the occasional rediscovery of a long-lost letter. What mattered wasn't answering everything, it was answering the right things. And perhaps that's a lesson for all of us. In the digital age, that while technology has changed, human communication, our habits, our delays, our priorities, remain timeless. Because at the end of the day, even Albert Einstein managed his inbox, just like you.
Gossip in ancient Egypt. Secrets, scandals, and hidden stories from 5,000 years ago. Imagine walking through the grand halls of ancient Egypt. You see the towering pyramids, the golden thrones, the sacred temples. But behind all that splendor, there was something surprisingly familiar: gossip. Yes, even 5,000 years ago, the Egyptians whispered about royal scandals, missing bodies, forbidden love, and secret power struggles. One text describes a nameless king who frequently visited the home of one of his generals at night. And in that house, there was no wife. The repeated mention of this detail strongly suggests a same-sex relationship between the king and his general. But was this shocking to the Egyptians? Not necessarily. What may have mattered more was that the general filled in his duty to produce heirs for his family. Gossip through art. Ancient gossip wasn't just written, it was also drawn. Near the temple of the famous Queen Hatshepsut, who boldly declared herself pharaoh, builders left behind something unusual. These sketched scenes suggesting her intimate relationship with her close advisor Senenmut. Just how close were they? That remains a mystery. But the fact that workers doodled these images during their breaks tells us they were certainly giggling about it, just like modern construction workers swapping stories over lunch. Missing bodies and dark secrets.
Gossip wasn't limited to romance. Even the dead were part of the conversation. Take the case of Queen Hetepheres. Her tomb was found perfectly sealed, filled with treasures, yet her body was missing. What happened to it? Was it stolen, misplaced, or deliberately hidden? The workers of the time likely knew more than they admitted, but nobody wanted to tell the king. And then there were the royal wives, the queens, the concubines, the women of the harem. Records show they schemed behind the scenes, plotting to place their own sons on the throne. In one infamous case, the great pharaoh Ramses III was assassinated in a conspiracy led by his own wives. But the plot was uncovered when eavesdropping workers exposed their secret conversations. It was gossip that toppled the conspiracy. Why gossip mattered. Lisa Schwappbach-Shirreff, an Egyptologist at the Rosicrucian Egyptian Museum in California, explains that gossip reveals something deeper, what people really cared about. In a society where writing was considered sacred truth, embarrassing details were rarely written officially. That's why these hidden fragments, casual notes, playful drawings, whispered stories are so valuable. They show us the human side of history, that kings and queens, for all their divine titles, were not so different from us. They were subjects of rumors, jokes, scandals, and even ridicule. So the next time you hear gossip about a celebrity, a politician, or even just a neighbor, remember this: humans have always been fascinated by the private lives of others. From ancient workers sketching scandalous doodles on temple walls to people today scrolling through social media, gossip is a timeless part of what it means to be human. Behind the golden masks and grand temples, ancient Egypt was not just a civilization of gods and pharaohs, it was a society of people who whispered, laughed, and gossiped just like us. What do you think? Were the ancient Egyptians more open-minded about love and scandal than we are today? Leave your thoughts in the comments.
Half of the world's coral reefs could vanish in just 40 years. Imagine standing on a tropical island, gazing into crystal clear waters. Beneath the surface, a kaleidoscope of colors dances before your eyes. Vibrant corals, shimmering fish, and ecosystems that have been thriving for millions of years. Now, imagine this breathtaking world gone. According to a recent warning from the Global Conservation Union, nearly half of the planet's coral reefs could disappear within the next 40 years. The silent crisis beneath the waves. Coral reefs are often called the rainforests of the sea. They cover less than 1% of the ocean floor, yet they support over 25% of all marine life. From tiny plankton to giant sea turtles, entire ecosystems depend on them. But today, these reefs face a deadly threat: rising global temperatures. When the ocean warms, corals lose the microscopic algae that not only feed them, but also give them their spectacular colors. Without these algae, corals starve. They turn ghostly white in a process known as coral bleaching, and if the stress continues, they die. A grim timeline. The report states, already, 20% of the world's coral reefs have been destroyed. Another 30% are in critical danger and could vanish within decades if no action is taken. Within the next 40 to 50 years, half of all coral reefs might simply cease to exist. This isn't just about beauty, it's about survival. Reefs protect coastlines from storms, provide food and income for millions of people, and are vital to maintaining life in our oceans. Losing them would set off a chain reaction across the globe. The driving force is climate change. At the heart of this crisis is global warming.
Human activities are releasing massive amounts of greenhouse gases, heating the atmosphere and, in turn, the oceans. The ocean absorbs 90% of that excess heat, and coral reefs are paying the ultimate price. Every degree of warming makes survival harder. Every heat wave, every rise in temperature pushes reefs closer to the tipping point. Is there hope? Yes, but only if we act now. Scientists and conservationists insist that we must reduce greenhouse gas emissions, protect marine areas from overfishing and pollution, and support reef restoration projects, where scientists grow healthy corals and replant them in damaged reefs. If urgent steps are taken, we can still give coral reefs a fighting chance. Without action, the oceans of the future may be silent, colorless graveyards. Final thoughts. Coral reefs have survived for millions of years. They've endured storms, predators, and even ice ages. But they may not survive us unless we change. So the question is, what kind of ocean will we leave for the next generation? One filled with vibrant life and color, or one where the memory of coral reefs exists only in photographs and stories? The clock is ticking, the oceans are calling, and the future of coral reefs depends on the choices we make today. If this message moved you, hit like, share this video to raise awareness, and subscribe for more eye-opening stories about our planet. Together, we can be the voice for those who cannot speak, the oceans, and the life within them.
How a tiny snow flea could revolutionize organ transplantation. When you think of medical breakthroughs, you might imagine futuristic machines, cutting-edge laboratories, or powerful new medicines. But sometimes, the secrets of science hide in the most unexpected places. This time, that secret belongs to a tiny, almost invisible creature, the snow flea. Also called the springtail for its incredible jumping ability, this insect-like creature thrives in conditions where almost nothing else can survive. While most living things would freeze to death in snow and ice, the snow flea has evolved a remarkable trick. It produces a natural anti-freeze protein that prevents its body from freezing solid. And now, scientists believe this very protein could transform the future of organ transplantation. Here's why. When doctors remove a human organ for transplant, time becomes the greatest enemy. Hearts, kidneys, and livers must be kept just above freezing, cold enough to slow decay, but warm enough to prevent ice crystals from destroying the tissue. This delicate balance means doctors have only a short window, sometimes just a few hours, to transport and implant the organ before it becomes unusable. But what if we could safely store organs at much lower temperatures? What if we could stop the clock, giving surgeons and patients more time, more safety, and more chances at life? This is where the snow flea enters the story. Laurie Graham, a researcher at Queen's University in Ontario, Canada, and her team have successfully isolated the anti-freeze proteins that snow fleas produce. These proteins work by binding to ice crystals as they form, stopping them from growing and preventing cells from rupturing. In other words, they protect living tissue from freezing damage. Applied to human medicine, this could allow organs to be preserved at colder temperatures without risk. Imagine an organ that could last not just a few hours outside the body, but days or even weeks, waiting safely for the right patient.
It could completely change the logistics of global organ transplantation, saving countless lives. And the potential doesn't stop there. The same protein could one day be used in agriculture to help crops resist frost damage, or even in the food industry to prevent the unpleasant crystallization that happens in frozen products. But perhaps the most astonishing part of this story is how ordinary the snow flea seems. Barely a few millimeters long, with a tail-like appendage that lets it leap hundreds of times its body size. It spends its winters hopping across snowy mountain slopes. To most of us, it's just another tiny insect in the cold. To science, it may be the key to a future where no donated organ ever goes to waste. So the next time you see snowflakes falling, remember, hidden in that frozen world may be some of the greatest medical secrets still waiting to be discovered.
How baby mammoths survived the Ice Age, nursed for 4 years on super milk. Imagine standing on the frozen tundra of Siberia, thousands of years ago. The winds cut like knives, the snow is endless, and survival is a daily battle. Yet in this icy wilderness, massive woolly mammoths once roamed, majestic creatures with curved tusks and shaggy coats built for the cold. But hidden within their story lies a fascinating secret. Baby mammoths were nursed by their mothers for more than 4 years, sometimes even up to 6. And without this long, nourishing bond, these Ice Age giants may not have survived at all. Baby. A mother's burden. Raising a baby mammoth was no small task. A mother had to provide not just warmth, protection, and guidance, but also an enormous supply of milk. This milk wasn't ordinary. It was packed with fat and calories, specially designed to fuel the growth of a calf living in one of the harshest climates on Earth. Scientists now know this because of an extraordinary discovery: the tusks of a young mammoth preserved for thousands of years in the permafrost. Scientists hidden in tusks. Tusks, like tree rings, record the history of an animal's life. Each day, a new layer of ivory forms, capturing chemical traces of what the mammoth ate, how healthy it was, and even whether it was still nursing. Researchers from the University of Michigan, led by Adam Rountree and Daniel Fisher, carefully examined one such tusk found on Wrangel Island in northeastern Siberia. Unlike most fossils, this tusk was nearly intact, with its pointed tip preserved, a rare treasure, since that's where the earliest life records are stored. By analyzing nitrogen and carbon levels in the tusk's layers, the scientists could tell whether the calf was living on its mother's milk or eating solid plants. Milk, rich in nitrogen but low in carbon, leaves a chemical fingerprint that is unmistakable. And what they found was remarkable. The baby mammoth was still being weaned after at least 4 years, with evidence suggesting it might have continued nursing for more than 6. Animals to modern elephants. This long nursing period mirrors and even exceeds the habits of modern elephants. Today, African elephants typically nurse their calves for around 5 years. Just like their ancient cousins, elephant mothers provide high-fat milk to ensure steady growth during the vulnerable early years of life. For mammoths, though, the stakes were even higher. Arctic winters could strip the land bare, leaving little food. Without the high-calorie milk from their mothers, young mammoths simply would not have survived. Survival against the odds. For at least the first 3 years of life, a mammoth calf depended almost entirely on its mother's milk.
This wasn't just nutrition, it was survival fuel. The fat reserves passed down through milk allowed the calf to build strength and endure long stretches of cold and scarcity. But it also meant that mammoth mothers bore a heavy burden. To nurse for so long, they needed to store vast reserves of fat and protein themselves. This incredible energy investment highlights how essential motherhood was to the continuation of the species. Why this matters? This research doesn't just tell us about mammoths. It helps us see them as living creatures, not just skeletons in museums. We now understand how they lived, how they raised their young, and how their survival strategies compared to elephants today. As Professor Larry Eigenbrod pointed out, studies like these give us a completely new way to reconstruct the lives and deaths of these Ice Age giants. And the closer we compare them to modern elephants, the clearer the picture becomes. The mammoth's struggle for survival wasn't so different from the struggles of elephants today. The legacy of the mammoth. The tusks of a baby mammoth, silent for thousands of years, have now spoken. They tell a story of endurance, maternal sacrifice, and survival against impossible odds. So the next time you picture a woolly mammoth trudging through the snow, imagine the tiny calf by her side, relying on her for warmth, guidance, and, for years, the life-giving milk that allowed these magnificent beasts to grow strong enough to face the Ice Age. Because in the frozen north, survival wasn't about strength alone. It was about mothers, milk, and the unbreakable bond that carried mammoths through the cold.
How cabbage could help protect you from lung cancer. Lung cancer is one of the deadliest diseases in the world. Every year, it claims millions of lives, and in countries like the United Kingdom alone, more than 33,000 people die annually from this silent killer. But what if something as simple as eating a common vegetable could lower your risk? That's right. Cabbage, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and other cruciferous vegetables may hold a hidden power against lung cancer. How cabbage could help protect you from lung cancer. Lung cancer is one of the deadliest diseases in the world. Every year, it claims millions of lives. And in countries like the United Kingdom alone, more than 33,000 people die annually from this silent killer. But what if something as simple as eating a common vegetable could lower your risk? That's right. Cabbage, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and other cruciferous vegetables may hold a hidden power against lung cancer. The surprising link between cabbage and lung cancer. For a long time, scientists have known that cruciferous vegetables contain compounds that seem to reduce cancer risk, but the exact mechanism, how they work, remained a mystery. Now, researchers from the International Agency for Research on Cancer, based in Lyon, France, have uncovered fascinating evidence. Their study suggests that eating cabbage at least once a week can significantly lower the risk of developing lung cancer, especially in people who carry certain genetic traits. The role of genetics. The key lies in two genes, GSTM1 and GSTT1. Normally, these genes help the body eliminate toxins, but in some people, these genes exist in what scientists call inactive forms. Here's the interesting part. When these genes are inactive, the body actually holds on to a group of cancer-fighting compounds found in cruciferous vegetables. These compounds are called isothiocyanates, powerful natural chemicals that can protect cells from becoming cancerous. If your GSTM1 or GSTT1 genes are active, your body quickly flushes out these compounds. But if they are inactive, the isothiocyanates stay longer, protecting your lungs. The study and its findings.
To uncover this connection, scientists studied more than 2,100 lung cancer patients and over 2,100 healthy individuals from countries like Poland, Slovakia, the Czech Republic, Romania, Russia, and Hungary, regions where cabbage and other cruciferous vegetables are a regular part of the diet. The results were striking. People with only the GSTM1 inactive gene saw their risk of lung cancer drop by 33% if they ate cabbage at least once a week. Those with only the GSTT1 inactive gene experienced a 37% reduction. But the most dramatic effect was in the 10% of people who had both genes inactive. Their lung cancer risk was reduced by a remarkable 70%. This is a clear sign that genetics and diet work hand in hand to shape our health. A word of caution: smoking still dominates. However, researchers warn that this protective effect has its limits. Smoking remains the #1 cause of lung cancer. Smokers are 20 times more likely to develop the disease compared to non-smokers. Eating cabbage and other cruciferous vegetables can cut that risk in half, but even then, smokers remain in a very high-risk group. The message is clear. While a diet rich in cruciferous vegetables can help, the most powerful step anyone can take to protect themselves is to quit smoking. Why this discovery matters? This research is groundbreaking because it shows how simple dietary choices can influence serious diseases. Imagine being able to lower your cancer risk just by adding cabbage, broccoli, or Brussels sprouts to your weekly meals. Professor Stephen Spiro of the British Lung Institute called the study very exciting, and researchers plan to continue exploring just how powerful cruciferous vegetables might be in cancer prevention. For now, one thing is certain: nature has given us tools to protect ourselves, and cabbage may be one of the simplest, cheapest, and most accessible ways to defend against one of the world's deadliest diseases.
How smoking and drinking together can lower your intelligence. We often hear about the dangers of smoking. We know the risks of heavy drinking, but what happens when the two collide? When cigarettes and alcohol become constant companions? Scientists now warn that this toxic partnership can do more than just damage your lungs or liver. It may actually reduce your intelligence. A study led by Dr. Jennifer M. Glass from the University of Michigan reveals that people who smoke and drink excessively experience a serious decline in thinking ability. The culprit? The long-term effects of nicotine addiction, which seem to amplify the harm caused by alcohol. Here's what the researchers found. Among people struggling with alcoholism, those who also smoked were at a much higher risk of cognitive decline. In fact, cigarette use showed an even stronger negative connection to IQ and reasoning ability than alcohol itself. This may sound surprising. After all, many smokers report feeling sharper, more alert, or more focused right after lighting a cigarette. But according to Glass, that boost is only temporary. Nicotine provides a short-lived stimulation to the nervous system. Over time, however, the addiction takes a devastating toll, slowing down brain function, impairing memory, and reducing problem-solving skills. To investigate further, the team studied the brain function of 172 individuals, including 103 alcohol-dependent participants. They looked at performance on thinking tests, such as short-term memory tasks, language-based reasoning, and mathematical problem-solving. The results were clear. Those who smoked more than a pack of cigarettes per day and scored high on alcohol risk skills also had the lowest IQ scores. Even more alarming, smoking was found to be a stronger predictor of poor mental performance than alcohol abuse alone. In particular, smokers showed significant decline in verbal reasoning, the very skill we use to communicate, argue, and make sense of the world. So what's behind this destructive effect? Dr. Glass suggests that nicotine may restrict blood flow to the brain, gradually starving it of oxygen and nutrients.
Over time, this chronic restriction could explain the loss of sharpness, clarity, and intelligence observed in heavy smokers. The lesson here is sobering. While either smoking or drinking alone can harm the body, their combination creates a dangerous synergy, one that doesn't just hurt your health, but may also erode your very ability to think.
Indigestion could be a warning sign of something serious. We've all been there. You finish a meal, but instead of feeling satisfied, your stomach feels heavy, bloated, maybe even achy. The food seems to just sit there, unmoving, while a dull discomfort lingers. Most people brush it off, thinking, it's just indigestion, it'll pass. But here's the truth. Sometimes indigestion is harmless. Other times, it can be an early red flag for something much more dangerous. What actually happens during indigestion? Normally, your stomach produces acid to break down food, but if that acid builds up when there's no food to digest, it can irritate the stomach lining, causing burning, discomfort, or pain. On top of that, your stomach lining can also be irritated by certain medications, especially non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs like aspirin, ibuprofen, or diclofenac. These are common pain relievers, but over time, they can quietly damage the stomach. And there's something even more concerning, a bacteria known as Helicobacter pylori. This tiny microbe is one of the leading causes of gastritis and stomach ulcers. Left untreated, it can cause long-term inflammation and in some cases even contribute to the development of stomach cancer. So, who's most at risk? Statistics show that indigestion is more common in men than women, and it tends to appear more often after the age of 40. Certain habits and lifestyle factors increase the risk, such as smoking, heavy alcohol use, chronic stress, a history of stomach ulcers, long-term or high-dose use of painkillers like NSAIDs. So, if you find yourself living with one or more of these risk factors, pay extra attention to what your body is trying to tell you. The dangerous overlap. Here's the tricky part. Sometimes indigestion is caused by simple digestive upset. Other times, it's due to a stomach ulcer. But the symptoms can look exactly the same. To make things even more complicated, stomach cancer can also mimic these same symptoms in its early stages. This is why it's so important not to ignore persistent discomfort. Food, drinks, and patterns. For many people, indigestion happens in episodes, especially after drinking too much alcohol or eating foods high in fat. If symptoms are mild and go away on their own, it's usually nothing to panic about. But when the discomfort lingers, when it keeps coming back, that's when you need to take it seriously. Warning signs you shouldn't ignore. Doctors warn that you should seek medical help quickly if you experience any of the following. Burning pain in the upper abdomen, just below the breastbone, sometimes radiating into the back. Pain that worsens or improves with eating. A persistent loss of appetite. Ongoing nausea or vomiting, especially if you vomit blood or something that looks like coffee grounds. Black tar-like stools. Unexplained rapid weight loss. These are not normal indigestion symptoms. They are alarm signals, your body's way of saying something more serious might be happening. Why early checkups matter. The earlier you consult the doctor, the better your chances of catching problems before they become dangerous. Whether it's an ulcer that needs treatment, a bacterial infection like H. pylori, or something more severe, early diagnosis can save lives. And remember, even if it turns out to be just indigestion, you'll gain peace of mind and maybe discover changes you can make in your diet, lifestyle, or medications to prevent it from happening again. Final thoughts. Indigestion might feel like a minor inconvenience, but sometimes it's the body whispering a warning before things get worse. So, the next time you feel that heavy, uncomfortable, bloated sensation after eating, don't simply ignore it. Pay attention. Track your symptoms, and if they don't go away, or if you notice any of the warning signs we mentioned, see a doctor as soon as possible. Because when it comes to your health, caution is
always better than regret.
Juice your way to a healthier you, the secret to losing weight naturally. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Are you tired of the same old weight loss routines, the endless hours at the gym, and the strict, joyless diets? Well, what if I told you there's a different, more delicious way to shed those extra pounds? Today, we're diving into the incredible world of juicing for weight loss. Inspired by country music star Jamie O'Neal, who lost over 40 pounds using this unique method, we're going to explore how fresh fruit and vegetable juices can transform your body and your relationship with food. So, let's get right into it. The problem with traditional diets. Many of us feel trapped by diet culture. We believe the only way to lose weight is through extreme restriction and punishing workouts. But for someone like Jamie O'Neal, who wasn't a fan of exercise, this approach just wasn't sustainable. That's why she sought the help of naturopathic doctor Larry Rodden, who prescribed a revolutionary solution: juicing. The hardest part of her new routine was simply cleaning the juicer, but the results were undeniable. She successfully shed almost 40 pounds. Now, let's be clear. This isn't about a radical juice-only cleanse. The key is to incorporate healthy, whole foods like carrots, apples, and beets into your diet. By doing this, you'll be surprised to find that you naturally want to eat smaller portions and crave fewer junk foods. Why does juicing actually work? Some people argue that juicing is too high in sugar and too low in fiber for a weight loss diet. But as Dr. Larry points out, that's only true if you're drinking processed boxed juices. Fresh homemade juice is a game changer. It helps you develop a craving for healthy foods, leading to lifelong weight management. Here's how fresh juice helps you lose weight. 1. It helps you shed excess fat. The more fruits and vegetables you consume, the less excess fat your body holds onto. The sad truth is most of us eat fewer than 3 servings of vegetables a day. According to nutritionist Maureen Keene, author of Juicing for Health, some dieters hate vegetables, but often like vegetable juice. And if you replace processed foods with juice, you'll rejuvenate your taste buds, which have been poisoned by salt and food additives. The flavor of natural food is elevated, and you start to crave more healthy foods: vegetable juice, whole fruits, soups, and salads. Once that happens, weight loss is inevitable. It provides nutrients that fight hunger. Many of us eat too quickly and don't chew our food thoroughly, meaning we don't properly digest up to 80% of the nutrients we consume. This nutrient deficiency is a major reason why we feel hungry and crave more food. But fresh juice can save the day. By penetrating the cell walls, it allows vitamins, minerals, and super antioxidants to be absorbed instantly. Your brain senses this influx of nutrients and signals your body to stop searching for food. It's a high-quality, high-efficiency fuel source. Because it lacks fiber, juice allows plant sugars to be absorbed into your small intestine immediately, giving you a quick burst of energy. This rapid absorption also helps build up antioxidants in your tissues, boosting your energy levels and helping you burn more calories. Your juicing questions answered. Should I use boxed vegetable and fruit juice for my diet? Absolutely not. Boxed juices are pasteurized to prevent spoilage, which destroys many of the beneficial nutrients. While some manufacturers add vitamins and minerals back in, many micronutrients cannot be replaced. Always opt for fresh juice. What fruits and vegetables should I juice? The more variety you incorporate, the more health benefits you'll get. Get creative. Mix and match different ingredients like carrots, grapes, apples, pears, tomatoes, bell peppers, and herbs. How long can I store fresh juice in the fridge? You can store fresh juice in an airtight container for up to 24 hours while maintaining its flavor. But for the best results and maximum nutrient retention, it's always best to drink it immediately after juicing. When is the best time to drink juice for weight loss? Whenever you feel hungry between main meals, have a glass of juice. It will satisfy you and keep you from snacking on unhealthy foods. Drinking juice before a main meal can also help you cut about 200 calories from your total intake. And there you have it. Juicing isn't just a trend. It's a powerful tool that can help you reclaim your health and achieve your weight loss goals in a delicious, natural way. If you enjoyed this video and want to see more content like this, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the notification bell so you don't miss out on our next video. Let me know in the comments below what your favorite juice combination is. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
listening to the hidden symphony of the ocean, whales, earthquakes, and the secrets beneath the waves. Imagine standing on the shore, staring out at the endless blue horizon. To the human ear, the ocean may seem calm, almost silent, waves lapping gently, the occasional call of a gull overhead. But deep beneath this surface, the ocean is alive with sound. From the haunting songs of whales to the deep rumble of earthquakes, the sea is a vast concert hall of natural symphonies. And now, for the first time, scientists are unlocking this hidden world of sound. The ocean's stethoscope. American researchers have placed what they call an ocean stethoscope off the coast of California. This isn't science fiction. It's a sophisticated network of underwater microphones designed to listen to the living heartbeat of the ocean. Chris Fox, an oceanographer with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, explains, "There are countless sources of noise in the ocean: whales, dolphins, sperm whales, even the grinding and shifting of Earth itself. By deploying these sensitive devices into deep underwater trenches near Monterey Bay, scientists can now capture every creak, groan, and melody from the sea." From military secrets to science, what makes this project extraordinary is that it marks the first time these devices are being used for purely civilian purposes. In the past, such underwater listening systems were military tools, used to detect the hum of ship engines or the stealthy movements of submarines during the Cold War. But now, they are being repurposed for something far greater, to help us understand life beneath the waves. The voices of giants. One of the most exciting goals of this research is tracking the blue whale, the largest creature ever to live on Earth. These majestic giants are endangered, their survival threatened by ship traffic, climate change, and the destruction of their habitats. By listening to their low, resonant calls, sounds that can travel hundreds of miles through the deep, scientists can follow migration routes, mating behaviors, and population changes. Every song recorded could be a clue that helps save them from extinction. But it's not just the whales. The ocean floor itself speaks. The underwater microphones can detect landslides, shifting tectonic plates, and earthquakes, sometimes occurring thousands of miles away. These sounds may give us new insights into the Earth's restless crust, perhaps even serving as early warning systems for tsunamis or major seismic events. And then there are the mysteries. Strange, unexplained sounds that no one has ever been able to fully identify. Could they be new marine species, or the ocean's own hidden rhythms, waiting to be decoded? A symphony we were never meant to hear. For the first time in history, humanity has the technology to listen, not just to the surface waves, but to the vast, endless orchestra playing below. The ocean has always been a place of mystery, power, and wonder. Now, with these underwater microphones, we are hearing its voice, its whispers, its roars, its songs. It is a reminder that our planet is alive, breathing, and singing in ways we are only just beginning to understand. So what will we discover in the deep? The love songs of whales? The warning growls of shifting Earth? Or perhaps melodies we've never even imagined? The ocean has been singing for millions of years. Finally, at last, we're learning how to listen. So, what do you think lies hidden in the soundscape of the ocean? Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more journeys into the mysteries of our world.
Melting ice, vanishing giants, the polar bears fight for survival. Imagine a world where the frozen Arctic, once endless and white, begins to crack and vanish before our very eyes. Now imagine what that means for one of the most iconic creatures on Earth, the polar bear. Conservationists are raising an urgent alarm. The survival of polar bears is being pushed to the edge as Arctic sea ice melts at a pace humanity has never witnessed
before. Polar bears are not just any animal of the North. They are creatures of the ice. They rely on the frozen seas for everything: hunting, mating, and even long-distance travel. Their primary prey, the ringed seal, lives within this icy world. Without solid sea ice, polar bears cannot wait at seal-breathing holes, cannot ambush their prey, and cannot find the calories they desperately need to survive the brutal Arctic winters. Take away the ice, and you take away their home, their food, and ultimately, their future. That is why major organizations, the Center for Biological Diversity, the Natural Resources Defense Council, and Greenpeace have joined together to demand action. They're calling on the U.S. federal government to list the polar bear as a threatened species under the Endangered Species Act, because without legal protection and swift intervention, these Arctic giants may vanish sooner than we think. Dr. David Shepardson, a scientist from Polar Bears International, has spent years studying these animals in Churchill, Manitoba, the so-called polar bear capital of the world. He explains that polar bears exist only in the Arctic. They cannot simply migrate south. Their entire life cycle is bound to the sea ice. And with seals as their main diet, they are locked into an ecosystem that is disappearing beneath their paws. The shocking numbers. The crisis isn't just theory, it's measurable. In September, a joint report by NASA and the University of Colorado revealed staggering data. Since 1979, Arctic sea ice has declined by 20%. Each year, the ice shrinks by an area of about 166,000 square kilometers. That's the size of the entire U.S. state of Colorado, the 8th largest state in America. Think about that. Every single year, an area of ice the size of Colorado is simply gone. Why this matters? Polar bears are more than a majestic species. They are a living symbol of climate change. Their struggle is a warning to humanity. If these top predators cannot survive the loss of their environment, what does that say about the future of our own species as the planet warms? When we see a starving polar bear wandering on shrinking ice, it is not just an image of one animal's suffering. It is a mirror reflecting what unchecked global warming could mean for life on Earth. The future of the Arctic giants. Time is running out. The fate of polar bears is being decided not in some distant future, but right now. Every ton of carbon we release, every policy we ignore, every delay in climate action pushes them closer to extinction. But there is hope. Protecting polar bears means protecting the Arctic, and protecting the Arctic means protecting the planet's climate system, the ice that regulates temperatures, sea levels, and weather patterns for all of us. The polar bear story isn't just about a single species. It's about the interconnected web of life on Earth. If we let the Arctic giants vanish, what else will we lose? The melting ice is speaking. The question is, will we listen?
Nanobombs, the tiny explosives that could end cancer. Have you ever imagined that the future of medicine might not come in the form of pills or scalpels, but in bombs? Not the kind that destroy cities, but bombs so small you could fit millions of them inside a single drop of water. Bombs designed for one mission only, to hunt down and blow apart cancer cells, while leaving the rest of the body unharmed. This isn't science fiction. It's a breakthrough coming out of the University of Delaware, where researchers are creating what they call nanobombs, a revolutionary new weapon in the fight against cancer. The birth of nanobombs. The story begins with a material that has fascinated scientists for decades: carbon nanotubes. These are tiny, hollow cylinders made entirely of carbon atoms, so small that they're even thinner than a strand of DNA. At first, scientists thought, what if we use these nanotubes as tiny drug delivery systems? Because they're smaller than a single human cell, nanotubes could carry medicine directly into cancer cells with pinpoint precision. Imagine a microscopic syringe delivering treatment exactly where it's needed without damaging healthy tissue. But then something unexpected happened. As the team continued experimenting, they realized nanotubes could be turned into something far more powerful: nanobombs. How a nanobomb works. Picture this: a tiny capsule wrapped in a carbon nanotube filled with therapeutic agents. Once inside the body, it can be triggered under very specific conditions to explode at the cellular level. Now, don't imagine a violent blast. These explosions happen on a microscopic scale, so small that to the patient, it feels no more painful than a tiny pinprick. Yet to a cancer cell, that pinprick is devastating. The nanobomb tears through the tumor cell, destroying it from the inside out. And the best part? Because the explosion is contained in such a tiny space, surrounding healthy cells remain untouched. Why this matters? Traditional cancer treatments like chemotherapy, radiation, or surgery are powerful, but often destructive. They kill cancer cells, yes, but they also damage healthy tissue. The side effects can be brutal: nausea, hair loss, fatigue, pain. Nanobombs change the game. They're targeted, striking only cancer cells; less toxic, minimizing harm to the patient; stronger, delivering a powerful, localized effect; and compatible, able to work alongside surgery or other treatments. Professor Balaji Panchapakasan, who leads the research, explains it best. Quote, "We're focused on attacking the root of cancer with precision and without collateral damage." End quote. From lab to life. To test the concept, the team simulated nanobomb explosions in a solution containing water, salt, and phosphate, basically the same environment found inside the human body. And it worked. The discovery suggests that nanobombs aren't just a laboratory curiosity. They could be safely deployed in real patients one day, especially in the battle against breast cancer, one of the world's most widespread and devastating diseases. The bigger picture of nanomedicine. This breakthrough is part of a much larger revolution: nanotechnology in medicine. Already, nanotech has been used in diagnostics and targeted therapies. But scientists like Panchapakasan believe the future could bring even more astonishing advances. Nanorobots that swim through your bloodstream, performing microsurgeries in places doctors can't reach. Nanoscalpels that can slice away tumors with atomic-level precision. And of course, nanobombs, a weapon so tiny yet so powerful that it could change how we think about cancer forever. Imagine the future. Picture a world where cancer treatment doesn't mean months of suffering, but a single, targeted procedure, where instead of dreading side effects, patients walk away with hope, strength, and their lives intact, where the word cancer no longer carries fear, but the promise of a cure. This is the vision that nanobombs are bringing closer to reality. Final message. The war on cancer has raged for decades. Chemotherapy, radiation, surgery, all powerful weapons, but all with heavy costs. Now, a new army is rising, an invisible army of nanobombs, each one smaller than a cell, each one programmed with a single mission: to wipe out cancer at its core. And perhaps one day soon, these tiny warriors will finally help us win the war.
Natural disasters are becoming more frequent.
Here's why humanity should be worried. Have you ever felt like the Earth is angrier than before? Earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, floods. It seems like natural disasters are happening more often with more devastating force. But is Mother Nature truly changing her mood? Or is there something much bigger at play? Today, we dive deep into the alarming truth. Natural disasters are not just becoming more frequent, they are also becoming deadlier, and much of it has to do with us. A planet under siege. Reports from around the world paint a frightening picture. Earth appears more active, more dangerous, and more unpredictable than at any point in modern history. But scientists warn, nature itself hasn't suddenly changed course. Instead, human actions are amplifying the risks. Urban sprawl in disaster-prone regions, poorly planned infrastructure, deforestation, and climate change have all combined to create a world where natural events strike harder and cause far more damage than before. How disasters kill. Each year, tens of thousands of lives are lost to natural disasters. In one recent year, approximately 61,000 people died. The majority, around 50,000 deaths, came from a single earthquake in Pakistan, measuring 7.6 on the Richter scale. The year before, nearly 60% of global disaster deaths came from one catastrophic event, the Indian Ocean tsunami, which killed more than 230,000 people across multiple countries. And then there's Hurricane Katrina, which slammed into the United States in 2005. It claimed over 1,200 lives and caused an estimated $200 billion in damage, making it the costliest natural disaster in U.S. history. Other tragedies followed. A massive 8.7 magnitude earthquake in Indonesia killed over 1,600 people. Hurricane Stan swept through Central America, leaving over 1,100 dead. Floods, landslides, and storms continue to devastate communities worldwide. Compared to these overwhelming numbers, the yearly death tolls from wars, famines, or epidemics sometimes fade into the background. The alarming rise of disasters. According to the EM Data International Disaster Database, the trend is clear-cut. In 1970, there were only about 78 major natural disasters recorded worldwide. By 2004, that number had skyrocketed to 348 disasters in a single year. In the 1980s, Earth averaged about 100 natural disasters a year. Since the year 2000, the world has faced over 300 disasters annually, 3 times as many as just a few decades ago. But here's what's important. Not all disasters are increasing equally. Geological disasters like earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or landslides remain relatively stable in frequency. Meteorological and hydrological disasters, storms, droughts, hurricanes, floods, are the real culprits behind the surge. Why are disasters increasing? Scientists believe the rise in weather-related disasters is the result of a dangerous combination of natural cycles and human activity. Climate change, rising global temperatures are fueling stronger, more destructive hurricanes and altering rainfall patterns. Oceanic shifts, events like El Niño and La Niña, caused by unusual warming and cooling in the Pacific Ocean, trigger floods, droughts, and superstorms worldwide. Urbanization. As more people settle in floodplains, coastal zones, and earthquake-prone regions, the human cost of disasters rises dramatically. Poorly planned cities act like ticking bombs. A report from the World Bank highlights just how vulnerable humanity has become. In over 160 countries, at least 1/4 of the population lives in areas at high risk of deadly natural disasters. Take Taiwan, for example. With 73% of its land and population exposed to multiple natural hazards, it is one of the most disaster-prone regions on Earth. The future ahead. If current trends continue, scientists warn that natural disasters will not just increase in frequency, they will intensify in strength. The storms of tomorrow could make today's hurricanes look small. The earthquakes of the future could flatten entire cities. And while we cannot control the shifting of tectonic plates or the wrath of the oceans, we can control how vulnerable we make ourselves. Smarter urban planning, climate action, and stronger infrastructure could mean the difference between survival and catastrophe. Conclusion: Earth isn't just angrier by chance. It's reacting to the way we live. The disasters of the future are being shaped today by human choices and human actions. The question is, will we adapt in time, or will we watch as disaster after disaster tear our world apart?
Nosebleeds in the elderly, hidden causes, ancient remedies, and modern treatments. When we think of nosebleeds, many imagine a small inconvenience, just a trickle of blood that can be stopped with a bit of pressure. But for the elderly, a spontaneous nosebleed can sometimes be much more serious, even life-threatening. As we age, our bodies undergo countless changes. The cardiovascular system weakens, tissues and blood vessels shrink and lose their elasticity, and the body's ability to regulate clotting becomes less efficient. These natural processes make older adults far more prone to nosebleeds, often without warning. In medical terms, doctors call this spontaneous epistaxis. Unlike nosebleeds caused by a direct injury, these episodes appear on their own, sometimes linked to hidden health conditions, and sometimes seemingly without cause. Most nosebleeds are harmless and stop on their own, but in severe cases, especially in the elderly, they can lead to dangerous blood loss and require urgent medical care. What's fascinating is that nosebleeds are not just a modern concern. Over 2,500 years ago, in ancient Greece, artwork already depicted people suffering nosebleeds. By 600 BC, great physicians like Hippocrates and the Assyrians were experimenting with the first methods to stop them. They already suspected the truth, that fragile blood vessels deep within the nose could rupture under the right conditions. Why is the nose so vulnerable? The answer lies in its anatomy. The nose is supplied by branches from both the internal and external carotid arteries. Just beneath the thin, delicate nasal lining lies a dense network of tiny blood vessels. In dry weather or under strain, these vessels can easily rupture, causing a sudden rush of bright red blood. The causes vary widely. Sometimes the problem is local: sinus infections, nasal inflammation, tumors, or even something as simple as a foreign object. Other times, it's a sign of systemic illness: measles, influenza, dengue fever, or typhoid fever. Blood disorders, bone marrow failure, leukemia, and platelet deficiency can all contribute. And then there are cardiovascular issues: high blood pressure, kidney disease, or fragile arteries, all common in older adults. Doctors classify nosebleeds into 3 levels. 1. Mild, a small trickle that stops on its own within minutes, leaving the patient otherwise unaffected. 2. Moderate, a continuous flow of bright red blood spilling through the nostrils or down the throat. The patient is still alert, but medical help is advised. 3. Severe, profuse, unstoppable bleeding that can cause shock, collapse, and even death if not treated urgently, often caused by ruptured major arteries. So what should be done? For mild cases, the solution is simple: pinch the nose firmly for 5 minutes. For heavier bleeding, insert a clean cloth or gauze, press firmly, and head to the nearest ear, nose, and throat specialist. Modern medicine has revolutionized treatment. With nasal endoscopy, doctors can locate the exact bleeding point deep inside the nasal cavity and cauterize it within minutes. In advanced hospitals,
Interventional radiology allows doctors to stop even the deepest arterial ruptures by threading instruments through the femoral artery. But the key lies in prevention. Identifying and treating the underlying cause is essential, whether it's controlling blood pressure, managing chronic illnesses, or simply keeping the nasal lining moist in dry climates. Nosebleeds may seem trivial, but in the elderly, they are signals, warnings that something deeper may be happening in the body. From ancient remedies to high-tech modern medicine, humanity has always sought ways to understand and control this surprisingly common condition. So, the next time you hear of an elderly person with a sudden nosebleed, remember, it's more than just a trickle of blood. It's a story written in the body's most delicate vessels, linking thousands of years of medical history with the cutting-edge science of today.
Oil spills, climate change, and the silent death of seabirds in the UK. When we think about oil spills, most of us picture blackened coastlines, struggling fish, or devastated beaches. But there's another victim, silent, fragile, and often overlooked, the seabirds of the United Kingdom. For the first time, scientists from the University of Sheffield have revealed the devastating connection between oil pollution, climate change, and rising seabird mortality, and the results are alarming. The focus, the guillemot. The research led by Professor Tim Birkhead from Sheffield's Department of Animal and Plant Sciences focuses on a seabird called the common guillemot, scientifically known as Uria algae. These birds, found along the cliffs and islands of the UK, are graceful divers, able to plunge into the sea to hunt for fish. They are symbols of Britain's coastal ecosystems. But behind their resilience lies a story of vulnerability. Oil spills, the invisible killer. For decades, oil spills were thought to cause only localized damage. After all, if an oil slick happens hundreds of kilometers away from breeding sites, how could it affect the birds nesting on remote islands? But Birkhead's study shatters that belief. The data shows that oil spills double the mortality rate of adult guillemots, even when the pollution occurs far from where the birds breed. How is this possible? Because guillemots travel vast distances to feed. When they encounter oil, it clings to their feathers, destroying their natural waterproofing. Even a small amount of oil is enough to make them lose body heat, drown, or starve when they can no longer fish effectively. It's a death sentence, delivered silently, far from public view. Climate change, the second threat. But oil isn't the only danger. The study also uncovered a direct link between Arctic warming and increased mortality among guillemots in the UK. As the Arctic heats up, the delicate balance of ocean ecosystems shifts. Fish populations move, food becomes scarce, and seabirds are forced to work harder, fly farther, and risk more to survive. For guillemots, already battling oil pollution, climate change is like a second blow, a 1-2 punch that their populations may not withstand. A study decades in the making. What makes this research so powerful is its depth. Professor Birkhead and his team have been monitoring guillemots on Scomer Island, Wales, since 1972, over 5 decades of patient observation, tracking, and recording. By marking and following individual birds, they could finally prove what conservationists long suspected. Seabird deaths rise sharply after oil spills, and warming oceans amplify the crisis. This is not speculation. It's hard data, built on half a century of science. Why it matters? Seabirds are more than just beautiful creatures on the cliffs. They are indicators of ocean health. When guillemots die, it's not just about one species. It's a warning signal that the oceans themselves are under assault. Oil spills, invisible once the headlines fade, leave scars that ripple through the food chain. And climate change?
relentless and global, magnifies those scars. The bigger picture. If we ignore these findings, we risk more than the loss of seabirds. We risk the unraveling of ecosystems that sustain fisheries, marine diversity, and ultimately human life. But if we listen, if we act on this knowledge, we can begin to change the tide. Stricter oil regulations, faster responses to spills, and urgent climate action are not optional. They are essential. Final thoughts. The story of the Guillemot is not just about birds. It's about the choices we make as a society. Oil spills and climate change are not distant threats. They are here, now, silently taking lives along the cliffs of Wales and beyond. And so the question remains, will we let these voices vanish from our skies, or will we fight to protect them before it's too late?
Paper-thin screens, the future of information you can hold in your hands. Imagine picking up a magazine, and instead of static images on glossy pages, you see moving animations, bright colors, and even interactive buttons right there on paper, as thin as a sheet from your notebook. This is not a scene from a sci-fi movie. It's the vision of a new technology, unveiled by Siemens, the German electronics giant, that could change how we consume information forever. Screens embedded directly into paper. A new revolution in print. For centuries, paper has been the primary medium for knowledge. Books, newspapers, packaging, manuals. But paper has always been silent, unchanging, flat. Now, imagine a paper-thin screen woven seamlessly into a page, capable of displaying vibrant colors and dynamic content. Suddenly, your morning newspaper doesn't just tell you the news, it shows you live updates. A product package doesn't just list ingredients, it explains how to use the product, step by step, in your language of choice. Practical applications. Siemens envisions this technology everywhere. Packaging. Picture a medicine box with a small built-in screen. Instead of trying to read tiny printed instructions, you press the button and the dosage guide appears. Clear, bright, and even translated into multiple languages. Tickets. Imagine concert or sports tickets that don't just grant entry, but flash animations of the show, or even update in real time if schedules change. Electronics. Your new gadget no longer needs a thick instruction manual. The packaging itself becomes your guide, showing visuals of how to set up and use the device. This could transform packaging from something we throw away into something interactive, intelligent, and alive. How does it work? The secret lies in special paper-thin screens powered by printed batteries. Yes, batteries that are not bulky cylinders or rectangles, but ultra-thin, printed directly onto the surface of the paper. These batteries are lightweight, flexible, and designed to last for several months, enough for the lifespan of a package, magazine, or ticket. Of course, there are limitations. These displays aren't meant for fast-moving video. Don't expect to binge-watch your favorite series on a sheet of paper anytime soon. But for simple animations, static images, or interactive text, the technology is already powerful enough to open a new chapter in publishing and packaging. Why it matters? This breakthrough could spark a new revolution in how we interact with everyday objects. Just think about it. Information becomes dynamic, not frozen. Communication becomes personalized, with options for different languages or levels of detail. Design becomes immersive, blending the physical and the digital into one seamless experience. In a world that's racing towards smart devices and digital everything, Siemens has found a way to give even the most ordinary object, a box, a magazine, a ticket, a spark of intelligence. Looking to the future. Imagine a classroom where textbooks have living pages. Students press a button and diagrams animate to explain complex ideas. Imagine product packaging that updates itself with real-time expiration warnings, or emergency guides printed on posters that light up with instructions during a crisis. This is more than just a gadget.
It's a glimpse into a world where the line between print and digital disappears. Final thought. Siemens has shown us that even in the age of smartphones and tablets, paper still has room to evolve. By embedding screens directly into something as ancient and familiar as paper, they've reminded us that innovation isn't always about replacing the old, it's about transforming it into something new. So the next time you pick up a magazine or a box of medicine, don't be surprised if the paper starts talking back. Because the future might just be paper thin.
Passion flower, the ancient herbal secret for calm, sleep, and healing. When stress, anxiety, and sleepless nights creep into our lives, most of us immediately think of modern solutions, pills, supplements, or therapies. But long before pharmaceutical companies existed, nature had already gifted us with a powerful remedy. This remedy is known in Vietnam as Lac Tien, and in the West, it is called passion flower. Scientifically, it carries the name Passiflora foetida, a member of the passion flower family. And for centuries, people across cultures have relied on this climbing plant as a natural sedative, a gentle healer for the mind, and a friend to those struggling with restlessness. In Vietnam, passion flower grows wild along hedges, fields, and abandoned lots. It is a humble plant with many local names: Kai Lak, Kai Long Den, Makka Mat, Long Chau Kwa. But despite its simple appearance, it holds extraordinary healing power. Traditional Vietnamese medicine has long used the leaves and stems of passion flower. When dried, chopped, and brewed into a tea, they act as a natural tranquilizer, soothing nervous tensions, calming the heart, and easing insomnia. Generations of families have passed down recipes where passion flower tea was the go-to remedy for nights of tossing and turning. But the plant's uses go far beyond sleep. According to the Encyclopedia of Chinese Medicine, its fruit, known as Long Chou Kwa or dragon pearl fruit, is sweet, cooling, and detoxifying. It was used to relieve coughs caused by heat in the lungs, reduce swelling and edema, and even treat skin infections by applying its crushed pulp directly to wounds. In Vietnam, the respected Professor Hoang Bao Chau documented its benefits extensively. He described how its leaves, flowers, and stems, when dried, were used to reduce fever, cool the liver, calm the nerves, and fight headaches. Some folk remedies even use passion flower fruit for treating dysentery, while its leaves can be boiled into water to wash away rashes, sores, and stubborn skin conditions. What's fascinating is that this isn't just folk wisdom. Passion flower is also recognized in the French pharmacopoeia, and it has gained popularity across Europe and America as a trusted herbal sedative. Modern research has confirmed what ancient healers already knew. The compounds in passion flower directly affect the central nervous system, creating a calming effect that reduces anxiety, prevents panic, and improves sleep quality. But its magic doesn't stop with the mind. Passion flower also acts on smooth muscles in the body, relaxing spasms in the digestive system and uterus. That means it can help with stomach cramps, menstrual pain, and other conditions linked to tension and contractions. Today, passion flower has found its way into many herbal products, teas, capsules, tinctures, and even medicinal syrups. In both traditional Eastern medicine and modern Western herbalism, it is celebrated as a safe, gentle, and effective natural tranquilizer. So, the next time you struggle with racing thoughts, restless nights, or stress that weighs heavily on your body and mind, remember this simple climbing plant. Passion flower, humble in appearance but extraordinary in power, has been calming hearts and soothing souls for centuries.
Sometimes the answers to modern problems don't lie in cutting-edge science. Sometimes they're rooted in the wisdom of nature, waiting quietly in the leaves of a vine that has been with us all along.
Raising healthy vegetarian kids. The complete nutrition guide every parent needs. Imagine this. One day, your child looks up at you and says, "I don't want to eat meat anymore." For many parents, that moment brings a mix of surprise, curiosity, and maybe even a little worry. Is this just a phase, or will my child be vegetarian for life? And the biggest question of all, will my child get enough nutrition without meat? Don't panic. With the right knowledge and food choices, a vegetarian diet can be not only safe, but incredibly healthy for children. Today, we're diving deep into how to make sure vegetarian kids get all the nutrients they need to grow strong, energetic, and happy. /emphasis vegetarian challenge. Children are in a critical stage of growth. Their brains, bones, and muscles need a steady supply of energy, protein, vitamins, and minerals. Unlike adults, kids can't just skip nutrients and be fine. They need a carefully balanced diet every single day. So, if your child chooses a vegetarian lifestyle, it's up to you to make sure their meals are colorful, diverse, and packed with everything they need. /emphasis fuel for energy, calories, and healthy fats. Kids are bundles of energy. To keep up with their growth and play, they need plenty of calories and fats, the good kind. Here's where you can find them. Peanut butter and nut butters, delicious on bread or fruit. Nuts and seeds like almonds, cashews, sunflower seeds, and pumpkin seeds. Soy products such as tofu or soy yogurt. These foods don't just provide calories, they also supply essential fatty acids that support brain development. /emphasis building blocks. Protein. Protein is the body's building material. It repairs muscles, helps create enzymes, and supports growth. Vegetarian kids can get plenty of protein from beans and lentils, think soups, curries, or bean salads, soy products, tofu, tempeh, soy milk, dairy products, milk, cheese, and yogurt if your child consumes them. Mixing different plant proteins throughout the day ensures kids get all the essential amino acids they need. /emphasis strong bones. Calcium. We often think of milk when we think of calcium, but vegetarians have plenty of other options too. Dairy products, if included, calcium-fortified orange juice, tofu made with calcium sulfate, dark leafy greens like kale, bok choy, and collard greens. These foods help build strong bones and teeth, a must for growing kids. /emphasis iron power, preventing fatigue. Iron is crucial for carrying oxygen through the blood. Without enough iron, children can become tired, pale, and irritable. Vegetarian sources of iron include fortified cereals, beans and lentils, dried fruits like raisins, apricots, and dates. Pro tip, pair iron-rich foods with vitamin C-rich fruits like oranges, strawberries, or bell peppers to boost absorption. /emphasis essential vitamin, B12. Here's the tricky one. Vitamin B12 is mostly found in animal products, so vegetarians need fortified options. Fortified soy milk, fortified breakfast cereals, supplements if recommended by a doctor. B12 is critical for the nervous system and red blood cell production, so don't overlook it. /emphasis the little helper, zinc. Zinc supports the immune system and helps wounds heal. Kids can get it from whole grains, wheat germ, beans and legumes, nuts, and tofu. /emphasis the golden rule, variety. The secret to raising a healthy vegetarian child isn't found in one superfood. It's in variety. The more colorful and diverse the plate, the more likely your child is getting everything they need. /emphasis final thoughts. Supporting your child's decision to go vegetarian can actually strengthen your bond. It's a chance to teach them about nutrition, cooking, and making thoughtful choices about food. With careful planning, vegetarian kids can thrive just as well, sometimes even better, than their meat-eating peers.
So the next time your child says, "I don't want to eat meat anymore," smile. And remember, you now have the tools to make sure their diet is not only compassionate, but complete. Because in the end, raising healthy vegetarian kids is about more than food. It's about nourishing their bodies, their minds, and their values.
Welcome to Sophia Science, the YouTube channel that answers all your questions about the world of science, including science mysteries, aliens. The content of today's video is
The world's first face transplant. Miracle of medicine or human nightmare. The main content in this video includes 12 patients risk everything for the world's first full face transplant. Science versus ethics. Miracle of medicine or dangerous gamble. Hope for a new life or a nightmare that never ends. Now, let's get started. Preparing for the world's first face transplant. Imagine this. One day, you walk up to a mirror, but the reflection staring back is no longer you. A face burned, twisted, scarred beyond recognition. A nightmare thousands of people around the world are forced to live every single day, victims of fire, of accidents, of unimaginable tragedies. But at the intersection of science and human courage, a medical revolution is about to unfold. Very soon, at the Cleveland Clinic in the United States, a team of surgeons is preparing to attempt the first full face transplant in human history. If they succeed, it will rewrite the history of medicine. If they fail, it could become a disaster. 2. The candidates in the shadows. In the coming weeks, 12 people, 5 men and 7 women, will quietly enter the hospital. They are not just patients, they are gamblers of fate. Dr. Maria Simeone, the woman who has devoted her life to this mission, will study them closely. She will watch how they smile, frown, blink, or open their mouths. She will ask, "What do you hope for? What do you fear the most?" And finally, the hardest question of all, are you afraid you might end up wearing someone else's face? This is more than medicine. It cuts deep into the soul of identity. Who am I if the face in the mirror no longer belongs to me? 3. Hope and the shadow of risk. A new face could mean a new life. No more fearful stares from strangers. No more constant pain when scar tissue pulls. No more feeling like a freak trapped in your own body. But the dangers are immense. Rejection. The body may attack the new face, turning it black and lifeless. Drugs for life, powerful medications to prevent rejection, but at the cost of kidney damage and cancer risk. Psychological collapse, waking up with the face of the dead. Would you still recognize yourself? Critics warn, this isn't life-saving. It's not worth the risk. But Dr. Simeone insists, for the disfigured, a new face is not vanity. It is life itself. 4. The science of a second face. The operation will take 8 to 10 hours. The face of a deceased donor, carefully matched in age, sex, and skin tone, will be removed. It will then be placed onto the patient, connected through a web of veins, arteries, and nerves, secured by stitches so fine they are nearly invisible. But the result will not turn the patient into a copy of the donor. Bone, muscle, and unique features remain underneath. The new face will become a biological mask, a strange blend of two people, a face that has never existed before, half familiar, half unknown. 5. The ethical storm. This is not just surgery. It is a global debate. In England and France, projects like this have already been shut down over ethical fears. Questions linger. Would donor families expect to see their loved one alive again in someone else's body? Would patients become prey to the media, losing all privacy? Who decides if a person's suffering is bad enough to gamble their life away? Dr. Simeone admits, if the patients withdraw, then we stop. But if we succeed, we open the door of hope to thousands living in despair. 6. Real lives, real tragedies. One potential candidate is Matthew Teffiteller, 26 years old, a firefighter. A horrific car crash killed his wife and left his face burned to coal black. He survived, but survival meant endless pain. Dozens of skin grafts, dozens of surgeries. Yet his face still terrifies children on the street. Matthew says, "When I look in the mirror, I see a terrible face, but at least I know it's mine. If I wore another man's face, I'm afraid I'd lose myself completely." It is the cruelest choice, to live with the nightmare he knows, or to gamble everything for a chance at a new beginning. 7. Preparing for a historic moment. To reach this point, Dr. Simeone spent more than a year convincing the ethics board. She experimented on animals, on cadavers, even creating bizarre face-swapped lab rats to practice the technique. Now, around a dozen surgeons, from neurosurgeons to psychologists, are gathering for the attempt. One incision, one misplaced stitch, one wrong decision could turn hope into catastrophe. But if they succeed, medicine enters a new era. Inside the cold operating room, under the blinding lights of surgery, Dr. Simeone and her team know they are standing on the thin line between miracle and nightmare. Will the first face transplant in history give someone a new life, or unleash a never-ending horror? The answer still lies ahead.
Welcome to Sophia Science, the YouTube channel that answers all your questions about the world of science, including Science Mysteries Alien.
Scientists discover unique gene driving prostate cancer, a breakthrough in the fight against the silent killer. Imagine if the key to defeating one of the deadliest cancers for men was hidden inside our DNA all along, and now scientists have finally found it. Recently, researchers uncovered a unique set of genes that plays a central role in the development of prostate cancer, a disease that strikes hundreds of thousands of men every year. This discovery has shaken the medical world and could change the way we understand, detect, and treat this devastating illness. A shift in medical understanding. For decades, doctors believed that prostate cancer was caused mainly by random genetic mutations, unpredictable, chaotic events at the cellular level. But this groundbreaking research revealed something different, something far more precise. Instead of random mistakes, prostate cancer seems to arise when specific genes fuse together, creating a dangerous combination that triggers the disease. Dr. Mark Rubin, director of pathology at Boston Central Hospital and a lead scientist on the project, noted that if modern medicine had uncovered this genetic mechanism earlier, countless cases of prostate cancer could have been prevented or treated more effectively. The golden key to a cure. Professor Michael Heinrich of the Oregon Health and Cancer Institute described the discovery as nothing short of astonishing. He called it a golden key that may unlock not only prevention, but also highly targeted treatments. By identifying this genetic fusion, doctors can begin to map the exact origins of prostate cancer. And beyond that, it could inspire new treatments similar to those already being used successfully against breast cancer, where genetic targeting has saved thousands of lives. The numbers are staggering. Each year in the United States alone, more than 232,000 men are diagnosed with prostate cancer. For many families, it feels like a silent epidemic, slow, hidden, but deadly. Now this discovery offers hope. Scientists examined 29 prostate cancer samples and found gene fusions in about 80% of them. By contrast, none of the 50 healthy samples showed these abnormal fusions. The evidence is overwhelming. This genetic signature may be the driving force behind the disease. Towards early detection and better treatments.
Dr. Arul Chennai and his colleagues took the research even further. They confirmed that these fused genes exist only in prostate tissue, making them a potential biological fingerprint for the disease. The next big step? To determine whether these gene fusions can also be detected in blood or urine samples. If that's possible, doctors could one day identify prostate cancer earlier than ever before, long before tumors grow large enough to be dangerous. That means earlier treatment, fewer invasive procedures, and a far greater chance of survival. A new era in cancer research. This isn't just about prostate cancer. It's about rewriting how we understand cancer itself. For too long, cancer has been treated as a random monster. But now we see it may have patterns, signatures, and weaknesses we can exploit. If scientists can track these gene fusions, they can develop personalized treatments, tailor-made for each patient's genetic profile. This is precision medicine at its finest, a future where cancer treatment is smarter, faster, and far more effective. Final thought. Prostate cancer has long been one of the greatest threats to men's health, but with the discovery of this unique genetic fusion, science is one step closer to turning the tide. This is more than just research. It's a lifeline. It's hope for millions of men and their families around the world. Because sometimes the greatest battles in medicine aren't fought in hospitals or operating rooms. They're fought at the microscopic level, inside the very code of life itself. And now for prostate cancer, that code is finally being cracked. What do you think? Will genetics become the ultimate weapon against cancer? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
Selfish chimps, why our closest relatives refuse to share. When we think of chimpanzees, we often imagine playful, intelligent animals, creatures that share more than 98% of their DNA with us. They cooperate in hunting, live in tight-knit groups, and even show complex emotions. But when it comes to altruism, the ability to help others without expecting anything in return, chimpanzees reveal a darker truth. Recent experiments have shown that despite their similarities to humans, chimpanzees appear to be fundamentally selfish. The experiment. To test whether chimpanzees were capable of selfless behavior, researchers led by Professor Joan Silk at the University of California, Los Angeles, designed a clever experiment. Two groups of chimpanzees were placed in separate enclosures. Each chimp had access to a lever. When pulled, the lever could deliver a tray of food, either to themselves or to another chimp waiting on the opposite side. At first, you might expect at least some chimpanzees to choose generosity, especially since they are social animals, known to groom one another, play together, and form alliances. But the results were striking. The chimps almost always pulled the lever to feed themselves. When given the choice between helping a stranger or keeping the reward, they consistently chose the selfish option. The waiting chimp on the other side was left with nothing. What does this mean? This was the first controlled study to demonstrate that chimpanzees lack the kind of altruistic concern that defines humans. Unlike us, who donate blood, volunteer to serve in the military, or risk our lives for strangers, chimps showed little to no interest in the well-being of unrelated individuals. In fact, the researchers noticed something fascinating. The chimpanzees didn't even seem to understand the possibility of giving food away. To them, the only logical choice was to take it for themselves. Meanwhile, the chimps waiting on the other side often gestured or begged as if they realized that their chance of receiving food depended entirely on the other chimp's action. Yet, these signals made no difference. The selfishness prevailed. But aren't chimps cooperative? Yes, chimps do cooperate, but usually for their own benefit. For example, they work together in hunting parties or form alliances within their social groups. But that cooperation is transactional. Each chimp expects a reward or a returned favor. True altruism, the kind where you help someone without expecting anything back, seems to be missing. And this is exactly what separates us, humans, from our closest relatives. Why this matters. This experiment doesn't just tell us about chimpanzees. It tells us about ourselves. Somewhere along our evolutionary journey, humans developed the ability to empathize with strangers and act selflessly. It's why societies exist. It's why people donate to charity, save lives, or sacrifice for the greater good. Chimpanzees may share our DNA, but in this crucial aspect, we are very different. Altruism might just be one of the defining features that makes us human. So next time you watch a chimpanzee at the zoo, grooming its friend or sharing food with an ally, remember, it's not kindness for kindness' sake. It's strategy. And in the harsh world of survival, selfishness still rules.
Summer boost. Why IVF success rates double in the warm season. When it comes to the journey of bringing new life into the world, science and nature often walk hand in hand. And now, researchers have uncovered something fascinating. In vitro fertilization, better known as IVF, appears to be twice as effective in the summer months compared to winter. This remarkable insight comes from statistics gathered by the American Society for Reproductive Medicine. According to their findings, women undergoing IVF treatments during summer not only required fewer fertility drugs to stimulate egg production, but they also showed higher chances of successful fertilization. But why would the season matter? Scientists believe that the secret lies in sunlight. Longer and brighter summer days increase natural exposure to light, which in turn influences hormonal balance in women. These subtle shifts in hormones may create a more favorable environment for conception. Supporting this theory, a study conducted in the United Kingdom compared the IVF cycles of around 160 women. The results were striking. About 16% of women who underwent IVF in the summer became pregnant compared to just 7.5% during the winter months. However, experts caution that timing is not everything. Many women who seek IVF treatment are already at an advanced reproductive age. Waiting too long, just for the sake of summer, may actually reduce overall chances of conception, as fertility naturally declines with age. So, what does this mean for hopeful parents? It suggests that while the warmth and brightness of summer may offer an unexpected biological advantage, medical decisions should always be made with careful guidance from doctors rather than the calendar alone. Still, this discovery shines a light, quite literally, on how deeply connected human reproduction is to the rhythms of nature. The sun that nourishes our planet may also be quietly helping families grow. The Amazon crisis. Deforestation twice as severe as we thought. The Amazon rainforest, often called the lungs of our planet, is disappearing at a rate far worse than we ever imagined. For decades, scientists and environmentalists have warned us about illegal logging, deforestation, and destruction. But now, thanks to modern satellite technology, the true scale of this devastation has finally been revealed. And the truth is shocking. According to a groundbreaking study published in the prestigious journal Science, the Amazon rainforest has been destroyed at twice the previously estimated rate. American scientist Greg Asner from the Carnegie Institution analyzed satellite images from 1999 to 2002. His team discovered that the Amazon was losing between 12,000 and 21,000 square kilometers of forest every single year. That is an area of land so vast, it can only be compared to the size of entire U.S. states. Imagine the entire state of Connecticut gone from the earth every single year. That is the scale of destruction happening silently in the Amazon. For decades, trees in the Amazon have been cut down illegally. Timber mafias, agricultural expansion, and weak enforcement have allowed this silent crisis to unfold. Until now, no one had been able to put an exact number on how much forest was disappearing.
But with the eye of satellites watching from space, the reality can no longer be denied. Today, scientists estimate that as much as 70% of the Amazon has already been destroyed. 70% of the greatest rainforest on Earth gone. The Amazon is not just a jungle. It is one of the most important ecosystems in the world, home to millions of species of plants, animals, and indigenous communities who have lived there for centuries. Its trees absorb carbon dioxide and produce oxygen, helping regulate the global climate. Without the Amazon, the balance of life on Earth will collapse. The consequences are catastrophic. Wildlife extinction. Countless species of birds, mammals, reptiles, and insects are losing their natural habitat. Some may vanish forever before we even discover them. Climate change acceleration. With fewer trees to absorb carbon, greenhouse gases rise, driving global warming even faster. Indigenous displacement. Ancient tribes who depend on the forest for survival are being forced out of their ancestral homes. Ecological collapse. Destroying the Amazon disrupts rainfall patterns, soil fertility, and the very foundation of South America's environment. This is not just about trees. It is about the very survival of our planet's natural systems. The Amazon is our dying lungs. Think of the Amazon as the lungs of Earth. When the lungs collapse, the body cannot survive. When the Amazon collapses, humanity itself faces a future of chaos. This is why scientists, environmentalists, and activists around the world are sounding the alarm, because once the rainforest is gone, it will never return. Final reflection. So, here is the question we must all ask ourselves. How much longer will we allow Earth's greatest rainforest to be destroyed in silence? If we lose the Amazon, we lose more than just trees. We lose biodiversity, we lose balance, and perhaps we lose our future. The Amazon crisis is no longer a distant problem. It is our problem. It is humanity's problem. And it is happening right now. The bald baby baboon, a mother's love taken too far. At first glance, visitors at the Devon Zoo in England thought they were seeing something out of the ordinary. Among the troop of baboons, there was one tiny baby that instantly stood out, not because of its size, but because it was completely bald on top of its head. This unusual little baboon is named Reggie, and he has become the zoo's latest star attraction. But the reason for his baldness is not a genetic condition, nor an illness. In fact, when Reggie was born just 3 weeks ago, he looked perfectly normal, covered in fur from head to toe, weighing just half a kilogram, just like any other baby baboon. So, what happened to his hair? Tiny baby face emoji, a mother's overprotective love. The truth is both heartwarming and a little surprising. Reggie's mother, deeply anxious and protective of her newborn, has been clinging to him constantly. Whenever zoo visitors approach the enclosure, she panics, hugs Reggie tightly to her chest, and repeatedly licks and grooms him, especially his tiny head. It's as if she's whispering, "Don't be afraid, my baby. I'm here. You're safe with me." But in her attempts to comfort him, she's actually licked and rubbed away nearly every strand of hair from the top of his head. Tiny baby face emoji from normal baby to zoo celebrity. Normally, baboons are born with thick fur that stays with them as they grow. But little Reggie now sports a smooth, shiny bald patch that has made him a unique curiosity at the zoo. Visitors can't help but laugh, point, and snap photos of the unusual sight, a baby baboon that looks as though it's gone through early male pattern baldness. The zookeepers confirm that Reggie is perfectly healthy and that his unusual bald look is purely the result of his mother's nervous, overprotective grooming. Red heart emoji, a symbol of pure affection. What makes this story truly special is not just the image of a bald baby baboon, it's the touching reminder of the power of a mother's love. Even in the animal kingdom, maternal instincts can sometimes be overwhelming. Reggie's mother isn't trying to harm him, she's simply doing what she believes will protect and comfort her child. And while the result is a shiny bald head, it has also created one of the zoo's most heartwarming and talked about stories. Monkey emoji, a lesson for us all. Reggie's story reminds us that love often comes with imperfections. Sometimes caring too much can have unintended consequences. Yet, at the core of it all lies something universal, the unshakable bond between a mother and her child. At the Devon Zoo, Reggie may not look like the other baby baboons, but thanks to his doting mother, he is thriving, adored by visitors, and has even become something of a tiny bald celebrity. And who knows, maybe one day when his hair grows back, Reggie will look just like any other baboon. But for now, he stands as living proof that love, no matter how excessive, can make us smile, laugh, and feel deeply connected to the animal world. End of story.
The bloodthirsty vampire spider of Africa. When we think of bloodthirsty creatures, our minds usually jump to bats, leeches, or maybe even the legendary Count Dracula. But few would imagine that in the grasslands of East Africa, there exists a small, unassuming predator with a taste for human blood. Meet the vampire spider, scientifically known as Avarca culiciferora. A spider with a dark appetite. Unlike mosquitoes, leeches, or ticks, this spider cannot pierce skin to drink blood directly. Instead, it has evolved a brilliant and rather unsettling strategy. It feeds indirectly on human blood by hunting mosquitoes. But here's the twist. It doesn't just go after any mosquito. The vampire spider specifically seeks out female mosquitoes that have already fed on human blood. In other words, it waits for the mosquito to do the dangerous job first, and then swoops in for the reward. How scientists discovered this? Ximena Nelson, a researcher at Macquarie University in Australia, along with her team, decided to study the spider's bizarre behavior. They placed Avarca culiciferora in glass chambers and offered it 3 different types of prey: male mosquitoes, which never drink blood, female mosquitoes that had only fed on sugar water, and female mosquitoes swollen with human blood. The results were striking. The spiders consistently went for the bloated, red-tinted females filled with blood. Even when visual cues were removed, the spiders used their weak but effective sense of smell to track down blood-fed mosquitoes. This makes Avarca culiciferora the first known predator in the animal kingdom that chooses its prey based on what the prey itself has eaten. Why not just bite humans? You might wonder, why doesn't the spider just attack humans directly? The answer is simple: safety. Drinking blood directly is dangerous business. Victims fight back. Humans swat. Animals thrash their tails. More often than not, the bloodsucker dies in the attempt. But Avarca culiciferora found a loophole. By letting the mosquito do the dirty work, it gets all the nutrients of blood without the risk. A predator's hunting style. This spider doesn't just wander aimlessly. It stalks its prey with patience and precision, much like a cat hunting a mouse. It waits, calculates, then leaps with lightning speed, pouncing from above or ambushing from below.
With one swift bite, the mosquito is subdued and the spider gains its strange but nutrient-rich meal. Nature's odd survivor. Blood, as it turns out, is a high-energy liquid meal packed with proteins and nutrients. For Avarca culicivora, it's an easy source of fuel, one that requires very little digestion. In evolutionary terms, it's a brilliant survival tactic. This vampire spider might not be the stuff of horror movies, but it is a chilling reminder of just how creative nature can be. From the African savannas, it has carved out a niche unlike any other, living off the blood of humans, not directly, but through the mosquitoes that plague us all. The vampire spider of Africa, small, clever, and hauntingly unique. The bone-eating worms of the deep, nature's strangest ocean discovery. Imagine sinking into the pitch-black depths of the Pacific Ocean, far below the sunlight and beyond the reach of most life. There, on the seafloor, lies a fallen giant, a whale carcass. To us, it might seem like the end of a life, but in the mysterious world of the deep sea, it is the beginning of an entirely new ecosystem. And at the heart of this bizarre world lives one of the strangest creatures ever discovered, the bone-eating worms known as Osedax. These tiny but extraordinary worms are unlike anything you've ever seen. Discovered off the coast of California, they survive not by feasting on flesh or scavenging scraps, but by drilling directly into the bones of dead whales. Once a female worm burrows in, she never leaves. She becomes permanently fused to the skeleton, growing root-like structures that dig deeper and deeper into the bone. But here's where things get even stranger. These roots aren't just for show. Inside them live millions of symbiotic bacteria. Together, the worm and the microbes form a partnership. The bacteria break down the fatty oils inside the whalebone, and the worm feeds on the nutrients. It's as if these worms have created their own living factories inside a decaying skeleton. The females are the engineers of this process, but what about the males? Well, the males never bother with bones at all. In fact, they never grow large. They live their entire lives inside the bodies of the females, tiny, almost invisible, existing only to produce sperm. A single female can host dozens, even over 100 of these microscopic males living inside her, ensuring her eggs are fertilized. Scientists call this extreme difference between sexes sexual dimorphism, and in Osedax worms, it's taken to the absolute extreme. When researchers first discovered these creatures, they were stunned. At first, they thought they had stumbled upon colorful marine plants waving around a whale carcass. But when closer inspection revealed red feathery plumes and soft tubes filled with worms, they realized they were witnessing something new to science. DNA analysis confirmed it. This was a brand new group of worms, never before classified. 2 species were described: Osedax ruboplumis, with its bright red plumes, and Osedax frankpressi, with a mix of red and white feathery structures. To the scientists' amazement, a dead whale could support thousands of these worms at once, transforming its skeleton into a thriving ecosystem. And it's not just worms that benefit. Whale carcasses, or whale falls, are like deep-sea oases. A single whale's body can equal thousands of years' worth of marine snow, the slow, steady trickle of organic matter that normally feeds the abyss. In other words, a whale fall is a jackpot for deep-sea life. But what makes Osedax worms so fascinating is how specialized they are. They are perfectly adapted to this dark, fleeting feast. If a larva lands on bare ocean floor, it dies. If it lands on bare whalebone, it becomes a female and begins burrowing. If it lands on another worm, it turns into a tiny male, living its life inside her. In the vast, empty ocean where food is scarce, this bizarre survival strategy ensures the species continues. Think about it. A creature with no mouth, no stomach, and no digestive system in the traditional sense, yet thriving by partnering with bacteria to consume whale bones. It's a reminder of just how alien life in our own oceans can be. Today, Osedax worms remain one of the most mysterious and unsettling discoveries in marine biology. They blur the line between plant and animal, parasite and scavenger, individual and colony, and they remind us that even in death, the giants of the sea continue to give life. The next time you imagine the silence of the deep ocean, picture instead a strange hidden garden of bone-eating worms, creatures thriving on decay, turning the end of one life into the beginning of countless others. This is the dark poetry of the deep sea.
The DNA map that could defeat harmful genes. Imagine holding in your hands a map, not of cities or countries, but of the human genome itself. A map so detailed that it reveals the very differences in DNA that make each of us unique. And now, scientists have built exactly that. A genetic map designed to uncover harmful genes, and perhaps one day, to defeat them. This remarkable achievement comes from the work of more than 200 scientists across 6 countries, a collaboration so vast it has been called nothing less than a milestone in human genetics. Cracking the code of DNA. Every human shares more than 99.9% of their DNA, but that tiny fraction of difference, less than 1%, is what determines our individual traits, our susceptibility to diseases, and even how we respond to treatments. Until recently, much of this variation was hidden in the vast 3 billion letters of the human genome. But the new DNA map, sometimes called a haplotype map, sheds light on these critical differences. By studying these variations, researchers can pinpoint the so-called bad genes, the ones that increase the risk of common diseases like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. As Dr. David Altshuler, leader of the project, explained, this map shows the changes that let us study the genes that cause disease. A global effort. To build this map, scientists analyzed the DNA of 269 people from across the globe, from Nigeria, Beijing, Tokyo, and Utah in the United States. This wasn't just about studying one population, it was about creating a global picture of genetic diversity, ensuring the map reflects humanity as a whole. The result? A tool that could transform the way we understand health and disease. Why this matters. Think of it this way. If the human genome is a massive library, then this map is the index card system that helps researchers find the right books. Without it, scientists are lost in a maze of letters. With it, they can target specific genes quickly and efficiently. David Goldstein and Gianpiero Cavallari of Duke University explain that this breakthrough doesn't just help us understand why diseases occur, it may also help doctors predict how individual patients will respond to treatments. Imagine a future where a doctor doesn't just prescribe a drug because it works for most people, but instead tailors it to your DNA. The treatment becomes personal. The care becomes precise. The outcome becomes more successful. A victory for science. This project is more than just a technical triumph. It's a victory of global scientific cooperation. Researchers from different nations, different cultures, and different languages work together toward a single goal: to understand the blueprint of life and to use that knowledge to fight disease. It is a reminder that the greatest challenges facing humanity, like diabetes, heart disease, and cancer, can only be solved when we come together, combining knowledge and resources for the greater good. The future of medicine. The DNA map we have today is just the beginning. As scientists continue to refine it, we move closer to a world where doctors can identify your risk for disease before symptoms even appear. A world where harmful genes no longer dictate our fate. A world where medicine is personalized, predictive, and precise. This is not science fiction. This is the future of healthcare, built on the foundation of a map that shows us who we are at the deepest biological level. And with this knowledge, humanity takes one step closer to unlocking the ultimate power:
the ability to outsmart our own DNA.
The do's and don'ts of wearing contact lenses. Essential tips for healthy eyes. Eye shine emoji. In today's world, contact lenses have become a popular alternative to traditional glasses. They're small, convenient, and for many people, they feel like a magical upgrade, giving you clear vision without the frames. But here's the truth. Wearing contact lenses isn't just about popping them in and forgetting about them. Your eyes are delicate, and caring for your lenses properly is the key to avoiding discomfort, infection, or even long-term damage. So, in this video, let's explore the do's and don'ts of contact lenses, what you should always do, and what you must avoid at all costs. Dot checkmark emoji. The do's, good habits for healthy eyes. First, let's talk about the right way to wear and care for your lenses. 1. Follow professional guidance. Always begin your contact lens journey under the supervision of an eye doctor or a qualified specialist. They'll teach you how to put them in, how to remove them, and, most importantly, how to protect your eye health. 2. Keep your lenses clean. Handle your lenses with care and follow the instructions given by your doctor or on the lens packaging. A few extra minutes of care can prevent serious problems later. 3. Wash your hands always. Before touching your contact lenses, wash them thoroughly with soap and water and dry them with a clean towel. Even the smallest trace of dirt, oil, or bacteria can cause irritation or infection. 4. Store your lenses properly. Use the storage case designed specifically for contact lenses. Keep the case clean, replace the solution regularly, and make sure your lenses are never exposed to harmful contaminants. X emoji, the don'ts, mistakes to avoid. Now, here's what you should never do if you want to keep your eyes safe. 1. Don't use body soap or shower gel to clean your lenses. These products may contain perfumes, moisturizers, and chemicals that can damage the delicate surface of the lens and irritate your eyes. 2. Don't blow on your lenses. It might seem like a quick way to clean them, but your breath carries bacteria. Saliva can contaminate the lens instantly, putting you at risk of painful infections. 3. Don't use homemade salt water. Some people think rinsing lenses with self-made saline is safe, but it's actually very dangerous. Tap water or DIY solutions are not sterile and can introduce harmful microorganisms into your eyes. Eye emoji. Why it matters. Your eyes are irreplaceable. A small mistake with contact lens care can lead to serious problems, from red, irritated eyes to dangerous infections that threaten your vision. By following the do's and avoiding the don'ts, you ensure that contact lenses remain the safe, convenient, and life-changing tool they're meant to be. Target emoji, final thought. Wearing contact lenses is about more than clear vision. It's about responsibility. Take care of your lenses, and they'll take care of you. So remember, wash, store, protect, and never cut corners when it comes to your eyes. Shine emoji. Do you wear contact lenses? What's your best tip for keeping them comfortable and safe? Share it in the comments below.
The forgotten giants, albatrosses that once ruled the North Atlantic. For centuries, the mighty albatross has been a symbol of the open ocean, creatures with wings so vast they can glide for hours without a single flap. Today, when we think of albatrosses, we imagine them soaring over the Pacific. But here's a fascinating secret from deep time. Albatrosses once thrived in the North Atlantic. Recently, American researchers uncovered the very first fossil breeding grounds of these great seabirds on the island of Bermuda. Hidden beneath layers of sand, the site revealed bones, eggs, and even the remains of chicks.
It was a clear sign that albatrosses were once permanent residents of this part of the world. And yet, not a single one lives there today. So, what happened? According to Storrs Olson of the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History, the answer lies in the ocean itself. Around 400,000 years ago, rising sea levels more than 20 meters higher than today flooded their nesting grounds. Forced from Bermuda, the albatrosses vanished from the entire North Atlantic. Olson warned that this story offers a chilling lesson. As climate change and global warming drive seas higher in our own era, modern coastal birds could face the same fate. The species that once dominated Bermuda was the short-tailed albatross, Phoebostria albatras. Today, this bird teeters on the edge of extinction. Once hunted nearly to death by feather collectors a century ago, the few survivors now cling to life on just a handful of remote islands off the coast of Japan. On top of that, they face new threats from commercial fishing and shrinking habitats. For decades, scientists debated whether albatrosses had ever nested in the North Atlantic at all. Now, Bermuda's fossil beds provide a definitive answer. But these breeding colonies didn't disappear peacefully. They were swallowed by the ocean when Antarctic ice sheets collapsed, sending sea levels surging. The same forces that shaped our ancient past still shape our future. In fact, evidence suggests albatrosses had been in the North Atlantic even earlier, perhaps as far back as 5 million years ago. But when North and South America merged around 3 million years ago, the oceans were reshaped, currents changed, and life in the Atlantic grew harsher for these birds. Slowly, their hold on the region faded, leaving the Pacific as their final refuge. Even today, this story isn't entirely closed. Every so often, a lone short-tailed albatross strays into European skies, spotted off the coasts of Britain or Ireland, a lost traveler, a ghost from the Pacific, reminding us of what once was. But mysteriously, none have ever reclaimed their ancient home in the North Atlantic. The fossils buried in Bermuda tell a story not just of birds, but of the planet itself, of seas that rise and fall, of continents that shift, and of species that either adapt or disappear. The albatross is both a survivor and a warning. The oceans are powerful, and the balance of life is fragile.
The gene that controls deep sleep. Why some people rest better than others. Sleep. It's something we all need, yet not everyone experiences it in the same way. Some people drift into a deep restorative slumber night after night, while others remain restless, waking at the slightest sound. But why is that? Could the secret to deep sleep be hidden in our DNA? A team of researchers in Switzerland has made a fascinating discovery that may finally explain why sleep patterns vary so much from one person to another. The key lies in a single gene, one that directly influences how deeply we sleep. The study was led by Dr. Hans-Peter Landolt, a professor at the University of Zurich. For years, scientists have suspected that genetics play a role in regulating sleep. Animal studies hinted that sleep intensity was under genetic control, but the exact mechanism remained a mystery. Landolt and his team decided to dig deeper, focusing on one of the brain's most important chemical systems, the adenosine system. Adenosine is a natural compound in the brain that builds up during the day as we expend energy. The more it accumulates, the sleepier we feel. It attaches to special receptors in the brain, sending powerful signals that tell the body it's time to rest. In fact, caffeine, the world's most popular stimulant, works by blocking those very receptors, preventing adenosine from making us drowsy. But here's where it gets truly exciting. Landolt's team identified a gene that regulates this adenosine pathway. The variations in this gene may explain why some people are naturally deep sleepers while others remain light sleepers even after a long night in bed. In other words, our genetic blueprint may determine whether sleep is profoundly restorative or frustratingly shallow. The research revealed that when adenosine levels rise higher, people feel sleepier and experience deeper rest. On the other hand, when the system is less active, sleep becomes lighter and less refreshing. This breakthrough provides not only a biological explanation for our differences in sleep, but also opens the door to new medical possibilities. Dr. Landahl believes that targeting the adenosine system could lead to the development of new therapies for sleep disorders. Imagine a future where insomnia, restlessness, and other sleep disturbances could be treated with precision medicines designed to work with your genetic makeup. For millions of people worldwide struggling with poor sleep, this discovery is more than just science, it's hope. Sleep is essential for memory, learning, emotional stability, and overall health. Understanding the genetic switches that control it may transform how we approach rest, productivity, and even mental well-being. So, the next time you wonder why your friend falls into a deep, dream-filled sleep while you toss and turn, remember, the answer might be written in your genes.
The giant of the desert. Secrets of the saguaro cactus. In the heart of the American deserts, where scorching sun meets endless stretches of sand, stands one of the most extraordinary survivors on our planet, the saguaro cactus. This colossal plant is no ordinary cactus. A fully grown saguaro can tower up to 50 feet high, as tall as a 5-story building, and weigh an astonishing 6 tons. Covered in a waxy green skin that locks in precious moisture, the saguaro has evolved to master one of the harshest environments on Earth. Rainfall in the desert is rare and unpredictable. Sometimes, half of the annual rain may pour down in a single night. The saguaro, like a patient guardian of the desert, is ready for that moment. Its roots spread out wide beneath the surface, forming a vast net that captures every drop of water that sinks into the dry ground. Once the water is absorbed, it is stored deep inside the cactus's tissues, turning its massive body into a natural reservoir. With this system, just one good rainstorm can provide enough water for the saguaro to survive through as much as 4 years of drought. But survival comes with risk. If a desert storm grows too violent, bringing not just rain, but floods, the cactus has no natural off switch. It keeps absorbing water endlessly, swelling larger and larger until its own body may burst from the pressure. Nature, it seems, gives with one hand and tests with the other. Supporting such massive weight is no simple task either. With sprawling arms reaching in all directions, the saguaro could easily collapse under its own bulk. But hidden within its body lies a secret, a framework of tough, woody ribs, like bones inside a plant. These natural beams provide strength and stability, allowing the cactus to remain upright through wind, storms, and the relentless weight of time. The saguaro isn't just a plant, it is an icon of the desert. It shelters birds, offers shade to animals, and even provides fruit that nourishes both wildlife and indigenous people. Every wrinkle on its surface, every towering arm, tells a story of endurance and adaptation. In a land where survival is nearly impossible, the saguaro cactus doesn't just survive, it thrives, standing tall as a living monument to resilience. So the next time you see a picture of the desert with those towering arm-stretched silhouettes against the setting sun, remember, those aren't just plants. They are giants, guardians, and the ultimate survivors of Earth's harshest landscapes.
The gorilla that shocked scientists by using tools. When we think about animals that can use tools, our minds usually jump to chimpanzees, or, of course, ourselves, humans. For decades, scientists believed gorillas, despite being the largest and most powerful of the great apes,
were not part of that club. But then, a young gorilla in Congo did something so astonishing, it completely changed what we thought we knew. Her name is Itebero, a 2.5-year-old female gorilla living in a sanctuary in eastern Congo. Rescued from poachers, she had spent about a year in the care of humans. To the keepers, she seemed like a normal young gorilla, playful, curious, and strong. But one day, she revealed a hidden intelligence that left even experienced scientists speechless. Caretakers watched as Itebero picked up 2 stones. She carefully placed one on the ground, held another above her head, and began smashing a tough palm nut with precision. This technique is known as the hammer and anvil method, a complex form of tool use long believed to be exclusive to humans and chimpanzees. And yet, here was a gorilla, not just experimenting, but demonstrating real skill. As one researcher put it, the animal was truly proficient at cracking open the nuts. Chimpanzees take years to reach that level of expertise. Why it matters? For primatologists, this wasn't just a cute trick. It was evidence that gorillas are far more cognitively sophisticated than we once assumed. Dr. Patrick Melman, one of the experts who observed Itebero, explained, "This proves that complex tool use didn't just appear with humans or chimpanzees. It may have much deeper roots in our evolutionary tree." Another scientist, Dr. Gottfried Hohmann from the Max Planck Institute in Germany, added that this shows gorillas have a far greater understanding of their environment than we ever gave them credit for. What makes Itebero's behavior even more fascinating is that tool use among gorillas in the wild is extremely rare. Over a decade of observation, researchers recorded only a handful of cases. One gorilla using a stick to test the depth of a pond, another laying a branch across a swamp to use as a bridge. But never before had a gorilla been seen performing something as advanced as the hammer and anvil technique. So was Itebero imitating humans, or did she figure it out on her own? Researchers believe it was spontaneous, a natural spark of intelligence. What this means for evolution? This discovery forces us to reconsider how we view intelligence in animals. Tool use has long been seen as a milestone of human uniqueness, a sign of problem-solving and foresight. But if gorillas, our gentle giants, are capable of such complex behavior, then perhaps tool use is not the rare hallmark of a few species, but a deeper evolutionary inheritance waiting to appear when the need arises. As Dr. Thomas Brewer, who has studied gorillas in Congo for years, explained, the use of tools often depends on necessity. Gorillas may simply not need them as often in the wild, but that doesn't mean they're incapable. A gentle reminder, Itebero's story is more than a scientific breakthrough. It's also a reminder. This young gorilla was saved from poachers, and without that rescue, her incredible ability might never have been seen. It shows us that every animal, every life carries mysteries we may never fully understand unless we give them the chance to survive and thrive.
The harsh struggles of baby emperor penguins, a fight to survive in Antarctica. In the frozen wilderness of Antarctica, life is never easy. But for baby emperor penguins, survival is not just a challenge, it's a daily battle against hunger, cold, and even their own kind. A recent study has revealed the shocking truth. Young emperor penguins grow up in an environment filled with bullying, aggression, and danger.
While their parents may leave them for weeks at a time to search for food, the chicks are left behind to fend for themselves, surrounded by thousands of other penguins. At first glance, you might think that these fluffy chicks spend their time huddled together for warmth and safety. That's true, but the reality is far more brutal. The adult penguins are often aggressive, kicking or striking abandoned chicks with their powerful flippers. To survive, the young ones must crowd tightly together, in groups almost crushed against one another, forming what scientists call huddles. Inside these huddles, position means everything. The chicks in the center are shielded from icy winds, predators, and the cruelty of adults. They can rest, safe and warm, even drifting into deep sleep. But those pushed to the edges, their lives are miserable. Constantly exposed to freezing air, harassed by adults, and always under the threat of attack from hungry seabirds like brown skuas and kelp gulls. These chicks live in a state of endless vigilance. Michelle Gauthier-Clark, one of the lead researchers, described how the chicks sleep in short bursts, closing their eyes for moments before opening them again, almost like they are peeking through their dreams. This strange, restless sleep is their way of staying alert in a dangerous world. But the cost is high. Without deep rest, their bodies conserve less energy, making survival even harder in the brutal Antarctic winter. The study, conducted on more than 16,000 emperor penguins on Possession Island, paints a grim picture of penguin childhood. Abandoned chicks, sometimes left by one or both parents, are especially vulnerable. They are kicked away, trampled, or forced to the outer edge of the huddle. There, they must endure bitter winds, exhaustion, and predators circling overhead. Meanwhile, the lucky chicks in the middle of the huddle grow stronger, better fed, and better rested. For the weaker ones on the fringe, every day is a test of endurance. They can't escape the cold. They can't fully sleep. They are trapped in a cycle of hunger, fear, and exhaustion until, hopefully, their parents return at the end of winter with much-needed food. Sleep, Gauthier-Clark explains, is one of the most critical survival tools for all vertebrates, including humans. But for penguin chicks, it is a luxury they cannot always afford. For those on the edge of the huddle, the difference between survival and death often comes down to just a few inches closer to the center. The world of the emperor penguin may look adorable from the outside, fluffy chicks waddling across icy landscapes, but beneath the surface lies a harsh reality. Only the toughest survive. And in the land of eternal ice, every heartbeat, every breath, and every blink of an eye is a fight to see another day.
The Headless Mummy of Peru: Secrets of a Lost Civilization. In the heart of Lima, Peru's bustling capital, archaeologists have unearthed a discovery that is shaking the world of history and archaeology. A headless mummy, buried for over 1,300 years, belonging to the ancient Wari civilization. This isn't just another mummy. This is the oldest mummy ever found in Lima, and its story is both mysterious and violent. Now, the discovery. The mummy was uncovered inside the ancient burial site of Huaca Pucllana, a great adobe pyramid rising right in the middle of modern Lima. But this mummy was far from intact. Its head was missing, cut off long ago. Its body was wrapped in textiles and ropes made from plant fibers, a clear indication that this was no ordinary person. Based on the fine clothing, experts believe he was a high-ranking official of the Wari people. Surrounding the body were offerings, clothing, corn, beans, items meant to accompany the dead into the afterlife. Yet something was different. The mummy's skin had dried, the bones had crumbled, and the ligaments were left exposed. And of course, the missing head. The Wari civilization. Who were the Wari?
The Wari civilization thrived in the Andes between the years 600 and 1000 AD, long before the mighty Inca Empire rose to power. They were warriors, builders, and artists, ruling both the mountains and the coast of Peru. They were famous for their fine textiles, elaborate ceramics, and their influence stretched far across the Andean world. But empires rise and empires fall. After centuries of dominance, the Wari were overthrown by the Ichma people, a rising force who sought to erase every symbol of Wari power. And what better way to erase an empire than to decapitate its leaders, even in death? A violent symbol. Archaeologist Isabel Flores, director of the Huaca Pucllana Museum, believed this beheading was not random. It was a symbolic act of rebellion, a way for the Ichma to show that the Wari rulers no longer held power. By cutting off the head of a Wari official, they were cutting off the memory of a people who had once dominated them. It was both an act of destruction and an act of history. Why this matters? This discovery is more than just bones and wrappings. It gives us a rare window into the politics, violence, and culture of Peru before the Incas. It tells us that Lima, now a modern city of millions, once stood on the front line of power struggles, rebellions, and cultural transformations. The headless mummy of Huaca Pucllana is not just a relic. It is a silent witness to a battle for freedom, identity, and survival.
The hidden scars of childhood stress. Why early trauma can lead to dementia later in life. Imagine being a child, vulnerable, dependent, and still learning how to make sense of the world. Now picture that child facing emotional blows, the death of a parent, constant humiliation, or the painful neglect of being unwanted. These experiences are not just fleeting moments of sadness. According to groundbreaking research, they may leave invisible scars on the brain, scars that only reveal their full impact decades later, in middle age, when memory begins to falter and dementia quietly sets in. For the first time, scientists have uncovered compelling evidence that emotional stress in childhood can significantly damage brain function as we grow older. The study shows that such early life trauma can weaken the communication pathways between brain cells, particularly in the hippocampus, the very region responsible for learning, storing, and recalling information. This finding is a revelation. We've long known that both genetics and environment shape who we become, but now we see how early adversity can alter the brain itself, setting the stage for cognitive decline later in life. Dr. Tali Z. Baram, the lead researcher from the University of California, Irvine, explains, cognitive decline in adulthood isn't just about genetics. It's also about the experiences that mold the brain when it's still developing. And while we cannot change our DNA, we can absolutely change how we protect children from harmful environments. That is where prevention begins. The study, published in the journal Neuroscience, highlights a critical truth. Stress management during childhood is not just about immediate well-being, it's an investment in the health of the aging brain. If we can reduce trauma and emotional neglect in children, we may also prevent the devastating loss of memory and identity that comes with conditions like dementia. So, what does this mean for us as a society? It means every insult shrugged off as kids will be kids, every overlooked case of neglect, every childhood marked by fear and loss.
These are not just sad stories. They are potential seeds of cognitive disease planted decades in advance. The message is clear. Protecting children from emotional trauma is not only about giving them a happier childhood, it may also safeguard their minds for the rest of their lives.
Deep beneath the ancient soil near the city of Xi'an lies one of the most mysterious and awe-inspiring archaeological sites in human history, the tomb of King Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. Most people know this site for its famous terracotta army. Over 8,000 life-sized clay soldiers crafted more than 2,200 years ago to guard their emperor in the afterlife. But now, modern scanning technology has revealed something even more astonishing: the possibility of a hidden treasure buried with the emperor himself. Recent high-tech scans conducted by Chinese and German archaeologists have detected a massive deposit of ancient coins hidden beneath an unopened chamber of the mausoleum. Imagine it, an entire underground vault filled with wealth, untouched for more than 2 millennia. King Shi Huang, who ruled between 221 and 210 BC, was a ruler obsessed with power, immortality, and legacy. He spent decades constructing a colossal underground palace designed to mirror his empire. According to historical records, the tomb was meant to be a world within a world, a place where rivers of mercury flowed, stars shone from the ceiling, and unimaginable riches were buried to serve the emperor in eternity. And now, evidence suggests that these records may have been true all along. The scans reveal a staggering cluster of coins, mostly bronze, some silver, lying dormant beneath layers of soil. This discovery has led experts to believe that the emperor may indeed have been entombed with a national treasure of unimaginable value. Yet despite this groundbreaking revelation, archaeologists face a profound dilemma. Opening the tomb could unleash irreversible damage. Michael Petzet, chairman of the International Committee for Monuments and Sites, explained it best. Quote, "Excavation means destruction. Until we know how to protect these treasures, it is better to let them sleep undisturbed beneath the earth." End quote. In other words, the treasures of King Shi Huang may remain sealed away for centuries more. To this day, no one has dared to break open the central burial chamber, partly out of respect and partly out of fear of destroying what lies within. Think about it. Somewhere under our feet, there could be rivers of liquid mercury, rare artifacts, dazzling jewelry, priceless weapons, and mountains of coins, all waiting in silence from one of history's most powerful rulers, preserved in secrecy beneath the earth of China. So the question remains, will humanity ever open King Shi Huang's tomb? Or will the emperor's treasure remain a mystery forever, locked away with him in eternal darkness? One thing is certain, this discovery only deepens the legend of China's first emperor and reminds us that the past still holds secrets waiting to be revealed.
The hot-blooded shark, a predator that breaks all the rules of nature. In the icy, frigid waters of Alaska, where temperatures drop low enough to freeze your bones, lurks a predator that defies everything we thought we knew about sharks. Meet the salmon shark, a creature that challenges one of nature's oldest rules. While nearly all fish are cold-blooded, at the mercy of the surrounding water temperature, this shark is different. It is warm-blooded. Yes, you heard that right. The salmon shark can heat its body to nearly 26 degrees Celsius. That's over 20 degrees warmer than the freezing water it swims in. Inside its body, scientists discovered red muscle fibers packed with blood vessels that function just like the muscles of mammals. This adaptation gives the shark something extraordinary: speed, agility, and the ability to roam waters that would cripple most of its prey. But here's the surprising twist. When researchers tested this muscle tissue in the lab, they found it didn't even work at low temperatures. In other words, the salmon shark has no choice but to keep its internal core warm at all times. It's like running a biological furnace day and night just to survive in the cold. Dr. Robert Shadwick from the University of British Columbia put it best: "We never expected this." He and his team compared the salmon shark to one of the ocean's other great predators, the bluefin tuna. Both are massive, powerful hunters, built for speed, both slicing through the water with a torpedo-shaped body and razor-sharp fins. And both share this remarkable ability to generate internal heat. Yet there's a fascinating difference. The red muscles of the bluefin tuna can function even at low temperatures, but the salmon shark's muscles only work once they're warmed. That makes them, in a strange way, more like mammals than fish. Just as most mammals need a high, stable body temperature to function, so too does this shark. Why would evolution grant such a gift? Scientists suspect it's about survival and domination. With warm muscles, the salmon shark can outswim and outmaneuver its cold-blooded prey. Imagine a predator that never slows down, even in icy waters. Its victims, sluggish and cold, simply can't keep up. Weighing up to 160 kilograms, the salmon shark is a sleek, muscular machine. Its body has evolved for speed, with a fin strikingly similar to that of the bluefin tuna. It is, in every sense, an apex predator of the North. Kathy Dixon, a shark physiologist from California State University, calls this ability truly extraordinary. And it is, because in the world of fish, warm-bloodedness is an oddity, an exception, a rule breaker. Yet here it is, embodied in a shark that thrives where most others could not survive. The salmon shark proves that nature is never finished experimenting. Even in the coldest corners of the sea, life finds a way. Not just to survive, but to thrive. So the next time you think of sharks as ancient, unchanging predators, remember this. Some of them carry within their bodies the very spark of warm-blooded life, blurring the line between fish and mammal, predator and marvel.
The Human Gene Map: Unlocking the Secrets of Our DNA Variations. What makes you different from the person sitting next to you? Why do some people respond well to a medicine, while others suffer dangerous side effects? And why do certain individuals fall ill, while others remain perfectly healthy in the same environment? The answers may lie in the smallest differences within our DNA. A landmark scientific breakthrough. Recently, an international team of scientists unveiled the first detailed map of human genetic variation. Known as the HapMap project, this groundbreaking achievement is a milestone in modern genetics, bringing us closer than ever to understanding the subtle differences that shape our health, our evolution, and even our response to the world around us. For decades, scientists knew that the human genome, the complete set of our genetic instructions, is 99.9% identical among all people, but it's the remaining 0.1% that holds the key to what makes each of us unique. And now, thanks to the HapMap, researchers have a powerful tool to explore that hidden fraction. A global effort. The HapMap project is nothing short of a global collaboration. More than 200 scientists from the UK, the United States, Canada, Japan, Nigeria, and China joined forces to chart these genetic differences. To build this map,
They studied DNA samples from 269 individuals across Asia, Africa, and the Americas. The first published phase contains over 1 million variations, and the second phase is expected to include about 2 million more. Each variation acts like a small marker passed down in clusters from one generation to the next. Together, these markers create a roadmap of human diversity. Why does it matter? The HapMap has enormous potential. With it, scientists can compare the genetic variations of patients with the disease to those of healthy individuals. This could reveal the hidden genetic triggers of common illnesses, such as diabetes, cancer, or heart disease. Professor Peter Donnelly from Oxford University explains it simply. The HapMap is a tool for finding the genes that matter most to human health. But it's not just about medicine. The HapMap is also shedding light on human evolution, on the process of recombination, and on the mysterious forces that have shaped the genetic landscape of our species. For example, the data has already revealed that genes involved in DNA repair tend to be less diverse, while those linked to our immune system show much higher variation. This makes sense. Our survival has always depended on adapting to new diseases and environments. The future of genetics. Dr. Panos Delucas from the Wellcome Trust Sanger Institute, one of the lead researchers, calls this project a turning point in science. He predicts that within just a few years, the HapMap will spark a flood of new discoveries, redefining how we diagnose, treat, and even prevent diseases. Imagine a future where doctors could look at your genetic map and know exactly which medicine will work for you. Imagine identifying your risk for certain illnesses long before symptoms appear, giving you the power to protect your health before it's too late. That is the promise of the HapMap. Closing thoughts. The Human Genome Project told us we are 99.9% the same. The HapMap now shows us how the tiny differences, the remaining 0.1%, make us who we are. This map is not just a scientific achievement. It's a mirror reflecting the story of human diversity, resilience, and evolution. The question is, as we unlock these secrets, how will we use this knowledge to shape the future of medicine and perhaps the future of humanity itself?
The incredible history of paper, from ancient Egypt to the digital age. Since the dawn of civilization, few inventions have had such a profound impact on human progress as the creation of paper. Today, it is so common, so ordinary, that we barely notice it. We scribble notes, wrap gifts, print books, and even spend money on sheets of paper. Yet behind this humble material lies a history stretching back thousands of years, filled with innovation, cultural exchange, and remarkable scientific breakthroughs. The story of paper begins in ancient Egypt, along the fertile banks of the Nile River. More than 3,000 years ago, Egyptians developed a writing material using the papyrus plant, whose stalks they sliced into strips, pressed together, and dried under the sun. Papyrus was strong and practical, but it was not the paper we know today. The real revolution came from the East, specifically from ancient China. As early as the 2nd century BC, the Chinese discovered a method of turning plant fibers into thin, durable sheets. By pounding materials such as hemp, bamboo, and mulberry bark into a wet pulp, then spreading this mixture into flat layers and drying it, they created the earliest true paper. Over time, this invention spread beyond China's borders, first to the Islamic world in the 8th century, then into Europe several centuries later. By the 14th century, paper mills had sprung up in Spain, Italy, France, and Germany, producing paper by hand, using scraps of cotton and linen rags.
The arrival of the printing press in the mid-15th century ignited a massive demand for paper. Books, newspapers, and official documents required enormous quantities, and the old reliance on linen and cotton rags was no longer enough. A turning point came in the 19th century with the mechanization of papermaking. New machines allowed paper to be produced continuously, not sheet by sheet, and scientists began to look for more abundant raw materials. The answer lay in something the world had plenty of: wood. In 1840, a German inventor pioneered the process of grinding wood into pulp using mechanical devices. Shortly after, in 1866, American chemist Benjamin Tilghman introduced a chemical method that used sodium sulfite to break down wood into fibers. Later, in 1880, German chemist Karl F. Dahl perfected what became known as the Kraft process, combining sodium hydroxide and sodium sulfite to create a stronger pulp. From that moment onward, wood became the primary ingredient in papermaking. At the heart of paper lies cellulose, a long-chain polymer found in plants. In wood, these cellulose fibers are locked inside a network of lignin, a tough, glue-like substance that must be removed to make high-quality paper. When wood chips are cooked, washed, and pulped, the cellulose fibers separate and bond together as they dry, forming sheets of paper. But not all methods of pulping are equal. Mechanical pulping, while efficient, leaves much of the lignin intact, resulting in weaker, yellowish paper, perfect for newspapers or packaging, but not ideal for writing or printing. Chemical pulping, such as the Kraft process, removes lignin more effectively, producing stronger, whiter paper, suitable for books, office supplies, and currency. Of course, even strong paper is not naturally bright white. To achieve the gleaming pages we're used to, manufacturers often bleach the pulp. For decades, chlorine-based methods dominated, but they created significant environmental problems. By the late 20th century, scientists began experimenting with cleaner alternatives: ozone treatments, enzyme-based processes, and even special inorganic catalysts capable of breaking down lignin into water and carbon dioxide. Another major innovation arrived in the 1990s: de-inking technology for recycling. Using enzymes and mechanical processes, old newspapers and magazines could be stripped of their ink and transformed into fresh paper, reducing waste and conserving resources. Today, recycling remains a vital part of the paper industry. Yet challenges remain. Modern society produces hundreds of millions of tons of paper each year, consuming vast amounts of wood. This demand puts enormous pressure on forests and ecosystems, forcing us to rethink how we manage and replenish natural resources. Sustainable forestry, eco-friendly production methods, and innovative recycling techniques are crucial for ensuring paper remains a resource we can rely on without destroying our environment. Interestingly, not all paper comes from trees. High-quality specialty papers, like the US dollar, are still made using cotton and linen fibers, which give them exceptional durability. That's why you can accidentally leave a banknote in your pocket through a laundry cycle, and it will often survive intact. From ancient papyrus scrolls to the banknotes in your wallet, from medieval manuscripts to the newspaper you read this morning, the history of paper is deeply intertwined with the history of human civilization. It has carried our knowledge, preserved our stories, and spread our ideas across the world. And though we live in a digital age, one thing is certain: paper, in all its forms, remains one of humanity's greatest inventions.
The incredible journey. Polar bears can swim over 60 miles in a single day. Imagine plunging into the freezing waters of the Arctic Ocean. Water so cold they can take a human's life within minutes. Now picture yourself swimming for an entire day and night, covering distances greater than the width of many countries.
For us, this is impossible, but for the mighty polar bear, it's just another remarkable feat of survival. Recently, scientists made a stunning discovery. Thanks to satellite tracking devices placed on a female polar bear in the Norwegian Arctic, researchers observed something extraordinary. This bear swam at least 46 miles, around 74 kilometers, in a single day, and possibly as far as 62.5 miles, or 100 kilometers. This is the very first solid scientific proof that polar bears can cross such immense distances by swimming alone. For years, stories circulated about bears traveling from island to island or crossing vast Arctic bays, but now we finally have hard evidence to confirm these incredible journeys. Each year, polar bears may swim over 600 miles in total, searching for food such as seals, or simply moving across their icy kingdom. These marathon swims are not just random voyages, they are crucial to their survival. With sea ice shrinking due to climate change, polar bears are forced to travel farther than ever before in search of hunting grounds. The bear in question began her epic journey early on July 20th. She slipped into the cold waters east of Spitsbergen, an island in Norway's Arctic region. Then, stroke by stroke, she moved steadily northeast, finally reaching Eggia the following day. But here's the fascinating part. She didn't travel in a straight line. The path she swam was much longer, twisting and winding with the currents. On her collar was a special sensor, designed to detect whether she was on land, sea ice, or in salt water. Every time she dipped into the ocean, the device sent signals back to the researchers, painting a clear picture of her epic journey beneath the endless Arctic sky. Her swimming speed averaged between 1.9 and 2.5 miles per hour, about the same pace as a human walking. Now think about that. Imagine walking nonstop for 24 hours through icy wilderness, without rest, without warmth, without food. That's the endurance, resilience, and sheer determination of a polar bear. According to lead researcher Jan Ars, this is the first time scientists have been able to measure a long-distance swim with such accuracy. And while this study highlights the extraordinary capabilities of these animals, it also raises concerns. If polar bears are forced to swim such distances more frequently because of disappearing sea ice, the risks of exhaustion and drowning increase dramatically. So while we marvel at the strength and stamina of this incredible creature, we must also remember the challenges it faces in a changing world. The polar bear's long swim is not just a tale of survival, it's a warning from the Arctic itself. From the icy islands of Norway to the farthest edges of the frozen ocean, these kings and queens of the North continue to inspire awe with their power. But their story is also a call to action, to protect the fragile environment they call home. Because without the ice, the polar bear's legendary swim might become a desperate struggle, one that even nature's greatest swimmer cannot win.
The incredible superpowers of insects, nature's tiny giants. When we think of strength, we usually picture lions, elephants, or maybe even humans lifting heavy weights. But the true champions of raw power in the animal kingdom are not giants at all. They are the tiny, six-legged creatures we often overlook, insects. Jumping beyond imagination. Take the humble flea, for example. To us, it looks weak and insignificant. But don't be fooled. A flea can jump up to 200 times its own body height. If a human could do the same, you'd leap higher than a 50-story building in a single bound. Now that's superpower territory. And then there are ants. These little engineers don't just work hard, they are unbelievably strong. An ant can carry a load 52 times heavier than its own body weight. Imagine you lifting a truck over your head. That's the kind of strength we're talking about. This sheer power doesn't come from magic, but from their highly developed muscle structure.
Humans have around 600 muscles. Impressive, right? But insects? They have over 2,000 muscles packed into their tiny bodies. Their muscle fibers are not only efficient, but also arranged in ways that allow explosive power and precise control. This is why insects can jump, fly, and perform feats that seem impossible for their size. The miracle of flight. Even delicate-looking insects like butterflies are secretly endurance athletes. While their wings seem fragile, butterflies are capable of traveling hundreds of thousands of meters without stopping. How do they do it? The secret lies in the powerful muscles that connect their thorax to their wings. These muscles allow them to flap their wings up and down, forward, backward, and even hover in one place. Some butterflies and dragonflies keep flapping their wings even when resting. Why? To generate heat and keep their bodies ready for sudden flight. It's like how an airplane engine must warm up before takeoff. Nature's hidden champions. From dragonflies that soar across continents to beetles that can push objects far heavier than themselves, insects remind us that size does not define strength. Their bodies are masterpieces of biological engineering, optimized for survival and performance. They may be small, but in the world of strength, stamina, and agility, insects are the true superheroes of nature. Final thought. So, the next time you see a flea jump, an ant carry food, or a butterfly flutter across your garden, remember, you're witnessing feats of power that rival and even surpass the strongest creatures on Earth. Nature's tiniest beings are also its mightiest champions.
The invisible armor. Glass strong enough to stop tank-busting bullets. Imagine a piece of glass, so clear you can see right through it, yet so strong that even bullets designed to pierce through the armor of a tank simply bounce off. Sounds like something out of science fiction, doesn't it? Well, this is no fantasy. This is Elan, a revolutionary transparent material that could change the future of military defense forever. Hiro, what exactly is Elan? Elan is short for aluminum oxynitride, a special ceramic made from aluminum, oxygen, and nitrogen. At first glance, it looks just like glass, but structurally, it's closer to sapphire, the same gemstone prized for its beauty and toughness. And here's the incredible part. While traditional bulletproof glass is made of multiple thick layers of glass and polycarbonate, Elan does the same job, or better, while being much thinner, lighter, and stronger. The extreme test. At the University of Dayton Research Institute in Ohio, scientists put Elan to the ultimate test. They fired 30mm armor-piercing rounds directly at the material. They even used a Russian M44 rifle and the powerful Browning .50 caliber machine gun. The result? Elan held firm. The rounds that would normally punch holes through steel were stopped cold by a transparent sheet of this futuristic glass. To put this in perspective, regular bulletproof glass would have to be dozens of centimeters thick to resist the same kind of firepower. Elan can do it at just a fraction of the thickness. Where could this be used? The possibilities are enormous. Military vehicles could become lighter and safer. Aircraft cockpits could be reinforced without adding unnecessary weight. Even spacecraft or next-generation personal armor might one day use this material. As Ronald Hoffman, one of the researchers, said, "This is truly impressive. The potential for Elan in military aviation is enormous." So, what's the catch? Right now, cost. Producing Elan is extremely expensive. Just a tiny 2.5 square centimeter piece costs around $15, 3 times more than conventional bulletproof glass. But scientists believe as production scales up, the cost will come down, making it far more practical for widespread use. The future of transparent armor. Think about it.
A world where soldiers, vehicles, and even aircraft are shielded by invisible armor, offering both protection and visibility. Elan is more than just glass. It's a window into the future of defense technology, a material that could redefine how we protect lives on the battlefield. It reminds us that sometimes the strongest armor isn't heavy steel or concrete, but something as simple and clear as glass.
The miracle of 2 wombs, a mother who gave birth to twins in the most extraordinary way. Sometimes, the greatest miracles happen in the most unexpected ways. This is the incredible story of Claire Miles, a 35-year-old woman from England who defied all odds and brought 2 beautiful children into the world, each one growing inside a separate womb. A rare condition. Claire was born with an extremely rare congenital condition. She has 2 uteruses. Not only that, but each one is only half the size of a normal womb. Most women with this condition are told that pregnancy, let alone motherhood, is nearly impossible. At just 20 years old, Claire discovered this anomaly after enduring excruciating menstrual pain. Doctors also found that she had 2 cervixes and 2 vaginal canals. While surgery merged her 2 vaginas into one when she was 21, the doctors decided it was far too dangerous to attempt the same with her uteruses. For years, Claire lived with the belief that motherhood was nothing more than a dream. But life had a surprise in store. Just 1 month after getting married, Claire found out she was pregnant. At first, there was joy, followed by shock. Ultrasound scans revealed not 1, but 2 babies, and astonishingly, each baby was developing in a different uterus. Doctors warned her and her husband that the chances of survival were slim, only about 25%. The reason? 2 wombs meant limited space for the babies to grow. Claire remembers the heartbreaking moment when doctors asked her to choose between saving 1 baby or risking both. Through tears and determination, Claire and her husband made a bold choice. They would fight for both lives. The struggle and the triumph. By week 31 of her pregnancy, Claire's body began to contract. The doctors knew it was time to act quickly. At week 33, they performed a C-section. And then, the miracle happened. Her first child, Noah Henry, emerged from the right uterus. Moments later, her second child, Maisie Rose, was delivered from the left. Each baby weighed about 1.8 kilograms. Against all odds, they were both alive and healthy. After 2 days in intensive care, Claire finally held her 2 children in her arms for the very first time. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I once thought I could never be a mother, and now I have 2 miracles. My life is no longer defined by having 2 wombs, but by having 2 children." A 1 in million story. Claire's case is one of the rarest in medical history. Since 1905, only about 70 women worldwide have ever been known to carry babies in both wombs at the same time. Half a century ago, in England, only 1 in 5 of these women saw their babies survive. Claire's successful delivery is not just a medical triumph, it's a story of resilience, faith, and the boundless love of a mother. Closing line. The human body can surprise us, and sometimes what seems impossible becomes a miracle. Claire's story is living proof that even the smallest chance can bring the greatest gift of all, life. The mosquito army, using sterile males to wipe out malaria. Close your eyes for a moment and picture this. A silent battle raging every night in villages across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Tiny assassins, mosquitoes, carry one of the deadliest diseases known to humankind, malaria. Every single year, this disease kills nearly 2.7 million people, and heartbreakingly, about 75% of those deaths are children in Africa.
But what if we told you that the very insect spreading malaria could also become the weapon to destroy it? A bold new weapon. Scientists in the United Kingdom, writing in Nature Biotechnology, have developed an extraordinary approach: genetically modified male mosquitoes that glow green and are completely sterile. These altered males are designed to flood malaria-stricken regions, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, where the disease hits hardest. Their mission? To find and mate with female Anopheles mosquitoes, the primary carriers of malaria. Now, here's the crucial detail. Female mosquitoes only mate once in their entire lifetime, usually when they're about 2 weeks old. That means if they mate with a sterile male, they will never produce offspring. Slowly but surely, the population of malaria-carrying mosquitoes collapses. But here's where it gets tricky. Only female mosquitoes bite humans and spread disease. Male mosquitoes are harmless, so scientists had to find a way to ensure that only sterile males were released into the wild, not females. Enter the genius of genetic engineering. A team led by Professor Andrea Crisanti at Imperial College London modified the mosquito's genes so that a fluorescent green protein appears in the semen of males. With this glowing marker, researchers can now tell males apart from females at the larval stage. Then comes the technology, a laser-equipped machine capable of identifying and separating 180,000 mosquito larvae in just 10 hours. This breakthrough allows researchers to produce massive armies of sterile males for release. How to defeat malaria with mosquitoes? The plan is ambitious. To rid even a single city of malaria, researchers estimate they would need to release hundreds of thousands of sterile males in waves over at least a month. Each wave chips away at the mosquito population until the deadly chain of malaria transmission is broken. This isn't just pest control. This is biological warfare, mosquito versus mosquito. Why it matters? Malaria has haunted humanity for centuries. It devastates communities, drains economies, and robs children of their futures. Traditional methods like insecticide spraying and bed nets help, but they're not enough. Mosquitoes evolve, adapt, and bounce back. But sterile male mosquitoes offer something new, a sustainable, self-reinforcing solution. Instead of killing mosquitoes with chemicals, scientists are turning the species against itself. A glimpse of hope. Imagine villages where children no longer fall sick with fevers that never end. Imagine hospitals where malaria wards stand empty. Imagine a world where one of humanity's oldest killers is finally eradicated, not just by medicine alone, but by turning the tiny vector of death into a tool for life. It's bold, it's radical, and if it works, it could change history. So here's the big question. Do you think unleashing sterile mosquitoes is the right path to end malaria, or does it carry risks we may not yet see?
The mystery of the crystal skulls. Who really made them? Imagine this. It's the year 1927. At the ruins of the ancient city of Luba Anton, near modern-day Belize, 2 English archaeologists, Mitchell Hedges and his daughter Anna, make a discovery that will send shockwaves through the world of archaeology. Buried beneath the earth, they uncover something astonishing. A perfectly carved human skull made entirely of crystal, weighing nearly 5 kilograms. The nose is shaped from 3 separate crystal plates. The eye sockets hold smooth, rounded quartz, and the teeth are aligned with eerie perfection.
It wasn't bone, it wasn't stone, it was glass-like crystal, sculpted into the very likeness of a human head. The legend of an impossible creation. In 1954, a book titled Dangerous Is My Journey made a stunning claim. The crystal skull, it said, was over 3,600 years old, a relic of an ancient civilization lost to time. According to scholars of the era, such a skull would have taken 150 years of non-stop carving and polishing to complete. No machines, no lasers, no modern tools, just stone, sand, and unimaginable patience. But here's the riddle. Could people living thousands of years ago with such limited technology have possibly created something so precise, so flawless? The Aztec connection. In Paris, at the Museum of Anthropology, another crystal skull is kept. French researchers tested it and concluded that it was likely made by the Aztecs of Mexico in the 14th or 15th century. Some believe these skulls were sacred objects used by Aztec priests during rituals, possibly as ornaments worn by high-ranking shamans, or even as tools in ceremonies of human sacrifice. The Aztecs were skilled artisans. They made pottery with complex patterns, jewelry decorated with feathers, and even massive carved monuments like the famous Moonstone, unearthed in 1978, weighing over 10 tons. Could the crystal skulls have been another masterpiece of their craftsmanship? But doubts remain. Not everyone agrees. Critics argue that during the 14th and 15th centuries, the Aztecs mostly relied on stone and wood tools. Their technology, they say, was not advanced enough to shape something as hard and flawless as crystal into the form of a human skull. The debate only deepens when we look at another famous artifact. At the British Museum, a third crystal skull is displayed. And this one comes with a chilling twist. Under dim light, it glows with an otherworldly brilliance, its hollow eyes staring, its teeth gleaming like those of a grinning phantom. This skull was purchased in 1898 from a jewelry shop in New York. The shopkeeper claimed it had been sold to him by a soldier in the late 1700s. Some archaeologists suggest it may have been crafted in Latin America during colonial times, not by the Aztecs, but by later artisans who had access to more advanced tools. So, who truly made the crystal skulls? Were they sacred relics of the Aztecs, painstakingly carved with primitive tools? Were they clever forgeries created during the colonial era, designed to impress collectors? Or, if the legends are to be believed, are they far older, the work of a civilization we have yet to understand? Even today, their origins remain a puzzle, their purpose a mystery, their makers unknown. Some say they hold spiritual energy. Others claim they're cursed. A few believe they could be the relics of an ancient lost knowledge, technology far beyond what we thought possible for civilizations of the past. Until science provides us with clear answers, the crystal skulls will remain one of archaeology's greatest enigmas. So, the next time you see one of these haunting crystal faces staring back at you from behind museum glass, ask yourself this: are you looking at the masterpiece of an Aztec priest, a colonial trick designed to fool collectors, or a secret message from a civilization lost in the shadows of time? Because in the end, the crystal skulls remind us of one thing: history still keeps its deepest secrets hidden in plain sight.
The mystery of the walking stones, nature's greatest secret. On our planet, there are stones that seem alive. Immense boulders weighing hundreds, even thousands of kilograms that mysteriously move across the land as if guided by an invisible hand. They crawl, they glide, and they sometimes even climb mountains. One of the most famous places where this happens is Racetrack Playa, a dry lake bed in California's Death Valley. Here, half-ton rocks have been spotted making journeys across the desert floor, leaving behind long trails in the cracked earth. They don't roll, they don't tumble. Instead, they slide smoothly, zigzagging across the barren landscape. Death Valley is one of the hottest places on Earth. In 1917, temperatures soared above 50 degrees Celsius for 43 straight days. And yet, in this harsh desert, stones appear to come alive. Some move as much as half a meter in just an hour. But here's the catch. No one ever sees them move. Scientists have placed cameras, observed day and night, and still, the rocks only shift when nobody is watching. It's a mystery that once stunned even scientists. However, studies conducted in recent years have revealed a likely explanation, which I will discuss later in this article. The mystery beyond California. This strange phenomenon isn't limited to America. In Russia, near the village of Gorodisha, lies the legendary Sin Stone. Local legends say the stone holds the spirit of wishes and dreams. In the 17th century, a priest tried to bury the rock deep underground to rid the people of their pagan beliefs. Yet years later, the stone mysteriously resurfaced. Over the centuries, villagers tried again and again to sink the Sin Stone, once even dropping it into a frozen lake. But the rock wouldn't stay buried. Fishermen reported seeing it slowly crawling across the lake bed, until, decades later, it reappeared on shore. Further east, in Siberia, locals tell stories of the so-called Dead Stone, a massive round boulder weighing half a ton. Most of the time it sits silently, but then, without warning, it shifts. Sometimes just a little, sometimes across large distances. No one knows when it will decide to move again. And perhaps the most astonishing case of all is in Tibet, near an ancient Buddhist monastery. There lies a rock weighing over 1,100 kilograms, a stone that climbs mountains. For over 1,000 years, this boulder has been walking up and down a mountain slope in a precise cycle. It climbs to a certain height, then descends, then circles back around. Each full journey can take decades, sometimes even half a century. To this day, the Tibetan walking stone continues its pilgrimage. So, what is happening here? Some scientists have suggested magnetic fields. After all, many walking stones are found in regions where the Earth's magnetic field is unstable. Could magnetism itself be pulling these rocks? But if so, the magnetic force required would have to be unimaginably strong, stronger than anything naturally found on Earth. Others argue for a simpler explanation: wind and rain. They suggest that rainwater creates a slippery clay surface and the wind pushes the rocks across it. But this theory collapses in Death Valley, where rainfall is rare and many rock trails run opposite the direction of the wind. In 1995, geologists in Massachusetts proposed another idea. In Death Valley, extreme temperature differences between day and night create thin sheets of ice on the ground. Overnight, water freezes on the desert floor and on the rocks themselves. By morning, the sun melts the ice, creating slick, slippery conditions. Strong desert gusts can then push the rocks forward, making them slide silently across the playa. It's a convincing explanation.
Yet, even with modern monitoring, some movements remain unexplained. Living stones. Not all theories are scientific. In folklore across Europe, especially in the Baltic regions, farmers tell stories of living stones. They believe that rocks are not just objects, but beings, capable of growth, movement, and even reproduction. They claim stones sometimes rise from the earth, appearing overnight in fields that had been cleared the day before. And so the legend of the walking stones persists, half science, half mystery, and entirely captivating. Final thoughts. Perhaps one day science will explain every detail. Perhaps the secret lies in ice, wind, and physics. Or perhaps there is something about these stones that remains beyond our understanding. After all, the Earth is full of mysteries, some hidden in the oceans, others buried underground, and some etched in the silent trails of stones that refuse to stay still. The question remains, are they moved by natural forces we barely understand? Or is there something deeper, something ancient, written into the stones themselves? Until we know for sure, the walking stones will continue their slow, silent journeys, reminding us that the world still holds secrets beyond imagination.
The new space race. Nations compete to conquer the moon. Imagine looking up at the night sky. The moon, shining silently above us, has always been a symbol of mystery, poetry, and dreams. But now, in the 21st century, it has become something more, the front line of a new space race. While the United States and the Soviet Union dominated the first space race of the 20th century, the story is no longer just about two superpowers. Today, Europe, Japan, China, and India are writing their own chapters in humanity's quest to return to the moon. And this time, the ambitions go far beyond simply planting a flag. Europe's bold leap. Europe launched SMART-1 on November 15, 2004. SMART-1 was EU's first ever lunar probe and the first in the world to rely on solar electric propulsion, a revolutionary engine that was 10 times more efficient than traditional chemical rockets. SMART-1 was testing technologies that could one day build a permanent human outpost on the moon. Europe's long-term vision includes the Aurora project, a bold plan to establish a lunar base that would serve as a stepping stone to Mars. Imagine it, astronauts living and working on the moon, preparing for the day humanity sets foot on the red planet. Germany, too, has set its sights high, proposing to place giant radio telescopes on the moon by 2015. These telescopes, free from Earth's noisy atmosphere, could peer deeper into the universe than ever before. Japan, a pioneer in Asia. Few realize that Japan was actually the third country in history to send a probe to the moon. In January 1990, their spacecraft He-10 broke the monopoly of the US and the Soviet Union. By 1993, Japan had successfully landed a probe on the moon's surface, marking itself as a serious contender in space exploration. Japan's motivation is clear. As a nation poor in natural resources, they see the moon as a potential treasure trove of minerals and energy. And so their long-term dream is also to establish a lunar base, claiming a permanent place in the future of space. China's ambition, the Chang'e Project. On February 25, 2004, China officially announced its Chang'e Project, named after the moon goddess in Chinese mythology. The plan? To launch their first lunar probe, Chang'e-1, by 2007. This spacecraft would orbit just 200 kilometers above the lunar surface, carrying out 4 groundbreaking missions, creating the first ever 3D map of the moon, analyzing the distribution of valuable elements and minerals, measuring the moon's thermal radiation,
and studying the lunar space environment, collecting data no Chinese satellite had ever gathered before. But China's ambitions don't stop there. Future missions include landers and sample return missions, steps towards their ultimate goal, putting Chinese astronauts on the moon. And India joins the race. Not to be left behind, India has also entered the competition. Their first lunar probe, Chandrayaan-1, was planned for launch in 2007. Orbiting at 100 kilometers above the surface, it would map and study the moon in unprecedented detail. And this is only the beginning. If Chandrayaan-1 succeeds, India has already planned a second mission by 2015, further cementing its place among the world's spacefaring nations. The new lunar era. So, what are all these nations really racing for? The moon holds more than just mystery and beauty. It offers helium-3, a rare isotope that could one day fuel nuclear fusion reactors, providing almost limitless clean energy. It offers a natural platform for telescopes that can unlock the secrets of the universe. And perhaps most importantly, it offers humanity a launch pad to Mars and beyond. The moon is no longer just a symbol in our night sky. It is becoming the frontier of human ambition. Europe, Japan, China, India, and the United States are all vying for their place in this new age of exploration. And the question remains, who will be the first to claim the moon as a permanent home for humanity? Check. That's the story of the new lunar race, a global competition that will shape the future of space travel.
The sea lily, the flower that runs across the ocean floor. At first glance, it looks like a delicate flower swaying gently in the currents of the deep sea. Its long stalk anchors it to the ocean floor, while feather-like arms spread gracefully, just like the petals of a lily. But this is no flower. This is a creature, a mysterious marine animal known as the sea lily, Endoxycrinus pere. Despite its name, the sea lily isn't a plant at all. It belongs to the echinoderm family, the same group as starfish and sea urchins. For centuries, people believed sea lilies were fixed, immobile beings, rooted permanently to the seabed. But astonishing new discoveries have revealed a hidden truth. The sea lily can move, swiftly and gracefully when threatened. Researchers from the United States captured incredible footage 430 meters beneath the waves. In the video, a sea lily detaches from its stalk and begins to run across the seafloor. Its feather-like arms, called pinnules, act almost like legs, propelling it forward with surprising speed. What was once thought to be a passive creature turns out to be an agile escape artist of the deep. The discovery confirms what marine scientist Thomas Baumüller from the University of Michigan had suggested years earlier. Sea lilies are not passive ornaments of the ocean. They are living, breathing survivors, capable of fleeing from danger. And their speed is remarkable. Using footage from submarines, scientists measured their escape pace at nearly 3 to 4 centimeters per second. That might not sound fast, but in the slow-motion world of the deep sea, where every movement is a battle against heavy water pressure, it is astonishing. Why would a creature that looks like a flower need to run? The answer lies in its predators. Sea lilies are hunted by sea urchins and other bottom-dwelling creatures. When danger approaches, the sea lily doesn't wait to be eaten. It picks itself up and flees, leaving behind its fixed stalk in a desperate dash for survival. This revelation changes the way we see life in the deep sea. The sea lily, once thought to be a fragile, immobile decoration, is actually a master of disguise and adaptation. What looks like a flower is, in truth, a creature armed with resilience, strategy, and the will to survive. The ocean is full of wonders like this, beings that defy our expectations and blur the line between plant and animal, beauty and survival. The sea lily is a perfect reminder that the deep sea hides countless secrets, waiting to be uncovered. So, next time you see an image of a flower-like creature drifting in the abyss, remember, it might not just be sitting there. It might be ready to get up and run.
The silent spread of deserts. UN's urgent warning to the world. Imagine waking up one day to find the fertile land that once fed your family has turned into cracked, lifeless soil. No water, no crops, no food. This isn't the plot of a dystopian movie. It's a reality unfolding across our planet. According to the United Nations, over 250 million people worldwide are already being directly affected by the slow but relentless march of desertification. And unless urgent action is taken, billions more may face food shortages, displacement, and economic collapse. Here's the growing crisis. At a recent meeting of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in Nairobi, Kenya, senior officials from 179 member states gathered to confront this global threat. Their message was clear: desertification is not a distant issue. It is happening here, now, and it is accelerating because of climate change. The UN is calling for the creation of an early warning system backed by a global data bank to monitor land degradation, predict future impacts, and help communities prepare before it's too late. Here's some shocking numbers. Right now, Earth has 6.3 billion people relying on just 11% of land that remains untouched by desertification. But with the global population projected to rise to 8.2 billion by 2020, experts warn that food shortages could spiral out of control as deserts continue to swallow farmland. Think about that for a moment. More people, but less land to grow the food they need. Section 4. Africa at the front line. Nowhere is the danger more visible than in Africa. Home to about 800 million people, nearly 43% of the continent is already classified as severely desertified. For families living in these dry lands, the struggle is daily and desperate, finding water, growing food, and simply surviving. Section 5. The role of climate change. Scientists warn that greenhouse gases from burning coal, oil, and gas are fueling the crisis. Carbon dioxide and other emissions trap heat in the atmosphere, driving global warming. The consequences are devastating: melting polar ice caps, rising sea levels, more frequent droughts, stronger hurricanes. And at the heart of it all, land is drying out, turning fertile fields into barren deserts. Section 6. A call for global action. Michel Girard, Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, emphasized that fighting desertification is not just an environmental issue, it is a priority for global food security and human survival. Because when land dies, people suffer, and when people suffer, entire nations can destabilize. Since the UN Convention began in 1996, only 91 out of 179 member states have presented full national plans to combat desertification. That means more than half of the world's governments are still unprepared for what could become one of the greatest threats of our century. Section 7. The choice before us. Desertification is silent, slow, and easy to ignore until it is too late. But it is not unstoppable. With early warning systems, sustainable farming, reforestation, and a commitment to cutting greenhouse gas emissions, we can protect the land that sustains us. The question is, will the world act fast enough? Section 8. Final message. The United Nations warning is more than a statistic, it is a wake-up call. The fate of millions, perhaps billions, depends on how we respond. Because if deserts continue to spread unchecked, it won't just be the land that disappears, it will be our future.
The spider that drinks blood without ever biting you. Imagine a predator that feeds on blood, yet it has no fangs, no proboscis, and no way to pierce skin. How could that even be possible? Well, in the wetlands of East Africa, scientists have discovered exactly that. A tiny jumping spider with a very unusual appetite has found a clever way to get the blood it craves. Now meet the vampire spider. The species is called Avarca calicivora, a small jumping spider that lives near Lake Victoria in Kenya and Uganda. At first glance, it looks like any ordinary spider, but its hunting habits are unlike anything else in the arachnid world. Instead of spinning webs to catch flies or ambushing unsuspecting insects, this spider has a very specific preference: female mosquitoes that have just fed on blood. That's right. These spiders deliberately hunt mosquitoes that are swollen with fresh blood from animals or even humans. Why would a spider choose such a target? After all, there are plenty of insects out there: dragonflies, nectar-feeding mosquitoes, even male mosquitoes. But time and time again, Avarca calicivora goes after the blood-filled females. The reason is both simple and fascinating. While the spider itself cannot pierce skin or drink blood directly, by eating these engorged mosquitoes, it gains access to the nutrients locked inside their bellies. In other words, the spider uses the mosquito as a living syringe, a delivery system for the blood it can't reach on its own. Next, how do they find their prey? What's even more incredible is how these spiders detect their targets. Researchers at Macquarie University in Australia discovered that Avarca calicivora relies on two powerful senses: vision and smell. With their sharp eyesight, they can spot the swollen abdomen of a blood-fed mosquito. With their keen sense of smell, they can detect the unique odor that comes from a mosquito full of blood. And here's the kicker: it's not learned behavior. These spiders are born with this ability. It's instinctive, built into their very biology. Now, why blood matters to them? Scientists believe that these blood meals play a biologically crucial role for the spiders. It may provide nutrients that are harder to find elsewhere, or perhaps it boosts their reproductive success. Whatever the reason, one thing is clear: Avarca calicivora is the only spider known to science that specializes in hunting blood-filled prey. So it's a rare predator in nature. This discovery is significant because it shows a rare case in the natural world: a predator choosing its prey, not just by species, but what that prey had eaten. Think about it. Most predators don't care what their prey had for dinner, but for this spider, the mosquito's last meal makes all the difference between a target worth chasing and one worth ignoring. In the grand theater of evolution, Avarca calicivora is proof that survival sometimes means being smart, strange, and just a little bit sneaky.
The strange rain of colors: red, yellow, and black showers from the sky. Imagine standing under the sky, waiting for the cool relief of raindrops, but instead of the clear, fresh water you expect, something astonishing happens. The rain falls in colors: red, yellow, even black. It sounds like something out of a fantasy novel, but history tells us these strange rains have truly happened in different parts of the world. One of the earliest recorded events took place in 1608 in a small town in France. Locals were stunned when a shower of red rain poured down from the sky. People at the time saw it as a mysterious, even terrifying omen. But science gives us a fascinating explanation.
powerful desert winds from North Africa lifted massive amounts of fine red dust and carried it high into the atmosphere. Those particles blended with clouds, traveled across the Mediterranean, and eventually fell as red-tinted rain over France. It wasn't blood from the heavens, as some had feared, but the Earth's own dust, painted across the sky. Centuries later, in 1963, northeastern China experienced something equally astonishing: yellow rain. At first, villagers were bewildered. Was it some kind of chemical spill or a toxic hazard? The truth turned out to be more natural and beautiful. Forests of red pine were in bloom, releasing clouds of golden yellow pollen into the air. Strong winds swept this pollen upward, mixing it with the rain clouds. When the skies opened, people saw drops of golden rain falling to the ground. What seemed like a strange curse of nature was in reality a gift from the forest itself. And then, in 1979, in Guangxi Province, southern China, came perhaps the most unsettling of all: black rain. Imagine rainwater so dark it stained everything it touched. This eerie phenomenon was linked to a devastating forest fire in the region. The blaze filled the air with soot, smoke, and fine ash. As rain clouds formed, they absorbed the blackened particles, and when the rain fell, it carried the ash back down to earth. The result was a rainstorm that looked more like liquid night than water. These colored rains remind us of something profound. Nature is not only powerful, but endlessly surprising. What we see as ordinary, like rain, can transform into an extraordinary spectacle shaped by the invisible forces of wind, fire, pollen, and dust. So the next time you hear raindrops on your window, remember, somewhere, sometime, rain has fallen in red, in yellow, even in black. And who knows, one day you might just witness the sky painting the earth with colors of its own.
The underwear that never smells, a game changer for travelers and adventurers. Imagine going on a long hiking trip, a mountain expedition, or even a weeks-long student camping adventure without ever worrying about one of the most uncomfortable problems: smelly underwear. Yes, you heard that right. Thanks to a breakthrough in material science, the days of foul-smelling underwear may soon be over. A new innovation by the outdoor gear company, North Face, has introduced underwear designed with tiny silver particles woven directly into the fabric. Why silver? Because silver naturally has antibacterial properties. By stopping bacteria from growing in the first place, these garments prevent the very source of unpleasant odors. This means you can wear them again and again without the smell. No more awkward flip-it-inside-out camping tricks. No more embarrassment of having to toss your underwear into the communal laundry machine. With this technology, freshness is built in. Keith Byrne, North Face's marketing director, explained that the special weaving method destroys odor-causing bacteria and fungi, keeping the fabric fresh even after multiple uses. The result? Underwear that stays clean-smelling far longer than anything we've worn before. The benefits go beyond comfort. For hikers, backpackers, and mountaineers, this innovation is a real lifesaver. Imagine being on a 10-day trek in the Himalayas or a desert journey where washing clothes isn't an option. With odor-free underwear, travelers can pack lighter, stay cleaner, and feel more confident. But the appeal doesn't stop there. Think about busy professionals, students living in dorms, or anyone who dreads doing laundry. This isn't just about outdoor gear, it's about rethinking how we approach everyday clothing. And the secret, once again, lies in nanotechnology and silver infusion. Silver ions break down bacteria before they multiply, leaving no chance for odor to develop. It's the same principle used in medical dressings and water purification, now applied to something as everyday as underwear. North Face believes this product will open a whole new market,
especially among men who are less eager to toss their underwear into the wash after every single use. But let's be honest, this could revolutionize comfort for everyone. So, are we looking at the future of clothing? Possibly. Odor-proof underwear is more than just a novelty. It's a solution that could change travel, sports, and daily life. One thing's for sure, the age-old struggle with smelly underwear might finally be coming to an end.
The world's first car made of molecules, a revolutionary nano-invention. Imagine a car so small that it can't be seen with the naked eye. A car that doesn't run on gasoline, doesn't have seats, and doesn't even need a steering wheel. Sounds like science fiction, right? Well, this is no fantasy. A team of researchers at Rice University in Texas has just unveiled the world's first molecular car, a vehicle built entirely out of molecules and capable of moving across a microscopic highway made of gold. This tiny creation, invisible to the human eye, represents one of the boldest leaps forward in nanotechnology. While it won't be cruising through city streets anytime soon, it could change the future of science, engineering, and maybe even transportation in ways we're only beginning to imagine. So, how does a car this small even work? The design is as brilliant as it is bizarre. The molecular car has a chassis and two axles made from a compound called phenylene ethylene, connected by a rotating central system. The wheels? They're made from pure carbon spheres called fullerenes, each containing exactly 60 carbon atoms. These carbon balls are often nicknamed buckyballs, tiny, perfectly round molecules that scientists have studied for decades. To bring all the parts together, the team used a palladium catalyst, a chemical agent that made it possible to attach the axles to the frame. But assembling this car was no easy task. It only took 6 months to build the frame and axles, but attaching the fullerene wheels was far more difficult. That's because fullerenes don't naturally get along with the metal catalysts required in the reaction. Yet, after careful experimentation, the scientists managed to overcome the challenge and attach the wheels successfully. The finished vehicle is just 3 to 4 nanometers wide. That's a little wider than a strand of DNA, but still thousands of times smaller than the width of a human hair, which measures around 80,000 nanometers. To put it simply, if you lined up tens of thousands of these cars side by side, they'd still fit across a single strand of hair. But here's where it gets even more fascinating. The car doesn't move like ours do. It remains stable on its golden roadway until scientists heat the surface to about 170 degrees Celsius. At that point, thanks to its strong grip between its fullerene wheels and the gold surface, the nanocar begins to roll forward, step by step, atom by atom, without slipping. This may sound small and abstract, but the implications are enormous. After this success, the Rice University team even designed a nano pushcart capable of transporting molecular cargo. Imagine fleets of molecular machines moving medicines directly into cells, repairing tissues at a microscopic level, or building materials atom by atom with perfect precision. In short, this is more than just a tiny car. It's a glimpse into the future of molecular technology. One day, inventions like this could revolutionize medicine, computing, and even the way we build our world. The world's first molecular car is not just a scientific curiosity, it's a symbol of human creativity, proving that innovation truly has no limits, not even at the scale of a single molecule.
The world's first female gambler? A 3,000-year-old mystery unearthed in Iran? Beneath the ancient soils of northern Iran, near the Caspian Sea, archaeologists have uncovered a discovery that is rewriting what we know about the past. In a site known as Gahar Tepe, a burial ground dating back 3,000 years, they found the skeleton of a Persian woman. But what makes this find extraordinary is not just who she was, but what she was buried with.
Alongside her remains were over 600 small bone pieces, fragments from the ankles of sheep carefully cut to the same size. These weren't tools, they weren't weapons, they weren't decorations. They were pieces from an ancient gambling game known as Gop, and that has led some scholars to suggest this may be the earliest known female gambler in history. The game of Gop was no ordinary pastime. Played with animal bones, it was a game of chance and skill, one where pieces were tossed, collected, and sometimes even used like dice. The presence of so many fragments in her grave suggests that this woman may have been deeply involved in the game, perhaps even respected for it. What's more, holes carved into the bones show they may have doubled as ornaments, worn as necklaces or charms. Around her chest, archaeologists also discovered hairpins and dress clasps, suggesting that when she was laid to rest, she was dressed carefully, her hair tied back, as though her identity and status mattered greatly to her community. Could it be that she was not only a participant, but a woman of status, remembered for her passion for this ancient game? Other finds at Kohara Tepe. But this woman was not the only mystery unearthed at Kohara Tepe. In the same burial grounds, archaeologists uncovered the remains of a man and a woman buried together, dating back to the Iron Age. Their positioning suggests they may have died suddenly, perhaps in an accident, their final moments frozen in time. Nearby, traces of ancient fabric were discovered, possibly the remains of a 3,000-year-old weaving shop destroyed in a fire. Pieces of a collapsed roof suggest disaster struck, but no bodies were found within, hinting that those inside may have escaped. And then, perhaps most strikingly, archaeologists uncovered figurines of humped bulls, over 3 millennia old. One statue, still perfectly preserved, gleamed as though polished. These bulls, symbols of fertility and hard work, were likely used in religious rituals, connecting daily life with the spiritual world. So who was the woman buried with hundreds of Gottises? Was she truly the first female gambler in history? A woman who played and perhaps even mastered a game of chance in an age dominated by men? Or was she simply a loved figure, remembered by children through tokens of a playful game? The truth may never be fully known. But what is certain is this: the discovery at Kohara Tepe offers a rare window into the lives of ancient Persians, how they played, how they worshipped, and how they honored their dead. For 3,000 years, she lay hidden beneath the earth. Now she speaks again, not with words, but with bones, ornaments, and the mysteries of a game that still echoes through time. And perhaps, somewhere in her story, we glimpse not only the first female gambler, but the timeless human love for games, memory, and meaning.
Toxic chemicals found in children's products, a hidden danger for parents. When parents buy toys, pacifiers, or pajamas for their children, they imagine safety, comfort, and care. After all, these products are designed for the most vulnerable members of our families. But what if some of those same items, sitting in nurseries and bedrooms, contained hidden chemicals that could quietly harm a child's health? That's exactly what a new investigation in California has revealed. The Center for Environmental Policy and Research in California recently tested everyday products made for babies and toddlers. Their focus was on 2 groups of chemicals: phthalates, commonly used in plastics, and PBDEs, a class of flame retardants. The results were alarming. Quote, 15 out of 18 baby products, including teething rings and bath toys, contained phthalates. End quote. For example, one popular teething toy from the brand Gund tested positive for DBP, a phthalate known to disrupt reproductive health and even increase cancer risk. End quote. End quote. 3 out of 7 pieces of infant sleepwear contained PBDE flame-retardant chemicals linked to cognitive decline, immune system damage, and birth defects. End quote. Even more concerning, one product boldly labeled phthalate-free was found to contain not 1, but 2 banned phthalates, DEHP and DBP. End quote. Ampersand. What are phthalates? Ensign. Phthalates are synthetic chemicals used to soften plastics and make them flexible. They're also used to preserve fragrance in personal care products. But the health risks are significant. Studies have linked phthalates to premature births, reproductive system defects, and early onset of puberty in children. Humans come into contact with these chemicals daily through personal care items, cleaning products, contaminated dust, and especially through plastic toys that young children chew on. The European Union has already banned several types of phthalates from all children's products, and specifically from anything designed to go into the mouths of infants under 3 years old. Ampersand. The hidden threat of PBDEs. Ensign. The second group of chemicals, PBDEs, polybrominated diphenyl ethers, are widely used as flame retardants to reduce how quickly items catch fire. While their purpose may sound protective, their health consequences are deeply troubling. PBDE exposure has been associated with memory loss and reduced cognitive ability, weakened immune system function, reproductive abnormalities, and certain cancers. And when used in baby pajamas and bedding, the risk of exposure grows because children's skin and lungs are far more sensitive than adults. End quote. Ampersand. How can parents protect their children? Ensign. The findings may sound frightening, but there are steps parents can take to minimize exposure. 1. Avoid PVC plastic toys, especially those that children are likely to chew on. 2. Use glass containers for storing food and drinks instead of plastic. 3. Clean plastic items carefully. Avoid using dish soap and hot water, since both can speed up the release of harmful chemicals. 4. Look for certified chemical-free products and check for independent testing, not just marketing labels. Ampersand. The bigger picture. Ensign. What makes this story so unsettling isn't just the presence of toxic chemicals in children's products, but the fact that many parents have been unknowingly exposing their babies to them for years. Labels can be misleading, regulations vary from country to country, and harmful substances once banned in one region may still show up in products sold elsewhere. The California study is a wake-up call. Safety cannot be taken for granted, even in products made for babies. Ampersand. Closing thought. Ensign. When we think of children, we think of innocence and protection. But science is reminding us that the world we create around them can quietly shape their future health. The teething ring, the bedtime pajamas, the bath toys, all of them should bring comfort, not risk. So the next time you shop for your child, remember, the label may say safe, but the only true safety comes from awareness, careful choices, and demanding stricter standards for the products that enter our homes. Because protecting children isn't just about love. It's about shielding them from the hidden dangers they cannot see. End quote. Okay, end of article.
Turning urine into drinking water for astronauts. With a special filtration device developed by the company Water Security, wastewater aboard spacecraft can now be purified and reused. Even astronauts' urine can be recycled into clean, drinkable water. In the field of space exploration, supplying water for astronauts in orbit has always been one of the most challenging problems for scientists. Over the past 5 years, NASA has spent nearly $60 million transporting drinking water to the International Space Station via space shuttles. Each gallon of water delivered to orbit costs about $40,000 USD. However, these costs may soon be reduced thanks to a successful new experiment. Scientists have discovered a more practical solution, recycling astronauts' urine and wastewater into safe drinking water. This isn't a brand new idea, but implementing it in the cramped environment of a spacecraft in microgravity is no simple task. And naturally, many people wonder, what does it taste like? If applied to the space station, the water recycling system could reduce the amount of water that needs to be launched into orbit by 2/3, creating enough extra space to carry 4 additional crew members. Water Security, based in Reno, Nevada, is a newly established company dedicated to applying NASA's technology here on Earth. Its CEO, Ray Doan, proudly displayed the device and called it a groundbreaking innovation. The company enhanced NASA's system by adding a unique filter that eliminates up to 99.9% of bacteria, producing a supply of completely purified water. The 6-step filtration system begins with a basic filter to remove debris or large particles, such as hair or fibers. Next, a carbon filter eliminates organic waste in urine, including urea, uric acid, and creatinine, along with disinfectants or pesticides found in water from agricultural areas. The liquid is then pumped through a Water Security designed filter containing countless synthetic iodine resin beads. Any microorganisms that touch these beads are instantly destroyed as iodine is released. Ken Carney, vice president of the company, explained, quote, "Iodine is slowly released into the water and remains stable under a wide range of temperatures and pH levels. This system can handle even the most heavily contaminated water sources on Earth and still deliver clean, safe drinking water." End quote. After being held in a storage tank long enough for iodine to completely sterilize it, the water passes through another filter to remove iodine, nitrates, and heavy metals. Finally, the liquid goes through one last filter to eliminate Cryptosporidium, a parasite resistant to iodine, leaving behind water that is entirely safe to drink. For decades, NASA engineers have grappled with the problem of human waste in space. During astronaut Alan Shepard's first spacewalk, scheduled for just 15 minutes, nobody had thought about including a urine collection system in his spacesuit. When an electrical problem delayed him for 86 minutes, his bladder quickly filled, forcing him to radio control room. After some consideration, they simply told him, quote, "Relieve yourself in the suit," end quote. Later, astronauts on Gemini and Apollo missions were given plastic collection bags. Once sealed, these were mixed with disinfectant to create what NASA called stabilized waste. A 1975 NASA study found that Apollo's waste management systems were technically adequate, but astronauts themselves considered them far from ideal. For the space shuttle, NASA eventually built a $23 million toilet system that could dry waste and return it to Earth. Now, Water Security's filtration system helps NASA solve 2 problems at once: managing wastewater and turning urine into safe drinking water. The system is currently undergoing testing at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Meanwhile, Water Security has begun applying this technology in places on Earth where clean water is scarce. For example, last summer, the International Child Care Organization deployed a mobile water filtration system in northern Iraq. Built on a Toyota truck by founders Robert and Ronnie Anderson, the unit was driven to dozens of villages to provide clean water. The system can filter about 5 gallons per minute, producing enough safe water in one day to supply a village of 5,000 people for an entire month, at a cost of just 3 cents per gallon. The need isn't limited to war-torn regions. After the 2004 tsunami in Indonesia, many freshwater sources were contaminated with saltwater and toxic street runoff. According to Carney, Water Security's system could address such disasters as well. In fact, the technology has already been tested at a wastewater site in Jakarta and met international environmental safety standards. Not the goddess of beauty, but a hellish world next door. For centuries, Venus has been admired as the morning star, the evening star, or the radiant twin of Earth. Ancient civilizations named it after the goddess of beauty and love, Venera, Aphrodite, or Venus. To the naked eye, it shines brilliantly in the night sky, second only to the moon. But behind that glow lies a horrifying truth. Venus is not a goddess. It is hell itself. Upcoming missions like the European Space Agency's Venus Express aim to pierce through the planet's dense atmosphere and finally reveal the face of this hostile world. But long before this mission, scientists had already discovered that Venus is one of the most extreme, unforgiving environments in our solar system. The evil twin of Earth. Venus is often called Earth's twin because of its similar size, mass, and rocky composition. It is the closest planet to us in space, and at night it outshines every star. Yet while Earth nurtures life, Venus has become a cautionary tale of planetary catastrophe. The atmosphere of Venus is 90 times denser than Earth's, smothering the planet in a crushing pressure equal to being 900 meters under the ocean. Any submarine we could build would be flattened instantly. The surface temperature? Around 470 degrees Celsius, hot enough to melt lead, zinc, or tin. Rivers of molten metals and solidified lava plains stretch across its barren land, fed by colossal volcanoes. And to make matters worse, its air is filled with sulfuric acid and toxic gases, ensuring that no known form of life could possibly survive. In many ways, Venus is a terrifying mirror of Earth's potential future. The runaway greenhouse effect that we fear here has already happened there, magnified to an extreme that turned a once Earth-like planet into a furnace. By studying Venus, scientists hope to unlock warnings about climate change and planetary evolution, clues that may determine our own survival. But peeling back the veil of Venus has never been easy. In the early 1960s, the Soviet Union and the United States launched probes to uncover its mysteries. In 1961, the Soviet Venera 1 passed within 100,000 kilometers of Venus, but its instruments were destroyed by the extreme heat. A year later, NASA's Mariner 2 succeeded in measuring Venus's searing temperatures and confirmed it lacked a magnetic field. The Soviets pressed on. Venera 3 crash-landed in 1966, becoming the first human-made object to touch another planet, though it was destroyed instantly. Missions like Venera 5 and 6 were crushed by atmospheric pressure, but finally, in 1970, Venera 7 managed to transmit data from the surface, the first soft landing in history. For a brief moment, humanity heard the true voice of Venus. Over the years, more missions followed, culminating in Venera 16 in the 1980s, which produced the first detailed maps of the planet. NASA's Magellan orbiter later used radar imaging to pierce the planet's clouds, revealing massive volcanoes, lava flows, and a tortured landscape unlike any other. And there's more. Russia plans to revive its legendary Venera program with Venera D, a new generation of landers designed to withstand the brutal conditions for far longer than their predecessors. Step by step, humanity is returning to its deadly twin. From romance to reality, once poets and dreamers imagined Venus as a paradise, a world of oceans and lush jungles hidden beneath the clouds. That romantic vision shattered in the 20th century. Today, when spacecraft rip through the dense clouds of the morning star, they reveal not a goddess, but a world of fire, acid, and crushing pressure. A vision of planetary apocalypse. Studying Venus may not satisfy our romantic imagination, but it might save us from ourselves. By looking at this cosmic inferno, we're forced to reflect on Earth, our only true home, and how fragile its balance really is. So the next time you spot the brilliant light of Venus in the evening sky, remember, behind that glow is not a goddess, but a warning.
Vitamin D deficiency, the hidden cause of fragile bones in women worldwide. Did you know that more than half of all women around the world after menopause suffer from osteoporosis?
a disease that makes bones weak and easy to fracture. And the shocking truth is this: it's not just about calcium. Scientists have now discovered that one of the biggest culprits is a silent deficiency of vitamin B, a global health problem. An international team of researchers from the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands set out to measure vitamin D levels in women after menopause. They studied over 4,100 women above the age of 55, all diagnosed with osteoporosis across multiple continents. The results were alarming. In North America, 52% of women were deficient in vitamin D. In Europe, the number was the same, 52%. In Latin America, 51% lacked enough vitamin D. In the Pacific region, 59% were deficient. In Asia, the figure jumped to 63%. And most shocking of all, 82% of women in the Middle East were suffering from this deficiency. This pattern was consistent year-round, with no significant difference between summer and winter. That means even in sunny climates, women were still dangerously low in vitamin D. So why is vitamin D so crucial for bones? While calcium is the building block of our bones, vitamin D is the key that unlocks calcium absorption. Without enough vitamin D, your body cannot properly absorb calcium from food or supplements. That means even if women take plenty of calcium, their bones may still remain brittle and prone to fractures. Dr. Mary Kay Beard from the University of Utah, who led this global study, emphasized that calcium alone is not enough. Vitamin D is just as important, perhaps even more so, when it comes to preventing osteoporosis. Aging and declining vitamin D. Another researcher, Dr. Fabio Massari from the Institute of Metabolic Research in Buenos Aires, explained why this deficiency becomes more severe with age. As people grow older, several things happen. The skin becomes less efficient at producing vitamin D from sunlight. The digestive system absorbs less vitamin D from food. The body's ability to convert vitamin D into its active form also declines. In short, the natural aging process itself sets the stage for a vitamin D crisis, especially in postmenopausal women. That's why doctors now strongly recommend that all patients with osteoporosis, and especially women over 55, have their vitamin D levels checked regularly. Without enough vitamin D, even the best medical treatments may fail to strengthen bones effectively. Dr. Massari warns, vitamin D levels don't just influence bone density, they directly affect the outcome of osteoporosis treatments. In other words, vitamin D can make the difference between fragile, breakable bones and a stronger, healthier future. The hidden risk. Perhaps the most dangerous aspect of this deficiency is that it is silent. Unlike pain or fever, you can't feel low vitamin D, but the risk builds quietly in the background, weakening bones until, one day, a simple fall or even a sudden movement leads to a fracture. For millions of women around the world, that fracture could mean the end of independence and mobility. Protecting bone health. The solution lies in awareness and prevention. Alongside calcium, women after menopause must pay attention to their vitamin D intake through sunlight, diet, or supplements as guided by a doctor. Regular medical checkups, healthy nutrition, and safe exposure to sunlight are simple but powerful steps to reduce the risk of fractures. Closing line. Osteoporosis is not just a disease of fragile bones, it is a global crisis fueled by vitamin D deficiency. And the sooner women recognize this hidden danger, the better they can protect their bones, their health, and their independence.
Weight loss, the hidden key to unlocking passion in the bedroom. What if I told you the secret to better sex isn't found in a pill or in a magazine, but in something far simpler? Something you have the power to change starting today. It's not a trick, it's not magic, it's science. The secret is weight loss. A surprising discovery.
Recently, at the annual meeting of the North American Association for the Study of Obesity, researchers unveiled something that made the audience gasp. Even a small amount of weight loss can dramatically improve your sex life. This isn't just about looking slimmer in the mirror. It's about transforming the way your body feels, the way your hormones work, and the way you see yourself when the lights go out. The Minnesota story. To understand this, let's rewind to Minnesota, where scientists tracked 161 obese women who enrolled in a 2-year weight loss program. At the very beginning, nearly 2/3 of them admitted their sex lives were struggling. Many said their bodies no longer felt responsive. Some confessed they avoided intimacy out of embarrassment. Others described how their confidence had evaporated, leaving them disconnected from their partners. But after just 1 year of weight loss, something extraordinary happened. The numbers spoke volumes. The percentage of women struggling with sexual pleasure dropped from 39% to only 15%. Those who felt ashamed of their bodies fell from 68% to just 26%. Behind those statistics were tears of relief, laughter in the bedroom, and couples rediscovering each other as if it were the first time. Why does this happen? Weight loss isn't just about appearance. It rewires the body from the inside out. 1. Better circulation. As your heart works more efficiently, blood flows freely to every part of the body, including the most sensitive areas. That means stronger arousal, deeper sensations. 2. Hormonal balance. Obesity disrupts the delicate chemistry of sex hormones. Shedding pounds restores that balance, naturally boosting desire. 3. Energy and stamina. A lighter body moves more easily, resists fatigue, and sustains intimacy without exhaustion. 4. Confidence. This is the real game changer. When you're no longer hiding under the covers, when you can embrace your body with pride, intimacy transforms from a chore into a celebration. Martin Binks, director of behavioral health at the Duke Diet and Fitness Center, summed it up perfectly. If people feel the benefits of weight loss, not only in health, but in intimacy, they're far more likely to maintain those healthy habits for life. And here's the kicker. It's not just women who benefit. When the researchers extended their study to 26 obese men in the same program, the results were as powerful. Improved erections, increased desire, a surge of self-confidence in the bedroom. Weight loss, it turns out, isn't just a personal journey. It's a relationship journey. The bigger picture? Over the last 20 years, obesity in North America has exploded. Today, 64% of adults in the United States are either overweight or obese. The health costs are obvious: diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure. But what often goes unspoken is how obesity quietly erodes intimacy, driving distance between partners who still love each other, but no longer feel connected. This study offers hope. Even small steps towards weight loss can rekindle the spark. Imagine this. After months of walking more, eating smarter, choosing health day by day, you step in front of the mirror. The reflection staring back at you is stronger, lighter, more confident. That night, you enter the bedroom not with hesitation, but with pride. Your partner's eyes widen, not just at how you look, but at how you carry yourself. The room feels warmer, the connection deeper, the passion undeniable. All of it began with one decision: to lose weight not only for your health, but for your happiness and for love. The final message: weight loss isn't just about fitting into old jeans or taking Instagram photos. It's about unlocking a fuller life, physically, emotionally, and intimately. So remember, every pound you lose is not just a number on the scale. It's another smile, another spark of confidence, another night of closeness with the one you love. Weight loss is the most intimate gift you can give yourself and your relationship. Closing line: if you've started your weight loss journey, keep going, because what awaits you isn't just a new body, it's a new life, a new love, and a new you.
When high sexual drive signals hidden illness, the surprising truth doctors want you to know. Most people think that a strong sex drive is always a good sign, proof of vitality, health, and youth. But what if I told you that, especially after the age of 40, an unusually high sexual appetite might actually be a warning sign of disease? That's right. In traditional Eastern medicine and even modern science,
researchers have found that excessive sexual activity or uncontrollable desire, a condition sometimes called pathological hypersexuality, is not always a blessing. Instead, it may reveal hidden imbalances inside the body or even be the first symptom of serious illnesses. Number 1. The illusion of endless vitality. Doctors warn that men in their 40s or 50s who still crave sex excessively, sometimes engaging in intimacy 5 or more times a week, should not rush to celebrate. This surge of desire is often not true strength. It is what experts call a false excitement. In Eastern medicine, this happens when the body's natural balance between yin and yang, between cooling energy and warming energy, falls out of harmony. When the cooling force, or yin, becomes too weak, the fiery yang dominates, creating what is known as false fire. This state tricks the body into feeling aroused and restless, but in reality, it drains energy and signals internal weakness. Number 2, the 2 faces of fire. Ancient physicians described 2 different types of internal fire that drive this excessive sexual urge. Number 1, false fire. Hoo-ha. This occurs when the body is weak but still produces an artificial surge of heat. Symptoms include weight loss, thinning hair, dry skin, night sweats, and sudden bursts of internal heat. Number 2, real fire. Thukha. This type of fire comes from emotional stress or underlying organ dysfunction. People with this imbalance may experience flushed faces, bitter taste in the mouth, yellow coating on the tongue, and strong, tense pulses. Both conditions can make men experience frequent erections, involuntary arousal, or even uncontrollable ejaculation, all signs that the body is not functioning normally. Number 3, age and the decline of yin. By the time a man reaches his 40s, his yin energy naturally decreases. Traditionally, it was said that by this age, half of the body's yin is already gone. A healthy man might feel sexual desire once or twice a week, but if someone still craves excessive intimacy, say 3, 4, or even 5 times a week, it may not be true health. Instead, it is often a sign of internal imbalance, or worse, the early stage of disease. Number 4, mental exhaustion and hypersexuality. Interestingly, sexual overdrive isn't always physical. Mental exhaustion can also trigger it. For example, men who overwork their minds, long hours of calculations, planning, and stress, may deplete their heart yin, the cooling energy of the heart. Without this cooling balance, heart yang, or fiery energy, rises uncontrollably, leading to sleepless nights, restlessness, and unusual bursts of sexual desire. Doctors have documented cases of engineers, managers, and professionals who, after months of stress and sleepless nights, suddenly found their libido soaring uncontrollably, only to later develop headaches, insomnia, and physical decline. Number 5, ancient case records. Traditional medical texts even recorded extreme cases. In one account, an elderly man over 70 suddenly experienced an uncontrollable surge of desire. He forced himself into intimacy with a servant woman, unable to restrain his drive. Within weeks, his health collapsed, and he died shortly after. This shows how dangerous unexplained sexual hyperactivity can be, especially in older age. Number 6, modern medical explanations. Modern science also confirms these warnings. Excessive sexual drive can indeed be linked to hormonal disorders or hidden cancers. Diseases of the pituitary gland in the brain, such as Marie's disease, can trigger abnormal sexual urges. Disorders of the adrenal glands, like Kussmaul syndrome, may also cause hypersexuality. Hyperthyroidism, an overactive thyroid gland, can lead to restlessness, insomnia, and unusually high libido. And perhaps most alarming, researchers have found that some cancers may show early warning signs through sexual overdrive. In women, ovarian cancer, fallopian tube cancer, breast cancer, and uterine cancer can sometimes present with an abnormal rise in sexual desire, even before other symptoms appear. In men,
prostate cancer and testicular cancer may cause similar changes due to surges in male hormones. And even cancers outside the reproductive system, such as lung cancer and pancreatic cancer, can cause hypersexuality through abnormal hormone production. So while society often celebrates high libido as a sign of health, both Eastern and Western medicine caution us. If sexual desire suddenly becomes unusually intense or uncontrollable, especially after middle age, it could be a signal that something is seriously wrong. Instead of ignoring it, or even worse, indulging excessively, one should see it as the body's cry for help. Medical attention, proper diagnosis, and restoring balance, whether through modern medicine or traditional healing, could save lives. Closing line. Next time you hear about someone boasting of their unstoppable sex drive, remember this. True vitality is balance, not excess. Sometimes what looks like passion is really the shadow of illness.
When one bird became two, the surprising split of the blackcap. In the grand story of evolution, we often think of dramatic changes, dinosaurs becoming birds, or apes slowly transforming into humans. But sometimes the birth of a new species begins with something subtle, almost invisible, a simple change in where a bird decides to fly for the winter. This is the story of the European blackcap, a small songbird with a black cap on its head, and how scientists have witnessed the very first signs of a species dividing into two. For centuries, blackcaps that breed in Austria and Germany all followed the same pattern. As the cold months arrived, they would migrate south, flying to sunny Spain, Portugal, or even as far as North Africa. There, they found warmth, food, and safety until it was time to return north in the spring. But something unusual has happened in recent decades. A second group of blackcaps has changed their route. Instead of heading south, they fly northwest, straight toward the chillier islands of Britain and Ireland. At first glance, this might not seem like much. Birds migrate in different ways all the time. But here's the fascinating part. When scientists tracked these two groups, they found that the birds weren't mixing when they returned home. The blackcaps that winter in Britain arrive back in Austria and Germany earlier than their southern cousins. That means they get first pick of the best breeding territories. And when it comes time to meet, they overwhelmingly choose partners from their own migration group, not from the others. Even more surprising, these British blackcaps are having more chicks than those that continued to fly south. More offspring, earlier arrival, and selective mating. All of these things are exactly the kind of forces that can push one species to split into two. Stuart Bearhop, an ornithologist from Queen's University in Northern Ireland, explains that while it's too early to say if this is truly the birth of a new species, what we're seeing is a crucial first step. If this pattern continues, the blackcaps heading to Britain and those flying to Spain could, over many generations, grow so different that they become entirely separate birds. It's like watching evolution in action, not over millions of years, but in real time. This discovery also raises big questions. Could changes in climate, food sources, or even human behavior be nudging these birds onto different paths? Are we witnessing the very beginning of a natural split that could lead to a brand new species of songbird? For now, the European blackcap remains one species, but perhaps not forever. Sometimes the road to becoming something new doesn't begin with a mutation or a sudden change, but with the simple choice of flying north instead of south. So the next time you look up and see a flock of birds migrating, remember, hidden in those wing beats may be the quiet beginnings of evolution itself.
Who controls Earth's climate? The mystery of weather warfare and hidden technologies. Who really controls the climate of our planet? Are devastating hurricanes, floods, and storms purely the work of nature, or could they be the result of secret technologies, hidden weapons, and geopolitical games of power? It may sound like science fiction, but around the world, scientists, journalists, and even government officials have raised disturbing questions. Some believe that climate itself has become a battlefield. The theory of climate warfare. For centuries, humanity has lived under the mercy of natural forces. Rains that nourish crops, storms that destroy cities, and droughts that bring famine. But what if those forces could be engineered? What if climate could be weaponized? The idea of climate warfare has fascinated and alarmed people for decades. And recent global events have fueled those suspicions even more. Russia accused of creating Hurricane Katrina. One of the most shocking claims came from American meteorologist Scott Stevens, who accused the Russian military of triggering Hurricane Katrina, the storm that devastated New Orleans in 2005. According to Stevens, Russia had inherited secret technology from the Soviet era, technology capable of manipulating weather patterns on a massive scale. Could it really be possible that a hurricane was not an act of nature, but an act of war? But Europe pointed the finger at America. But Russia isn't the only nation accused. In 2002, several European politicians openly blamed the United States, alleging that it had harmed European economies with artificially created storms and floods. That same year, the Russian State Duma's Defense Committee criticized the U.S. military, pointing to a mysterious facility in Alaska known as HAARP, the High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. At HAARP, science or secret weapon. Located about 400 kilometers from Anchorage, HAARP was designed to study the ionosphere using high-frequency radio waves. Officially, it was a scientific research project. But critics have long claimed otherwise. Russian media outlet Pravda reported that HAARP could do far more than create artificial auroras. According to these claims, HAARP might disrupt missile detection radar systems, communicate with submarines deep beneath the oceans, detect underground military bases, and perhaps most disturbingly, alter the Earth's atmosphere and climate. Pravda even suggested that HAARP could be linked to natural disasters like hurricanes Katrina and Rita, implying the possibility of man-made catastrophes. Competing climate control centers. Pravda also reported that both the U.S. and Russia had developed secret climate weapons. Today, there are said to be 3 major facilities of this kind: HAARP in Alaska, United States, a similar center in Norway, and the Sura ionospheric heating facility in Russia. The difference, however, lies in scale. The Russian Sura facility operates about 100 hours per year, while HAARP allegedly runs up to 2,000 hours annually, 20 times more. In financial terms, the U.S. spends nearly $300 million per year on HAARP, compared to Russia's modest $40,000 investment. Experts weigh in. So, can these technologies really control the climate? Russian researcher Yuri Tokarev from the NIRFI Institute admitted that weather modification is possible to some extent. However, he argued that no country, not Russia, not even the U.S., has the ability to create disasters on the scale of Hurricane Katrina. In his view, while atmospheric manipulation can happen, the idea of unleashing storms of apocalyptic magnitude remains beyond human capability, for now. Closing thoughts. The debate continues. Are hurricanes, floods, and storms truly natural disasters, or could they sometimes be engineered disasters? We may never know the full truth, but one thing is certain. As science advances, the line between natural force and human technology grows thinner every year. If climate could be turned into a weapon, who would wield it? And what would it mean for the future of our planet? That, perhaps, is the most chilling question.
Why bad habits are so hard to break? The hidden power of your brain. Every day, habits shape our lives.
From the way we brush our teeth, to the route we take to work, to how we grab our morning coffee without even thinking. Habits free our minds from the burden of remembering every tiny step. But when it comes to bad habits, like smoking, overeating, or procrastination, they can feel almost impossible to change. And even worse, when we think we've finally broken free, one small trigger can bring them roaring back to life. So why are habits so stubborn? Why is it so difficult to erase them from our brains once they've been formed? A groundbreaking study published in Nature by neuroscientist Anne Graybiel and her team at the McGovern Institute at MIT has revealed the answer. It all comes down to a deep part of the brain called the basal ganglia, a structure crucial for learning routines, building habits, and even driving addictive behavior. To understand how habits take root, let's look at their fascinating experiment. Researchers trained mice to run through a T-shaped maze. At the end of the maze was a sweet reward, a piece of chocolate. In the beginning, as the mice tried to learn the maze, their brain activity lit up everywhere, almost as if the whole journey was important. Every corner, every sound, every step seemed to demand attention. But as the mice repeated the maze, a change occurred. Their brains began to work more efficiently. Soon, the neurons in the basal ganglia only fired strongly at two key moments, the start of the maze and the end, where the chocolate was waiting. The middle part, it became automatic, almost silent. The mice no longer thought about the process. They were running on habit. Then the researchers decided to shake things up. They took away the chocolate and removed the cue that signaled the reward. Suddenly, everything in the maze became important again. The mice's brains lit up during the entire run, as if they were learning from scratch. Eventually, the mice gave up and stopped running altogether. In other words, the habit was gone. But here's the twist. When scientists put the chocolate back, the old neural pattern instantly reappeared. The mice ran the maze like they had never forgotten it, their brains firing at the beginning and end once again. This experiment shows us something profound. When we break a habit, we don't erase it. The brain holds on to that old pattern, like a dormant memory, just waiting to be triggered again. That's why someone who quits smoking can relapse after years of being smoke-free simply by smelling a cigarette, or why a dieter can fall back into old patterns just by seeing a piece of chocolate cake. The habit circuitry doesn't die, it just sleeps, waiting for the right cue to wake it up. As one of the researchers, Yasuo Kubota, explained, if a learned pattern remains in the brain even after the behavior disappears, that may be why changing a habit is so difficult. This discovery not only explains why we struggle to change, but it also offers hope. By understanding how the brain locks in these patterns, scientists may one day develop ways to suppress harmful habits like addiction, or even strengthen and encourage positive ones that support health and happiness. So the next time you feel frustrated that breaking a habit is hard, remember this. It's not just about willpower. It's about biology. Your brain is wired to hold onto habits because, at its core, it's trying to help you survive. The key is to create new, stronger patterns, ones that can outcompete the old ones when those familiar triggers come knocking. Habits are powerful. They are the invisible architecture of our lives. And science is only beginning to reveal the hidden machinery that makes them so hard to break.
Why is Earth divided into tropical, temperate, and polar zones? Imagine standing in front of a blazing furnace. When you face it directly, you feel the scorching heat. But if you step to the side and only catch the fire at an angle, the intensity drops. It feels much cooler. This simple idea is the very reason why our planet is divided into tropical, temperate, and polar regions. Let's do a little thought experiment. Picture a globe sitting on your desk, and above it a bright desk lamp standing in for the sun. Place the globe exactly 1 meter away, with the center of the globe aligned with the light source. Now, look carefully. What do you notice? The band around the equator receives the strongest and most direct light. It's bright, almost blazing, just like standing directly in front of the furnace. But as your eyes travel north or south toward the poles, the light becomes weaker and dimmer.
This experiment reveals one of the most fundamental truths of our world. The places where the sun's rays strike straight down, near the equator, are the hottest. That's the tropics, a land of heat, humidity, and year-round sunshine. The regions where sunlight hits at an angle are cooler, neither too hot nor too cold. These are the temperate zones, where most of the world's civilizations have flourished, blessed with 4 distinct seasons. And finally, the far north and south, where sunlight arrives at a shallow, slanting angle, receive very little warmth. These are the polar zones, lands of ice, snow, and endless winter. It is the angle of sunlight, not simply the distance from the sun, that determines the climate of each region. Scientists, of course, have gone further. Meteorologists and geographers divide the Earth's surface into zones and subzones in even greater detail, allowing us to understand weather patterns, ecosystems, and the delicate balance that makes life possible on our planet. So the next time you feel the summer sun beating down at noon, or notice the long shadows of winter stretching across the ground, remember, it's all about the angle. The tilt of our Earth and the way sunlight strikes it is the hidden architect that shapes our tropics, temperate lands, and frozen poles, and in many ways, the destiny of life itself.
Why retiring early won't make you live longer. The surprising truth about aging and work. When we think about retirement, we often imagine a golden age of freedom. Long mornings without alarms, more time with family, traveling, and finally enjoying the fruits of decades of hard work. Many people even dream of retiring early, at 55 or even younger, hoping that retiring early will not only make life more enjoyable, but also extend their years on Earth. But here's the shocking truth. Retiring early doesn't actually make you live longer. In fact, it might even shorten your lifespan. Dr. Shan Tsai, a pathologist working for Shell Oil in the United States, led a fascinating long-term study that followed the health of over 3,500 retirees. These individuals retired at different ages, 55, 60, and 65. The researchers tracked them carefully for a remarkable 26 years, hoping to answer one key question. Does retiring early help people live longer? The results were surprising and not at all what most people expected. For those who retired at 60 and 65, their life expectancy was about the same. There was no significant difference in how long they lived, regardless of whether they stopped working a little earlier or a little later. But the group that retired at 55 told a very different story. Within just the first 10 years after leaving work, their risk of death was nearly double compared to those who kept working longer. Why would this happen? Shouldn't leaving work, reducing stress, and gaining free time improve health? The research suggests otherwise. According to Tsai and his team, the higher death rates among early retirees weren't due to money, lifestyle, or social class. The results held true regardless of wealth or economic background. Instead, the main factor seems to be health itself. Many people who retire early do so because of underlying health issues. Conditions that may not be obvious at first, but which ultimately affect longevity. In other words, it's not that early retirement causes people to die younger. It's that people who retire early often already have health challenges that influence both their decision to stop working and their overall life expectancy. But the study also suggests something deeper. Staying active, both mentally and physically, matters for longevity. Work, for many people, isn't just about earning a paycheck. It provides structure, purpose, social interaction, and mental stimulation. All of these factors are strongly tied to healthier, longer lives. Think about it. When you stop working, do you keep challenging your brain? Do you keep moving your body? Do you maintain daily routines that give you a sense of direction? For those who don't,
retirement can sometimes bring decline instead of renewal. Dr. Tsai summed it up perfectly. Mortality rates actually improve when people retire later. So, what can we take from this? The lesson isn't that retirement is bad or that we should all work forever. Instead, it's that the quality of life after retirement matters far more than the age you retire. If you stop working at 55, but stay active, engaged, and healthy, you may still live long and well. But if you retire early and slip into inactivity, the risks to health increase dramatically. The dream of retiring young will always be tempting, but the science is clear. Early retirement does not guarantee a longer life. What really counts is how we use our time, whether in the workplace or beyond it, to keep our bodies strong, our minds sharp, and our spirits full of purpose.
Your brain never really forgets. The hidden power of memory. Have you ever rushed outside on a cold winter morning only to realize halfway down the stairs that you forgot your hat? Your ears are freezing, you're annoyed at yourself, and you think, I forgot again. But here's the incredible truth. Your brain didn't actually forget at all. Number 1, the strange way memory works. Scientists now know that memory doesn't simply vanish when we forget. Instead, it works through associations, chains of connected thoughts that guide us back to what we need to remember. For example, imagine you're trying to recall where you left your keys. First, you remember last sitting in the living room. Then you recall seeing a soap commercial on TV. That triggers the thought, wait, I'm out of soap. You walk toward the door to buy more, and suddenly, bam, you remember. The keys are on the kitchen counter. Your brain always knew. It just had to take the scenic route to bring that information to the surface. Number 2, what science has discovered. At the Salk Institute for Biological Studies in California, researchers wanted to know exactly how this mysterious system works. So they turned to monkeys, specifically brown macaques. The scientists trained these monkeys to memorize random pairs of symbols. For example, one symbol of cold weather was paired with another symbol of a hat. When shown the first symbol, the monkey had to choose the correct partner symbol from 2 options. If it got the right answer, it was rewarded with its favorite fruit juice. Most of the monkeys performed brilliantly, but one monkey kept getting it wrong over and over. So what was happening inside its brain? Number 3, the surprising brain activity. Neuroscientist Thomas Albright and his team tracked the brain signals inside the monkey's interior temporal cortex, the region of the brain responsible for recognizing images and storing visual memories. What they found was astonishing. When the monkey made a choice, whether right or wrong, about 25% of the activity came from this visual memory region, but more than half of the activity lit up in another cluster of brain cells. These neurons seemed to know the correct answer, even when the monkey itself acted incorrectly. In other words, the knowledge was still there, quietly glowing in the brain, even though behavior suggested otherwise. Number 4, what this means for us. This discovery tells us something profound. Our brains know more than we realize. Even when we forget, even when we make mistakes, the information is still locked inside our neural circuits. Behavior may falter, choices may fail, but knowledge, the traces of memory, remains. Think of it as your brain holding a hidden library, even when you lose the map to find the right book. Number 5, a deeper mystery. The study raises fascinating questions.
If the brain stores memories that we can't consciously recall, does that mean every forgotten moment of our lives still exists within us, waiting to be unlocked? Could new science one day allow us to access those forgotten memories, revealing a complete record of our past? What's clear is this: your brain is far more powerful and persistent than you think. Forgetfulness doesn't mean emptiness. Deep inside, the memory remains.
Welcome to Sophia Science, the YouTube channel that answers all your questions about the world of science, including Science Mysteries Aliens. The content of today's video is:
How long will human footprints last on the moon? Let's travel back in time to one of humanity's greatest achievements. In 1969, when Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon, his words echoed across the Earth. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Along with those famous words came a powerful belief that the very footprints he left on the lunar soil would remain there forever, eternal, untouched, preserved for all of time. Why did people believe this? Because the moon is nothing like Earth. There is no thick atmosphere, no wind to blow the dust away, no rain to wash the ground, no rivers to erode the surface. Water is almost non-existent. In our imagination, the moon is a frozen world of silence where nothing ever changes. And so the artifacts left by humanity, the flags, the fragments of the Apollo spacecraft, and those historic footprints would, we thought, last forever. But science has revealed a surprising truth. The surface of the moon is not as still as it seems. In fact, it is a world of brutal extremes. During the day, temperatures soar to -107 degrees Celsius, and at night, they plunge to -153 degrees Celsius. Imagine the lunar surface as a giant metal plate being heated in a furnace and then suddenly plunged into ice water. This endless cycle of expansion and contraction cracks and shifts the lunar soil, disturbing it little by little, day after day, year after year. Scientists have studied this process carefully. Their findings show that within just 10,000 years, the top 1 meter of the lunar surface will be completely overturned, which means nothing on the surface is truly permanent, not even humanity's first footprints. And here comes the shocking part. According to physicist John Mills, those shallow prints, only about 1 centimeter deep, left by Apollo astronauts between 1969 and 1972, will last no more than 100 years. That's it. By around the year 2070, most of those historic tracks will fade away, erased by the relentless churning of lunar dust. Think about that for a moment. What we once thought would be eternal, a timeless mark of our presence in space, is in fact fragile and temporary, just like human life itself. One day, the flags will bleach under the harsh sunlight, the Apollo hardware will be slowly buried, the footprints will disappear into the dust. But what will never vanish is the meaning behind them, that extraordinary moment when humankind first set foot on another world. What remains forever is not the footprints on the moon, but the footprints carved into the history of humanity.
Welcome to Sophia Science, the YouTube channel that answers all your questions about the world of science, including Science Mysteries Aliens.
Ancient healing recipes to prevent iodine deficiency and goiter. In the world of nutrition, some elements may seem tiny, but their impact on human health is enormous. One such element is iodine. Though it makes up only about 0.00004% of our body weight, around 15 milligrams to 23 milligrams, it plays a vital role in producing thyroid hormones, which regulate growth, metabolism, and brain development. Without enough iodine, the body begins to struggle. The thyroid gland enlarges, causing goiter. Children may experience stunted growth
and delayed mental development. Adults may face fatigue, sluggishness, and reduced work capacity. Today we know that supplementing iodine through salt and water is effective, but centuries ago, traditional medicine had already developed fascinating food-based remedies, or what is called medicinal cuisine. Let's explore some of these ancient healing recipes that combine nutrition and therapy, crafted to prevent iodine deficiency. A. Chives and clams. One simple dish involves stir-frying 150 grams of fresh chives with 100 grams of clam meat. Incredibly, just 100 grams of dried clams contain about 240 micrograms of iodine. Clams were prized in traditional medicine for cooling the body, clearing phlegm, and treating swelling and jaundice. Chives, on the other hand, warm the digestive system and balance the clam's natural poldness, creating a healing harmony on the plate. B. Kelp soup, the king of iodine. Another highly recommended remedy is a daily soup made with 100 grams of kelp, or Laminaria japonica. Kelp is often called the king of iodine because a mere 100 grams can provide up to 24 milligrams of iodine. This seaweed not only prevents goiter, but also supports metabolism and keeps the thyroid healthy. In traditional medicine, kelp was considered sweet and cooling, used to dissolve phlegm, reduce swelling, and lower heat in the body. C. Jellyfish and oysters. For those with stronger digestion, a combination of 50 grams of jellyfish and 50 grams of oyster meat makes a potent remedy. Oysters are rich in both iodine and zinc, with up to 100 milligrams per 100 grams, while dried jellyfish can hold over 130 micrograms of iodine. This duo was often enjoyed in salads or cold dishes at seaside restaurants. However, people with weak digestion were advised to consume them cautiously. D. Clams and purple seaweed soup. Another iodine-rich combination is 50 grams of sea clams cooked with 50 grams of purple seaweed, or porphyra. This vibrant algae contains 1.8 milligrams of iodine per 100 milligrams, making it one of the richest natural sources. In traditional practice, purple seaweed was said to soften hard swellings, treat goiter, relieve cough, and clear heat. E. Persimmon elixir. Moving from the sea to the orchard, green persimmons were also used in medicinal cuisine. 1 kilogram of fresh green persimmons would be crushed, the juice extracted, and then simmered until thick. Equal parts of honey were added, creating a sweet, sticky syrup. Taken daily by the spoonful, this remedy was believed to cool the body, moisten the lungs, and relieve thirst. Modern analysis shows that 100 grams of green persimmons contain nearly 50 milligrams of iodine, making this both a healing and nutritional treasure. F. Seaweed tea. Finally, a soothing tea could be made by combining small portions, about 15 grams each, of seaweeds like sargassum, kelp, kombu, purple seaweed, and agar. These were steeped in hot water for 20 minutes and drunk throughout the day. Such teas were not only refreshing, but also provided steady iodine intake. Ancient texts, such as the Chinese Materia Medica, written over 2,000 years ago, already praised seaweed for treating thyroid swellings. Modern relevance. Today, science confirms what traditional healers observed. Seafood such as kelp, seaweed, clams, oysters, shrimp, squid, and fish are excellent sources of iodine, and certain life stages, such as adolescence, menstruation, and especially pregnancy, require increased iodine intake. In these times, traditional medicinal recipes still serve as a valuable guide. So, while iodine may be a trace element, its absence can cause profound health problems. And across centuries, cultures found ingenious, delicious ways to incorporate this mineral into their diets, not just as food, but as medicine. By looking back at these ancient iodine-rich recipes, we not only preserve cultural wisdom, but also rediscover natural, holistic ways to protect our health in the modern age.
Ants like you've never imagined. Food, pets, invaders, and destroyers of history.
When you think of ants, you probably pictured tiny creatures marching in a line across your kitchen floor. But ants are far more fascinating, surprising, and sometimes terrifying than most of us realize. From becoming exotic delicacies in luxury restaurants, to being raised as household pets, to forming massive super colonies that threaten entire cities, and even gnawing away at ancient monuments thousands of years old. Ants have left their mark on human history in the strangest ways imaginable. Today, we uncover the bizarre and captivating world of ants, and I promise you'll never look at these tiny insects the same way again. Deshwan Amgibilan's Culinary Adventure. Believe it or not, ants are now a hot item on the international food market. A British company called Edible Limited recently added a new dish to its catalog of exotic foods: giant toasted ants from Colombia. These massive ants, with oversized bellies, are harvested in large numbers, even from cemeteries, and then roasted until crispy. The taste? Nutty, smoky, and surprisingly delicious according to adventurous food lovers. In fact, the demand has been so high in Europe, the US, and Australia that the company shipped 1/2 ton of these insects abroad. And these ants aren't the only ones on the menu. They join other unusual delicacies such as chocolate-covered crickets and scorpion with potatoes, a bizarre buffet for those daring enough to eat what others might run from. At H3, ants as pets, a strange new hobby. Now, imagine this. Instead of a dog, cat, or fish tank, people in Germany are raising ant colonies as pets. Yes, entire households are buying transparent ant habitats, some the size of coffee tables, where a queen ant rules over hundreds of workers. These tiny kingdoms fascinate their human caretakers, who spend hours watching their ants build tunnels, organize food, and interact with military precision. Why ants? Well, they're clean, odorless, quiet, and require very little food, just crumbs from your kitchen. They live up to 30 years, which makes them surprisingly long-term companions. For many, these ants are not pests, but charming, loyal pets that bring a whole new meaning to the phrase ant family. At H4, the invaders, Argentina's super ant colony in Australia. In Melbourne, Australia, scientists discovered something shocking: a super colony of Argentine ants stretching over 100 kilometers, 62 miles long. Normally, these ants live in small colonies, but in foreign environments, without natural predators, they merged into one gigantic colony of millions upon millions of ants. While they pose no danger to humans, they are ruthless against other species, wiping out native insects, damaging plants, and threatening biodiversity. Experts now rank Argentine ants among the 100 most invasive species on the planet, capable of destabilizing entire ecosystems. It's a reminder that ants, though tiny, can become a massive threat when they rise in overwhelming numbers. At H5, ants versus ancient history, the white ants of China. Finally, ants have even become a menace to human heritage. In Xi'an, China, a city famous for its terracotta army, white ants, or termites, are slowly devouring wooden temples and historic structures that date back over 1,400 years. These pests love aged wood, and the more ancient the timber, the more attractive it becomes. Now, 18 historic buildings, including the Beilin Museum and the Dayan Temple, both dating back to the Tang Dynasty, are at risk of collapse due to termite infestations. Xi'an was once the capital of 13 Chinese dynasties, a
a treasure trove of history and culture. Yet today, one of its greatest threats isn't war or weather. It's the silent, relentless chewing of millions of tiny ants. At age 6, the ants among us. From being served on gourmet plates, to living inside people's homes, to forming vast colonies that reshape ecosystems, to gnawing at the very bones of human civilization, ants are everywhere. There are over 10,000 known species of ants on Earth, and they've adapted to every environment, from deserts to rainforests, from your backyard to the ruins of ancient empires. They are builders, warriors, farmers, destroyers, and sometimes even pets. So the next time you see an ant scurrying on the ground, pause for a moment. That tiny insect may belong to a story far larger, stranger, and more powerful than you ever imagined. Question for you. Would you dare to eat roasted giant ants, or maybe even keep an ant colony as a pet? Or do you think ants are better left outside, far away from our homes and history?
Britain's secret UFO files, declassified mysteries in the sky. For decades, whispers of strange lights in the night sky and mysterious flying objects have fueled some of the greatest debates in human history. Are we alone in the universe, or are we being quietly observed from above? Recently, the British Ministry of Defense has shed light on this enigma by declassifying a collection of top-secret files dating back to the 1970s. These documents reveal chilling accounts of unidentified flying objects, UFOs, that were witnessed over the skies of the United Kingdom. These UFOs, often described as flying saucers or glowing cigar-shaped craft, left witnesses in awe and confusion. Some reports described luminous silver discs. Others spoke of objects with hollow centers, moving in strange arcs across the horizon, or darting up and down at impossible speeds. Could they have been advanced aircraft, meteor fragments burning through the atmosphere, or perhaps something far more extraordinary? According to the Ministry of Defense, the British government began systematically logging UFO reports more than 30 years ago. At first, the frequency was startling, around 40 reports every single month, but as years passed, the numbers only grew, with nearly 50 sightings being reported monthly. Imagine it. Almost every day, someone across the United Kingdom was witnessing something in the sky that defied explanation. Yet, despite this overwhelming number of accounts, the ministry's official stance has remained cautious. In their public statement released on October 31, 2005, the ministry insisted that these were not, in their view, alien spacecraft. Instead, they suggested most sightings could be explained as weather balloons, meteors, space debris, or even conventional aircraft seen from unusual angles. Some sightings, they argued, were merely clouds with bizarre shapes illuminated by the sun or moon. But what about the cases that cannot be explained away so easily? One of the most mysterious incidents occurred in 1977. A British Vulcan bomber crew, trained military professionals, not civilians, reported a strange glowing aura that flew alongside their aircraft during a night mission. Their onboard radar registered an unusually strong echo, moving with incredible speed and agility. Official flight records confirmed there were no other aircraft in the area that night. To this day, the phenomenon remains unsolved. If highly trained pilots equipped with advanced radar could not identify what they saw, then what exactly was it? The declassified files suggest that while many UFO sightings can indeed be explained, a small fraction defies logic and science.
These rare cases continue to baffle experts, leaving open the possibility that humanity is not alone in the cosmos. And the story doesn't end there. The British Ministry of Defense has promised that more documents will be declassified in the future. Each new release may bring us closer to the truth, or perhaps only deepen the mystery. So the question remains, are these unidentified flying objects nothing more than misidentified weather phenomena? Or could they be evidence of visitors from beyond our world? The answer may still be hidden in the skies above us, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself.
China's Green Revolution, the plant that eats poison from the soil. China's bold experiment, growing plants that clean poison from the soil. Imagine a world where plants are not just food or decoration, but powerful allies in healing the earth itself. This is not science fiction, it's happening right now in China. For the very first time, Chinese scientists have launched a groundbreaking project to use plants as natural detoxifiers, capable of pulling deadly poisons out of the ground. The target? Arsenic, one of the most dangerous contaminants threatening farmlands across the nation. Leading the effort is Chen Tongbin, a respected researcher from the Institute of Geographic Sciences and Natural Resources under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. His team has established 3 experimental sites in Hunan, Zhejiang, and Guangdong provinces, regions where soil contamination by heavy metals poses a serious threat to food safety and human health. At one of the sites in Hunan, covering a full hectare, scientists planted 30 tons of a very special fern, known scientifically as Petrus vitala L. This unique plant is no ordinary greenery. It has an astonishing superpower, the ability to absorb arsenic directly from the soil. In just 1 year, it can remove up to 10% of the toxic metal, purifying the land in a way machines and chemicals struggle to match. But the story doesn't stop there. Once the plants have absorbed heavy metals like arsenic, copper, and zinc, the toxins can actually be recovered and recycled. In other words, this green technology doesn't just heal the land, it also transforms waste into valuable resources. Why is this so urgent? Because the numbers are staggering. Studies reveal that around 20% of China's farmland is contaminated by heavy metals. This pollution is not only poisoning the soil, but it is also destroying crops, leading to the loss of nearly 10 million tons of grain every single year. For a country with a massive population and enormous demand for food security, this is a critical challenge. That's why Chen Tongbin's research is being hailed as revolutionary. His team has proven that Petrus vitala, a fern native to southern China, could become a key player in restoring farmland, ensuring safe harvests, and protecting millions of people from the hidden dangers of contaminated food. This is more than a scientific project. It's a vision of the future. A future where farming and environmental protection go hand in hand, where nature itself becomes the ultimate technology for survival. So, next time you see a simple green fern, remember, somewhere in China, its relatives are silently fighting a war against toxic metals, cleansing the earth one root at a time.
Chronic fatigue syndrome, the mystery illness doctors still can't solve. Shock bones, chronic fatigue syndrome, the mysterious illness that drains life away. Imagine waking up in the morning, and no matter how much you've slept, your body feels unbearably heavy. your mind foggy, and the simple act of getting out of bed feels like climbing a mountain. This isn't just being tired. For millions of people, this is chronic fatigue syndrome, also known as CFS, one of the most puzzling and controversial illnesses of our time. First recognized in the 1980s as a physical condition, CFS has challenged doctors and researchers for decades. For some, it was long dismissed as psychological, all in the mind. But years of medical research have now confirmed it as a real physical illness, one that still defies complete understanding. According to the U.S. Centers for Control and Disease Prevention, more than 500,000 Americans live with this condition. What makes CFS so devastating? The most prominent symptom is an overwhelming, unrelenting fatigue that no amount of rest can cure. People with CFS often struggle to perform even the simplest daily tasks: getting dressed, eating, going to school, or working. Activities most of us take for granted become exhausting battles. This exhaustion can last for months or even years, and it doesn't just affect energy. It can disrupt careers, relationships, and mental well-being, often leading to depression and social isolation. CFS is most common among women, particularly between the ages of 20 and 40, but it does not discriminate. Men, teenagers, and even children can develop the illness. Cases similar to CFS have even been reported in children under 12 years. Searching for a cause. Here lies the mystery. What actually causes CFS? So far, scientists have not found a single clear answer. Many theories exist: irregularities in the immune system, malfunctions in the central nervous system, genetic factors, age, stress, or even environmental triggers. Some researchers suspect a viral infection may play a role. For years, the Epstein-Barr virus, the same virus that causes mononucleosis, was thought to be responsible. But many CFS patients have never shown evidence of this infection. The viral connection remains possible, but unproven. Other hypotheses include low iron levels, blood sugar imbalances, widespread yeast infections, allergic reactions, or even mental health and neurological conditions. The truth may lie in a complex interaction of many different factors. Symptoms beyond fatigue. Because the illness varies so much from person to person, diagnosis is difficult. The CDC has outlined key markers: persistent, severe fatigue lasting 6 months or more, memory problems or difficulty concentrating, frequent sore throats, swollen lymph nodes in the neck or underarms, muscle pain or joint pain without swelling, recurring headaches, poor, unrefreshing sleep, and feeling generally unwell, sometimes accompanied by mild depression. Other reported symptoms include low-grade fevers, night sweats, blurred vision, chills, digestive problems, and sudden weight changes. Why it's so hard to diagnose? CFS doesn't show up in a single blood test. Doctors must rule out a long list of other conditions: viral infections, kidney disease, heart disease, thyroid disorders, sleep disturbances, or depression. Only then, when no other cause explains the exhaustion and related symptoms, can doctors turn to a diagnosis of CFS. Dr. Joel D. Klein, a physician familiar with the syndrome, explains, symptoms of CFS often develop suddenly, and the fatigue can come and go or persist for months. Because of this unpredictability, many patients feel trapped in uncertainty, never knowing when or if they will regain control over their energy and their lives. A mystery still unsolved. Despite decades of research, chronic fatigue syndrome remains a medical enigma. It is real, it is debilitating, and for those who live with it, every day can feel like an uphill battle. Science continues to search for answers, whether through genetics, neurology, or viral studies. But until then, patients are left coping with a disease that robs them of vitality and normalcy. CFS reminds us of how much we still don't understand about the human body and how fragile our balance of energy and health can be. For those who live with it, every small victory, a good day, a walk outside, or a few hours without pain, is a testament to resilience.
Coffee doesn't raise blood pressure in women. The real culprit revealed. For years, coffee has lived under a cloud of suspicion. Many people believed that their daily cup of coffee was silently pushing their blood pressure higher, putting them at risk of heart disease, stroke, and kidney problems. But a groundbreaking new study has just turned that idea upside down. According to research led by Dr. Wolfgang Winkelmeyer and his team, coffee is not the villain we once thought it was. In fact, scientists have found strong evidence that drinking coffee does not increase blood pressure in women. This conclusion comes from one of the most comprehensive studies ever done. Researchers followed 155,594 women over a span of 12 years. Among them, more than 33,000 were diagnosed with high blood pressure. After carefully analyzing the data, the scientists made a surprising discovery. Women who drank coffee regularly showed no increased risk of hypertension. So, if coffee isn't the problem, what is? The finger now points at something else entirely. Cola and other caffeinated soft drinks. Yes, that fizzy can of soda, whether sweetened with sugar or marketed as a diet version, turned out to have a much stronger connection to high blood pressure. Researchers believe that it's not just the caffeine in the sodas, but the other additives, sweeteners, and chemicals that may trigger harmful effects on the body. Unlike coffee, which is a natural beverage filled with antioxidants and complex compounds, cola drinks are highly processed and can stress the cardiovascular system in ways we are only beginning to understand. Why does this matter? Because high blood pressure is one of the biggest silent killers in the world today. In the United States alone, nearly 50 million people suffer from hypertension, and the numbers are climbing every year. High blood pressure dramatically increases the risk of heart attacks, strokes, and kidney disease, conditions that claim millions of lives worldwide. So, what can we take away from this discovery? If you enjoy your daily coffee, 1, 2, even 3 cups, you can likely relax, at least when it comes to blood pressure concerns. Coffee may not be the enemy after all. In fact, studies suggest it could even provide health benefits, thanks to its antioxidants and protective compounds. But when it comes to sodas and colas, the story is very different. Those bubbly, sugary drinks that seem harmless or refreshing may actually be quietly contributing to rising rates of hypertension, especially among women. This research is a reminder that not all sources of caffeine are created equal. Coffee and soda might both wake you up, but what they do to your body over time is completely different. So the next time you're craving a caffeine boost, reaching for a cup of freshly brewed coffee might be a far better choice than opening that can of cola. Your heart, your blood vessels, and your future self will thank you. In the end, coffee lovers may finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's not your morning coffee you need to worry about. It's the soda in your fridge. Does having sons shorten a mother's life? Shocking scientific findings. When we think about the joys of parenthood, we rarely imagine that the very act of giving birth could quietly chip away at a mother's lifespan. But fascinating and unsettling research suggests that mothers who give birth to sons may actually pay a hidden price with their own health and longevity. Scientists from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and Oxford University set out to explore the relationship between childbirth and long-term survival. They analyzed the lives of nearly 200,000 women in Matlab, Bangladesh, and what they found was startling. With every son a woman gave birth to, her risk of death increased by 11%. So why does giving birth to boys seem to take such a toll? The reasons are complex, but several stand out. First, baby boys are usually heavier at birth than baby girls. This extra weight places more physical strain on the mother's body during pregnancy and delivery, sometimes leading to complications that have lingering effects on her health and longevity. Second, male fetuses influence the mother's hormonal balance. Carrying a son elevates levels of testosterone, a hormone that, while crucial in small amounts, can weaken a woman's immune system over time. This hormonal stress can accelerate the aging of her immune defenses, leaving her more vulnerable to illness as the years go by. And the challenges don't stop after birth. Boys, especially in their early years, tend to require more care and attention than girls. They often fall sick more frequently and demand higher levels of physical and emotional energy from their mothers. Over the long run, this additional stress may contribute to a gradual decline in maternal health. Interestingly, the research revealed no similar effect when women gave birth to daughters. In fact, in many traditional societies, daughters can even improve their mother's quality of life. As they grow older, girls often help with household chores, caring for younger siblings, and supporting their mothers in countless ways. This extra help may indirectly contribute to a mother's longevity. For fathers, the story is different. The researchers found no clear evidence that having sons shortens a man's life. In fact, once sons reach adulthood, some data even suggests that fathers may benefit from having grown male children to support and care for them. Taken together, these findings paint a fascinating picture. Motherhood carries hidden biological costs that depend, at least in part, on the sex of the child. For women, raising sons may demand more than just love and sacrifice. It may also take precious years of their lives. This research forces us to rethink how deeply biology and family life are intertwined. Parenthood is one of the most rewarding journeys, but it also comes with trade-offs we are only beginning to understand. So the next time you hear someone say, "It's just nature," remember, nature has a way of balancing its gifts with hidden costs. And in this case, the cost of having a son may be measured not just in effort and energy, but in time itself.
Foods of love. Unlocking the secret connection between diet and desire. For centuries, men and women alike have searched for that one magical food, that hidden recipe, or that ancient secret said to enhance passion and intimacy. From whispered traditions to legendary love potions, the desire to boost vitality and romance through what we eat has fascinated humanity for generations. But here's the truth. The real secret isn't about chasing a single miracle ingredient. It's about nourishing your body so it stays healthy, agile, and full of life. Because when your body thrives, your energy and passion naturally follow. So let's dive into the science and the mystery of the foods of love. The foundation of a vibrant love life starts with balance. A diet that is low in fat, low in cholesterol, and rich in fresh, wholesome ingredients helps the body stay flexible, the mind alert, and the senses sharp. And when paired with regular exercise, it creates the perfect environment for intimacy to flourish. Now, let's talk about specific foods that are famous for awakening desire. First, we have seafood. For centuries, oysters and other shellfish have been celebrated as powerful aphrodisiacs. It's not just their nutritional value. Their unique taste and aroma awaken the senses and spark excitement. With every bite, they stir the imagination and set the stage for passion. Then come the spices. Curry, garlic, chili peppers. These fiery ingredients bring warmth and heat to the body. When used in moderation, they don't just enhance flavor, they stimulate circulation, awaken energy, and, yes, ignite desire. But food isn't only about nutrients, it's also about pleasure. Cooking delicious meals, experimenting with flavors, and keeping variety on the table are all part of keeping passion alive.
After all, a curious palate often leads to a curious heart. Some foods stand out as timeless symbols of romance. The oyster with its reputation for vitality, the artichoke with its rich texture, the strawberry with its sweetness, and of course, chocolate, the universal language of love. These are more than just treats, they are experiences, capable of heightening the senses and setting the mood for intimacy. Of course, there are also things to be cautious about. Heavy, fatty meals, especially at night, can weigh down the body and drain energy. And alcohol, while it may relax the mind and spark the senses in small amounts, can actually dull desire and performance if taken in excess. The secret, as always, lies in moderation. So, here's the takeaway. If you want a healthy, passionate love life, don't waste time searching for miracle foods. Instead, focus on nourishing your body with balance, variety, and flavors that make you feel alive. When your body is cared for, your heart and your passion will follow. Because in the end, love isn't fueled by a single magical ingredient. It's fueled by the way you take care of yourself and the way you share that care with someone you love. Hidden warning signs of cancer you should never ignore. Cancer is one of humanity's greatest health challenges, a silent disease that often hides in plain sight. What makes it so dangerous is that its early signals can be subtle, easily mistaken for minor illnesses, or dismissed as everyday fatigue. But recognizing these early warning signs could be the difference between life and death. In this video, we'll uncover the lesser-known yet critical warning signals of cancer. Some of them may surprise you because they don't just affect one organ. They can show up anywhere in the body. Pay close attention because these could save your life or the life of someone you love. General symptoms that should not be ignored. Not all cancer symptoms are tied to a single organ. Some are general, systemic signals, like a body sending out distress flares. If these persist over time, they must not be ignored. Unexplained loss of appetite, especially a sudden aversion to meat. Severe and persistent weight loss without any diet or exercise changes. Long-lasting fatigue that no rest seems to fix. Unexplained fevers that don't respond to normal treatment. These may seem ordinary, but when they linger or intensify, they could be early red flags. The 3 critical alarms of cancer. 1. Bleeding. Any unusual bleeding is always a red flag. Tumors can invade blood vessels, leading to hidden or visible bleeding. For example, coughing up blood may point to lung cancer. Blood in the stool could signal colorectal cancer. Vomiting blood may come from stomach or esophageal cancer. In women, abnormal vaginal bleeding outside of menstruation or after menopause could mean uterine or cervical cancer. No matter how small, bleeding must never be ignored. 2. Pain. Unlike common pain, cancer pain is persistent, worsening, and often resistant to painkillers. Examples include chronic headaches, which may indicate brain tumors, unrelenting abdominal pain suggesting possible colon cancer. If the pain grows stronger and never subsides, it must be investigated. 3. Infections that don't heal. When infections return repeatedly and antibiotics don't work, this could be due to cancer weakening the immune system or obstructing organs. Persistent infections should always be checked carefully. Other warning signs you should watch out for. Vein inflammation or blood clots, sometimes the very first sign of hidden cancer. Tumors can press on veins or release substances that trigger clotting. Unusual lumps or bumps. If you can see or feel a firm, growing lump in the breast, testicles, under the skin, or in the lymph nodes, seek medical advice immediately, even if it's painless. Skin changes. Persistent sores that don't heal, moles or warts that change size, color, or bleed, these can all be signs of skin cancer. Which organs may be affected? Mouth, throat, or esophagus, difficulty chewing, swallowing, or a hoarse voice that never goes away. Lungs, persistent cough, shortness of breath, or wheezing, especially in smokers.
digestive system. Chronic constipation, unexplained abdominal heaviness, or jaundice could mean cancers of the stomach, intestines, liver, or pancreas. Urinary system and prostate, difficulty urinating, painful urination, or blood in the urine. Lymph nodes, enlarged lymph nodes in the neck, armpits, or groin that don't shrink. Brain and nervous system, morning nausea, sudden vision problems, personality changes, or persistent headaches. Final thoughts. Cancer often whispers before it screams. The early signs may be small, subtle, and easy to overlook, but by listening closely to your body and taking these warnings seriously, you can act early when treatment is most effective. Your health is your greatest treasure. Don't ignore the signals. Share this knowledge with your loved ones because awareness can save lives. If you found this video valuable, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more life-saving health insights.
HIV testing at home is being hailed as a breakthrough in the diagnosis of the serious virus. For the very first time, a breakthrough technology by Orison Technologies is being considered for approval in the United States by health authorities, which would allow for at-home oral testing for HIV. The specialty of this OraQuick test is that it uses a simple, non-invasive process. The user collects a sample by swabbing the inside of their mouth and then places the swab into a small testing container. Within just 20 minutes, the results appear. No needles, no waiting rooms, no anxiety-filled days waiting for a phone call from the lab. In the U.S., the test is already in use in hospitals and care facilities, but the new proposal is to make it available for over-the-counter purchase in local pharmacies, putting the power of testing directly into the hands of the public. Of course, this innovation raises an important question. What happens when someone receives a positive result while alone at home? Experts warn that while the convenience and accessibility of OraQuick could save countless lives through early detection, it could also carry emotional risks. Learning that one is HIV positive is life-changing news, and without professional counseling or immediate support, the psychological impact could be overwhelming. This is why American health officials are treading carefully. They see the enormous potential. Millions of people who might never go to a clinic could now get tested privately and quickly. But at the same time, they recognize the responsibility to protect people's mental health in those crucial moments after receiving life-altering results. The discussion surrounding OraQuick is about more than just technology. It's about the delicate balance between privacy and support, empowerment and responsibility. If approved for home use, OraQuick could mark the beginning of a new era in healthcare, a world where testing for dangerous diseases becomes as simple as taking a pregnancy test, where early diagnosis leads to faster treatment, and where stigma no longer keeps people from knowing their health status. One thing is certain, the future of medicine is moving closer to our fingertips, sometimes quite literally.
How dolphins inspired a wireless tsunami warning system beneath the ocean. Imagine standing on the shore, gazing at a calm ocean, unaware that deep below, massive geological forces may already be building a deadly tsunami. Detecting these threats early could save countless lives. But how do we get critical data from the ocean floor to the surface? Fast, reliable, and without the need for cumbersome cables? The answer may lie in one of the ocean's most intelligent creatures, the dolphin. Dolphins, nature's master communicators. For millions of years, dolphins have perfected the art of communication beneath the waves. Using a complex series of clicks, whistles, and pulses, they can send messages across distances of up to 10 kilometers. What's even more fascinating is their ability to interpret these signals. Dolphins can tell whether a sound came directly from another dolphin or if it bounced back after reflecting off rocks, reefs, or the ocean floor. This ability to distinguish direct signals from echoes is exactly what inspired a groundbreaking human innovation: a birth of a wireless ocean network. At the Technical University of Berlin, researcher Konstantin Kubkal and his team decided to mimic this dolphin communication system. They developed a wireless transmission method that allows seismic data, underwater images, and other vital information to travel from the seabed to the surface without cables. In initial experiments, their prototype system could transmit data across 2 kilometers of ocean. With improvements, scientists believe it could soon reach 6 to 8 kilometers, enough to link a wide network of deep-sea sensors. This technology could completely transform tsunami warnings. Traditionally, warning systems rely on buoys tethered by cables to underwater sensors. These cables are expensive, prone to damage, and difficult to maintain in harsh ocean conditions. But a dolphin-inspired system would allow sensors to talk to each other wirelessly, passing information up through the water column just like dolphins do. That means faster alerts, more reliable data, and fewer lives lost when disaster strikes. Nature leading technology. Once again, nature proves to be the greatest teacher. By studying how dolphins exchange information across vast distances underwater, scientists are now building one of the most advanced wireless ocean communication networks ever imagined. A future where the ocean itself can warn us of looming danger is no longer science fiction, it's rapidly becoming reality. When the next great wave rises from the deep, the key to survival may come from the wisdom of the dolphins, echoing through the water, transformed into a signal that saves humanity.
How icebergs helped penguins evolve faster than any other bird. When we think about penguins, we often imagine adorable black and white birds waddling across the icy plains of Antarctica. But behind their charming appearance lies a fascinating secret. Penguins are evolving at an astonishing pace, faster than almost any other animal ever recorded. And the unlikely driving force behind this rapid evolution? Icebergs. A window into the past. For nearly a decade, a team of researchers led by molecular biologist David Lambert from Massey University in New Zealand has been unraveling the genetic history of Adelie penguins, one of Antarctica's most iconic species. Their research took them deep into Antarctica's icy archives. Every summer, Adelie penguins gather in large colonies to breed. But life in this harsh environment is unforgiving. About 1 in 4 chicks doesn't survive. Over thousands of years, their bones accumulated in the frozen soil. Thanks to Antarctica's natural deep freeze, those bones preserved ancient DNA almost perfectly, turning the continent into a natural time capsule. By extracting DNA from penguin remains dating back 6,000 years, scientists were able to directly compare it with the DNA of penguins living today. The results were nothing short of shocking. In just 6,000 years, a blink of an eye in evolutionary terms, Adelie penguins showed remarkable genetic changes. Out of 9 studied DNA regions, 4 sections had grown longer, while 2 had become shorter. To put this in perspective, most animals take tens of thousands or even millions of years to accumulate noticeable genetic differences. But Adelie penguins are rewriting the rules of evolution. Why are penguins evolving so fast? The big question is, why? According to Lambert and his team, the answer lies in Antarctica's ever-shifting environment. Thousands of years ago, massive icebergs broke off from glaciers and drifted across the sea, blocking the penguins' traditional migration and breeding routes. Cut off from one another, penguin populations were forced to settle in new areas. Isolated groups began to develop unique genetic traits, which were later mixed back into the wider population as they reunited. This constant cycle of separation, adaptation, and reintegration dramatically sped up the pace of penguin evolution, like shaking up a genetic cocktail. A unique case in evolutionary science. In evolutionary history, 6,000 years is incredibly short. For a species as isolated as penguins, such a rapid genetic shift had never been seen before.
It challenges long-standing ideas about how quickly animals can adapt to environmental pressures. And it also tells us something profound. Even the smallest changes in climate and geography, like the drifting of icebergs, can reshape the destiny of an entire species. Why this matters today. Understanding how penguins evolved so quickly isn't just about studying the past. It may also help us predict how they and other species will adapt to today's rapidly changing world. As Antarctica warms and ice continues to melt, penguins once again will face new challenges. The very forces that once fueled their evolution may now threaten their survival. From the bones of ancient penguins to the drifting walls of ice that shaped their fate, this story reminds us that evolution isn't always slow and steady. Sometimes nature hits fast forward. And in the case of the Adelie penguin, the humble iceberg became the unlikely engine of one of the fastest evolutionary journeys ever discovered.
Jellyfish, the ancient genetic puzzle that could redefine human evolution. If you've ever stood in front of an aquarium tank, you've probably seen them, ghost-like, pulsing gently in the water, glowing as though lit from within. Jellyfish. At first glance, they seem almost too simple to be called animals. No head, no bones, no heart, no brain. Their bodies are little more than water, tissue, and a few tentacles. And for centuries, that's exactly how scientists viewed them, primitive leftovers from the dawn of life. But here's the astonishing truth. Beneath that delicate body lies one of the most complex genetic toolkits ever discovered. A hidden archive of ancient DNA that doesn't just tell us about jellyfish, it tells us about ourselves. The illusion of simplicity. Let's start with appearances. A jellyfish has no front or back, no left or right. Instead of bilateral symmetry like we have, their bodies are organized like the spokes of a wheel, radiating from a central axis. Their digestive system is not a tube, but a sac, meaning their mouth is also their anus. And instead of a centralized brain, jellyfish rely on a diffuse nerve net. To many early naturalists, this made them look more like floating plants than real animals. In the 18th century, jellyfish and their relatives, corals and anemones, were reluctantly placed in the animal kingdom, but often described as plant-like animals. It wasn't until the 19th century that biologists began to understand that jellyfish actually have a true embryonic development. They grow from eggs, forming tissues and layers like other animals. But instead of 3 germ layers, the endoderm, ectoderm, and mesoderm, which give rise to muscles, hearts, and organs, cnidarians only have 2, the inner and outer layers. This made them seem biologically incomplete. For decades, the story was simple. Sponges were the most primitive animals, and jellyfish came next. From them, more complex creatures evolved, eventually leading to worms, insects, fish, and humans. At least, that was the story, until genetic research shattered it. The genetic shockwave. In the 1980s, scientists discovered something called Hox genes in fruit flies. These are master genes that control the body's layout, where the head forms, where the tail develops, and how organs are positioned. Soon, researchers realized that these same genes exist in nearly all bilaterally symmetrical animals, including humans. But here's where things get wild. When scientists finally looked at cnidarians, the jellyfish and their kin, they discovered the same genetic instructions were already there. It was as if jellyfish, supposedly simple, had been carrying the architectural blueprints of complex life all along. Teams led by biologists like Dr. Mark Martindale and Dr. John Finnerty spent years studying the starlet sea anemone, a close relative of jellyfish. They painstakingly bred them in labs, observing their embryonic stages. And what they found was jaw-dropping. The genes that shape head-to-tail development in humans
also activate in these creatures, just in different patterns. Even more surprising, genes that help define the back and belly of bilaterian animals also show activity in cnidarians. This means that the genetic groundwork for complex body plans existed before bilateral symmetry evolved. In other words, jellyfish may look simple, but genetically, they're anything but. Rewriting evolution's timeline. So what does this mean for evolution? The oldest cnidarian fossils date back about 540 million years, right at the time of the Cambrian explosion, when animal diversity suddenly erupted in Earth's oceans. For years, scientists thought cnidarians were relics from before this explosion, frozen at an early stage of evolution. But genetic clocks, studies that measure DNA changes over time, tell a different story. According to Dr. Kevin Peterson at Dartmouth, cnidarians may have appeared alongside or even slightly after the first bilateralians. That flips the timeline. Instead of being primitive holdovers, they were active participants in evolution's great leap forward. And they weren't just passive floaters. Jellyfish evolved one of the most remarkable weapons in biology, the nematocyst, a microscopic harpoon that can fire venom into prey in a fraction of a second. These stinging cells gave them a deadly edge, turning them into predators rather than just drifting filter feeders. This hunting ability may have shaped the entire course of animal evolution. Once organisms began preying on each other, survival became a race. Grow larger, move faster, or defend yourself better. That arms race drove complexity, leading ultimately to creatures like us. And then there's the nervous system. Textbooks often describe jellyfish as having nothing more than a nerve net, a random scattering of neurons. But modern research suggests that's an oversimplification. Dr. Finnerty believes the cnidarian nervous system may actually have specialized regions, just like a primitive brain. Instead of one central hub, their neurons might be organized into functional clusters, an ancient precursor to the centralized nervous systems that later animals developed. If that's true, jellyfish aren't just genetic time capsules. They're also windows into the earliest experiments nature made with the idea of a brain. And a mirror into ourselves. Today, scientists continue to decode the jellyfish genome. They've found genes that resemble those of vertebrates, genes once thought unique to animals with backbones. Some of these genes are older than bilateralians themselves, hinting that they originated more than 600 million years ago, before our evolutionary line even split. And here's the stunning part. In some ways, studying jellyfish may teach us more about human biology than studying fruit flies or worms. Why? Because jellyfish carry ancestral versions of genes that shaped all complex life. They're closer to the root of the tree. So the next time you see a jellyfish drifting in an aquarium, don't think of it as a mindless blob. Think of it as a mirror. A fragile, glowing reminder of where we came from. Inside that simple body lies the same genetic poetry that built your brain, your heart, and your muscles. A creature that has survived for 500 million years, not by being simple, but by being far more complex than we ever imagined. Jellyfish are not just ancient survivors, they are storytellers, silent carriers of the genetic secrets that shaped every animal on Earth, including you.
Live simply, live longer. The timeless secrets of a healthy life. For centuries, people around the world have searched for the secret to a long, healthy life. From ancient remedies to modern science, the answers often come down to one surprisingly simple truth. The way we live each day shapes not only how long we live, but how well we live. A fascinating 70-year study known as the Human Lifespan Project, led by Professor Howard Friedman at the University of California, revealed that longevity isn't just about genetics or luck.
It's deeply influenced by our daily habits, mindset, and lifestyle choices. So, what are the secrets to living longer, staying youthful, and thriving despite the pressures of modern life? Let's explore. Number 1, smoking, the fast lane to aging. We've all heard that smoking is harmful, but research continues to reveal just how destructive it really is. Heavy smokers face double the risk of pancreatic cancer compared to non-smokers. They're also more prone to vision loss, diabetes, heart disease, lower intelligence levels, and prematurely aged skin. In short, cigarettes don't just steal years from your life, they make the years you do have less vibrant. If you want to age gracefully, quitting smoking is one of the most powerful steps you can take. Number 2, anger and stress are silent killers. Do you often find yourself overwhelmed by anger or stress? Studies from Johns Hopkins University show that people who are frequently angry or stressed are 3 times more likely to suffer from heart disease. For men in their mid-50s, bouts of uncontrolled anger can make the risk of heart attacks and strokes 6 times higher. The solution? Learn to let go. Stay connected with friends, practice calmness, and release daily frustrations. A peaceful heart is a healthier heart. Number 3, the power of plants. Eat your way to longevity. What you put on your plate can either accelerate aging or slow it down. Foods like cinnamon, blueberries, cloves, and artichokes are packed with antioxidants, compounds that fight the toxins and oxidative stress that damage our cells. By reducing harmful free radicals, these foods protect your arteries, sharpen your brain, and even lower your risk of cancer and dementia. Simply put, eat more plants, and your body will thank you for decades. Number 4, optimism, the mind-body connection. Here's something science confirms. Your outlook on life literally shapes your lifespan. Research from the University of Rochester found that optimists live longer than those who are anxious or pessimistic. Why? Because optimism reduces stress, lowers blood pressure, and helps you recover faster from setbacks. When you choose to see challenges as opportunities rather than obstacles, your body responds with resilience. Staying hopeful isn't just good for the soul, it's medicine for the heart. Number 5, love and intimacy, nature's medicine. Yes, even your romantic life plays a role in longevity. A healthy and regular intimate relationship has been shown to lower cholesterol, reduce stress, regulate blood pressure, and protect against heart disease. Beyond the physical benefits, intimacy nurtures emotional stability, happiness, and connection, all key ingredients for a long, fulfilling life. Number 6, sleep, the golden balance. We all know sleep is vital, but too much or too little can be dangerous. Studies reveal that people who sleep more than 8 hours a night or less than 4 face a significantly higher risk of early death. The sweet spot? 6 to 7 hours of quality sleep each night. This amount keeps your body refreshed, your mind sharp, and your risk of diabetes, stroke, and heart disease much lower. Final thoughts: the art of living simply. Longevity doesn't come from expensive treatments or secret potions. It's built every day through simple choices. Quit smoking, manage anger, eat wholesome foods, stay optimistic, nurture love, sleep wisely. The science is clear. Living simply is the ultimate key to living long. By embracing balance and harmony in body, mind, and spirit, you don't just add years to your life, you add life to your years.
Mining the moon, the race for helium-3, the fuel of the future. Imagine a world where our energy no longer depends on coal, oil, or gas. A world where a few kilograms of fuel could power entire cities with almost no pollution and limitless potential. This isn't science fiction. It's the promise of helium-3, a rare element buried in the soil of the moon. Right now, scientists and engineers are seriously considering mining the lunar surface for this incredible resource. Among the leaders in this bold vision is Energia, Russia's legendary rocket and space corporation.
Their plan could transform both the future of space exploration and the way humanity powers itself on Earth. Helium-3 is not found in abundance on our planet. The Earth's magnetic field protects us from much of the solar wind, so this isotope is extremely scarce here. But on the Moon, with no thick atmosphere and no protective magnetic shield, helium-3 has been deposited for billions of years, carried directly by the solar wind. And here's the astonishing part. Just a few kilograms of lunar soil could contain enough helium-3 to fuel a fusion power plant, producing clean energy without the dangerous waste of nuclear fission. The possibilities are staggering. If harnessed properly, helium-3 could solve the global energy crisis, ending our dependence on fossil fuels and ushering in a new age of abundant, sustainable power. No wonder space agencies and corporations are setting their sights on the Moon. Enirgia's vision is bold and complex. They propose using the International Space Station, the ISS, not just as a research platform, but as a staging ground for future lunar operations. According to company director Nikolai Sevastanov, the ISS could serve as a hub for spacecraft and cargo returning from the Moon. Lunar samples could be transferred, processed, and sent back to Earth through docking ports on ISS modules like Zvezda or Zarya. The plan would unfold step by step. First, familiar rockets such as Soyuz and Progress would carry astronauts and equipment into orbit. Then, small crews of 3 would land on the Moon for exploration missions before returning to the ISS. Over time, depending on the success of these missions, more astronauts could be deployed, though not all would need to set foot on the lunar surface. The ultimate goal is mining. To extract helium-3, astronauts would first need to establish a permanent lunar base. This would be home to the miners, scientists, and engineers tasked with operating the first extraterrestrial excavation site. Specialized machines would dig into the regolith, the powdery soil covering the Moon, then heat it to release the helium-3 trapped inside. From there, the isotope could be collected, stored, and eventually shipped back to Earth, where it would feed the reactors of the future. The stakes are enormous. Helium-3 is considered more efficient than any traditional fuel we know. Unlike uranium, it doesn't produce dangerous radioactive waste. Unlike fossil fuels, it doesn't release carbon emissions. A few kilograms could run a fusion reactor and generate enough electricity to power industries, cities, and perhaps even entire nations. But challenges remain. Mining on the Moon will not be easy. Astronauts will face extreme temperatures, long lunar nights, and dangerous radiation. Building a habitable base requires transporting huge amounts of materials and technology. And then there is the political question. Who owns the Moon's resources? Will mining rights belong to the nation that extracts them, or will helium-3 become a shared resource for all humanity? These debates are only beginning. What is clear is this. Helium-3 could be the game changer of the 21st century. The Moon, once a symbol of mystery and romance, may soon become the most valuable energy field humanity has ever known. The race is on, not just to explore space, but to harvest it. Mining the Moon may sound like science fiction, but the groundwork is already being laid. The machines are being designed, the landing plans are being tested, and the maps of helium-3 deposits are being drawn. In the near future, when rockets touch down on the lunar surface, it may not just be for exploration, but for extraction. Perhaps someday soon, the lights that shine in our cities, the computers that power our world, and the very energy that sustains our lives will all trace back to a quiet, silvery desert hanging in the sky, the Moon.
Mother bears' secret strategy, how they outsmart males to save their cubs. In the vast forests of northern Europe, life for a mother bear is a constant struggle between love, survival, and sacrifice. While these mothers dedicate themselves to raising their fragile cubs, a dark and brutal threat lurks among their own kind, the males of their species. During the breeding season, from May to July, powerful male brown bears are driven by a single instinct: to mate as often as possible. For them, the season is about dominance, reproduction, and spreading their genes.
But for the mothers who already have cubs clinging to their sides, the situation is very different. They are not ready to mate again. And tragically, that rejection can have deadly consequences. The male bear's brutal instinct. Frustrated and aggressive, many male bears take out their fury on the most vulnerable targets, the cubs themselves. In a shocking display of what scientists call sexual conflict, males will often kill the young cubs of a mother that resists them. By eliminating her offspring, the male forces her back into estrus, ensuring that he, and not a rival, will father her next litter. For the mothers, this cruel cycle is a nightmare. Their cubs, innocent and defenseless, are in constant danger whenever a dominant male roams nearby. But a mother's ingenious strategy. But evolution has a way of arming the weak against the strong. And over countless generations, mother bears have developed a remarkable survival strategy, one that flips the rules of nature upside down. Instead of avoiding males, the mothers seek them out. They mate with multiple partners, sometimes as many as possible, regardless of whether they are fertile or not. The result? Each male believes that he might be the father of her cubs, and with that belief comes hesitation. Instead of attacking the young, the males leave them unharmed, just in case they carry his bloodline. It is a deception born out of desperation, but it works. The science behind the strategy. Researchers from the University of Vienna in Austria spent 20 years studying wild brown bears across northern Europe. Their findings, published in a scientific journal, reveal the astonishing effectiveness of this maternal tactic. More than half of the mother bears, 54%, actively used this strategy. By mating promiscuously during the breeding season, they drastically improved the survival rate of their cubs. To the casual observer, it may look like ordinary courtship, but to the mothers, every encounter is a calculated act of protection, a shield of deception woven in the language of survival. A story of sacrifice and love. Behind this strategy lies a profound truth about motherhood in the animal kingdom. These bears are willing to sacrifice their own comfort, their own choice, even their own dignity, all to shield their cubs from harm. It is not just instinct, it's strategy. It is not just survival, it's sacrifice. And in the quiet depths of the forest, as the cubs play and grow under the watchful eyes of their mothers, the price of that safety remains hidden from the world. Nature often shows us its most brutal face, but in stories like this, it also reveals something deeply moving, the intelligence, resilience, and boundless devotion of a mother's love. When survival is at stake, even the fiercest laws of nature can be rewritten by a mother's will to protect her young.
Mysteries of the Maya. Sacred wells, serpent gods, and the astronaut carving. The astonishing mysteries of the ancient Maya civilization. Deep in the jungles of Central America, hidden beneath centuries of earth and vegetation, lie the incredible ruins of the Maya civilization, one of the most mysterious cultures ever to walk this planet. Their pyramids, temples, and sacred wells still whisper secrets that continue to baffle historians, archaeologists, and scientists to this very day. Near the Great Maya Observatory in Yucatan lies a legendary site known as the Sacred Cenote, or Holy Well. For the ancient Maya, this was no ordinary place. It was considered a direct link to the gods. According to early accounts from the 16th century, during times of drought, priests would conduct elaborate rituals at this very cenote, offering precious treasures and even young boys and girls as sacrifices to the rain god.
They believed that only through these offerings could the rains return and the crops flourish. In 1877, an American archaeologist led an excavation of the sacred cenote. What they uncovered stunned the world. From the thick mud at the bottom, they retrieved gold ornaments, exquisite jade carvings, and countless artifacts. But they also found something far more haunting: the skeletal remains of sacrificed children. Suddenly, the old chronicles were confirmed. The legends were true. But yet, the mystery deepened. Just a short distance from the observatory, hidden in the forest, another cenote was found, nearly identical in appearance and depth. Its waters shimmered with strange reddish hues, almost as if stained with blood. Both wells were aligned perfectly with a pyramid known as stylo, forming a precise geometric pattern. Each stood exactly 984 feet from the observatory's peak. Could it be that these cenotes were not just places of sacrifice, but also astronomical markers used by the Maya to design their monumental architecture? And then there is the serpent, the most iconic symbol of the Maya world. Serpents slither across temple walls, wind down pyramid steps, and appear in sacred texts. But these were no ordinary snakes. In Maya mythology, they were often depicted with wings, capable of soaring through the skies. To the Maya, the serpent was a divine being, a messenger between heaven and earth. Among their many legends is the tale of Kukulkan, a bearded god in white robes who came from across the sea in the east. He taught the Maya science, agriculture, and strict laws. Under his guidance, maize grew as thick as a man's leg, and cotton sprouted in dazzling colors. After imparting his wisdom, he promised to one day return. For generations, the Maya waited for his coming. But perhaps the most mind-bending discovery of all lies in Palenque, a Maya city hidden in the mountains of Mexico. In the mid-20th century, archaeologists unearthed a massive stone slab engraved with intricate carvings. The image it depicted shocked the modern world. It showed what appeared to be a man, seated, gripping controls, surrounded by strange instruments. His posture resembled that of a pilot at the helm of a machine. Flames seemed to burst from beneath him like the exhaust of a rocket. Some researchers insisted it was nothing more than artistic symbolism, but others believed it was undeniable proof that the Maya may have known about space travel thousands of years before modern science. When photographs of the carving were shown to engineers and even aerospace experts, many were left speechless. The details, pipes, dials, antenna-like shapes were too striking to dismiss. Could it be that the Maya had visions of flight, or even contact with beings far beyond this earth? The truth is, we may never know. The Maya civilization, with all its grandeur, collapsed mysteriously centuries ago. Their cities fell silent, their temples swallowed by the jungle, their knowledge scattered to time. But their legacy endures. From the sacred cenote to the serpent god, from the precise astronomy of their observatories to the enigmatic carving of a supposed astronaut, the Maya left behind a trail of wonders that still challenge our understanding of history. Were they simply brilliant astronomers and mathematicians with vivid imaginations? Or did they truly glimpse secrets of the universe that modern science is only beginning to uncover? One thing is certain: the mysteries of the Maya remind us that the past is never truly gone. It waits,
hidden in stone and jungle, for us to rediscover and perhaps to finally understand.
Mystery on the Red Planet. Methane on Mars is not from volcanoes. For decades, the Red Planet has fascinated scientists and dreamers alike. Mars, with its dusty landscapes and thin atmosphere, holds secrets that could one day answer humanity's biggest question: are we alone in the universe? One of the most intriguing discoveries in recent years was the detection of methane in the Martian atmosphere. On Earth, methane is closely tied to life. From tiny microbes to large animals, countless living organisms release methane as part of their natural processes. And so, when the European Space Agency's Mars Express probe confirmed the presence of methane in 2004, the scientific world was electrified. Could this be a sign of life on Mars? But methane doesn't only come from living organisms. It can also be produced by geological processes, such as volcanic activity. If volcanoes were still active on Mars, they could easily explain the presence of methane in its atmosphere. The challenge was to find out which source, life or geology, was responsible. This is where the work of American scientist Vladimir Kreszpolsky comes in. Kreszpolsky, from the Catholic University of Washington, decided to investigate the volcanic theory. On Earth, volcanoes don't just release methane. They also emit sulfur dioxide, or SO2, in massive amounts. If Martian volcanoes were the source of methane, we would expect to see traces of sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere as well. Using one of the powerful telescopes in Hawaii, Kreszpolsky and his team searched for this volcanic fingerprint. The result? Nothing. No sulfur dioxide at all. This finding strongly suggests that active volcanoes are not the cause of methane on Mars. Now, this doesn't automatically mean there is life on the Red Planet. Scientists are cautious. There could still be other geological explanations, perhaps chemical reactions happening underground that don't involve volcanoes. Yet, the absence of volcanic gases makes the biological explanation far more tantalizing. The story isn't over. Future missions and instruments, such as the Planetary Fourier Spectrometer aboard Mars Express, will continue to take more precise measurements. These observations may one day confirm whether the methane on Mars is truly a whisper from ancient microbes, or simply the result of mysterious geological processes we don't yet understand. For now, the presence of methane remains one of the greatest puzzles of Martian science. Is it a sign that Mars once hosted life? Could there still be living organisms hidden beneath its frozen surface today? Or is it the planet itself, through unknown chemistry, creating this gas of mystery? One thing is certain, every discovery brings us a little closer to solving the enigma of the Red Planet, and maybe, just maybe, to answering whether we are truly alone in the cosmos.
Nanotechnology versus cancer, a new hope for the future of medicine. Imagine a world where cancer treatment is no longer a brutal war waged on the entire body. No more devastating side effects, no more collateral damage to healthy cells, only precise, targeted strikes against deadly tumors. This is not science fiction. This is the promise of nanotechnology in medicine, and the future of cancer treatment may already be here. The Breakthrough Experiment. At Harvard Medical School and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, scientists have been working on an extraordinary idea using nanoparticles, tiny structures so small that millions could fit on the tip of a needle, as smart delivery systems for cancer drugs. In a recent experiment, researchers attached a chemotherapy drug called Taxotere to special nanoparticles made of hydrogen and carbon polymers. These nanoparticles act like tiny Trojan horses. Once injected, they travel directly into the tumor, bypassing healthy tissue. In the mouse trials, scientists implanted human prostate cancer cells to create tumors. Then, using these drug-loaded nanoparticles, they treated the mice and carefully observed them for more than 100 days. The result?
In the group that received the targeted nanoparticles, tumors didn't just shrink, they disappeared completely. The cancer was gone. Dr. Omid Farrokhzad, one of the lead researchers, described the outcome as beyond expectations. So, how does this work exactly? Think of the nanoparticle as a tiny capsule. Around its outer structure, fragments of chemotherapy drugs are attached. The polymer core gradually breaks down inside the body, releasing the drug step by step, instead of flooding the system all at once. This slow, controlled release means two critical things. One, the drug stays concentrated exactly where it's needed, inside the tumor. Two, healthy cells, which normally suffer during chemotherapy, remain largely untouched. In other words, nanotechnology allows doctors to treat the disease without harming the patient. The promise of precision medicine. For decades, cancer treatment has been compared to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Chemotherapy kills cancer cells, yes, but it also damages hair follicles, the lining of the stomach, and even the immune system. That's why patients lose their hair, feel sick, and become vulnerable to infection. Nanotechnology changes that picture entirely. Instead of poisoning the entire body in hopes of hitting the tumor, doctors could send smart weapons directly to their target. Imagine chemotherapy that doesn't make you weak, radiation that doesn't scar your organs, and surgeries that don't leave lasting trauma. That is the vision behind nanomedicine. The road ahead. Of course, these results are still in the early stages. The experiments have so far been conducted on mice, not yet on humans. But the success has been so striking that cancer experts across the world are paying close attention. At the European Cancer Conference in Paris, researchers hailed this breakthrough as a potential game changer. They hope that with further trials and development, the same technology could soon be tested in human patients. Nanotechnology itself is not new. It has been studied for decades. But only now are we beginning to unlock its true potential in medicine. Beyond cancer, scientists believe it could revolutionize drug delivery, make surgery more precise, and even help repair damaged tissues at the cellular level. A glimpse of the future. Think about what this could mean. A future where cancer is no longer a terrifying diagnosis, where treatment is gentle, targeted, and effective, where patients don't just survive, they live well. This isn't just about defeating one disease. This is about redefining medicine itself. Nanotechnology gives us the tools to fight illnesses at the scale where life itself begins, the molecular level. And as researchers continue to refine this technology, we may soon look back on the era of traditional chemotherapy as primitive, just the first step toward a far brighter, more hopeful future. Closing line for YouTube. Nanotechnology isn't just tiny science, it's a giant leap for humanity, and it may be the key that finally unlocks the cure for cancer.
NASA's bold plan to deflect killer asteroids and save Earth. Imagine this. One day, astronomers spot a massive asteroid hurtling through space, its trajectory on a collision course with Earth. The countdown begins. Humanity faces the possibility of an impact that could devastate cities, alter climates, and even threaten civilization itself. It sounds like the plot of a Hollywood blockbuster, but scientists at NASA have been seriously thinking about this scenario for decades. And two astronauts, Edward Lu and Stanley Love, believe they have a practical and surprisingly elegant solution to protect our planet. Their idea doesn't involve blowing up the asteroid with nuclear weapons or firing high-tech laser beams like you might see in the movies. Instead, it relies on something much simpler: gravity. The proposal is known as the gravitational tractor concept. Here's how it works. A heavy spacecraft weighing about 20 tons
would be launched to rendezvous with the incoming asteroid. Instead of landing or attaching to the rocky, uneven surface, which is incredibly difficult, the spacecraft would simply hover close by, using thrusters to maintain a steady position. Even though the spacecraft and the asteroid never touch, their mutual gravitational pull links them together. The spacecraft's gravity acts like an invisible tow cable, tugging ever so gently on the asteroid. Over time, perhaps a year or more, this subtle gravitational pull could gradually shift the asteroid's path just enough to make it miss Earth entirely. It's like guiding a runaway horse, not by grabbing the reins, but by walking steadily alongside it, nudging it in a safer direction. Liu and Love calculated that a spacecraft of this size could successfully deflect an asteroid about 200 meters in diameter, large enough to cause widespread destruction if it struck our planet. An impact from such an object would unleash energy equivalent to hundreds of nuclear bombs, devastating entire regions and potentially killing millions. The beauty of the gravitational tractor idea lies in its simplicity and reliability. Unlike explosive methods, which risk breaking the asteroid into multiple dangerous fragments, the gravitational approach gently shepherds the object into a harmless orbit. No shattering, no unpredictable debris, just a quiet cosmic rescue. The concept has already caught the attention of the scientific community and was even showcased at the Science Museum in London as an example of how astronauts and engineers are thinking far beyond science fiction. As one curator put it, "This isn't Hollywood, this is real science, developed by astronauts who understand the challenges and know how to turn basic physics into a global safeguard." Of course, the plan requires preparation. Humanity would need years of advance warning to intercept an asteroid and enough international cooperation to build and launch such a mission. But with modern telescopes constantly scanning the skies, the gravitational tractor may one day be our best defense against a world-ending impact. So, while the universe is full of potential dangers, it's also full of human ingenuity. Thanks to bold thinkers like Edward Liu and Stanley Love, we may already hold the key to protecting Earth, not with explosions, but with the quiet, steady pull of gravity.
NASA's groundbreaking discovery: water and oxygen found on the moon. For centuries, humanity has looked up at the moon, wondering what secrets it hides. It has been a symbol of mystery, inspiration, and exploration. But now, NASA scientists have made a discovery that could change our relationship with the moon forever. They have found signs of water and oxygen on its surface. Using detailed images captured by the Hubble Space Telescope, researchers have identified deposits of specific minerals on the moon. At first glance, they may look like nothing more than rocks and dust, but hidden within these minerals is something extraordinary: the potential to unlock both oxygen for breathing and water for survival. This means that the moon is not just a barren, lifeless rock floating in space. It could actually provide the essential resources astronauts need to survive and even build a permanent base. Imagine future explorers landing on the lunar surface, no longer having to rely entirely on supplies brought from Earth. Instead, they could mine oxygen from lunar minerals to breathe, extract water to drink, and even create rocket fuel directly on the moon itself. Why is this such a game changer? Well, one of the biggest challenges in space exploration is carrying resources. Every drop of water, every breath of air, and every kilogram of fuel must be launched from Earth at enormous cost.
If we can produce these necessities directly on the moon, space exploration becomes far more sustainable, and our dream of building a lunar station could finally become a reality. NASA scientists emphasize that these discoveries open the door to a future where the moon could serve as humanity's outpost in space. With water and oxygen available, we could build habitats, fuel spacecraft for deeper missions, and use the moon as a stepping stone to Mars and beyond. This finding transforms the moon from a distant celestial body into a potential home for humanity's next great adventure. It's no longer just about visiting the moon. It's about staying there, living there, and building the future of space exploration on its surface. So, the next time you look up at the moon, remember this. It might not just be shining down as a silent witness to human history. It could soon become the very stage where the next chapter of human destiny unfolds.
Olive oil against cancer, the ancient secret backed by science. For thousands of years, olive oil has been called liquid gold. Ancient civilizations treasured it not only as food, but as medicine, a sacred gift from the earth. But now, modern science is proving that this golden oil may hold even greater powers than our ancestors ever imagined. According to a groundbreaking study published in the International Journal of Cancer in the United Kingdom, olive oil could help protect us from some of the world's most dangerous diseases, including colon cancer, one of the leading causes of death worldwide. The research was carried out by scientists at the University of Ulster in England. Their experiments focused on a compound derived from pure extra virgin olive oil known as finola. When they exposed colon cancer cells to this compound, the results were astonishing. The scientists discovered that olive oil contains a powerful combination of monounsaturated fats and antioxidants. Together, these natural elements act as a shield, slowing down and even preventing the growth of cancer cells in the colon. In other words, something as simple as a spoonful of olive oil could help your body defend itself against one of the deadliest forms of cancer. And this is only the beginning. The research team has announced that the next step will be to test olive oil's effects on animals and eventually humans to confirm what these first experiments already suggest, that olive oil is more than just a healthy food. It may actually be a weapon against cancer. But olive oil's healing power doesn't stop there. Earlier studies revealed another astonishing fact. Olive oil contains a natural compound called oleocanthal. This substance acts in a way strikingly similar to ibuprofen, a common painkiller. Oleocanthal reduces inflammation, eases headaches, and most importantly, it may also lower the risk of both heart disease and cancer. Imagine that, a natural oil with the healing effects of medicine hidden inside every drop. Think about it. For generations, people living around the Mediterranean Sea have consumed olive oil daily, and they have long been known for their good health, longevity, and lower rates of chronic illness. Science is now uncovering the secret behind this Mediterranean miracle. So, the next time you drizzle olive oil over your salad, dip bread into its golden richness, or cook with it in your kitchen, remember, you are not just enjoying flavor. You may be nourishing your body with one of nature's oldest, most powerful defenses against disease. The message is clear. Olive oil is more than food. It's medicine, it's protection, and it could be one of the simplest ways to fight cancer before it even begins. And perhaps in the wisdom of the ancients, they already knew this truth. Scientists discover the gene behind heroin addiction and how to control it.
Addiction is one of the greatest challenges in modern medicine. Despite major progress in understanding how drugs affect the brain and developing new rehabilitation methods, the sad reality remains. Many people relapse just months after detox. But a groundbreaking discovery from scientists in the United States may finally offer hope. They have identified a key gene linked to heroin addiction and, more importantly, a way to control it. The struggle with relapse. Dr. Ivan Diamond, a leading researcher at the Ernest Gallo Clinic and Research Center, explained the problem bluntly. Many drug users attempt to quit, but after 2 or 3 months, the majority relapse. This relentless cycle of recovery and relapse has puzzled scientists for decades. Why does the craving return so strongly, even after detox? The answer, it turns out, may lie deep inside our genes. The genetic link, ANS3 and AGS3. Back in 2004, researchers discovered that cocaine triggers a gene in a brain region called the nucleus accumbens. This gene, known as ANS3, rapidly produces proteins linked to feelings of pleasure and craving. Now, Diamond and his team have gone further. They identified another critical gene, AGS3. By isolating AGS3 and the proteins it produces from brain cells of newborn mice, they discovered that this gene plays a central role in drug addiction. In simple terms, AGS3 acts like a switch inside the reward center of the brain. When exposed to drugs, it helps activate cravings by interacting with signals from the brain's cortex. Here's where the research becomes truly fascinating. The scientists developed a method to block AGS3 activity using a modified herpes virus. Yes, you heard that right. The virus was engineered to interfere with the proteins that fuel the brain's reward cycle. Once injected, it temporarily disrupts the craving loop, essentially silencing the gene's addictive influence. As the virus clears naturally from the body over a few weeks, the addictive cycle remains broken long enough for the brain to reset. The mice experiments. To test the method, the team used lab mice already conditioned to crave heroin. These mice had gone through withdrawal, but like humans, were prone to relapse when exposed again. After the AGS3 blocking virus was injected into their nucleus accumbens, the results were dramatic. When given small doses of heroin, the usual craving response never returned. The gene switch had been effectively disabled, and with it, the powerful drive to relapse. Toward human trials. Speaking with New Scientist magazine, Diamond expressed cautious optimism. He believes this technique could potentially be tested on humans within the next 2 years. If successful, it may become one of the most powerful weapons in the fight against heroin addiction, a treatment that doesn't just manage withdrawal, but actually shuts down the craving at its genetic source. Of course, challenges remain. Questions of safety, long-term effects, and ethical concerns about genetic manipulation must all be addressed. Yet this breakthrough marks a turning point. For the first time, scientists may be able to move beyond treating the symptoms of addiction and instead tackle the root cause, hidden in our DNA. And if this research fulfills its promise, millions of people struggling with heroin and other opioids could have a real chance at lasting recovery, because sometimes the key to breaking free from one of humanity's darkest struggles is locked within the very code of life itself.
Slowing down light. IBM's breakthrough that could change computing forever. Light, the fastest thing in the universe. It travels at an astonishing speed of 300,000 kilometers per second, racing around our planet more than 7 times in just 1 second. For centuries, scientists believed that nothing could slow this cosmic sprinter, at least not in a way we could control. But now, researchers at IBM have achieved something truly revolutionary. They've managed to slow light down to just 1/300th of its normal speed, using a device no larger than half a centimeter. This groundbreaking invention is called a photonic crystal waveguide,
a tiny piece of silicon designed using the same processes we already use to manufacture computer chips. Unlike previous experiments, which required giant laboratory setups and clouds of atoms cooled to near absolute zero, this device is compact, industrial, and potentially ready for commercialization. Here's why this matters. Today's computers rely on electricity to send signals. While powerful, this method has limits, mainly heat and energy consumption. Every time you push your laptop to the max, you feel it warming up. That heat represents wasted energy. But what if instead of electricity, computers used light itself to process and transfer information? That's exactly what this breakthrough points toward: the creation of optical computers, machines that use photons, the tiny particles of light, instead of electrons. By slowing down light pulses inside the waveguide, scientists can hold and manipulate data with incredible precision. Imagine a world where computers run not just faster, but also far more efficiently, consuming only a fraction of the energy of today's machines. The implications are massive. Slowed light could pave the way for ultra-fast data transfer at the speed of light, but controlled with perfect timing. Optical data storage, where information is stored in light pulses instead of magnetic disks. Cooler, more energy-efficient computers, solving one of the biggest problems in modern electronics, overheating. And, potentially, entirely new kinds of quantum and photonic technologies that are only beginning to be imagined. As for Yuri Vlasov, a physicist at IBM's Watson Research Center, this discovery is more than just a lab trick. It's a step toward real-world applications. For the first time, light can be slowed, manipulated, and harnessed using materials that industry already knows how to make. Think about that for a moment. A future where the blazing speed of light is not only harnessed, but tamed, slowed, and shaped to serve human technology. A future where computers are no longer limited by the heat of electric circuits, but instead powered by the elegance of photons. It might sound like science fiction today, but breakthroughs like this remind us that the impossible has a way of becoming reality, one discovery at a time. So, the next time you switch on your computer, imagine a world not too far from now, where its beating heart is no longer powered by electrons, but by light itself, slowed down, controlled, and transformed into the language of technology. This tiny silicon device, smaller than a fingernail, might just be the key to unlocking the next great era in computing.
Smarter, longer life. The surprising link between IQ and longevity. What if your intelligence didn't just shape your success in school or career, but also determined how long you would live? A fascinating new study from the United States suggests exactly that. Children with higher IQs may live significantly longer lives than those with lower IQs. This wasn't just a small difference. It was a powerful clue that intelligence and longevity are connected in ways we're only beginning to understand. Why would intelligence affect lifespan? The direct cause remains a mystery, but scientists have some strong theories. Smarter individuals may make better lifestyle choices, exercising more, eating healthier, and avoiding dangerous habits like smoking. They may also navigate challenges with less stress, seek medical help earlier, and even find themselves in safer environments because of the careers and opportunities their intelligence provides. In other words, a higher IQ might give someone the tools to protect their body as well as their mind. But beyond the numbers, this doesn't mean that IQ alone decides your destiny. Intelligence may give you an edge, but habits matter just as much. The study also confirmed that people, regardless of IQ, who maintained good health practices such as regular exercise, eating nutritious food, and staying away from cigarettes and other harmful substances, were far more likely to live longer, healthier lives. So intelligence may open the door,
but discipline and lifestyle choices truly determine how far you'll walk through it. The bigger picture. This research challenges us to rethink what intelligence means. It's not only about solving puzzles or excelling in academics. It could also be about navigating life in a way that preserves both health and happiness. It also sparks a deeper question. If higher intelligence can help extend life, should society focus more on nurturing children's mental growth and healthy habits together? In the end, the study reveals a simple but powerful truth. A sharper mind may help lead to a longer life, but when combined with smart choices, discipline, and care for our bodies, it might just be the ultimate recipe for both wisdom and longevity. So maybe the real secret isn't just about being smart, it's about using that intelligence to live wisely.
Surgery without scars. The revolutionary way to remove an appendix through the mouth. For decades, surgeons have relied on scalpels and incisions to operate inside the human abdomen. An appendectomy, the surgical removal of the appendix, has always meant cutting through the skin and abdominal wall. But now, science is rewriting the rules of surgery. Imagine undergoing an operation where no knife touches your skin, no scar, no stitches, not even a mark the size of a sesame seed. That vision is quickly becoming a reality thanks to a groundbreaking technique that allows doctors to remove an inflamed appendix through the mouth. At the forefront of this innovation is Professor Friedrich Hagenmiller, the head physician at Altona Hospital in Hamburg, Germany. He explains it simply. It's very similar to a standard stomach endoscopy. A thin, flexible tube equipped with a miniature camera is inserted through the patient's mouth and guided down into the esophagus and stomach. Inside this slender tube lies a set of ultra-fine surgical tools, tiny scissors, needles, and even a miniature snare. By creating a small incision in the wall of the stomach, surgeons can access the abdominal cavity without ever cutting the outer skin. From there, guided by the live camera feed displayed on screen, the surgeon carefully maneuvers the instruments to the inflamed appendix. With remarkable precision, they loop the miniature snare around the appendix, tighten it, and remove the infected organ. Once the operation is complete, the small opening in the stomach is sealed with a tiny clip. The result? The patient walks away without a single external scar. The potential benefits of this method are enormous. No incision through the abdominal wall means less pain, faster recovery, and reduced risk of infection. It also means that in emergencies, procedures like this could even be performed on the way to the hospital, saving precious time. Professor Hagenmiller believes this technique could become commonplace within the next 5 to 10 years. And the possibilities don't stop at the appendix. The method is already being explored for other procedures, including the removal of the gallbladder and spleen. This pioneering work was originally developed by Indian surgeon Dr. Rao, who continues to push the boundaries of scarless surgery. If successful on a wider scale, it could transform the way we think about operations forever. Imagine a world where major surgeries leave no visible trace, where medical innovation not only saves lives, but preserves the body's natural form. That future is no longer science fiction. It's happening now, inside the operating rooms of today. So the next time you hear the word surgery, don't just think of scalpels, stitches, and scars. Think of a camera, a flexible tube, and a tiny snare. Tools that could change medicine forever.
The astonishing superpowers of bees, from bomb detection to fighting terrorism.
Imagine a creature so small that it can fit on the tip of your finger, yet powerful enough to save lives, detect hidden bombs, uncover drugs, and even help protect entire nations from terrorist threats. That creature is none other than the humble bee. Every month, hundreds of people around the world are injured or killed by landmines and hidden explosives. For decades, the military has relied on metal detectors and trained dogs, but those methods have limits. Dogs are expensive, need long training periods, and metal detectors can give false signals. Scientists began asking, could there be another way? And the answer came from the buzzing wings of honeybees. Since 1998, researchers working with the U.S. military have been training bees to detect landmines and even identify chemical agents used in terrorist attacks. The key lies in their incredible sense of smell. A bee's nose, its antennae, is far more sensitive than that of a sniffer dog. Bees can distinguish a vast range of scents, and, perhaps even more astonishing, they can remember those scents and teach them to their hive mates. Training a bee is surprisingly fast. Using the same conditioning principle discovered by Russian physiologist Ivan Pavlov, scientists expose bees to a scent, like sugar water, along with a reward. Within seconds, the bee learns to associate that smell with food. The signal? The bee sticks out its tongue, ready to feed. Now, imagine replacing the scent of sugar water with TNT, the chemical found in landmines. In just 10 seconds, bees can be trained to recognize it. And it gets better. Bees don't just learn individually, they share knowledge with others in the hive. Train one bee, and soon the whole colony knows the scent of danger. At test sites in New Mexico, scientists released trained bees into greenhouses filled with flowers that had absorbed trace amounts of TNT. The bees flew straight to the contaminated flowers, ignoring the rest. Later, in outdoor trials, landmines were buried beneath soil. Even when the TNT particles drifted miles away, the bees locked onto them with astonishing precision. But that's not all. Bees may also help fight bioterrorism. When a bee flies, static electricity builds up on its body. This charge attracts tiny particles, including pollen, and potentially deadly microbes. In one experiment, scientists released spores of harmless bacteria into the air. Within minutes, the spores clung to the bees' bodies, allowing researchers to detect biological threats simply by examining the insects. Imagine entire hives of bees quietly patrolling the skies, acting as natural biosensors. And honeybees aren't the only ones with superhero abilities. Enter the wasp scouts. These parasitic wasps are even smaller than honeybees, but their sense of smell is up to 100,000 times stronger than any human-made device. In fact, scientists at the University of Georgia have designed handheld chemical detectors containing just a few trained wasps. When the insects detect drugs, explosives, or crop diseases, they respond by moving toward the scent, triggering an alarm system within seconds. The technology is astonishing. Wasps can be trained in less than 30 minutes, reproduce rapidly, and, unlike dogs or larger animals, they are inexpensive and easy to maintain. The research dates back to the 1970s, when scientists first discovered how parasitic wasps tracked their prey, caterpillars, by detecting chemicals in the caterpillar's droppings. Over time, they realized that wasps could be taught to recognize nearly any odor, drugs, explosives, or even specific food scents. Picture it, a tiny insect crawling calmly inside a small sensor box. When it smells what it was trained to detect, it suddenly becomes restless, moving frantically toward the source. A microscopic camera monitors its every move, relaying data to a computer that instantly alerts authorities. This all happens in under 30 seconds. In the near future, perhaps within the next 5 to 10 years,
bees and wasps may join dogs, pigeons, and even elephants as part of humanity's defense arsenal. With over $25 million already invested in bee research alone, the day may soon come when a buzzing sound in the air doesn't just mean honey is nearby. It could mean lives are being saved. So the next time you see a bee or a wasp, don't just think of stings or honey. Remember, behind those tiny wings lies a secret superpower that could help us build a safer world.
The black hole at the heart of the Milky Way. Proof at last. For centuries, humans have looked up at the night sky and wondered, what lies at the very center of our galaxy? The Milky Way stretches across the heavens like a glowing river of stars, but deep within its heart, hidden behind clouds of dust and gas, there has always been a mystery, an invisible force shaping the galaxy itself. Now that mystery has finally been solved. Astronomers from the Shanghai Astronomical Observatory in China have announced groundbreaking evidence that confirms what scientists have long suspected. At the core of the Milky Way lies a supermassive black hole, so enormous, so powerful, that its very existence challenges our imagination. This colossal object sits in a region known as Sagittarius A star. From Earth, we cannot see it directly because a black hole swallows light itself. But the team, led by astronomer Ziji Shen, has detected unmistakable signals, radio waves emitted right at the edge of this cosmic giant. These signals are the final proof. The dark heart of our galaxy is indeed a black hole. And not just any black hole. This monster has a mass 4 million times greater than our Sun and a size 200 times its diameter. Imagine compressing millions of stars into one point of infinite gravity, a place where space and time are bent beyond recognition. That is what lies at the center of our cosmic home. But how do we know something that by its very nature cannot be seen? Black holes are born when massive stars collapse under their own gravity. When the core of a giant star, 5, 10, or even more times the mass of the Sun, implodes, it creates an object so dense that nothing, not even light, can escape. Detecting one is like trying to find a shadow in complete darkness. It seems impossible. And yet, nature gives us clues. As matter falls toward a black hole, it does not go quietly. Atoms are torn apart. Gas and dust spiral inward at near light speed, colliding violently and heating up to unimaginable temperatures. This dance of destruction produces powerful bursts of energy, especially in the form of radio waves. It is these signals, this invisible scream of matter being devoured, that scientists have now captured. Think about it. Every star in the Milky Way, every planet, every comet and asteroid all orbit around this central abyss. It is the anchor of our galaxy, the invisible hand holding billions of suns in their cosmic dance. Without it, the Milky Way as we know it could not exist. Black holes remain one of the greatest enigmas of modern science. They warp space, stretch time, and hide secrets we may never fully understand. Do they lead to other universes? Do they hold the key to time travel? Or do they mark the very limits of reality itself? What we know for certain now is this: at the center of the Milky Way, in the direction of Sagittarius, there is a supermassive black hole, undeniable, inescapable, and eternal. And so, the next time you look up at the shimmering band of the Milky Way, remember this: beyond the beauty of the stars lies a dark heart, a cosmic giant that has been silently watching over our galaxy for billions of years. This is not just astronomy. This is the story of who we are, where we live, and the forces that shape the universe itself.
The boy who found his anonymous sperm donor father through DNA and the internet.
Imagine being 15 years old and not knowing who your biological father is. For one teenager, born from anonymous sperm donation, that question became too big to ignore. With nothing more than a cotton swab, a mail-ordered DNA test, and the vast resources of the internet, he achieved what once seemed impossible. He tracked down his father. The boy, whose name remains private, began his search in the simplest way possible. He rubbed a small swab against the inside of his cheek, sealed it in a vial, and mailed it off to an online DNA testing service in the United States. The test cost just $289, but what it revealed would change his life forever. This service was designed to connect people with their genetic relatives. When the boy's DNA arrived, scientists focused on the Y chromosome, the genetic marker passed directly from father to son, virtually unchanged through generations. They compared his DNA against a vast database of other men. 9 months later, the boy received the first major breakthrough. 2 men in the database had Y chromosomes strikingly similar to his own. These men didn't know each other, but the genetic match suggested something powerful. There was at least a 50% chance that they shared the same father, grandfather, or great-grandfather. Even more intriguing, both men had the same last name, though spelled slightly differently. With this new clue, the boy turned to the internet. He knew a little more from his mother, the donor's date of birth, his place of birth, and the fact that he held a university degree. Armed with just these fragments of information, the teenager pieced together a strategy. He searched through online records of everyone born in that location on that date. Among the names, one stood out. One man with the same surname linked to his genetic matches fit the description perfectly. In less than 10 days, the boy had done what once seemed impossible. He had identified and even met his biological father. This story is more than a personal triumph, it is a warning too. For decades, sperm donors believed anonymity was guaranteed. But today, with the rise of inexpensive DNA testing, genetic databases, and powerful search engines, those guarantees are quickly disappearing. The magazine New Scientist summed it up bluntly: with the explosion of genetic information online, any man who has ever donated sperm may one day be found by his offspring. Around the world, laws differ. In some countries, donors are legally required to allow children to learn their names once they reach a certain age. But in other places, like the United States, donors are still promised anonymity. The reality, however, is that anonymity is becoming an illusion. This boy's journey is proof of that. For him, science and technology bridged a gap that once seemed unbridgeable. A cheek swab, a strand of DNA, and a little determination, together they unlocked the mystery of his identity. And as the power of genetics continues to grow, one truth becomes clear. Our DNA is a storybook that can never truly be hidden. The clean pigs of the desert. Amazing secrets of the colored peccary. When most people think of pigs, they imagine muddy animals rolling in the dirt, grunting as they dig for food. But there's a fascinating species in the Americas that breaks this stereotype completely. Meet the collared peccary, also known as Tayasu tajaku, a wild pig-like creature that not only thrives in harsh environments, but also knows how to stay surprisingly clean. At first glance, the collared peccary looks similar to the domestic pig we're familiar with, but look closer and you'll see the differences. Its tail is just a tiny stub, barely 2 or 3 centimeters long. Its hind legs have only 3 toes. Its fur is coarse, grayish in color, with a distinctive white band running around its shoulders, almost like it's wearing a necklace, which is why it's called the collared peccary. Adults are about 1 meter long, weigh around 30 kilograms, and despite their stocky build, they're fast, agile, and excellent swimmers. Their eyesight may be poor, but their hearing is incredibly sharp, and their razor-sharp canine teeth, up to 3.5 centimeters long, can be fearsome weapons if needed. And here's where it gets interesting.
Despite having a strong, musky odor released from a gland on their back, these animals are surprisingly clean. Unlike domestic pigs or wild boars, collared peccaries keep themselves tidy. In the desert, they roll in sand to scrub their bodies. Near rivers or ponds, they regularly bathe, cooling themselves and washing away parasites. Cleanliness is part of their survival strategy. Collared peccaries are social creatures. They live in herds of 10 to 20, sometimes up to 36 individuals. These herds are like extended families, with members of all ages living together. They eat, sleep, and forage side by side, treating one another with remarkable gentleness. There's no infighting, no vicious battles for dominance, and when a herd member grows weak or old, it quietly leaves the group to die in solitude, maintaining harmony within the family. Their diet is as tough as their environment. They love agave plants and prickly pear cactuses. Yes, you heard that right. They can chew through cactus spines without a problem. Their stomachs are divided into 3 chambers, and with the help of special bacteria, they can digest the toughest plant material. They'll also eat grubs, insects, and small animals when available. Farmers in cactus-rich areas even welcome their presence, since peccaries help control cactus growth. Life in the herd is carefully structured. When summer heat burns across the desert, they rest under bushes or rocks during the hottest hours, feeding only in the cool mornings and evenings. In winter, they spend their entire day foraging. Their territory can range from half a square kilometer to 8 square kilometers. Marked with their strong scent to warn other herds, this is our home. Mother peccaries give birth at around 2 years old, usually to 2 piglets, after a gestation of about 145 days. The newborns weigh less than half a kilogram, but are up and running within hours. Mothers hide away to give birth, keeping their babies safe from predators before returning to the herd the very next day. And here's something heartwarming. Older siblings often help take care of the new arrivals, a true example of family cooperation in the animal kingdom. Of course, life in the wild is not without danger. Jaguars are their natural predators, and when threatened, peccaries can run at speeds of 40 kilometers per hour. But if cornered, they fight ferociously, using their sharp tusks and working together as a herd. In fact, hunters often tell exaggerated stories about their ferocity. But the truth is simple. Collared peccaries are not aggressive unless provoked. They'll defend themselves against dogs and predators, but otherwise, they're harmless plant eaters. For indigenous people of Central and South America, peccaries have long been part of daily life. They're raised for their meat, which is rich in protein, and their hides, bones, and teeth have been used for tools, decorations, and clothing. In the wild, they live around 10 years, but in human care, they can reach up to 24 years old. So next time you think of pigs as dirty animals, remember the collared peccary, the clean pig of the desert, an animal that bathes, cares for its family, survives on cactus, and shows us that nature is full of surprising stories waiting to be discovered.
The creepiest love story in the deep sea, the anglerfish that fishes with its own body. Far beneath the waves, in a world of eternal darkness where sunlight never reaches, lives one of the strangest and most terrifying creatures of the deep ocean, the anglerfish, specifically the bizarre species known as Linophryne brevibarbata. Rarely seen by humans, anglerfish only occasionally appear when deep-sea trawlers pull them up by accident. And often, when they are caught, something remarkable happens. You don't just see one fish, you see a pair, a husband and wife, locked together for life. The deep sea is a place of scarcity.
Food is rare, and survival demands unusual adaptations. For the female anglerfish, her greatest weapon is her mouth. Oversized, terrifying, and filled with razor-sharp teeth. Her jaws can open wide enough to swallow prey nearly as large as herself. When such a meal slides in, her stomach stretches like a balloon, accommodating every last bite. But catching prey in the abyss is no easy task. To improve her chances, evolution has given her a truly bizarre tool, a natural fishing rod. Dangling from her head is a glowing lure, a living light produced by bioluminescent bacteria. In the black waters of the ocean floor, this light is irresistible. Small fish and unsuspecting creatures mistake it for food. They swim closer, mesmerized by the flickering glow, only to realize, too late, that they've been tricked. With a sudden lunge, the anglerfish opens her monstrous jaws and swallows them whole. Her appearance is nothing short of nightmarish. Her teeth protrude even when her mouth is closed, her body is short and round, and her eyes seem forever fixed forward, watching, waiting. But in the pitch-black deep sea, her gruesome design is perfect for survival. And then there is the male. In comparison, he looks almost laughable. Barely 2 centimeters long, he is tiny next to the 10-centimeter female. But his life has a single mission: to find her. Guided by special sensory organs on his head, the male wanders the darkness in search of a female's scent. When he finally finds her, something truly extraordinary happens. He bites her, but he doesn't let go. Instead, his tissues fuse with hers. His blood vessels merge into her bloodstream. And from that moment on, he is no longer an independent fish. He becomes part of her body, living as a permanent parasite. He relies on her completely for food, drawing nutrients directly from her blood. In return, he provides something just as vital: sperm. It is, in a way, one of the strangest forms of monogamy in nature. Once a male fuses with a female, he will never leave. They remain together for life, an eternal bond, both intimate and grotesque. When the female lays her eggs, she releases them in a thick, jelly-like mass into the water. The fused male fertilizes them, and the floating cluster drifts upward toward the sunlit surface, living briefly as plankton before eventually sinking back into the abyss. For those young, it's a fleeting glimpse of light before they too descend into the eternal darkness of the deep. The story of the anglerfish is both haunting and fascinating. A terrifying hunter with a glowing lure. A love story where the male sacrifices his independence to live forever attached to his mate. And a reminder that the deep sea, though alien and frightening, is also a place of extraordinary adaptations, where life finds the strangest of ways to survive. So the next time you imagine the mysteries of the ocean, remember this: somewhere in the darkness, a little light is flickering, and it might just belong to a fish that literally fishes with its own body.
The desert temple that reveals the origins of Buddhism in China. In the heart of one of the harshest landscapes on Earth, buried beneath centuries of shifting desert sands, an ancient secret has been uncovered. On the edge of the mighty Taklamakan Desert in northwestern China's Xinjiang region, archaeologists have unearthed a small yet extraordinary Buddhist temple, dating back more than 1,500 years. This discovery is more than just a temple. It is a window into the past, a rare piece of history that reveals how Buddhism first spread deep into China, shaping a civilization for centuries to come. The Temple in the Sands. The temple, known as
Tuolpulukadun may appear humble in size, just 2.25 meters high and 2 meters wide, with surrounding walls reaching about 1.3 meters. It was constructed from wood and packed earth, fragile materials that have somehow survived the test of time. Inside, archaeologists found stunning murals on 4 walls, depicting imagery from the Mahayana school of Buddhism. At its center stood a 0.65-meter tall Buddha statue. To the north, additional statues of Buddha were discovered, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, each carrying a style that hints at the artistic traditions of a vanished kingdom. Wu Xinhua, from the Chinese Academy of Archaeology, described it as the smallest ancient Buddhist temple ever found in the world, yet also one of the most important. He explained, "It is the only relatively intact temple in the Taklamakan Desert, with wall paintings still clear after 1,500 years." To understand the temple, we must step back nearly 3,000 years to the kingdom of Yu Tian, also known as Khotan. Located on the south edge of the Taklamakan, Yu Tian was a thriving oasis kingdom on the legendary Silk Road. Around 2,000 years ago, the Yuchi clan rose to power in Yu Tian. Deeply devoted to Buddhism, they commissioned temples and monasteries, spreading the teachings of the Buddha across their lands. From here, Mahayana Buddhism began its journey into the heart of inland China. The Tuolpulukadun Temple, then, is more than just a ruin. It is a direct link to this spiritual and cultural transformation. But history is rarely peaceful. By the mid-8th century, Yu Tian faced a fierce challenge. To the west, the Kalahan Kingdom launched a religious war, eventually conquering Yu Tian in the year 1006. With this conquest, Islam replaced Buddhism as the dominant faith of the region. Over the centuries, countless Buddhist temples of Yu Tian were destroyed or lost to time. But Tuolpulukadun, swallowed by the desert sands, was preserved in silence for over a millennium, until its recent discovery. The temple's survival is almost miraculous. For 1,500 years, it lay hidden beneath layers of sand, until a cattle herder happened upon its remains. From September 30th to October 12th, archaeologists from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences conducted a detailed excavation within a 100-meter radius of the site. Although no major relics were found nearby, the temple itself proved to be a priceless treasure. Its murals, statues, and structure offer invaluable insight into the Yu Tian dynasty, Buddhist art, and the broader cultural exchanges along the Silk Road. Just 500 meters west of the temple, archaeologists also uncovered a massive 30-meter-wide canal running north to south. This area was once the center of the Bimo Kingdom, a small oasis state later absorbed by Yu Tian. Locals called the canal Damagu, which derives from Sanskrit, meaning a reservoir of the Buddha's teachings, the soul of the Silk Road. The temple is small, but its significance is enormous. It is a tangible link to a kingdom long vanished, to a time when Buddhism took root in the sands of Central Asia and spread eastward into China. It tells the story of faith, art, and cultural exchange, and how even in the harshest deserts, human devotion can leave behind echoes that last for millennia. As archaeologists continue to study the site, they believe Tuolpulukadun will help reweight our understanding of early Buddhism in China, its artistic traditions, and its role in the global story of cultural exchange along the Silk Road. This is not just a temple. It is a messenger from the past, a silent witness to a time when the desert was alive with caravans, kingdoms, and the birth of new faiths. The sands of the Taklamakan have guarded this secret for 1,500 years, and now we are finally listening to its story.
The fascinating history of elevators, from royal lifts to modern skyscrapers. When you step into an elevator today, press a button, and glide effortlessly up to the 50th floor, it feels almost ordinary. But behind that smooth ride lies a history filled with innovation, daring engineering, and even a touch of romance. This is the fascinating story of the elevator, a machine that transformed the way humans build and live. The Royal Beginning, 1743. Our journey begins in 18th century France. In 1743, under the reign of King Louis XV at Versailles, the very first elevator was built. But it wasn't meant for the public. This flying chair, as it was called, was constructed solely for the king himself. The device allowed Louis XV to secretly visit his mistress, Madame de Châteauheur, by traveling between his private apartments on the first and second floors. This primitive lift was powered by a counterweight system, meaning it required very little human effort to operate. It was less about utility and more about indulgence, but it marked the birth of a revolutionary idea. The mechanical elevator, 1829. Fast forward to 1829 London. At the Colosseum in Regent Park, the first mechanical passenger elevator was introduced. Unlike the king's private lift, this one could carry dozens of people at once. It was a spectacle of engineering, thrilling visitors who marveled at the sensation of being lifted high above the ground. The safety breakthrough, Otis, and 1857. The real turning point came in the mid-19th century with the American inventor Elisha Graves Otis. In 1852, he unveiled his groundbreaking safety brake system in New York. During a dramatic demonstration, Otis stood on a platform high above the crowd and ordered the rope holding it to be cut. The platform dropped, but only a few inches before his new safety mechanism locked it in place. This invention made elevators safe, and soon after, in 1857, Otis installed the first passenger elevator in a public building, a 5-story department store on Broadway, New York City. This moment changed architecture forever, paving the way for taller and taller buildings. Hydraulic power, 1867. At the Paris Exposition of 1867, French engineer Léon Hédoux showcased a hydraulic lift powered by pistons. It could rise 21 meters, an impressive height at the time. Hédoux later contributed to the construction of the Eiffel Tower's elevators in 1889, which carried visitors an astonishing 160 meters into the sky. Hydraulic lifts became popular, especially in the United States, but they came with a problem: the need for deep, massive cylinders beneath the ground. Digging these shafts was difficult and expensive, which slowed their expansion. The Electric Revolution, 1880. In 1880, another leap forward arrived. The German company Siemens and Halske introduced the very first electric elevator at the Mannheim Industrial Exhibition. It carried passengers 22 meters high in just 11 minutes. Over the course of that single exhibition, more than 8,000 people rode it, proving the future had arrived. By 1908, New York saw the first electric elevators capable of climbing over 200 meters. From there, speeds only increased. Japan's Sunshine Building installed one of the world's fastest elevators, traveling at 36 kilometers per hour inside a Japanese skyscraper. And in 1993, Mitsubishi set a new record with an elevator racing at 45 kilometers per hour inside a Japanese skyscraper. The screw drive innovation, 1980s. Not all innovations were about speed. In the 1980s, Belgian inventor Emile Litz and the company Ebel designed a new kind of elevator system. Instead of cables and counterweights, this design used a massive screw and a nut mechanism to move the cabin.
no ropes, no pulleys, no machine room, just simple, reliable engineering. These elevators found homes and hospitals and luxury hotels like the Ritz. The modern elevator. Today, elevators are marvels of engineering, computer-controlled, whisper-quiet, and able to transport hundreds of people at high speeds. They are the backbone of modern cities, making skyscrapers and vertical living possible. Without them, the skylines of New York, Dubai, or Tokyo would be unimaginable. But it all began with a king's secret lift, built for love, not for practicality. From royal indulgence to global necessity, the elevator has carried humanity not just upward, but forward, changing forever how high we dare to build and how we live among the clouds.
The first cloned boar goat, a scientific breakthrough in China. On November 2nd, in the city of Tianjin, China, history was made. At exactly 9:05 in the morning, the world's very first cloned boar goat was born, a scientific achievement that marks an extraordinary milestone in biotechnology and animal husbandry. This wasn't just any ordinary birth. This little goat was created through a cutting-edge process of cloning, developed from an oocyte cell, an egg cell, pushing the boundaries of what modern science can accomplish. The project was carried out by the Tianjin Institute of Animal Sciences, which has been working on cloning research since 2002. For Ding Boliang, the head of the institute, this success is more than just a scientific curiosity. He explains that the birth of this cloned goat lays a solid foundation for advancing cloning technologies in the future. The applications go far beyond agriculture. Cloning may one day transform animal breeding, biomedical technology, and even the pharmaceutical industry. But why clone a boar goat in particular? The answer lies in the remarkable qualities of the species. Originating in South Africa, boar goats are famous for their rapid growth, strong build, and exceptional meat production. A fully grown boar goat can weigh around 100 kilograms, over 220 pounds, and yield more than 40 kilograms of high-quality meat. This makes them one of the most efficient livestock animals in the world, a treasure for farmers and the food industry alike. Recognizing this potential, researchers in Tianjin began cloning efforts as early as 2002, introducing more than 300 purebred boar goats into their program. Over the years, they built a vast genetic database for the species, carefully cataloging traits and preparing for the day when cloning could be perfected. That day has now arrived. The successful birth of this cloned boar goat is not just about replicating an animal. It is about harnessing the power of science to shape the future of food security, agriculture, and medicine. Imagine a future where livestock can be cloned to resist disease, grow faster, and provide more nutrition to a growing global population. Imagine pharmaceutical companies using cloned animals to develop life-saving drugs. This single birth may be the key to unlocking all of that. Of course, cloning also raises deep ethical and philosophical questions. Should humans have the power to replicate life in this way? What happens if cloning expands beyond livestock? Could this technology eventually affect wildlife conservation or even humans? For now, these questions remain open, but what cannot be denied is that this birth represents an astonishing leap forward. From a single oocyte cell to a living, breathing animal, the journey of this cloned boar goat is a testament to human curiosity, persistence, and the ever-expanding frontier of science. The goat itself may look ordinary, but in reality, it is a symbol of extraordinary progress. A tiny creature that carries within it the hopes of scientists, farmers, and perhaps even the future of global agriculture. As it takes its first steps in this world, one thing is certain. This little boar goat has already stepped into history.
The giant coin mystery on a Japanese beach. Ancient art or alien message. On the coast of Japan, in Minkai, lies one of the strangest mysteries ever carved into sand. Imagine walking along a quiet beach
and suddenly realizing that the ground beneath your feet is not just sand, not just ordinary ripples shaped by the tide, but part of a colossal design, a symbol so large it can only be recognized from the sky or from the surrounding hills. That is exactly what was discovered here. A gigantic drawing of an ancient Chinese coin etched into the very landscape of the beach. At first glance, visitors thought they were simply seeing shallow trenches and ridges of sand. But from above, the truth was revealed. The lines formed a massive circle with the square hole in the center, just like the coins once used in ancient China. Around that square hole were 4 distinct characters, Hong, Huang, Fan, Chou, words that still puzzle historians and locals alike. How big is this mysterious artwork? Measurements revealed it was far from a perfect circle. It is actually an oval. The entire figure stretches 354 meters around, with a length of 122 meters east to west and a width of 90 meters north to south. Strangely, when viewed from the eastern mountain peak, it looks perfectly round, an illusion carefully designed for the human eye. But the real question is, who created it and why? Legends provide 2 very different answers. One tale claims that in the year 1633, during the reign of Emperor Go-Mizunoo, the people of the region gathered in a single night to shape this enormous design. It was meant to honor an imperial inspector named Long Huang Fan Chu, who was visiting the area. The villagers worked together with remarkable coordination, digging, piling, and sculpting the sand until the coin symbol emerged at dawn. Another story, far older, tells of something far more mysterious. In the year 703, during the Daibao era, a great deity, known as Bat Fan, descended from the heavens. According to the legend, he arrived in a shining vessel of light, said to have flown down from the Wu Ta heavenly palace. From that night forward, the colossal coin symbol appeared on the beach, and a temple, the Bat Fan Shrine, was built to honor him. Was this simply mythology, or could it hint at something beyond? The image of a glowing ship descending from the sky sounds eerily similar to modern descriptions of UFOs. Could the symbol have been a message from ancient visitors, carved into the earth as a sign or a marker? And if so, what was its meaning? The mystery deepens when compared to other enigmatic geoglyphs around the world, like the Nazca lines of Peru. There, enormous figures of animals and humans can only be seen from above, leading some to believe they were created for beings who could fly, perhaps even extraterrestrials. Could the giant coin of Minghai belong to the same category? A silent message left not for humans on the ground, but for eyes watching from the skies. Of course, not everyone believes in alien intervention. Some historians argue that the coin is a masterpiece of human ingenuity. They suggest that workers on the beach were guided by a commander stationed on the mountain, using flags to coordinate their positions. This method would explain the oval shape that appears perfectly circular from the commander's viewpoint. It would also explain how thousands of people could work in harmony to create something so immense. But then comes the most perplexing question of all. Why has it lasted so long? Sand is easily washed away. Waves crash endlessly onto the beach. Storms and tides should have erased the design centuries ago. And yet, the giant coin still survives, its shape recognizable after hundreds of years. How could something so fragile endure against the relentless forces of nature? Was it carefully maintained by generations of locals? Or does its survival suggest something more
extraordinary. To this day, no one can say for certain. The giant coin of Minghai remains one of Japan's most puzzling enigmas, part legend, part history, and part unsolved riddle. Was it a tribute to an emperor? A message from the gods? Or perhaps a sign left behind by ancient visitors from beyond our world? Whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain. Like the Nazca lines of Peru, the giant coin continues to ignite human imagination, reminding us that the past is never as simple as it seems. And so, the mystery endures, etched into the sands of Japan, waiting for answers that may never come.
The great obstacles on humanity's journey to Mars. When will humans finally set foot on Mars? Will it happen in 2020, 2050, or perhaps never at all? The dream of reaching the red planet is alive and burning brighter than ever. But the truth is sobering. Mars is not just our neighbor in space. It's a hostile world filled with dangers that make the moon landing look like child's play. From deadly radiation to suffocating dust storms, brittle bones to fragile minds, every step toward Mars is a step into the unknown. And humanity's greatest adventure might also be its greatest gamble. Next paragraph. The promise and the reality. Back in the late 1960s, the success of Apollo 11 gave humanity unshakable confidence. We thought conquering the rest of the solar system would be easy. Some engineers even believed a manned mission to Mars could happen as early as 1981. But decades later, we've learned a painful truth. Rushing into Mars would be a recipe for disaster. Every new discovery reveals not only the promise of the red planet, but also new dangers we never imagined. Next paragraph. The invisible killer, radiation. Let's start with one of the most terrifying threats, cosmic radiation. On Earth, our magnetic field shields us from most of the sun's deadly rays, but in space and on Mars, astronauts would be exposed to levels of radiation that could damage DNA, trigger cancer, and even impair brain function. According to NASA's Mars Odyssey spacecraft, astronauts on Mars would face radiation levels double the legal limit for nuclear workers on Earth, and the journey to get there is even worse. Months of exposure to high-energy cosmic rays could weaken the nervous system, blur vision, and leave astronauts dangerously vulnerable. NASA currently limits astronauts' time in space to about 250 days. A round trip to Mars, it could take 3 years. Next paragraph. The human body in peril. Radiation isn't the only danger. Long missions in weightlessness wreak havoc on the human body. Astronauts lose 1 to 2% of bone mass per month in zero gravity. On a Mars mission, that could mean losing nearly half their skeletal strength, leaving bones fragile, brittle, and slow to heal. The immune system also weakens dramatically. Studies suggest immune cell activity drops by almost 50% after long space flights. Even a simple infection, or dormant viruses like chickenpox, could become deadly. And then there's the mind. Imagine being trapped in a metal capsule for years, millions of miles from Earth, with only a small crew for company. Communication delays of 20 minutes each way mean no real-time contact with Earth. Loneliness, isolation, and cabin fever could push even the strongest minds to the edge. NASA is experimenting with AI systems that can read facial expressions and tone of voice to detect stress before it becomes dangerous. But will that be enough? No one knows. Next paragraph. Mars itself, a hostile world. And that's just the journey. What about Mars itself? Despite its fiery name, the red planet is freezing cold. Temperatures can swing from minus 13 degrees Celsius to minus 93 degrees Celsius in a single day. Then there are the infamous dust storms, planet-wide tempests lasting for months, filled with fine red dust so corrosive that it can clog machines, short out circuits, and even damage astronaut lungs. One geologist, John Marshall, tested Mars-like dust on spacesuit materials. The results were alarming.
the dust clung so tightly that it couldn't be wiped away. Brought inside, it could corrode seals, destroy electronics, and even make astronauts sick. And of course, Mars has almost no breathable air. Its thin atmosphere is 95% carbon dioxide. Future explorers will need technology to transform CO2 into oxygen, methane, and water just to survive. Next paragraph. The challenge of getting there. Even reaching Mars is a colossal challenge. To put it in perspective, a moon mission takes about a week. A Mars mission, up to 3 years round trip. Rocket technology is another hurdle. The Saturn V that carried Apollo astronauts to the moon isn't nearly powerful enough for Mars. The fuel requirements are staggering, so much so that building and launching a Mars ship from Earth seems impossible. Instead, NASA envisions constructing the spacecraft in orbit, piece by piece, much like the International Space Station. Projects like Prometheus and Vasimer are exploring nuclear-powered propulsion systems that could cut the journey to Mars from years down to just 90 days. But those technologies are still in development and carry their own risks. Next paragraph. Why we still try. So why even attempt it? Because Mars may hold answers to some of humanity's biggest questions. Evidence suggests there may have once been water under its surface, perhaps even life. Studying Mars could help us understand why it became barren and dry, and whether Earth could face the same fate. And there's the symbolic reason. Mars represents the next giant leap. Just as reaching the moon once united humanity, Mars could inspire a new generation to dream bigger than ever. Next paragraph. The final question. Is it worth the risk? NASA experts estimate the risk of failure on a Mars mission at 25%. In other words, 1 out of every 4 missions could end in tragedy. It's a chilling statistic, but it's the same risk Apollo astronauts once faced when heading to the moon. Voices from history offer perspective. Buzz Aldrin, Apollo 11 astronaut, once said, "From the Wright brothers' first flight to the moon landing took 66 years. Reaching Mars will take at least as long." Robert Zubrin, president of the Mars Society, argued that if we had continued Apollo, children could have already been born and raised on Mars. Others cautioned that without political willpower, the dream could remain forever out of reach. Closing thoughts. The road to Mars is filled with obstacles. Radiation, broken bones, mental strain, deadly dust, freezing nights, and technology not yet invented. Yet, despite it all, the dream persists. Mars is more than a planet. It's a mirror of human ambition. It asks us, are we willing to risk everything? To step beyond our world? To gamble our lives for the chance to stand on another? Humanity's greatest adventure may still lie ahead. The only question is, will we dare to take it? Engagement hook for viewers. Do you think the risks of going to Mars are worth it, or should humanity focus on problems here on Earth first? Drop your thoughts in the comments below.
The greenhouse effect began 5,000 years ago, the shocking truth from ancient China. When we think of the greenhouse effect and global warming, we usually imagine smokestacks from factories, cars polluting the air, and the relentless march of industrialization over the last 2 centuries. But what if I told you the greenhouse effect is not just a modern problem? According to new research by scientists from China and the United States, the greenhouse effect may have started not 200 years ago, but 5,000 years ago, during the Neolithic Age. This surprising conclusion comes from over a decade of archaeological excavations in the city of Rizhou, located in Shandong Province, China. For the past 10 years, archaeologists have carefully uncovered and studied artifacts left behind by ancient people who lived thousands of years ago. Among the discoveries were pieces of ancient wood and charcoal, silent witnesses to how prehistoric communities lived, worked, and shaped their environment. The research team collected 21 samples of waterlogged wood and 3 samples of charcoal from the site. When they analyzed them, a fascinating picture of early human life began to emerge.
People of the Neolithic period relied heavily on wood. They burned it for cooking, for heating, and for lighting. They used it in construction to build homes and other structures. They even burned wood for metallurgy, to smelt tin and other early metals. According to Professor Quan-Feng Shi from Shandong University, who led bead excavation, prehistoric people also used plants and trees in many other ways to make medicine, craft household tools, and even support animal husbandry. Unfortunately, these everyday items were not preserved well in the soil, so archaeologists rarely find them. But the evidence from the charcoal and wood samples was enough to reveal the truth. Early humans were cutting down and burning trees on a massive scale. And what happens when vast numbers of trees are felled and burned? The same thing that happens today, the release of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. This means that long before the first factories appeared, before coal mining or oil drilling, humans were already unintentionally altering the balance of our planet's atmosphere. By clearing forests and burning wood, they were contributing to the greenhouse effect thousands of years ago. Of course, the scale was nothing like today's climate crisis, but the principle remains the same. As human society grew more advanced, it demanded more energy, more resources, and more land. And with every tree cut and burned, our ancestors were unknowingly setting the stage for one of the greatest environmental challenges in human history. So the story of climate change is not just about the Industrial Revolution or the 21st century. It is part of a much longer history, a story that stretches back to our earliest ancestors, who first discovered fire and learned to shape the world around them. Stone tools and wooden fires may have started it, but in our age of science and technology, perhaps we can be the ones to finally stop it.
The ironclad snail is the only animal on Earth with a real metal armor. Deep in the darkest corners of the Indian Ocean, where sunlight never reaches, and the pressure is hundreds of times greater than at the surface, scientists have discovered one of the strangest creatures ever known. It's a snail, but not just any snail. This tiny being wears an armor unlike anything else in the animal kingdom, an armor made of real metal. Researchers from the Swedish Museum of Natural History first encountered this bizarre species while exploring hydrothermal vents with a remote-controlled submarine. These vents, often called black smokers, blast out scorching fluids at temperatures of up to 400 degrees Celsius. Normally, water would boil instantly at such heat, but the crushing pressure of the deep ocean, more than 250 times that of the surface, prevents it. Instead, these vents spew out dark, mineral-rich plumes, creating one of the most extreme and alien environments on our planet. And it's in this hellish world that the ironclad snail, sometimes nicknamed the scaly-foot gastropod, makes its home. Its body is shielded with overlapping scales, much like a suit of medieval armor. But here's the astonishing part. Those scales are not made of calcium, like the shells of most snails. They are made of iron sulfide minerals, pyrite and gregite. Imagine that, a living creature whose protective covering is essentially made of metal. In fact, when scientists first collected specimens, they noticed something remarkable. As soon as a steel instrument touched the snail's scales, they stuck to it, magnetized by the iron content. This was the first and only known case of an animal using iron in this way. But why would a snail need such an extraordinary defense? The answer lies in survival. Around hydrothermal vents, life is both rich and dangerous. Predators lurk, including venomous creatures that inject toxins into their prey. Yet faced with the snail's iron armor, even these specialized hunters struggle. The scales act like an impenetrable shield, making this snail one of the toughest survivors in the deep sea. To scientists, this discovery is nothing short of breathtaking. The ironclad snail demonstrates how life can adapt in the most extreme conditions imaginable. Its unusual body plan even echoes ancient times.
During the Cambrian period, more than 500 million years ago, many primitive animals developed external plates and scales as protection. While those creatures are long extinct, this modern snail appears to have revived an ancient strategy, but with a futuristic twist: armor made of iron. Genetic and anatomical studies, however, confirm that this armored snail is closely related to modern snails we see today in more familiar waters. This surprising link reminds us that evolution is full of experiments, and sometimes life finds bizarre yet brilliant ways to thrive. The presence of these snails also highlights just how important hydrothermal vent ecosystems are. As Professor Callum Roberts of the University of York explained, these vent communities are like natural laboratories. They teach us about adaptation, about resilience, and even about the origins of life itself. Some scientists believe that life on Earth may have first arisen in similar hydrothermal environments billions of years ago. And yet, despite their importance, these ecosystems are fragile. Deep-sea mining for minerals could one day threaten their survival. Protecting these unique environments may be just as important as preserving national parks on land, because they hold secrets not only about the past of life on Earth, but possibly about its future as well. So, next time you think of a snail as slow and defenseless, remember this tiny warrior of the deep. In the pitch-black waters of the Indian Ocean, it marches on with its iron armor, nature's very own Knight of the Abyss.
The Jesus lizard, nature's incredible water-running reptile. Imagine walking through the dense jungles of Central America, where the air is thick, the rivers run deep, and predators lurk in every shadow. Suddenly, a small green lizard darts from the trees, sprints toward the riverbank, and, to your amazement, it doesn't sink when it hits the water. Instead, it runs across the surface of the river, its tiny feet slapping the water like skipping stones. This is not a trick of the eye. This is the Basiliscus clumifrons, better known as the Jesus lizard. This extraordinary reptile, a member of the basilisk family, is a master of survival. Active during the day, it prefers life among the branches and shrubs near rivers, swamps, and streams. Its vibrant green skin, often marked with darker spots or streaks of brown, provides perfect camouflage against the lush tropical vegetation of Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. But camouflage is just one of its many survival strategies. The Jesus lizard is an opportunistic feeder, dining on insects, snails, fish, frogs, and even smaller lizards. Occasionally, it snacks on flowers and fruit. But it's when danger strikes that this creature reveals its most jaw-dropping ability. When threatened, the basilisk lizard rears up on its powerful hind legs and takes off at lightning speed. Unlike most animals, it doesn't stop at the water's edge. Using incredible speed and a unique running technique, it slaps the surface of the water so quickly that it creates tiny air pockets beneath its feet, preventing it from sinking. For a few precious seconds, it literally runs on water, often covering distances of up to 20 meters before either reaching safety on the other side or finally diving beneath the surface to swim away. This remarkable adaptation has earned it the nickname Jesus Christ lizard among local communities, a nod to the biblical story of walking on water. And indeed, seeing it in action feels nothing short of miraculous. Males are especially striking, with 3 prominent crests running along the head, back, and tail. These crests, adorned with speckled patterns, make them look like tiny dragons, adding to their legendary appearance. During the breeding season, females lay about 20 eggs, carefully buried in soft soil or sand. Within a few weeks, new hatchlings emerge, each already equipped with the instinct and agility to escape predators, including the astonishing ability to skim across water. Despite their almost comical nickname, basilisk lizards are not just curiosities, they are vital members of their ecosystems. By eating insects and small animals, they help control populations, while also serving as prey for birds, snakes, and mammals.
Their very existence highlights nature's creativity, showing us how evolution can shape animals in ways that defy imagination. So, the next time you hear rustling in the trees along a Central American riverbank, look carefully. You might just witness one of nature's most fascinating spectacles, a little green lizard fleeing danger by doing the impossible, running across the surface of water, like a miracle come to life.
The Lost Desert City, Mystery of the Ancient Syrian Ruins. Imagine standing in the heart of a vast desert, stretching endlessly in every direction, where the golden sands burn under the sun by day, reaching temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius, and plunge into deadly cold at night, dropping to -40. It is a land so hostile that even animals avoid it, a place where survival itself seems impossible. And yet, hidden beneath these merciless sands lies a secret, a forgotten world, a once great city, now silent, buried, and abandoned. The discovery of the desert ruins. In the year 1862, French archaeologist Mendes Walgai made a discovery that shocked the world. In the northern stretches of the Syrian desert, he stumbled upon the remains of hundreds of ancient cities, lost beneath the sands for more than 1,000 years. What once were towering temples, palaces, and stone-paved streets now appeared only as ghostly ruins, walls half buried by dunes, courtyards swallowed by storms, and broken columns rising like bones from the desert floor. To those who first laid eyes on them, these ruins seemed like the remnants of a city of the dead. A forgotten crossroads of civilization. According to ancient records, more than 6,000 years ago, this desert was not merely an empty wasteland. It was a vital crossroads of trade and culture, connecting Syria with both the West and the East. Merchants, caravans, and travelers once passed through here in endless streams, bringing wealth, culture, and innovation. These cities thrived as centers of commerce and civilization, their stone walls echoing with life. But then, something happened. Something that transformed this flourishing heart of human civilization into a silent grave. Theories of decline. Archaeologists and historians have long debated the mystery. One theory points to economic collapse. In the year 611, the Persian king conquered Antiochus, a crucial city that connected Syria to the west. The trade routes were cut off. Caravans no longer passed through. Without commerce, the economy withered. Prosperity faded, and the once vibrant cities fell into decline. But not all scholars agree. Others argue that the true cause was something even more fundamental: water. Despite canals, reservoirs, and carefully built water systems, the cities depended on seasonal rains. When the skies refused to provide, water, the most precious resource in the desert, ran dry. Without it, no city, no matter how grand, could survive. Add to this the rise of powerful neighbors, the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire, drawing populations away with promises of safety and prosperity. Slowly, people abandoned the desert strongholds, and the sands reclaimed what remained. The unanswered questions. Yet the greatest mystery still lingers. Why build such cities in the heart of a deadly desert at all? How did ancient people survive the searing days and freezing nights?
How did they find the resources to build monumental walls, temples, and aqueducts in such a hostile land? Were these cities simply waypoints for trade? Or did they hold a deeper, forgotten purpose, perhaps religious, strategic, or even mystical? To this day, archaeologists are left with more questions than answers. The ruins remain, whispering their secrets through the desert winds, waiting for someone to decode their silence. The City of the Dead. What is clear is this: the desert once held life. It once echoed with laughter, commerce, worship, and ambition. Now all that remains are fragments of stone, half-buried and fading. The Syrian desert hides its mysteries well, but each discovery brings us closer to understanding the rise and the tragic fall of one of humanity's lost civilizations. Until then, the ruins remain what they are today: a ghostly city, a city of sand, a city of the dead.
The man who beat HIV without medicine, a medical mystery. In the history of modern medicine, HIV has been one of the most feared and persistent viruses. For decades, scientists and doctors have worked tirelessly to find a cure. Treatments exist, yes, but a true natural recovery, the body ridding itself of HIV without drugs, has been considered almost impossible. And yet, in the United Kingdom, one extraordinary case has stunned the medical world. Meet Andrew Stimpson, a man from Scotland who was living in London when he tested positive for HIV in the year 2002. Like millions of others who have received such a diagnosis, his world collapsed. He fell into depression, even admitting that at one point he contemplated ending his own life. But then something remarkable happened. Just 14 months later, in October 2003, Andrew was tested again at the Chelsea and Westminster Healthcare Trust, and this time his result came back negative. The HIV virus had simply vanished from his body. Doctors were baffled. Was it a mistake? Was there an error in the laboratory? They double-checked, but the tests were accurate. According to the hospital, there was no error in the testing process. The virus appeared to have left his system naturally. The Chelsea and Westminster medical team immediately asked Andrew to undergo more tests, to study his case in detail and understand what had happened inside his body. But Andrew, overwhelmed by the situation, refused further testing at that time. In statements to the press, Andrew expressed his disbelief and gratitude. He said, "There are 34.9 million people in the world living with HIV, and I am the only one who has managed to get rid of it. For me, it's unbelievable. It feels like a miracle. I think I am one of the luckiest people alive." This story quickly spread across Britain and the rest of the world. HIV specialists, however, urged caution. Dr. Patrick Dixon, a well-known AIDS expert, called the case very, very unusual. He warned that similar stories had occasionally surfaced in Africa, but were often difficult to verify. He told the BBC, "We must be 100% sure that the samples belonged to the same person and that there was no mistake in the lab. But this appears to be the first case with clear supporting evidence." If proven true, Andrew's case could change the way scientists look at HIV. His immune system may hold secrets that could unlock new treatments or even a potential cure for millions around the globe. And yet, the mystery remains. Without further testing, no one knows exactly how or why his body managed to expel the virus. Was it a unique genetic trait? Was his immune system extraordinarily strong? Or was it something else entirely? Something science has yet to discover. For now, Andrew Stimson remains a living medical mystery, a man who defied the odds and may have achieved what the world has been desperately searching for: a natural victory over HIV.
Have you ever heard of the strange giant symbols carved into the deserts of South America? So vast, so perfectly shaped that they can only be seen from high above the earth? These markings, etched into the land thousands of years ago, have puzzled archaeologists, historians, and even scientists for decades. Were they created by ancient civilizations as navigational tools, sacred symbols? Or could they be something far more mysterious, perhaps even messages left behind for beings from the skies? Today, we journey into the arid deserts of Peru and Bolivia to uncover the mystery of the colossal geoglyphs, enigmatic symbols etched into stone and sand, whose purpose has remained one of the greatest unsolved riddles of archaeology. Our story begins at the Bay of Pisco, south of Peru's capital, Lima. There, carved into a massive red sandstone wall, stands a gigantic figure known as the Paracas Candelabra. Rising nearly 820 feet tall, it resembles either a three-pronged trident or a great candlestick. Each arm of the trident is about 13 feet wide, inlaid with glistening white stones, polished to shine like crystal under the desert sun. Archaeologists believe this immense geoglyph could once glow in the daylight, dazzling any who looked upon it. Some experts have suggested it might have been a marker for sailors navigating the coast, but others quickly dismiss this theory because from many angles, the trident cannot be seen clearly. Besides, in ancient times, did the people of Peru even have ocean-going vessels that needed such a marker? If navigation was the goal, why not simply use the islands nearby, which would have been far more visible to passing ships? And most importantly, why does the trident point not toward the sea, but upwards, into the sky? The enigma grows even deeper when we travel 100 miles inland to the vast and desolate Nazca Desert. In the 1930s, pilots flying overhead were shocked to discover an entire landscape covered in gigantic drawings and perfectly straight lines stretching across 37 miles of desert. From above, one can see enormous trapezoids, spirals, rectangles, and endless parallel lines that look almost like ancient runways. But the desert also holds colossal animal figures: a sprawling monkey with a coiled tail, a giant spider, a whale, birds with outstretched wings, and even creatures that don't resemble anything on Earth. Some of these designs are so huge that they can only be appreciated from the air, as if they were intended for an audience soaring high above the desert floor. Could the ancient people of Nazca have created these images as offerings to the gods? Or were they messages designed for visitors who traveled through the skies? Legends tell of a time when strange, intelligent beings descended from the heavens. According to the stories, these sky visitors built a temporary landing site in the desert using the massive lines and figures as markers for their flying craft. After completing their mission, they departed, leaving behind only the colossal drawings as proof of their presence. Could it be that the Nazca Desert was once an interstellar airport? And if so, was the Paracas Trident a kind of beacon guiding them to this vast landing zone? But the mystery does not stop in Peru. About 250 miles away, in Bolivia's rugged highlands, even more geoglyphs have been discovered. Some are vast geometric shapes carved into mountainsides, perfect right angles, arrows, and stair-like patterns. In other places, giant circles, ovals, and checkerboard-like patterns glow under the sun. On the Tarapacá Desert, explorers found an enormous humanoid figure etched into the earth,
a robotic-like being standing 330 feet tall, with a rectangular body, stick-like legs, and antenna protruding from its head. It looks eerily like a futuristic astronaut. Its three-sided flanks even resemble the wings of a modern jet fighter. These images stretch hundreds of miles across South America, all connected by style, scale, and mystery. So, who carved these vast figures, and why were they made so large that they can only be truly understood from the air? Some archaeologists argue they were ritual pathways, walked by priests in ceremonies to honor the gods. Others believe they were ancient astronomical calendars, aligning with the stars and solstices. And still others whisper of a more extraordinary possibility, that these were navigational markers for visitors not of this earth. Today, satellite images continue to reveal even more hidden geoglyphs beneath the sands. Scientists are still trying to unravel their purpose, but one thing is certain: these colossal designs were not random. They were deliberate, complex, and created with a vision that we still struggle to understand. Were they symbols of devotion, tools for navigation, or the signatures of alien travelers? The desert markings remain as silent witnesses of a forgotten age, waiting for us to decode their secrets. Perhaps one day, when we finally look at them from the right perspective, whether from Earth or from the stars, we will uncover the truth. So, what do you think? Were these markings the work of ancient people seeking to reach the gods, or undeniable proof that we were once visited by beings from beyond our world?
The mysterious disappearance of an entire Eskimo village. In the frozen wilderness of northern Canada, about 950 kilometers from the cavalry outpost of Tikiyuyar, there once lived a small and friendly community of Eskimos. For years, explorer Joe Laxner visited them, always greeted with warmth. Each time he arrived, he would hear the excited barking of dogs, the laughter of children rushing from their wooden huts, and the cheerful buzz of village life. But on one fateful day in December of 1931, everything changed. When Laxner returned to the village, he immediately felt something was wrong. The settlement was silent, disturbingly silent. No dogs barked, no children ran to greet him. The huts stood still, cold and lifeless. It was as though the entire tribe, every man, woman, and child, had vanished overnight. A hasty disappearance. Calling out, Joe approached one of the wooden houses. "Is anyone here? It's me, Joe Laxner." But his voice was swallowed by the freezing wind. No response came. Inside, he discovered something even more unsettling. On the stove sat a pot of food, abandoned, mid-cooking, the contents frozen solid by the Arctic chill. In another room, a child's fur coat lay discarded on the floor, as if dropped in haste. Nearby the lake, the 3 small boats the villagers often used for fishing lay abandoned along the shore. Their prized hunting rifles, tools no Eskimo would ever leave behind, were still resting inside the huts. And then came the most heartbreaking sight of all: the dogs. The loyal Huskies, considered family by the Eskimos, were found tied to trees just 200 meters from their homes. Every single one of them had starved to death. It was clear the villagers had left in great haste. But why? And where did they go? A vanishing without a trace. The Canadian cavalry launched a search. Soldiers scoured the tundra for days, hoping to find footprints, sled tracks, or any sign of where the Eskimos had gone. But there was nothing. No trail,
no clues, no bodies. It was as though more than 40 people, an entire community, had simply vanished into the frozen air. To this day, no member of the vanished Eskimo tribe has ever been found. Their homes, possessions, tools, and even their beloved animals were left behind, frozen in time. The village remains abandoned, shrouded in silence, its eerie emptiness a chilling reminder of that winter night. What could have caused this? Was it a natural disaster? An outbreak of disease? An attack from outsiders? Or something stranger? Something beyond our understanding? The questions remain unanswered, and the mystery lingers. Nearly a century later, the story of the vanished Eskimo village continues to baffle historians, explorers, and researchers. Their disappearance is one of the Arctic's most chilling enigmas, a haunting reminder that even in the modern age, there are mysteries we may never solve. Imagine it, a thriving village one day, gone the next. No struggle, no sign of departure, just silence. The frozen land remembers, even if we do not. And perhaps somewhere out there, the answer lies buried beneath the snow, still waiting to be discovered.
The mysterious tiki statues of Hawaii, lost gods beneath the lava. Imagine workers preparing the ground for a golf course in Hawaii, digging, clearing, and breaking through the hardened earth, when suddenly they stumble upon a hidden cave. But this is no ordinary cave. Inside, resting in silence for over 2 centuries, are more than 20 rare wooden statues. These statues are not simple carvings. They are tiki, sacred representations of ancient gods once worshipped by the native Hawaiians. And their discovery has opened a window into a forgotten world of faith, power, and cultural conflict. A secret chamber beneath the lava. The statues were found inside a lava tube, a type of cave created when molten lava once flowed underground, leaving behind long tunnels as it cooled. In Hawaii, some of these lava tubes lie more than 15 meters beneath the surface, hidden away for centuries. When construction workers accidentally broke into one of these chambers in North Kona, they could hardly believe what they had uncovered: a collection of early 19th century wooden figures, carved with human-like shapes and distinct patterns. These were not decorations, they were relics of a once vibrant belief system. The power of tiki. For the ancient Hawaiians, tiki played a central role in their religion. The statues often depicted human figures with bent legs, fierce expressions, and powerful postures. But tiki was more than just an image. In Polynesian mythology, tiki is said to be the first man, the ancestral figure from whom all life descended. To worship tiki was to connect with the very origins of humanity. These statues served as guardians, symbols of fertility, protectors of temples, and channels between mortals and the divine. For generations, Hawaiians prayed before them, seeking guidance, strength, and blessings. But history would not be kind to the gods of Hawaii. In 1819, King Lihilohi Kamehameha II, guided by his stepmother and influenced by the arrival of Christian missionaries, officially abolished the old Hawaiian religion. Suddenly, the worship of tiki was declared forbidden. Temples made of stone were torn down, and countless wooden idols were destroyed by fire. Yet some believers refused to abandon their gods. To protect their sacred statues from destruction, they hid them deep within lava caves, away from the eyes of missionaries and rulers. And it was in one of these hidden sanctuaries that the statues in North Kona waited silently, undisturbed, for more than 200 years. A modern struggle over the past. Today, the discovery of these tiki statues has reignited old tensions. Native Hawaiian groups see the artifacts as sacred ancestral treasures, not as museum pieces. Questions of ownership, cultural rights, and spiritual respect surround the statues. For now, the cave and its contents remain sealed, under strict protection. But their presence serves as a powerful reminder of the clash between two worlds, the indigenous faith of Hawaii and the rising tide of Christianity that once sought to erase it. The legacy of Tiki. The Tiki statues are more than wood. They are voices of a silenced religion, whispers from a time when gods walked with humans and traditions shaped every part of life. Their survival, against all odds, speaks to the resilience of Hawaiian culture and the enduring mystery of what remains hidden beneath the volcanic earth. What other secrets might still lie buried in Hawaii's lava tubes, waiting to be rediscovered? If this story of lost gods and hidden statues fascinated you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more incredible journeys into the world's greatest mysteries.
The oldest dragon totem of China, a 3,700-year-old mystery. For thousands of years, the dragon has been the ultimate symbol of China, a creature of power, wisdom, and divine authority. But where did this legendary image come from? When did the dragon first take form in the imagination of ancient China? Archaeologists believe they now have the answer. In the ruins of early Tou, an ancient city in Henan province, a stunning discovery was made. A dragon-shaped artifact, nearly 3,700 years old, crafted from over 2,000 tiny pieces of turquoise. This extraordinary relic is considered the oldest dragon totem ever found in China, directly linked to the country's first dynasty, the Xia dynasty, which reigned from 2100 to 1600 BC. At first glance, the dragon doesn't look like the mythical beast we know today. Instead, it resembles a great python, its sinuous body carefully pieced together from fragments of turquoise no thicker than a fingernail. Each piece measures only 0.1 centimeters in thickness and between 0.2 and 0.9 centimeters in length. The craftsmanship is breathtaking. Imagine the patience, the artistry, and the sacred devotion required to arrange thousands of tiny stones into the shape of a creature that would come to define an entire civilization. The dragon was unearthed in a nobleman's tomb, placed between the shoulders and pelvis of the deceased, as if guarding his spirit in the afterlife. According to archaeologist Xu Hong, who first discovered it, the artifact likely played a ceremonial role. But why a dragon? According to Du Jinping, a senior researcher at the Institute of Archaeology, dragons discovered in early Tou are not isolated figures. They are directly connected to the symbols and beliefs of the Xia, Shang, and Zhao dynasties. This makes the early Tou dragon the direct ancestor of the dragon totems that became the core of Chinese culture. Other dragon-shaped objects have been found in different regions of China, such as a 7,000-year-old jade dragon with a pig's head unearthed in Inner Mongolia. But these earlier figures had no clear connection to the heartland of Chinese civilization. The early Tou dragon is different. It sits right at the center of the first Chinese state, at the heart of what would later become imperial tradition. Archaeologists believe the turquoise dragon may once have been attached to a ritual staff wielded by high-ranking officials during sacred ceremonies. In this way, the dragon was not just decoration, it was a symbol of royal power, a sign of authority blessed by the heavens themselves. And early Tou offers more clues. Dragons appear not only in turquoise, but also on pottery and bronze fragments from the site. Some resemble snakes, others already begin to show the features of the dragons we recognize today, with talons of a bird, the scales of a fish, and the body of a serpent. These discoveries suggest that it was during this period, nearly 4,000 years ago, that the Chinese dragon was truly born, not as a myth,
but as a sacred emblem of a people and their rulers. The dragon became the ultimate imperial symbol, passed down from dynasty to dynasty until it adorned the robes of emperors, the walls of palaces, and the very imagination of a nation. To this day, the dragon remains the most enduring emblem of Chinese identity, representing not just power and strength, but also wisdom, unity, and continuity. And it all began with a turquoise serpent-shaped totem painstakingly crafted in the royal city of Early Tou. The oldest dragon of China still speaks to us, not through words, but through stone, color, and timeless mystery.
The planet with 3 suns, a cosmic mystery that defies science. Imagine standing on the surface of a distant world. You look up at the sky, and instead of one familiar sun, you see 3 blazing stars shining down at once. One dominates the horizon, while the other 2 dance nearby, rising and setting in strange rhythms. This isn't a scene from science fiction. It's a real astronomical discovery that has left scientists scratching their heads. Enter the strange world of HD 188753. Astronomers once found a planet similar to Jupiter, but unlike anything in our own solar system. It belongs to a triple star system, a place where 3 suns coexist in a delicate gravitational dance. This system is known as HD 188753, located in the constellation Cygnus, about 149 light-years away from Earth. From the surface of this planet, the view would be breathtaking. A massive golden sun at the center, and 2 companion stars orbiting close by, painting the sky with 3 radiant sources of light. Day and night would never look the same. Shadows would overlap, skies would glow in surreal colors, and sunsets would be far more dramatic than anything we can imagine on Earth. But now, here's the real mystery. According to traditional theories of planet formation, this planet should not exist. Usually, gas giants like Jupiter form in a thick disk of gas and dust that surrounds a young star. For such a planet to grow, there needs to be plenty of room, at least 3 astronomical units from its parent star, which is 3 times the distance between Earth and the Sun. At that range, solid materials clump together, build a rocky core, and then attract massive layers of gas to become a giant planet. Afterward, the planet might migrate inward, closer to its star, as we see with many hot Jupiters today. But here's the catch. In a triple star system, the gravitational pull of the companion stars interferes with the disk of gas and dust. In HD 188753, the 2 companion suns would have stripped away most of the material around the main star, leaving behind a disk only 1.3 astronomical units wide. That's barely more than the distance between Earth and the Sun. And in such a cramped space, there should have been no room at all for a giant planet to form. So, how did this planet come to be? That's the puzzle that keeps scientists awake at night. Dr. Maciej Konaki from the California Institute of Technology explained it best. Quote, "How a planet could have formed in such complex conditions is very difficult to understand. I believe there's still a lot we don't know about the formation of giant planets." This discovery challenges everything we thought we knew about planetary science. If a gas giant can form in such an impossible environment, what other worlds might be hiding in the universe, defying the rules we take for granted? New paths for discovery. The existence of this planet doesn't just pose questions, it also opens doors. Astronomers now realize that planets may exist in far more exotic environments than we once believed. Planets around multiple stars, worlds born in extreme gravitational chaos, perhaps even planets in places we thought were completely inhospitable. Every discovery like this expands our imagination and reminds us that the universe is far stranger and far more diverse than human theories can fully explain. Final thoughts. The planet of HD 188753 stands as a cosmic enigma, a gas giant basking under 3 suns,
orbiting in a place where it should never have been born. It's a reminder that the universe doesn't always play by the rules we write in textbooks. As we continue to search the skies, who knows what other impossible worlds we might find? Perhaps somewhere out there, under twin or triple suns, life itself could be thriving. If this cosmic mystery fascinated you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more journeys into the wonders of the universe.
The prairie chicken, nature's strange bird with inflatable neck pouches. In the wide-open grasslands of North America lives one of the strangest and most fascinating members of the grouse family, the greater prairie chicken, scientifically known as Tympanuchus cupido. At first glance, it might look like just another game bird, but a closer look reveals a creature that is unlike anything else in the bird world. Its body is streaked with bold black and white stripes on top, while the underparts are lighter with dark markings. Above its eyes, a bright golden eyebrow line gleams like a crown. But what makes this bird truly unforgettable are the two orange-yellow inflatable air sacs on the sides of its neck. When puffed up, they transform the bird into a flamboyant spectacle. Along with tufts of long feathers that stand up like horns on its head, the prairie chicken becomes a living showpiece of the grasslands. These birds are not large. They measure about 43 centimeters in length and weigh under 1 kilogram. Their short, round tails and strong legs help them run swiftly across open prairies, where survival often depends on speed rather than flight. When it comes to diet, prairie chickens are true opportunists. They feed on seeds, buds, berries, and leaves. But during the warmer months, they rely heavily on insects, especially grasshoppers. In winter, grasses become their primary food source. Despite being birds of cold climates, they are non-migratory. They may fly several miles to find food, but always return to their home range. Their daily rhythm is just as fascinating. These birds are most active during dawn and dusk, searching for food in the soft light. By midday, they rest, basking in the sun to keep warm in cold weather, or hiding in shade when summer heat becomes intense. At nightfall, they roost quietly, preparing for another day on the prairie. But perhaps the most spectacular chapter in their story unfolds every spring. Starting in early March and continuing through June, the males gather on special display grounds, often on hilltops, in a ritual known as a lek. Here, the males perform one of nature's most dramatic courtship dances. They stamp their feet, raise their feather crests, and inflate those bright orange neck sacs until they glow like lanterns. Then, with a booming call that echoes across the grasslands, they challenge rivals and attract females. It is a scene of both beauty and battle. The strongest males secure the best spots near the center of the lek, while weaker ones are pushed to the edges. Soon, females arrive to watch this dazzling contest, choosing their mates based on strength, stamina, and the brilliance of their displays. After mating, the females take on the responsibility of raising the next generation. They build simple nests on the ground, often hidden in tall grass. A shallow scrape lined with leaves and down feathers becomes the cradle for 17 to 17 eggs. The mother incubates them for about 24 days. Once hatched, the chicks are ready to explore the world within hours. Within just a week or two, they can already fly short distances, though their diet relies mostly on insects at first, before shifting toward plants as they grow. Life on the prairie, however, is not easy. Coyotes, foxes, badgers, and wildcats hunt the adults, while nests are often raided by skunks, ground squirrels, or even wild hogs. But the greatest threat comes not from predators, but from humans. Over the past century, prairie chickens have lost vast stretches of their native grassland habitat to farming and grazing. As livestock compete for food and land, the once abundant prairie chicken has become increasingly rare. Today, Tympanuchus cupido is classified as a species at risk of extinction. Conservation programs in the United States, especially in states like Texas, are working hard to protect these birds. Farmers are planting suitable grasses, restoring habitats along field edges and waterways, and creating safe spaces for the prairie chickens to thrive once again. Zoos and wildlife reserves also play a role in keeping this extraordinary species alive. The prairie chicken may not be as famous as eagles or owls, but it's a symbol of wild grasslands, a reminder of how fragile ecosystems are and how human action can determine whether a species survives or disappears forever. So, the next time you think of strange and wonderful birds, remember this. In the heart of North America's prairies lives a small bird with glowing neck pouches, a booming call, and a dance that has echoed across the grasslands for thousands of years. The prairie chicken, a rare and beautiful survivor of the wild.
The secret flying skills of bees, how they control their speed with perfect precision. When you watch a bee darting through a garden, weaving between flowers, it seems almost magical how it avoids crashing into leaves, stems, or even other bees. But new research has revealed something astonishing. Bees have an incredible natural ability to control their flight speed with precision, so advanced it puts human technology to shame. This breakthrough comes from a team led by PhD researcher Emily Baird at the Australian National University. The team wanted to understand not just how bees know where to fly, but also how they manage to travel at just the right speed, fast enough to be efficient, but slow enough to avoid collisions. Scientists have long known that bees rely heavily on their vision to navigate, but could it also play a role in how they control their speed? Or do bees use another sense, like airflow or balance, to regulate their flight? To answer this, the researchers designed a clever experiment. The tunnel experiment. They built a straight rectangular tunnel and let honeybees fly through it. Then they manipulated the walls of the tunnel, moving them in patterns either with or against the bees' direction of travel. The results were fascinating. The bees didn't measure their altitude, distance to the walls, or how far they were from the ground. Instead, they adjusted their speed based on what they saw moving around them. In other words, bees simply watch how fast the world seems to rush past their eyes, what scientists call optic flow. Then they change their flight speed to keep that flow constant. What does this mean in real life? In wide open spaces like fields or meadows, the background moves slowly across their vision, so bees automatically speed up and fly higher, covering large distances quickly. In cluttered, noisy environments like forests, caves, or dense gardens, objects zoom past their eyes faster, so bees instinctively slow down, weaving carefully to avoid hitting obstacles. All of this happens without complex calculations or measuring distances. Bees don't need GPS. They don't even need to know how high they are. Their eyes alone give them everything they need to fly safely. Smarter than our drones. What's even more impressive is that bees, with brains no bigger than a sesame seed, perform this task more effectively than many human-made flying machines. Think about it. Modern drones require sensors, computer chips, and advanced programming to avoid obstacles. Bees do it instantly, naturally, and with near-perfect precision, just by watching the world fly by. This discovery is inspiring engineers and roboticists who are now studying bees' flight to improve drone navigation systems. By copying nature, humans may one day build flying robots that are as graceful and efficient as a honeybee. Why it matters. Bees aren't just fascinating flyers, they are also essential pollinators that support our ecosystems and food supplies. Their ability to navigate safely and efficiently allows them to travel long distances between flowers, ensuring plants reproduce and crops grow. Without these tiny master pilots, life on Earth would look very different. The takeaway. The next time you see a bee buzzing past you, remember, you're looking at a flying genius. With nothing more than a pair of compound eyes, it adjusts its speed perfectly, avoiding danger, conserving energy, and keeping the rhythm of nature alive. Bees may be small, but their mastery of flight is a big lesson in how powerful, even elegant, evolution can be.
Chic question for viewers. Do you think future drones and aircraft should be designed to copy the flying strategies of bees? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
The secret love songs of mice. Nature's hidden serenade. When we think of animals that sing, our minds often drift to the melodic calls of birds at dawn or the haunting songs of whales echoing through the oceans. But what if I told you that another creature, one you probably see every day, also sings? Yes, mice, the small, unassuming rodents we associate with squeaks and scurrying, are actually secret singers. And not just for fun, they sing for love. A surprising discovery. At the University of Washington, researchers set out to study how male mice respond to female pheromones. But as they began recording, they stumbled upon something extraordinary. Instead of random squeaks, what they captured were complex, patterned sounds, musical sequences that repeated, shifted, and evolved over time. What they had found was nothing less than songs. Timothy E. Holy, the lead researcher, admitted he was surprised. He explained, "At first, we were just analyzing the sounds males made when they detected female pheromones, but the audio turned out to be far more structured and fascinating than we ever imagined." So why haven't we noticed before? The answer is simple. The pitches mice use are far too high for human ears. These songs exist in the ultrasonic range, well beyond our natural hearing. But once the scientists slowed the recordings down, lowering them by several octaves, something magical happened. The songs began to sound remarkably like birdsong. Imagine listening to what you thought was the simple squeak of a mouse, only to realize it was a carefully arranged love ballad. Simple, yet structured. The researchers analyzed the vocalizations of 45 male mice. What they found was astonishing. Each mouse produced repeating patterns known as motifs, tiny musical phrases repeated with variation over time. To our ears, these slowed-down songs resembled the early attempts of a young bird just learning to sing. Not as refined as the song of a canary or nightingale, but clearly intentional, clearly music. Why do mice sing? But here's the big question. Why? In birds, singing is often a direct strategy for courtship. Males use their voices to attract females and outcompete rivals. But in mice, these ultrasonic songs are still a mystery. Do females find these ultrasonic melodies attractive? Do males gain an advantage if their songs are more complex? The researchers don't yet know. But the possibility opens fascinating new doors in understanding both animal communication and the roots of musical behavior. Nature's hidden symphony. What's even more intriguing is the comparison between lab mice and wild mice. Holy and his team wonder, have years of captivity dulled the natural talents of mice? Could wild mice sing in even richer, more elaborate ways? More like birds in the forest than their lab-bound cousins? If so, then somewhere out there, in fields and woodlands, tiny mice might be singing beautiful songs we've never heard, part of a hidden symphony of nature that plays all around us, but just beyond our perception. Why it matters. This discovery isn't just charming, it has scientific importance. By studying how mice sing, researchers can explore the genetic basis of learning and vocal communication. Just like birds, mice might actually be capable of learning songs from a tutor. That could help scientists understand how complex behaviors, even human speech, are influenced by genetics and environment. In other words, the love songs of mice might give us clues about the very origins of language and music in our own species.
So the next time you see a mouse dart across the floor, remember, behind that tiny whiskered face may lie the heart of a secret singer whispering a love song too high for us to hear. Because in the grand orchestra of life, even the smallest creatures may have a song to share.
The snails that negotiate with sperm, nature's strange love contracts. When we think of negotiations, we imagine business meetings, contracts, or even political debates. But what if I told you that a tiny, slow-moving creature, the humble snail, also takes part in serious negotiations during mating? Yes, in the mysterious world of snails, reproduction is not simply about attraction and instinct. It's about a fascinating exchange, a deal struck between two partners. And the currency of this deal? Sperm. Unlike most animals, many snail species are hermaphrodites. That means each snail carries both male and female reproductive organs. When two snails meet for mating, both can become pregnant. But here's where it gets interesting. Sperm is not cheap. Producing it requires a lot of energy and resources. For a snail, sperm is almost like gold. So what happens when two snails come together? They don't just give it away. They negotiate. Each one is willing to accept sperm, but they only continue the act if both are willing to contribute. If one snail refuses to release sperm, the other often stops the encounter immediately, almost like walking out of the deal. It's nature's version of the phrase, no trade, no deal. This strange behavior was studied in detail by Nils Anthens, a biologist at the University of Tübingen in Germany. His team conducted experiments on over 200 tropical sea snails. In about 50 of them, researchers blocked their ability to produce sperm. These snails could still go through the motions of mating, but at the crucial moment, they had nothing to give. The results were astonishing. Their partners, healthy snails with full reproductive capacity, often broke off the act halfway, refusing to finish the deal. It was as if the snails had silently agreed, if there's no fair exchange, there's no point in continuing. This supports a theory that scientists have been exploring for over 20 years. In hermaphroditic species, mating is not just about fertilization, it's about reciprocity. Each partner expects something in return. It's a natural contract, written not on paper, but in biology. And perhaps that's what makes this discovery so fascinating. These creatures, without language, without reason, still follow an ancient principle of balance, give and take. If one gives nothing, the other takes nothing. So the next time you see a snail crawling slowly across a garden wall, remember, beneath that quiet shell lies a tiny negotiator carrying out one of nature's strangest bargains.
The space shower, how German students are redesigning life in orbit. When Yuri Gagarin first ventured into space in 1961, humanity crossed a threshold into the cosmos. Since then, astronauts have walked on the moon, lived for months aboard orbital stations, and even dreamed of colonizing Mars. Yet for all these incredible achievements, one very basic human need remains surprisingly difficult in space: taking a shower. On Earth, bathing is simple. Gravity pulls water downward, steam rises, and everything flows naturally. But in the weightless environment of space, water doesn't behave the same way. It floats, forming dangerous little spheres that drift freely through the air, threatening to short-circuit equipment or choke astronauts. Something as ordinary as a drop of water becomes a hazard. Back in the 1970s, Russian cosmonauts aboard the Mir space station and American astronauts on Skylab faced this exact challenge. Their solution? An odd contraction that looked more like a body bag than a bathroom. Astronauts would climb inside, zip it up tight, and then spray water inside. The droplets floated around, bouncing off their bodies while their heads stuck out from the top.
To wash their hair, they used special no-rinse shampoo, and instead of drying off with a towel, they had to rely on a vacuum device to suck away every trace of moisture before stepping out. To make matters worse, the same water had to be collected, filtered, and recycled for use again, because fresh water in space is precious and supplies are strictly limited. Fast forward to today, and a group of 5 German engineering students from the Technical University of Darmstadt have dared to rethink this problem. They are young, between 22 and 24 years old, but their vision could transform daily life for astronauts. Their invention? A space shower that uses electromagnetic fields. Here's how it works. At the heart of the design is a metal cylinder about 30 centimeters wide, with an electrode connected to a power source. When activated, it generates an electric field at a voltage of 25 kilovolts that can actually control the path of water droplets. Instead of floating randomly through the air, the water is guided, pulled toward the astronaut's body like invisible hands steering each drop. The entire setup fits inside a padded chamber about 1.3 meters long. The padding is important because in the cramped quarters of a spacecraft, astronauts can easily bump into walls. Imagine stepping into a futuristic capsule, activating the system, and watching as streams of water bend and flow toward you, wrapping your body in a proper shower, even in zero gravity. The European Space Agency, ESA, took notice. The students were invited to France, to ESA's Astronaut Training Center, where their invention would be tested under real microgravity conditions. To simulate weightlessness, they boarded a special Airbus aircraft. The plane soared high, then engines cut off, sending the cabin into free fall. For 30 seconds at a time, gravity disappeared, giving the students a chance to test their shower in space-like conditions. It was not easy. In that short window, they had to adjust everything: the speed of the water jets, the strength of the electric field, the safety measures. Their first trial was funded by their own university, but moving forward, they would need sponsors to continue. ESA expressed great interest, but challenges remained. Scaling the system up for a full-size 2-meter shower would require stronger fields and more power. Could it interfere with other spacecraft electronics? Could it pose safety risks to the astronauts themselves? These questions needed answers. Still, the potential is enormous. Astronauts spend months in space, where their bodies undergo harsh transformations. Muscles weaken, bones lose density, and hygiene becomes not just a comfort, but a medical necessity. A reliable, safe, and efficient shower could dramatically improve life in orbit, and someday on Mars or beyond. What began as a student project could become a key part of future space travel. A simple act, showering, that we take for granted on Earth might soon be possible hundreds of kilometers above our planet, all thanks to the creativity and determination of 5 young visionaries. The space shower is more than a gadget. It is a reminder that as humanity reaches for the stars, the smallest details, cleanliness, comfort, and health, are just as important as rockets and satellites. After all, before we conquer new worlds, we must first learn how to live in them.
The spy turtle. How scientists turned a slow creature into a secret agent. When we think of spies, images of fast cars, stealthy agents, or high-tech drones usually come to mind. But what if one of the slowest creatures on Earth, the humble turtle, could become the perfect undercover operative? Sounds unbelievable? Well, scientists in Russia have actually done it. A turtle with a secret mission. Researchers have developed a way to transform ordinary turtles into living surveillance machines. By attaching special sensors and a tiny camera onto the turtle's shell, they created what some are now calling a spy turtle. The mastermind behind the project, Professor A. Burikov from Rostov-on-the-Don Pedagogical University, explained how it works. Instead of forcing the animal, they found a clever way to guide it. The system uses remote-controlled vibrations. By stimulating the turtle's shell, the researchers trained the animal to associate the vibration with a change in direction. Imagine tapping the left side of the shell to make it turn left, or the right side to go right. Slowly, the turtle learns to follow commands. And mounted on its back, a tiny spy camera, small enough to capture every detail without drawing attention. Military and civilian uses. At first glance, this sounds like science fiction, but the potential applications are very real, and some are even controversial. In the military, a spy turtle could be used for high-risk missions, sneaking into enemy territory, planting recording devices, or even carrying explosives. Its slow speed might seem like a disadvantage, but in the world of espionage, moving unnoticed is often more important than moving fast. But beyond warfare, the technology could also be adapted for peaceful purposes. Spy turtles could help scientists study wild animals, monitor fragile ecosystems, or explore dangerous environments where humans cannot safely go. The ethical question. Of course, this raises big questions. Is it right to turn animals into tools for human missions, especially dangerous ones? While some argue it's a groundbreaking innovation, others worry it could be an abuse of wildlife. One thing is certain. The idea of a remote-controlled turtle spy shows just how far human creativity and ambition can push the boundaries of nature. So, the next time you see a turtle moving quietly across the ground, ask yourself, is it just a turtle, or could it be watching you?
The surprising truth about Western bluebirds, why some sons never leave home. When we think of birds, we often picture creatures that quickly grow up, spread their wings, and leave the nest forever. But in California, one particular bird is breaking the rules, and the reason why is both fascinating and a little bit human. Meet the Western bluebird, a small songbird with a very unusual family dynamic. While most young birds strike out on their own as soon as they're able, some male bluebirds choose to stay home with their parents, even after they're fully grown. But here's the twist. They don't do it out of love, loyalty, or laziness. They do it for food. Unusual family arrangement in the bird world. In the animal kingdom, it's extremely rare for grown offspring to remain with their parents. Yet, the Western bluebird is one of the few species where this happens. Scientists have noticed an intriguing pattern. Daughters almost always leave at the end of summer. They strike out on their own, and by doing so, avoid the risk of inbreeding. But sons, however, sometimes choose to stay through the winter, especially if home is comfortable and full of resources. So, what makes the difference? Why do some sons stay while others leave? The key: a mistletoe winter feast. The answer lies in a special fruit, mistletoe berries. During California's winters, mistletoe is the primary food source for Western bluebirds. Each bird family holds territory rich with mistletoe plants, and they return to the same patch of land year after year. But here's where it gets interesting. Mistletoe berries don't ripen until October. By then, the daughters have already left. That leaves the sons with a choice: stay and share in the bounty, or leave and find their own way. And just like humans deciding whether to live with their parents, the sons look at one thing before making their decision: how wealthy their parents are. An experiment with bluebird inheritance. To test this idea, researchers led by biologist Janice Dickinson from Cornell University ran a clever experiment.
They removed half of the mistletoe berries from certain family territories while leaving others untouched. Then they waited to see what the young male birds would do. The results were clear-cut. Families with fewer berries saw fewer sons staying home, while families with rich supplies of mistletoe had sons who were 5 times more likely to stick around through winter. The daughters, they left no matter what. Wealthy parents, dependent sons. So, what does this all mean? Male western bluebirds are opportunists. If their parents are wealthy enough, holding territory rich with food, they'll stay home and enjoy the benefits. If not, they'll leave to fend for themselves. It's a fascinating mirror of human behavior. Just like young adults who stay with their parents longer when resources are plentiful, these birds are making rational, calculated choices about their survival. The bigger picture. This discovery reveals a powerful truth about animal behavior. The stability of family life is closely tied to the stability of resources. For the parents, losing food doesn't drive them away. They remain loyal to their territory and adapt to what they have. But for their sons, food availability makes all the difference between staying in the family home or flying off into the unknown. Final thoughts. The story of the western bluebird shows us that nature is full of surprising strategies for survival. These little birds remind us that even in the wild, decisions about family, home, and independence often come down to one thing: resources. So, the next time you see a bird perched on a branch, ask yourself, if it were a bluebird, would it be a bold daughter who struck out on her own, or a calculating son staying home with mom and dad for just a little longer? Question for viewers. Do you think this behavior in birds is really that different from humans who stay with their parents until they're financially stable? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
The Titanic breakup. Giant Antarctic iceberg shatters into 3 massive pieces. Deep in the frozen wilderness of Antarctica, a dramatic event has just unfolded, one that shows us how powerful, fragile, and unpredictable our planet truly is. A colossal iceberg, nearly the size of the island of Maui in Hawaii, has fractured into 3 enormous pieces. This giant, known as iceberg B15A, has been drifting for years, but over the past weekend, it's split apart under the brutal cold of the Antarctic seas. The breakup produced 3 separate icebergs, now named B15M, B15N, and B15P. To give you an idea of scale, the 2 largest, B15M and B15N, are each as big as entire islands, comparable to Grand Cayman and St. Croix in the Caribbean. Imagine chunks of ice so vast they could rival entire cities in size, now freely drifting across the Southern Ocean. This is not the first time B15A has fractured. In fact, this marks the 13th, 14th, and 15th times it has broken apart since its very first split on May 30th, 2000. And yet, even after so many breakups, it remains one of the largest icebergs ever recorded in human history. The original iceberg, B15, measured a staggering 160 kilometers in length, making it the largest single slab of ice on Earth when it first calved from the Antarctic ice shelf. Over the years, its sheer size has wreaked havoc on the fragile Antarctic environment. For months, B15A has been slamming into the Ross Sea coastline, leaving behind gigantic shards of ice, some as large as major metropolitan areas. Back in January 2004, the iceberg lodged itself in McMurdo Sound, where it blocked vital ocean currents. This seemingly small disruption had massive consequences. It prevented sea ice from breaking apart as it normally would, leading to dangerous buildups of pack ice.
local ecosystems were suddenly thrown off balance, and the survival of countless species, from tiny plankton to penguins, was threatened. The latest breakup was detected not by ships or explorers, but by the Eye in the Sky, a U.S. Defense meteorological satellite. Scientists from the National Ice Center analyzed satellite imagery and confirmed the fracture, reminding us once again how technology allows us to witness changes in some of the most remote corners of our planet. What makes the story so extraordinary is not just the raw power of nature, but what it signals about the future. As climate patterns shift and polar regions warm, massive icebergs like B15A may become more unstable, breaking apart more frequently and altering ocean currents, ecosystems, and even global weather. So the breakup of iceberg B15A is a stunning reminder that Antarctica is not a frozen, unchanging desert. It is alive, dynamic, and in constant motion. Each crack in the ice tells us a story about Earth's climate, its oceans, and ultimately our own future. So as these 3 newborn icebergs drift silently across the southern seas, they carry with them a powerful message that our planet is changing piece by piece, and the world must pay attention.
The truth about early pregnancy termination, risks, myths, and what every woman must know. Hello! When it comes to reproductive health, one of the most important and often misunderstood topics is early pregnancy termination, sometimes referred to in Vietnam as menstrual regulation or early suction abortion. Despite the name, it's not a method to regulate menstrual cycles, but rather a medical technique used to terminate a pregnancy in its earliest stages. Let's break down what this procedure actually is, why it's used, and the serious risks that every woman should understand before considering it. What is early suction abortion? This method was first introduced in Vietnam in the 1970s. Doctors used a small suction device with a thin tube to remove tissue from the uterus just days or weeks after a missed period. At that stage, the pregnancy is only at the embryo level, meaning a fertilized egg is just beginning to develop into an embryo, not yet a fully formed fetus. Because of this, many people believed it carried fewer emotional and physical consequences compared to later abortions. In fact, studies have shown that in about 20% of these procedures, the woman wasn't even pregnant at all. The misunderstanding and its consequences. The term menstrual regulation created a dangerous misunderstanding. Many women thought it was simply a way to fix irregular periods. As a result, the procedure was overused, sometimes recommended whenever a period was just a week late. But the truth is, this is still a medical abortion, and like any medical intervention, it carries risks. Risks and dangers. Even though the technique is relatively simple, it's not without danger. In fact, inserting instruments through the cervix can trigger severe reactions in some women, including sudden cardiac arrest, which can be fatal if not handled immediately. Other complications include retained tissue. Parts of the pregnancy may remain in the uterus, leading to prolonged bleeding. Infections. Even with sterile tools, bacteria from the cervix can enter the uterus, causing endometritis, inflammation of the uterine lining. This infection can spread to the fallopian tubes, leading to scarring, blockage, and ultimately infertility. False negatives and the risk of ectopic pregnancy. Here's another complication many don't realize. Sometimes when suction is performed too early, the embryo hasn't yet implanted in the uterus. It may still be traveling through the fallopian tube. In such cases, the procedure removes nothing, yet the pregnancy continues. This can result in what doctors call a missed abortion, or even worse, an ectopic pregnancy, where the embryo implants in the fallopian tube. This condition can be life-threatening. When is it considered safe? Doctors stress that early suction should only be performed after ultrasound confirms that the pregnancy sac is inside the uterus.
If ultrasound isn't available, at the very least, a pregnancy test must confirm the woman is truly pregnant. Without these safeguards, the risks far outweigh the benefits. The bottom line? Early pregnancy termination, often mistaken for a harmless way to regulate periods, is actually a medical abortion procedure with very real risks. While it can be performed safely under proper medical supervision, misuse and misunderstanding can lead to severe complications, including infection, infertility, and even death. The key takeaway? Never treat it as a quick fix for late periods. Always seek medical consultation, confirm pregnancy through ultrasound or testing, and understand the risks fully before making a decision. Your health and future fertility depend on it.
The Untold Secrets of Stonehenge, Ancient Mystery or Alien Design. Hidden deep in the English countryside, surrounded by vast green fields and endless skies, stands one of the most mysterious monuments on Earth, Stonehenge. From a distance, these towering stones appear like massive fangs rising from the ground, silent guardians of an ancient past. But step closer, and you realize you're not just looking at rocks. You're staring into one of humanity's greatest enigmas, a puzzle carved in stone that has defied explanation for thousands of years. Some of these colossal stones weigh up to 45 tons, yet they were transported here more than 4,000 years ago, long before cranes, machines, or even iron tools. How was it possible? Who had the knowledge, the will, and the power to create such a masterpiece? And perhaps the greatest question of all, why? But the stones are only part of the mystery. From the air, strange shapes appear carved into the surrounding fields, geometric patterns and perfect circles pressed into the grass as if drawn with divine precision. The ground isn't dug up, the soil isn't disturbed. Instead, the blades of grass themselves seem to bend willingly, forming perfect designs. Were these simply natural formations, or messages deliberately placed here, near Stonehenge, for reasons we still cannot comprehend? To this day, scientists, archaeologists, and dreamers travel from all over the world hoping to unlock the riddle. According to historical studies, Stonehenge began construction around the 19th century BC and took hundreds of years to complete. The builders quarried enormous stones from distant lands. Some of the so-called blue stones came from the Preseli Hills in Wales, nearly 200 kilometers away. Imagine the unimaginable effort, dragging, rolling, or floating these massive stones across rivers and landscapes with nothing but ropes, wooden poles, and sheer human will. Many lives must have been lost in this monumental endeavor. The design itself is striking. Originally, Stonehenge was a great circle of 30 upright stones, each weighing about 25 tons, connected by horizontal slabs on top. Within that circle stood 5 pairs of even larger stones crowned with lintels, forming an awe-inspiring inner sanctum. But here is where the mystery deepens. Was Stonehenge simply a temple for ancient rituals? A giant calendar to track the movements of the sun and stars? Or was it something far stranger? Some researchers suggest that Stonehenge may not have been built by humans alone. Around 3000 to 1500 BC, Europe saw the rise of many strange stone structures, circles, alignments, and monoliths with no clear purpose. Unlike houses or temples, these designs were almost too precise, too perfect.
To modern eyes, they resemble landing sites, runways, or even communication beacons. Could Stonehenge have been a place where the earth met the sky? A point of contact between humans and something otherworldly? The theory that aliens played a role in its construction has captivated countless minds. After all, there are no written records, no blueprints, no clear explanations from the people of that time. Only the stones remain, silent and unyielding. And so, Stonehenge endures, a monument not only of stone, but of mystery. It stands as a reminder that no matter how advanced we become, the past still holds secrets far beyond our understanding. Who built Stonehenge? Why was it created? And what hidden knowledge might still be locked within its ancient circle? Perhaps we will never truly know, but one thing is certain: Stonehenge will continue to inspire wonder, curiosity, and endless speculation for generations to come.
The Untold Secrets of the Nobel Prize: Genius, Wealth, and Controversy. When we hear the words Nobel Prize, we immediately think of the highest honor any scientist, writer, doctor, or peacemaker can achieve. But behind this golden medal lies a story filled with brilliance, wealth, mystery, and even controversy. Today, we'll uncover the hidden history of the world's most prestigious award and the man who created it. The Nobel Prize was born from the vision and perhaps the guilt of one extraordinary man, Alfred Bernard Nobel. Born in 1833 in Sweden, Nobel was a true polymath. He mastered 4 languages: English, French, German, and Russian, and held an unshakable passion for invention. Over his lifetime, he secured 355 patents across 150 inventions, most famously in the field of explosives. Yes, Alfred Nobel was the man behind dynamite, a creation that revolutionized construction and mining, but also found its way into instruments of war. Nobel's industrial empire was massive: 90 factories across 20 countries, and 2 large consortia uniting over 60 companies. His innovations laid the groundwork for building roads, bridges, tunnels, ports, and canals around the world. But his fortune came with a shadow. In 1888, when Alfred's brother Ludwig died, a French newspaper mistakenly published Alfred's obituary. The headline read, "The Merchant of Death is dead." It accused him of profiting from weapons that destroyed lives. This chilling moment is believed to have deeply influenced Nobel. He wanted his legacy to be remembered not for destruction, but for progress, science, and peace. When Nobel died in 1896, he left behind a staggering fortune: 33 million Swedish kroner, equivalent to about 160 million euros today. In his will, he directed that nearly all of it be invested safely, with the interest used to fund annual prizes. 5 categories were established: physics, chemistry, medicine or physiology, literature, and peace. In 1969, a 6th prize in economics was added, funded by the Swedish Central Bank. But how exactly does the Nobel system work? The rules are strict and full of secrecy. The deliberations of the Nobel committees remain sealed for 50 years. Judges serve 4-year terms, and each category has its own authority. Physics and chemistry are awarded by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. Medicine is overseen by the Karolinska Institute. Literature comes from the Swedish Academy, and peace is decided by the Norwegian Parliament's Nobel Committee. The prize in economics is again tied to Sweden's Academy of Sciences. And what do winners receive? Each laureate is honored with a diploma, a gold medal designed in 1902, featuring Alfred Nobel's portrait, and, of course, a substantial cash award. In Nobel's time, the price equaled 15 years of a professor's salary. By 1948, each award was worth $32,000.
In 1980, $210,000. By the late 1990s, $1 million. And today, the value exceeds $1.3 million per prize. Yet, despite its prestige, the Nobel Prize has never been free from criticism or controversy. Why, for example, is there no Nobel Prize in mathematics? One popular legend claims that Nobel excluded it because a rival mathematician, Gösta Mittag-Leffler, had stolen the affections of Sophie Hess, Nobel's longtime companion. While historians doubt this story, it's true that mathematics was left out, though mathematicians later received their own prize, the Fields Medal, created in 1936 in Canada. There are also debates about who was overlooked. In over a century, more than 700 laureates have been awarded, yet names like Sigmund Freud, Marcel Proust, Leo Tolstoy, and Mahatma Gandhi are missing. Gandhi, for instance, was nominated 5 times for the Peace Prize, but never won. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest minds in history, did not receive the Nobel for his revolutionary theory of relativity, but instead for his less significant work on the photoelectric effect. So is the Nobel Prize perfect? Far from it. But despite its flaws, it remains the ultimate recognition of human achievement, celebrating the power of ideas that shape our world. Alfred Nobel once wrote, "I intend to leave after my death a large fund for the promotion of the ideas of peace." More than a century later, his vision continues to inspire generations of dreamers, scientists, writers, and leaders to push the boundaries of what humanity can achieve.
The wildebeest, Africa's odd-looking survivor. At first glance, the wildebeest might look like nature's strange experiment, a mix-and-match animal that seems stitched together from different parts. With the heavy head of a bull, the curved horns of cattle, the long tail of a horse ending in a tuft of black hair, and the sturdy body of an antelope, it is no wonder that early explorers were puzzled by this unusual creature. But don't be fooled by its appearance. The wildebeest, also known as the gnu, and scientifically named Conochetes tyrrhenus, is one of Africa's most successful survivors. Despite their fierce, muscular look, wildebeests are surprisingly timid. If a human approaches too closely, these powerful animals almost always respond in the same way. They panic and run. In fact, they're sometimes called the clowns of the savannah because frightened, they gallop off in a frenzy, sometimes in chaotic circles, creating a spectacle that looks almost comical. But beneath this nervous nature lies a life of constant vigilance. Day and night, the wildebeest is always on alert, ears twitching, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. And danger is never far. Lions, leopards, hyenas, and wild dogs all see wildebeests as prime prey. Every year, wildebeests are famous for one of the greatest wildlife spectacles on Earth, their mass migration across East Africa. In the dry season, thousands upon thousands of them gather together, sometimes over 1,000 in a single herd, moving toward regions where water can still be found. When the rains return, these great herds scatter and form smaller groups, spreading out across the plains to graze on the fresh grasses. This endless movement is a way of life, ensuring survival in the harsh African climate. Wildebeests are also known for their unusual mating system. During the breeding season, a herd of about 150 animals may only contain a single dominant male. This bull aggressively defends his harem, courting passing females and ensuring his genes are passed on. The less fortunate males, unable to win females, band together in what can only be described as bachelor herds, groups of lonely males wandering the savannah, waiting for their chance. For females, pregnancy lasts 8 to 9 months, and birth usually occurs between February and March. This timing is no coincidence. In just a few short days, entire herds give birth almost simultaneously, flooding the plains with newborn calves. This strategy, called predator swamping, ensures survival.
Even though lions, hyenas, and wild dogs hunt many calves, there are simply too many newborns for the predators to eat them all. A wildebeest calf is also born with an incredible gift: speed. Within just 30 minutes of birth, the newborn can stand, walk, and even run. In the wild, every second matters, and this ability to escape predators immediately is crucial. While many calves are lost in the first weeks, those that survive quickly grow strong and agile, joining the great herds that roam the savanna. Adult wildebeests are impressive animals. A full-grown male can measure up to 2.4 meters long, stand about 1.2 meters tall, and weigh around 275 kilograms. Both males and females have curved horns, which they use for defense and for dominance battles during the mating season. Their range stretches widely across Africa, from southern Kenya all the way to South Africa, making them one of the most iconic animals of the continent's open plains. So while they may look awkward, part bull, part horse, part antelope, wildebeests are perfectly adapted to their environment. They are not only survivors, but also central players in Africa's great ecological drama, shaping the landscapes they graze on and feeding the predators that depend on them. The wildebeest reminds us that in nature, survival is not about beauty or elegance. It's about adaptation, resilience, and the ability to run, sometimes literally, for your life.
The world's first boat powered entirely by sunflower oil, a biofuel breakthrough. What if the fuel of the future didn't come from oil rigs or refineries, but from a simple flower growing in a farmer's field? In northern Italy, that vision has already taken shape. Farmers there have built the world's very first motorboat powered entirely by sunflower oil, a clean, renewable alternative to polluting fossil fuels. A biofuel revolution. This remarkable boat made its debut on the waters of Lake Como, a place famous for its beauty. But during an international conference on agriculture and food held in the town of Cernobbio, the spotlight was not on the lake. It was on this groundbreaking invention gliding across its surface. Instead of running on conventional diesel, the engine of this boat roared to life with sunflower oil, a type of biofuel that has the potential to transform not just farming, but transportation around the world. Why sunflower oil? Recent studies reveal something extraordinary. Sunflower oil can be just as efficient as regular fuel, sometimes even requiring less energy, while costing about the same as diesel. It's renewable, locally produced, and far cleaner for the environment. In other words, what once filled a frying pan could now fuel an engine. The farmer's advantage. According to Paolo Bedoni, president of Italy's National Farmers Association, Coldiretti, this technology could easily be adapted for small boats, farm machinery, buses, trucks, and even cars. Imagine farmers not only growing crops for food, but also producing the fuel that keeps their vehicles running. The numbers are eye-opening. On just 1 hectare of land, a farmer can harvest around 3,000 kilograms of seeds. From that, it's possible to extract about 1,300 kilograms of oil, enough to keep engines moving at a competitive cost of only 50 cents per kilogram, nearly the same price as diesel. A vision for the future. The boat on Lake Como wasn't just a novelty, it was a symbol of what's possible when tradition meets innovation. Sunflower oil could become part of a larger solution to reduce dependence on fossil fuels, cut pollution, and give farmers new ways to thrive in a changing world. From Lake Como to the world. As the boat cruised across the lake, it carried more than just passengers. It carried hope. Hope for a cleaner planet, hope for sustainable farming, and hope that one day, perhaps not too far from now, our buses, trucks, and even family cars could all be powered by the golden oil of sunflowers. Final thought for viewers. Next time you see a field of sunflowers swaying in the wind, imagine not just the beauty of nature, but the possibility of fueling an entire city. Sometimes
the solutions to the world's biggest problems are already growing in our own backyard. The world's first floating nuclear power plant, Russia's bold energy experiment. Imagine a power station not built on land, but floating across the water, a miniature nuclear plant that can sail to some of the most remote corners of the Earth. This is not a scene from a science fiction film. It is a very real project developed by Russia, the world's first mobile nuclear power plant on water. In many parts of Russia, especially in its vast and isolated territories, providing electricity has always been a major challenge. The regions of the Far East and the frozen Arctic are often so remote that traditional power grids cannot reach them. But Russian engineers have found a solution, a floating nuclear power plant that can be transported by ship to deliver energy wherever it's needed most. According to Interfax news agency, a landmark deal was signed between Alexander Polushkin, the deputy director of Russia's nuclear power company, Rosenenergatom, and a Chinese shipyard. The contract, worth $85 million, marks the beginning of this groundbreaking collaboration. But that's only the first stage. The entire project is expected to cost more than $200 million, financed by Russia's national budget. Construction was scheduled to begin in 2006, with an estimated timeline of 5 years for completion. Once operational, this mobile nuclear station could supply power even to the smallest villages in Europe's far north, or to isolated settlements across the vast expanse of Siberia and the Russian Far East. This project represents an entirely new chapter in the history of energy technology. Never before has the world seen a fully functioning nuclear plant mounted on a ship. It's not just an engineering marvel, it's a symbol of how far humanity is willing to go to meet its energy needs. The idea is simple but powerful. Instead of struggling to build costly power infrastructure in harsh, inaccessible landscapes, Russia plans to bring the power directly to the people, by water. A single floating plant could generate enough electricity to keep entire towns running, fueling industries, lighting homes, and supporting life in areas where winter is long, dark, and unforgiving. However, such an ambitious plan also raises big questions. How safe will a floating nuclear reactor be, especially in the event of storms, accidents, or even geopolitical conflicts? What would happen if such a ship were damaged at sea? Critics point out that while the technology is innovative, the risks must be carefully managed. Still, supporters argue that this bold experiment could revolutionize how we think about energy distribution. If successful, it may not only transform remote regions of Russia, but also inspire other countries to explore mobile nuclear solutions for regions struck by natural disasters or suffering from chronic energy shortages. The world is watching closely. Will Russia's floating nuclear plant become a beacon of innovation, bringing light and warmth to forgotten places? Or will it spark controversy as one of the most daring and dangerous energy experiments in history? One thing is certain, this is a first-of-its-kind project. The day the floating nuclear plant sets sail, the world will witness a new era where power is not just built, but delivered directly across the oceans. The world's largest space mirror. How Herschel revealed the hidden universe. The world's largest space mirror, unlocking the birth of stars. Imagine a mirror so massive, so precise, that it could peer deep into the most hidden corners of the universe, revealing stars and galaxies that have remained invisible since the dawn of time. This is not science fiction. This is the story of the Herschel Space Observatory and its extraordinary mirror, the largest space mirror ever built at the time of its launch. In the city of Toulouse, France, European scientists spent more than a decade in research and another 4 years in engineering design to craft this masterpiece, a 3.5-meter wide mirror polished to perfection. Unlike an ordinary mirror in your home, this one had a cosmic mission
to become the eye of the Herschel Space Observatory, a space telescope designed to explore the invisible universe. Launched by the European Space Agency in 2009, Herschel carried the mirror into orbit. Once in space, it wasn't just floating aimlessly, it became humanity's infrared window into the past. You see, visible light only shows us part of the cosmos, but with infrared light, Herschel could pierce through dense cosmic clouds, revealing the birthplaces of stars and the formation of entire galaxies. Peering back 12 billion years, scientists hoped Herschel would give them a front-row seat to the earliest moments of cosmic history. When the first stars ignited more than 12 billion years ago, their light traveled across space and time, becoming stretched into the infrared spectrum. With its giant mirror, Herschel could capture this ancient glow and help astronomers unravel the greatest mystery of all, how the universe grew from darkness into light. Extreme conditions. To make this possible, Herschel had to operate at unimaginable temperatures. Its instruments were cooled to nearly -200 degrees Celsius. Only in such freezing conditions could it detect faint signals from across the cosmos, unblurred by its own heat. But this came with a cost. The telescope could function for only about 4 years before its cooling system ran out. A legacy written in starlight. Though its mission was limited in time, Herschel transformed our understanding of the universe. It revealed that stars are born inside giant, cold clouds of gas and dust, and it showed that galaxies are not static. They are alive, constantly forming new generations of stars. When Herschel's fuel was finally exhausted, the Great Mirror was left to drift silently in space, a monument to human curiosity and ingenuity. Why it mattered. At the time of its launch, no other space telescope had ever carried such a large mirror into orbit. Herschel proved that Europe could lead in deep space astronomy, and it opened the path for even more ambitious projects, such as the James Webb Space Telescope, another giant mirror that now continues the quest Herschel began. Final thought for viewers. The Herschel mirror was not just a piece of technology, it was a time machine, a cosmic lantern, illuminating the very first sparks of creation. Its story reminds us that every great discovery begins with a bold vision, to see what no one has ever seen before.
Why deep, sufficient sleep every night is essential for your health. Sleep, it's something we all do, yet something many of us never get enough of. In today's fast-paced world, we treat sleep almost like a luxury, something to cut short when life gets busy. But science is sounding the alarm. Without deep and consistent sleep, our health, our mood, and even our relationships can suffer more than we realize. Angry, the hidden effects of sleep deprivation. Researchers in Canada have revealed something fascinating and a little troubling. They found that when people are sleep deprived, they become far more irritable and short-tempered. Men, in particular, were more likely to take out their frustration at work, making life difficult for colleagues. Women, on the other hand, tended to express that irritability at home, often taking it out on family members. And this isn't just about mood. People who don't get enough sleep also perform worse at work, showing lower productivity, weaker focus, and slower problem-solving skills compared to those who sleep well. How much sleep do we really need? Doctors and sleep specialists agree. Most adults need 7 to 8 hours of quality sleep every single night. But here's the problem. Modern lifestyles make this almost impossible for many people. Stress, long working hours, late-night entertainment, and even digital distractions all steal precious hours of rest. So what happens? We start borrowing sleep from ourselves, night after night. By Friday, we're running on fumes and promise ourselves,
I'll catch up on the weekend. But here's the harsh truth. You can't simply repay lost sleep with a long lie-in on Saturday or Sunday. Doctors warn that sleep debt doesn't work like a bank account. Missing hours of rest during the week takes a toll on your body, on your heart, your brain, your metabolism, and one long weekend nap can't undo that damage. Think about it like this. If you starved yourself of food all week, would one massive feast suddenly make your body healthy again? Of course not. Sleep works the same way. The cost of poor sleep. Chronic sleep deprivation is linked to higher stress levels and anxiety, weaker immune function, weight gain and metabolic problems, increased risk of heart disease and diabetes, and even faster aging and memory decline. And on a day-to-day level, it robs you of patience, focus, and emotional balance, the very tools you need to live a happy and successful life. The power of deep and consistent rest. The message is clear. Your body needs deep, regular, nightly sleep, not just a few hours here and there, not just a weekend catch-up session. Every night, your body repairs itself, your brain processes memories, and your hormones reset for a new day. When you give yourself 7 to 8 hours of true rest, you're not being lazy. You're investing in your health, your productivity, and your relationships. So tonight, do yourself a favor. Turn off the screens, put aside the late-night distractions, and give your body the rest it's been begging for. Because deep, sufficient sleep isn't just about feeling refreshed. It's about building the foundation for a healthier, calmer, and longer life.
Why do pregnant women get swollen feet? Causes, relief, and prevention. During pregnancy, many women notice that their feet and ankles start to swell, especially in the later months. At first, this can feel alarming. The legs become heavier, shoes feel tighter, and even walking can seem uncomfortable. But in most cases, this condition is perfectly normal. It is called pregnancy edema, or simply swollen feet. So, what exactly causes this change? When a woman is pregnant, her body produces more blood and fluids than usual to support the growing baby. This, combined with hormonal changes, leads to fluid retention in the lower parts of the body, especially the feet and ankles. As the uterus grows larger, it also puts pressure on the blood vessels in the pelvis and legs, making it harder for blood to circulate back up. The result? Swelling in the feet, ankles, and sometimes even the calves. For many expectant mothers, swollen feet don't just look uncomfortable, they actually cause real challenges. The ankles and the tops of the feet may feel tight or painful. Some women even experience varicose veins, which can make walking more difficult. And of course, there's the added frustration when regular shoes suddenly no longer fit. But here's the reassuring news. In most cases, this swelling is temporary. After childbirth, the body gradually releases the extra fluids, and within about a month, most women find that their feet return to normal size. Now, the big question is, what can you do to find relief? One of the simplest and most effective methods is soaking your feet in cool or lukewarm water at the end of the day. This relaxes the muscles and helps reduce swelling. After soaking, gently massage your feet and ankles to stimulate circulation. It's also important to avoid standing for long periods of time. Whenever possible, rest with your feet elevated. Even just placing them on a small stool or pillow makes a big difference. Experts recommend dedicating at least 2 hours each day to resting with your legs raised above heart level. Another crucial point is footwear. Around the 6th month of pregnancy, many women notice their usual shoes feel tight. Instead of forcing your feet into uncomfortable pairs, invest in wider, more comfortable shoes or sandals. Avoid high heels, as they increase the risk of slipping and put unnecessary strain on swollen feet. Of course, prevention is always better than cure.
While you may not be able to completely eliminate swelling, you can reduce it by maintaining a healthy weight throughout pregnancy, eating a balanced diet, and staying active with gentle exercises like walking or prenatal yoga. Limiting salty foods also helps, since excess salt contributes to water retention. So, swollen feet during pregnancy are not something to fear. They are a natural response of the body to the incredible changes happening inside. By taking care of yourself with rest, proper footwear, gentle massage, and healthy habits, you can make this journey much more comfortable until the day your little one finally arrives.
Why women survive cancer better than men. The hidden biological advantage. When it comes to the battle against cancer, we often think survival depends on early diagnosis, access to treatment, and lifestyle choices. But what if biology itself gives some people an edge in this fight? A groundbreaking study presented at a major U.S. medical conference in Montreal, Canada, has revealed a fascinating truth. Women are significantly more likely to survive cancer than men, even when the disease is incurable. Researchers examined nearly 19,000 cancer cases and uncovered a striking pattern. On average, 54% of women were still alive 5 years after their diagnosis, compared to only 40% of men. That's a dramatic difference. But the surprises didn't stop there. Even in cases where treatment offered little to no chance of a cure, women still showed a survival advantage. In fact, they were 25% less likely to die from the disease compared to men in the same condition. And when women did receive treatments such as surgery or chemotherapy, their odds improved even more. The study found that female patients had a 30% greater chance of survival compared to male patients undergoing the same therapies. So, what's behind this remarkable difference? Scientists believe biology plays a critical role. The distinct ways male and female bodies respond to cancer and to treatment could be the key. Hormones, immune system responses, and even the way cancer cells grow and spread may differ between men and women. Juan P. Wisniewski, one of the lead researchers, explained that these findings highlight an important truth. Gender is not just a social factor, but a biological one that deeply influences how diseases develop and how the body fights back. This knowledge could revolutionize how doctors design treatments, paving the way for gender-specific cancer therapies that maximize survival rates. For men, these results are sobering. For women, they offer hope, but also a reminder that cancer is still a formidable enemy. The key takeaway is that by better understanding the biological differences between the sexes, medicine may one day unlock new strategies and new drugs that improve survival for everyone. Think about it. The difference between life and death could be written not only in the cells of a tumor, but also in the chromosomes, hormones, and immune defenses that make us who we are. The science is clear. Women seem to fight cancer differently and often more effectively than men. But this discovery is not the end of the story. It's the beginning of a new era of research, one where medicine looks more closely at biology's hidden advantages and uses them to give every patient, regardless of gender, the best possible chance to survive.
Welcome to Sophia Science, the YouTube channel that answers all your questions about the world of science, including Science Mysteries Aliens. The content of today's video is
Climate change is silently rewriting the rules of nature. Male sea turtles are vanishing as hotter sands produce mostly females. Rising sea levels are destroying 1/3 of nesting beaches in the Caribbean. Other species like whales, polar bears, and migratory birds are also at high risk.
Wildlife is giving us the first warning signs of global warming's devastating impact. The fate of these animals may mirror the challenges humanity will face in the future. Now, let's get started. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine. You're standing on a warm, golden beach. The waves crash softly against the shore, and just beneath the sand, something extraordinary is happening. Hidden in small, carefully dug nests are hundreds of sea turtle eggs. Tiny lives waiting to break free and begin their perilous journey into the ocean. But here's the twist. These turtles are caught in a silent battle against one of the greatest forces reshaping our world today: climate change. You see, unlike humans, sea turtles don't have a fixed genetic code that decides whether they'll be male or female. Their gender depends entirely on the temperature of the sand where their eggs are buried. Cooler sand gives rise to males, warmer sand produces females. For millions of years, this delicate balance has worked perfectly, but now the rising heat of our warming planet is breaking that balance apart. In many places, the sand has grown so hot that almost every hatchling is born female. Imagine this for a moment. An entire generation of turtles. No males. Without males, there can be no future, no mating, no continuation of one of the oldest lineages on Earth. We are watching in real time the slow disappearance of sea turtle populations, not because of predators, not because of poachers, but because of the invisible hand of climate change. And that's not all. Rising sea levels are swallowing nesting grounds along the Caribbean and beyond. Nearly 1/3 of sea turtle nesting beaches could vanish beneath the waves. For turtles who return to the very same beach where they were born, losing these nesting grounds is like losing their ancestral home forever. But turtles are not alone in this fight. Polar bears, who depend on sea ice to hunt, are watching their icy world melt away. Whales that migrate thousands of miles across oceans are finding their food chains collapsing. Even tiny songbirds crossing the Sahara Desert during migration now face longer, hotter, more unforgiving journeys as the desert expands under the relentless sun. The British research group behind this warning put it clearly. Creatures that rely on specific migration routes or narrow habitats are among the first to feel the shock waves of climate change. And these early victims, these fragile species, are like messengers showing us what's coming not only for wildlife, but for us too. Think about it. If the rising heat can erase males from turtle populations, what will it do to crops that feed billions? If oceans can swallow nesting beaches, what about coastal cities where millions of people live? Nature's crisis is never just about nature. It's also a mirror reflecting our own future. Of course, the report notes that some species might benefit from warming climates, but for many others, this is not just a challenge. It is a death sentence. And so, when you picture that baby turtle emerging from its shell, making its desperate run towards the sea, chased by gulls and crabs, you must realize today, its biggest enemy is not the predators around it. It is the heat of the sand beneath it. The story of sea turtles is a story of survival, of resilience, and of a warning. Climate change isn't a distant problem. It's here. It's reshaping the very building blocks of life. And if we don't act, the silent beaches of tomorrow will no longer echo with the sound of hatchlings racing to the sea. They will simply be silent forever.
Welcome to Sophia Science, the YouTube channel that answers all your questions about the world of science, including science mysteries, aliens.